bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade WiFi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi, terus aja lagi. Super Oven, seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Did you fill your power?
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai Beastnet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Asik ya, Waika.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Good morning and welcome back. It's the Bali Major and the start of day 3. And that means we're about at the halfway point of the group stages, so it's good for you to join us to be fully up to date with what's going to happen to the teams, where they're going, if they're going anywhere, upper bracket, lower bracket, home. Airport is right behind us, so we're nice and close for them as well. I am joined by Fear, Jack, and BSJ, and we are ready to talk you through this day, where I think it's about time to see the teams being slotted in to which side of the group they belong to. Ryan, so far, have you been happy with the Dota you've been watching?
I have. It's a stark contrast to Dream League in terms of Dream League's group stage was very close.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of the difference between first and last place was like 2 or 3 games, and we're seeing like a clear quality difference. And I think it's just a better understanding of this meta, and I've been enjoying seeing it almost feels like an answer sheet, like a answer key for a test. You see the better teams, they seem to have it all figured out.
There has been a lot of different styles of Dota being played, though, Fear.
Yeah, I feel like it's one team doing what I'd consider the meta, another team trying to beat that. It's like every single game. You see Undying, some Morphling, Medusa, another team experimenting. How are we going to beat these heroes? And for the most part, I would say the meta has been winning more times than not. But it's still pretty early on in this tournament, and some good things are coming up. I did like seeing the Drow earlier as a potential answer to the Morphling. Is it good enough? We'll have to see, but it's experimentation time for a lot of these things right now.
We all knew coming into this tournament that Morphling was going to be the hero of the tournament one way or another, and it's cool when you see that teams take different answers to it. So some teams, they'll just pick it if it's there. Some teams will ban it. Some teams will take different stylistic counters to it. We've seen some teams try to outscale a little bit. We've seen a lot of teams try to hit timings against it. What to do in the lane. So that's interesting because it's not as oversimplified as, I guess, like with the Lina stuff, right? Like, let's just get rid of this hero or let's pick it. There's like kind of different answers that teams are coming up with, and that's going to continue to evolve. And generally speaking, if you are ahead of the meta and that you have answers or understanding of this hero that other people don't, then it puts you in a good position to move ahead. And
is there any team in particular, Jack, that you feel like is doing better than you thought they would?
Well, we talked about this yesterday, right? But it's Liquid. It's what else but the Waterman team themselves. They have 2 Morph players. They've had historically been so good on this hero. I feel like they understand it really well. So if they are not picking this hero and letting it through, and they're using all these kinds of different timing counters against it, I mean, that should tell you something. They have they understand it very well, and that's why they've done great in the group stage so far.
Yeah, they've done fantastic in the group stage so far. There's been a lot of Dota already being played, and I mean, I want to see more. I want to relive maybe some of yesterday's games as well, and I believe we can get that done.
Welcome one and all here to the Ayana Resort, where we are going to be continuing the second day of the group stages here at the Bali Major. The opening day brought us twists and turns, upsets, and some of the wildest Dota you've ever seen. So I imagine that the second day is going to be bringing all of that and more. And crucially, if you want to be learning about what's happening with the teams, with the players, and how your superstars interact with the world, stay tuned here for In a Nutshell, and I will bring you the download as soon as possible. I'm here at the Bali Major. I've got the A God with me. Please talk to us, fam. Did you holler at Ace and say, hey, fam, we're both going blonde together?
Oh, did he go blonde?
He did. Do you feel that hero is overtuned, and should it be balanced before the next TI?
I feel like this game is just not balanced. There's 30 good heroes, and then the rest of the heroes are just by far trash. I don't think Morphling is broken, but just because there's no options in the game right now.
So we're going to be seeing you play lots of Morphling, I imagine?
We're going to try to get it every game,
Every...
I'm going to try.
Shout out to the A God, and good luck, have fun for the games.
Cheers. You're really good at this.
And I'm sitting with the man and the myth, the legend, one of the brains behind the event. It's top 3 teams, and give me one dark horse as well.
The dark horse is Nouns. Top 3, give me Azure Ray. They're also kind of an underdog as well. And we'll take a European team. No, we'll take 9 Pandas. No, we'll take Betboom.
Whereas, yeah, Sumail, firstly, big fan. I love these sandals, G. I am here with the king himself. How has things been personally for you? And what's the expectation for the team at this event?
It's been good so far. Expectations, there aren't any right now.
What's the one piece of advice you'd give to the next up-and-coming Sumail to reach their full potential?
I think keep playing and make Dota your main focus. Might have to give up everything outside of Dota.
What's your read on the best team coming into Bali?
I mean, obviously it's Gaming Gladiators.
Literally anyone but Gaming Gladiators. I don't care what she said. I just want Gaming Gladiators to lose. I don't want them to win literally everything the entire year. It can be Nouns for all I care.
I followed Queen for so many years.
You know, she was talking about Quinn. It's Gunner's time. It's Gunner's time.
What's happening? Shopify rebelling, losing.
But why couldn't they? Wouldn't it be kind of exciting if they
No.
literally won everything? Everything.
No.
Why not?
It's boring.
No, it's not.
If it was some Chinese team winning everything, you have no idea how mad the Western audience would be right now. They're like, oh, PSG, LGD, they're just winning every single tournament. I'm so sick of the Dota they play.
If they were to reach the grand finals, which team do you think has the best hope of taking down GG under those conditions?
It's gonna have to be Nouns. Nouns. It has to be Nouns.
For the first time in my entire life, I'm taller than Shiver. Give me top 3 teams.
Wow, you put me on the spot here. Betboom, Game Gladiators, PSG LGD.
Definitely Gladiators, Team Liquid, and even like Quest Esports, they're doing so well right now.
GG and Liquid, and then the third one, I'd probably throw in Betboom.
Liquid looks pretty good so far. LGD, Betboom also looked really solid.
Welcome back one and all here to the Bali Major, where we just concluded our second day of the group stages. It was a truly phenomenal day with some fascinating Dota being played. We got to see a Meepo being whipped out. We got to see a Razor emerging from the pool. Crucially, we also got to see Southeast Asia turning around expectations from yesterday and grabbing some much needed games within their groups. Of course, only one game grabbed by those 3 squads, so all of them will need to find a new lease on life to have any hope of surviving the group stages. On the other side though, the teams that ended up dominating the performance, Team Liquid, Betboom, all of them going completely undefeated today. No blemishes in their play, few blemishes in their draft, and just all around amazing execution. We of course did have teams like Tundra and Gaming Gladiators still putting in pretty phenomenal performances, just not to the same level as the best of the best of the best at the moment. However, that could still change in the next few days as the group stages are not complete just yet. In the middle of the pack, there are a lot of teams that I have a bit of concern for. My Chinese boys, Azure Ray, Invictus Gaming, Team Aster, all of them struggling somewhat at the moment, especially Azure Ray and Invictus Gaming showing great promise in day 1, not necessarily fulfilling it in game 2. So I'm hoping and praying that they can find a way to turn this all around and make sure that the main event is as inter-regional an event as humanly possible. Now though, we are going to be moving on with some more Dota 2 action, so make sure that you enjoy every single second of it and make sure that you come back so that I'll bring you the news and all the updates in a nutshell.
Hello, Snare. We're doing a new content piece. It's called we're getting low with Richie. I don't know. We're de-escalating the situation with Richie.
That's not bad.
Yeah, what's going down with Richie? Snare, it's us. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm actually kind of terrified right now because I'm scared of heights. So right now I'm just holding it together. I'm glad you're doing this to distract me.
Well, that's it. We've de-escalated the situation with Richie. Tune in next time.
There are so many good names by doing content in an elevator. It's actually amazing. Today is going to be an exciting day. As you heard Snare say, there's some teams that have underperformed, overperformed. Some teams are stuck in the middle. But nothing has been set in stone. There's still 2.5 days of group stages to go. And that means that everybody has a shot. But for some, Fear, it's time to really kick things into gear. Because it's looking rough for a couple.
Yeah. From Group A, Execration, not doing so hot here, sitting at 1-5 in the opposite group. EG, these are the 2 that stand out the most for me. I guess Bleed is not having the greatest time either, but EG for me, big surprise that they're struggling this hard. This is a team that normally has most of their momentum through the group stage, and maybe in the playoffs they'll play against some of the harder teams, and they haven't been able to find a major victory yet, but normally you don't see South America struggling this hard in the group stages.
No, you don't. We're going to find out if today maybe they'll do a little bit better. We just saw the schedule for today here. We see them in the second series. And of course, there are 4 streams going on at the same time. And it's going to be tough choosing which series to watch. Here's the final stream already. The D stream kicks things off with Team Liquid and Spirit. Which team in particular are you going to keep your eye on today, Brian? Because, I mean, again, there's teams doing well, teams doing not well.
I'd say the 2 teams today that we're watching first series, Aster and Beastcoast, I'm looking at all the teams in the middle.
Okay.
Like, it seems pretty clear the teams that are struggling and the teams that are owning, and we're looking for who's going to fill those 3 through 6 slots. A lot of teams sitting around 5-3, 4-4, and today's really going to be, I think, the turning point for one way or the other for most of these teams.
Yeah, we're getting 2 matches in the middle of the table, right? So, like, what direction they go for the rest of the tournament. I think you've seen so far that the Southeast Asian teams have struggled quite a bit in this tournament, just to be frank, and I think you're seeing that, surprise, surprise, Western Europe is doing well. They seem to have a good grasp of the meta of how to deal with Morph, of laning in their drafts. So we've seen some of the Chinese teams kind of have issues or get exposed with that. But I think as the tournament goes on, like a team like LGD is interesting to watch already for obvious reasons, but I feel like if they can catch up a bit and address their weaknesses of laning through the draft, they could be a strong team later on in the tournament. We saw that kind of during Dream League as well.
Yeah, let's focus our attention on our first series of the day. We got Aster versus Beastcoast, and indeed a very important series for both teams. I will say there's a bit of a glaring difference between the two in the sense that Beastcoast, for some reason, they managed to tie every series they've had.
That's just the Beastcoast magic right now. Like, they either lose really quickly or they win these very long late game type of situations. I thought they were going to get 2-0 yesterday when I was watching them, but nope, they hung in there. The game went to like some 40-50 minutes. They brought the game back, and that's like the beauty of Beastcoast. They bring all these games that should be lost into their favor and find a way to win them.
Yeah, there's always a chance to come back, apparently, in every series.
Not only have they tied every series, but there's this trend of, I think they've lost game 1 in every single series and come back and won game 2, right?
That's exactly what has happened all 4 times.
So we've heard South American teams talk about they themselves feel that they've been behind on drafting, and it maybe just takes that one game to kind of figure out the series mini meta a little bit more. Also, I feel like they did have that long game, but I feel like they've had pretty stompy games this tournament as well. There's been a lot of like 40-10 type games. I feel like this team, this sort of South American style of they want to be very aggressive and just keep applying pressure, keep taking fights after the lanes. It's kind of a snowbally style. It can get punished either way.
Oh, I mean, definitely. Normally when I see them lose, they lose really badly, but they don't stomp really hard in their direction very much. They like to play the long, late games.
Well, we have had some very long late games. We'll see if today's games rival some of that. We, of course, also saw Aster pass through. Aster's score at the moment is 3-3. They have had a 2-0 and they 0-2'd as well. As in they 0-2'd against Liquid yesterday and they 2-0'd IG yesterday. Or not the day before, rather. Because they are a team that, if you did the math correctly, they have one less series played in total, because that's just the way group stage goes. If you have 9 teams, not everybody can play, and Aster had their one series day yesterday, and it was a good thing that they only had one series because it didn't look too great against Liquid. Then again, Brian, this could be their series against one of the stronger in the group. What do you think of Team Aster?
Yeah, so far, I mean, they've looked significantly better than they did during Dream League. They really fell off in Group Stage 2 of that tournament, and coming into this, like, yeah, they're 3-3, but we've seen them play Spirit and Liquid so far. Those are 2 of the supposedly strongest teams based on the standings, and I think what we're seeing is that Aster, they're really trying to find their identity of how to work with Sumail. We've talked time and time again about communication issues, like language barrier, but what we're seeing a lot more now, Jack, you were talking about this all day yesterday, is like they're looking to play more around Sumail aggressively rather than fuel him up, give him obvious kill combos, give him like just natural synergy with his team that doesn't require too much talking about what you're going to do.
They shifted a little bit from we're going to last pick his hero for whatever seems best for the game in that situation, which can simplify the draft in some ways, to earlier in this tournament they were first phasing, like I'd say, Ember and Storm more, and then just finding him supports that work with him. And I feel like yesterday against Liquid they kind of got away from that a little bit again, so I feel like they're still figuring that out. This team has had issues recently, I would say, with they start tournaments very strong, including the CNDPC, including Dream League a little bit, and it feels like as teams figure them out a little bit, it's harder for them to adjust and they kind of fall off. So hopefully they can avoid that and not make China such a crowded region in the upcoming TI qualifiers by doing well in this tournament.
Yeah, so far they've both Lima Major and Berlin Major, they came top 8, which is really good. But we also know that this team came fourth at TI, and they have their set to TI, and they want to do, of course, better than last year. That's that's always the goal. Do you feel like they are in the right path of improving their score?
I mean, they're definitely on the right path. There's a lot of things you need to tweak right now, and I think as far as their drafting goes, the meta is pretty set right now on like what you want to do. And when you have a player like Sumail, he is definitely one of those players, and if you give him last pick or something like that, he wants to exploit it to the maximum, which sometimes isn't the right play right now to do. Like, sometimes you don't need that TA mid last pick. You just pick something that can make space if you're morphing the free farm. They haven't found the best way to like utilize Sumail in that regard, and I think it's very hard to do in this patch as well. You just kind of have your roles and you kind of play them. Experimentation's fine, but how much can you experiment if you want to win?
That's a question. Speaking of experimentation, I mean, it's not really experimentation, let's be real. It was Beastcoast that has recently officially made the swap with Parker instead of K1, but of course Parker was already standing in for them and traveling with them as well before that. How do we feel he's playing out? Is he stepping up to the plate proper? I mean, we know he's a good player.
Well, I haven't gotten the chance to watch their games, but I'm seeing the heroes they're picking, and they're one of the teams that's making TA look really good. SA region as a whole has always this. I love how there's heroes that are like identifiable by region, and TA is one of those for SA. So assuming, or based on the fact that they won both TA games, I'm thinking like we're exactly expecting everything that Parker's always done, which is just be a very snowbally, like flash farm, 500 CS at 30 minutes on like a semi-carry that's going to be 6 slotted quite early. So it looks like he's doing his job in the games, but as you guys kind of mentioned, like they sometimes come up short like in a pretty like short game. I say fall up short, like the 23-minute loss, 30-minute loss, like a lot of their losses, they seem to be on a greedier type carry like Faceless Void, and they're not quite hitting their timings in that case.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting when they brought on Parker instead of Hector. The old Beastcoast way was like you just throw 4 bodies at them relentlessly, and Hector's just gonna farm and he'll be your late game security. I don't think they wanted to do that playstyle for very long, so they brought in Parker, who's a much more aggressive carry. So he's going to show up more to these fights, and it's going to be very crucial whether or not, if your carry shows up to the fight and he dies, right, your late game insurance is gone, and that's why a lot of their games can end quite abruptly.
It's such a stylistic shift, I think, because it felt like you very much associated that old East Coast team with Hector. Like, obviously the Wraith King comes to mind, but like it played very much around his tempo and like his farming when he wanted to go take things. I feel like they can be a little bit more flexible now with Parker, and internally, like I think that was like an issue in the team with like how Hector wanted to play and how they wanted to play. So hopefully you can fit Parker in a little bit more. Beast Coast does have some unique first phase heroes, some heroes they've played a bit more this tournament. There's the Clockwork, which they've picked up now. There's Tusk, which they flex between positions. There's also the Venomancer. But the Shadow Fiend first phase, I don't think we've seen this tournament yet.
Yeah, we've seen one Shadow Fiend. I had to check. I immediately thought the same thing. One Shadow Fiend, it lost. And it was not first phase. So what I love about this is, Fear, you mentioned the experimentation factor. Like, this is about the time for these teams to decide, like, are they ahead of the meta? Are they going to play by the meta? Or are they going to counter the meta? And like, these two heroes on paper are insanely good against Timber. He's almost certainly booted to the mid lane. And then at that point, maybe you even run the SF mid against the Timber. So I imagine one of the few heroes that possesses enough nuke damage to bring him down. And one thing, like, I wanted to say about Artur's interview was that he said he doesn't even think like Morphling's that broken. He just thinks all the other heroes suck. And I think that's an interesting like perspective, because when I looked at the win rates of all the heroes, when we looked at the Lima Major as well as the Berlin Major, all the heroes that were getting first picked all the time, like in the Berlin Major, Medusa, Alchemist, their win rates were like 65, 70%. Like, these heroes were beyond broken. And right now, the first hero to hit 60% out of the most picked is like the 12th most picked hero. Like, all the other heroes are...
Which hero is it?
It's Medusa still, it's
okay.
60%. But the top 10 heroes are between 45, 55%. So it seems like these heroes are quote-unquote balanced. They're just consistent enough to be picked in the first round.
Yeah.
None of them are having amazing performances in terms of win rate.
Now, just to check, it's been so long since I've seen the Shadow Fiend clock opening, but does it still work that you can deny cogs to get souls at the start?
I think it might be. Yeah, it might be.
You're not going to because you don't want cogs at the start, or you don't want the souls.
That used to be like OP, but now how Raze has been reworked, they stack, they add like a debuff as well. They're just too good at level 1 for your laning stage. You don't want this useless cogs in your lane, and you don't want to just have this right click. And plus, they nerfed how many souls you can have at level 1 as well, so you don't get as much damage.
They made it 1 damage per soul.
Yeah.
If the purpose of that is to give you the early damage to secure creeps, you're taking the raises for the same. It's more reliable for the same purpose.
Yeah, and plus you can kill your opponents. So if you get battery assault plus a triple raise, that hero's dead.
They get slowed. Yeah, and
that's fair.
That's the idea behind, I think, the Timber Saw is these two heroes level 1 is probably one of the most threatening dual lanes in all of Dota.
Yeah.
So Timber Saw usually struggles a bit to get off the ground running if he doesn't make it to like level 3 secured.
But is it worth it to do this? Because
I don't know.
The thing is, Sumel, he loves Timbersaw. He'll play the hero. He does enjoy it as a mid laner. Dark Mago, in the past 3 months, he hasn't touched Shadow Fiend. And he's also the type of player that has a very small hero pool. And SF is not in that hero pool. So they're kind of, if you're Aster, you can kind of read this and just put something else in the offlane here. That being said, I don't know many things that can beat Clock SF. It's a very strong lane matchup for sure.
To add to your point, back on Quincy, we would affectionately call him the Magoober, and he had like, we would say like this is a Magoober hero, right? So usually it would be like a tiny Kunkka, something like that. He's played some Bat Rider this tournament, so yeah, I also feel like this is probably not going to be the mid for them this game.
What made you come up with the name Magoober?
Well, I'm sure you could take a wild guess. That was purely a Quinn.
Yes,
creation.
it does. Yes, he does use the word goober.
But I don't know. I think it's just that he played these very specific heroes, and it was like it basically felt like it was like 3 heroes every game, and he was good at them. Like he'd always find some way to even if you felt like you shut him down, he'd do his job, and he'd be like really annoying. So
that's pretty funny because Quinn in the past 4 tournaments has had a 4 hero pool.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he drew some inspiration
Out
from
the
the Goober.
turntables.
Maybe, yeah.
Now we got the Sky, Darkseer, Venno removed on the side of Aster, and Beastcoast has removed the combination of Pugna Storm still in the pool, and now the Enigma as well, with the Enchantress pickup.
So they're pretty much all ending the lanes right now on the side of Beastcoast. Clockwork has had a lot of success so far, only been picked 8 or so times, but over a 70% win rate, and the hero is... I think he's just good against what's good right now, and I think we're talking about the dynamic of these 5 or 6 heroes that are dictating every single draft, Timbersaw being one of them. I think Clockwork will continue to go up in value because of this.
Clockwork is the one universal hero that I just can't get my brain wrapped around that he's actually a universal hero.
Yeah, he still feels like a strength hero.
Which it helps him a little bit in this Timber matchup as well, because he doesn't really use his base damage, but he'll take less damage from the Whirling Death. So that helps a lot, and Clock was already good versus Timber. So now it's even a bit better. And Schofield, he loves his melee phosphors. I'll probably never see him play Enchantress, so I think Stinger's definitely going to be playing this Enchantress with the SF in the lane. We're probably got Schofield on their Clockwork, and they're going to... That gives you a lot of room to potentially play abusive heroes. They did ban the Venno, they banned the Darkseer, which are some of the big ones against the TA. But if they want to go for something like the Viper or something like that, it's a possibility. It's a strong lane.
I would love to see the Viper. I think that's like an SA classic, is to pick these heroes that just ruin your lane. They really do like to...
It's good mid too, and Dark Mago can play it. If Timber mid does not like playing versus Viper, neither would the TA, so wouldn't be surprised if they go for it, but they go for the Dark Mago Ember. That's another one of his heroes.
That hero is the most picked hero of the tournament so far.
Yep.
I mean, it's nice against TA for ganks. You can have the damage over time to remove the refraction. They don't have the best way to deal with that right now. But do you even need something to deal with refraction? Because you can just buy a blood grenade.
I think they might have thinking about stealing this pick as well, because you see the Mirana already coming out from Aster. So, feels like it's kind of setting up like a possible last pick Spirit here. So they take that out of the pool, and then they kind of needed this little poke initiation anyway. Like Clockwork obviously has a 4. If he has a good game, he can do that, but you need something else that pokes, starts fights, gives you some vision, and Ember provides that.
Do you ever pick OD for Aster? That's male hero. Good against Ember. You got Mirana.
They do need something that's set up for sure. I agree with that, because is it just that simple? You see Enchantress, you pick Mirana, because the rest of their heroes don't really work well with it. Like blast off with arrows, an incredibly difficult combo to really land.
This feels like I first picked Mirana in a pub.
Yeah.
And I'm like, guys, stuns, please.
Blast off arrow is like, you go first? No, you go.
There still is a lot of flexibility though, so they can work something in there, surely. They got Timber and TA both able to play both mid and, well, off lane and safe lane. A side lane, respectively, yeah.
Maybe we're just going back to 2010 when Mirana was known for just running around, and you just got to hit the arrow on the mid laner. That's it. Just keep shooting until you hit it.
Just hit it. Come on.
And tilt the mid laner.
To be honest, sometimes the threat of, even if you miss an arrow, it's just going to make the other person play a little bit more scared, no?
Yeah. I mean, you're griefing your off-laner, but, you got to do what you got to do.
I guess Timbersaw is one of the off-laners that won't be as grieved with it if you give him at least a little bit of a decent start.
Against Enchantress SF or Clock SF, you cannot leave this guy alone, I don't think. I think the 4... This might even be a 5 Mirana with the 4 techies. I think it's super important that these side lanes are constantly engaged with their cores, because right now I think Beastcoast is going to hard counter TA in the last pick, and then Aster's already set up with this Timbersaw to potentially be exploited, so it looks like Beastcoast thinks the Timbersaw will be moved to mid. The question is there a hero in all of Dota that can be left alone against that lineup? I like the Enigma ban that came out in the second round, because that hero just pulls the lane back to your tower. I don't know if there's anything else that they can afford to do that with. I would prefer a kill combo if they're going to go off lane, like a Mars. Something like this, that you can just threaten the SF, make him not feel comfortable walking up.
Yeah, both teams need to find a way to pressure the carry, right? That's what we're looking for. Timber, most likely going mid. I can't imagine that being a matchup where Timber isn't just going to dominate. He should do really well in that lane. But then again, is there something better? I'm not sure if you said a hero that could be better against the SF, because it's just a tough lane. You might just throw the Timber there, say deal with it, and pick something to really punish this Ember in the mid lane. That is a possibility too.
Is there anything left?
Well, we saw the Huskar yesterday for punishing Ember in the mid lane, right?
Yeah, Huskar. Monkey King's still in the pool. A lot of the heroes that are good against Monkey King are already banned out, like Viper, Veno, Batrider. I think it's worth considering this Monkey King pick here. I don't generally like it that much anymore against Ember mid because there's so many options in the pool, but coincidentally, a lot of those are good against TA as well, and they've been banned already.
Oh, we forgot about the Brood.
Oh, that's a spider.
How does Beastcoast fare against Brood? Did they forget?
SF does not like this hero, at least once she hits level 6. You can free path over the cogs, I believe. I don't think you can cogs Brood. So that's
a good pick.
Yeah, that's a really nice pick.
I think the Timber should be completely fine mid. It should win that matchup, so I was thinking of an offlaner that could go well versus SF, and Broodmother seems pretty good to me. It's going to be very difficult. You do have Ember that in a lot of ways can deal with the spiders for some time. SF laning stage is okay, but later on the Clockwork Enchantress, they don't like playing versus this hero whatsoever.
They go for the Mars themselves. I thought they might even go for the Sacred Pangolier as a way to deal with the Broodmother spiders, but they needed a way to limit the Brood's pathing. I think the Mars is nice for that, but I also think Mars can potentially struggle against like TA traps at level 6 plus Timber. Like, I don't know if he's going to be able to really occupy that lane the way he wants. Suddenly, so they are doing Stinger Enchantress.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll put the Enchantress as the 4 position? Like, will they put him top?
Probably not. I think Sacred for the most time likes laning with Schofield.
Okay.
So they don't. A lot of teams can like shift up where they go, but for the most part, Beastcoast doesn't. However, they will move really early in the game. They use that twin gate a lot to gank the side lanes, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Any draft in particular your favorite, Jack?
I like Beastcoast. I think Aster's Brood, they were maybe thinking a little bit of the Liquid game yesterday, where Brood Zai just kind of took over half the map. I think they have issues. I feel like this draft's a little awkward. Like, I feel like they have a hard time starting good fights that they want. There's like this kind of critical component missing. I don't know. I feel like Beastcoast has a lot more play options, and I think that's where they are strong against Chinese teams in particular. I think they're going to want to put in a lot of pressure early on. I like Beastcoast draft here.
I think if Beastcoast had more flexibility with their supports and potentially even the core swapping lanes, I would have favored their draft a lot more. Like, I think they could have exploited Aster a lot better, potentially putting like SF mid and even like Ember safe, something like this. But I'm really liking Aster's draft for that reason. I don't think they're going to get punished enough.
Team Aster is going to slap Beastcoast this game.
Let's go. I agree.
This is not even close.
They're going to slap them.
We're too rooting for China here.
Didn't we also say that so far Beastcoast lose every game 1?
That's true.
Game 2?
Statistics don't lie.
It fits. It fits in the vein of things. So we'll see. I mean, Broodmother coming out as a almost close to overall last pick. I think maybe Beastcoast is maybe a little bit surprised by that. But we're going to find out, and Beastcoast is going to find out. We'll see if it's the hard way or if they were prepared all along as we're heading into game 1 of this 2-game series with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, Beastcoast versus Aster. Fog, what do you make of it? Do you think this Brood coming through as the last pick does sort of shake things up, a lot in favor of Aster? Or do you think Beastcoast were a bit prepared and they're ready to deal with the Brood this morning?
Right, the Mars can be a pretty okay solution. Clockwork Rockets, of course, to scout, but besides that, they don't really have the greatest ways to push the Brood out. If he does have a good lane, takes over, gets 6, he could occupy, do quite a bit of damage. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a little torn. I guess I just have a bit of belief in Beastcoast because of the way that they've been adapting to stuff. So I imagine they have some stuff up their sleeve and they might adapt again. I feel like they might actually just put Parker mid, and then they actually are going to do what Brian was talking about, where he was saying, I feel like they can take advantage better of this draft somehow if they switch things up again. I think they're going to do that. And they're doing it even more so by making the players play their normal heroes. So the thing is, Parker's playing the SF, and Mago's playing the Ember, but I think he's going to play safe lane.
Yeah, looks like they're setting up for that. I mean, in response, will Aster see this and then they themselves will also move some cores here?
They haven't shown themselves, though. You see the mid ward that Beastcoast placed, obviously it sees Sumail, so they immediately know that he's going to be going mid, and then they're trying to scout on Aster, but nobody showed themselves just yet either. So it's actually really good scouting, and If this is the way that Beastcoast sets it up, then I favor them. A little bit.
I mean, because when the lanes do show, can Aster adapt and like put the TA in the mid? Is that just not really going to work with Aster's heroes?
I don't think that they're going to be able to. I mean, they can, but I don't think they're going to do it. Like, I don't think they're going to notice it in time because this is just. They're probably like looking at Beastcoast and like, no way, Mago's playing mid. But now they're going to see him. So let's see if things do get a little weird.
Yeah, because now they can make the call.
Yeah, let's see if it does end up getting moved around here. Or if Sumeo's just confident. Let's see what goes down.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. Yeah, see how Sumel does on his Timber against an SF, against a Parker SF as well. I mean, Parker, you know, as a player, he's definitely been impressing and, you know, master tier on the SF. We can expect big things from him in this matchup. He's played a lot of this hero, and imagine over sort of the patches, a lot of it would have been in the mid lane.
And this can get to be, I feel like, this is probably the best solution, it feels like, to deal with an SF. Just keep those raises stacked. He got triple mangoes, so Sumel, he's going to get pushed off of this first wave at the least. I really like this concept. I think this is the dream here for Beastcoast, the way that they've set this one up. And I think it is going to cause some big problems, perhaps, for Aster.
Yes.
If these lanes are rough, if you look at the overall game plan from Aster, their team fight is a bit limited, and their catch and initiation also can be limited. So, yeah, I think Beastcoast is setting themselves up for absolute success.
Oh, Parker! Whoa, okay, he nearly was able to set up for the kill, but he doesn't want to push for it yet. But doing a very good job of keeping Sumel, and of course has managed to creeps easily on these first waves, so he's got the bottle already coming out to him. So this is, yeah, it's going to stay pretty tough for Sumel in this mid matchup early on.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this bottom lane's going to go. This is the one that I feel like can get quite scary for Dark Mago. Yes, he has an Enchantress behind him, but Techies and Brood dish out quite a lot of harassment, just constantly hitting you, throwing out this Silken Bola. I feel like he could die down here.
Now's the bit where it gets tricky for Sumel, because level 3 is going to be hit. Parker's going to have 2 points in the raises, bottles out, some mana to play with. He's also preparing to get more mangoes sent out if necessary. Bottom lane, Dark Mago getting a bit low. Will manage to get back under the tower.
I feel like he's constantly under kill threat. He has to literally like slight dodge the blast off and stuff like that, it feels like, in order to keep himself alive in this lane. There's no regen. They're out of tangos. So he's going to have a very slow recovery here. And we see Monet, he's actually having a really good time. So this actually could, I mean, this could cause problems for Beastcoast if Mago gets shut down so much. But we'll see what the effect of this actually happens. See how Parker goes in the mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, so far, you know, Sumel. He's in the live. No, he is not. He is gone. First blood for Aster, for Boca. Able to take him down. So I guess definitely some of the struggles when it comes to making this adaptation of wanting to have the SF mid, you know, having to play the safe lane Ember. It seemingly it's getting punished by this Techies and Brood.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, Mago, I'm going for the... I didn't think that he would go for Searing Chains in this lane, honestly. I thought he was just going to do the slight Flame Guard so he can at least tank the spells, but we'll see if he does adapt some time. But yeah, it's going to be a very slow start, slow recovery for him.
And honestly, mid it's going fine for Sumel. He's doing fine, he's playing on the edge, but Parker's not... You know, on these early levels, really, it's if you get the kill or not. If you don't get the kill as the SF, and you know, Tim is able to sit here and still soak up the creeps, only being about, what, 4 CS behind. Sumel's going to be happy with the outcome of this so far.
Yeah, but he is under a constant kill threat, right? So Sumel does have to just play very careful, because one misstep and he just dies, but looks like he's making... Okay, he's just venturing for that bounty run here. Okay, and Stinger, he's going to try to alleviate at least some pressure. He actually finds the Ogre creep, so gets some armor onto Dark Mago, and he can play the lane a little bit better. But yeah, 2 lanes going pretty poorly, actually, for Beastcoast. And mid, as you said, Sumel doing okay.
Yeah, there would be many Timber players that I'm sure would have died by now in this matchup, and that's just not been the case here. Sumel's been keeping it cool.
Yeah, died or overstepped their bounds, going for like a CS, and then got pushed back to base or something, but yeah. And he's going for the, of course, full nuke build. He's just going to have 2-2 for now, because Reactive Armor doesn't do anything in this matchup, so see what that actually ends up causing in this. But yeah, now he is getting full zone, so Parker is playing the lane really nicely now. And we'll see 4-minute power runes. What's it going to be? Schofield grabs one on the top.
We'll have that next power spike here. Parker, the level 3 raises. But at the same time, yeah, Sumel, as long as he's able to play safe with a Timber Chain, high chance that he can always break away from when the raises begin to stack up on him.
I think it's jungle time for Sumel.
Bottom lane, another kill for these two. Baboka, he's in on top of Stinger.
Nicely done.
They're getting a lot out of this. It's the power of the Techies, right? This hero that we're seeing so much. And Baboka, very comfortable on it, knows exactly when to go and can get the kills in this bottom lane.
I mean, Techies is such a busted heroes. Everybody kind of knows, of course, right now. The one thing he does have to watch out for, though, is Mars Arena and Cogs, because those are two things that you can actually just bonk him when he goes blast off and stuff like that. In mid game, of course, not right now. Is anything he has to worry about, but 2-0. And bottom, yeah, continues to be an excellent lane, and even top, yeah, Sacred is getting slowed down quite a bit. It is a double melee versus this double range. Schofield's trying his best to just be like this harassing kind of bot, but...
Bottom, Provoker's in again. It's going to set up for another. Stinger's gone. See Dark Margo trying to stand his ground, but Provoker's got the Fairy Fire. Flame Guard is up.
Sumail's here.
And indeed, with a rotation, Sumail cleans up the kill on Dark Margo.
I like that.
I mean, yeah, Baboka did his job. He doesn't mind going down there, and he was pretty much completely out of mana anyway, so he's happy to get a refuel. And Sumail coming in, getting that gold, getting that XP, very necessary, because of course the fact that he has sort of had to leave that mid lane completely now that those 3 points are there in the Razors, and he feels the threat is a bit too much for the SF. So good rotation.
Yeah, I love that. Why not? He's literally like jungling, so it's not really, it's never bad for him to do something like that, get himself a kill. He's almost 6, so they actually can post kill threat on this SF. If he's not careful, as soon as the Timber does have that, he gets connected with the stun. Parker will use his glyph aggressively. The catapult will drop. Power Ruin, Arcane top, they're already set up for it. Aster, more than ready. They know their side lanes have gone well enough. The TA can be left a bit alone, so they can easily check that 6-minute Power Ruin. And they have kill threat, as we were saying, so Parker has to be cautious. I don't think he has ward around the mid lane either, so could definitely go down if he gets caught. Okay, just get the ward.
He's got Schofield around as well, so if any attempts are made, Schofield can get in and drop the cogs. We have to push them back.
Schofield trying to get some wraparound here, but yeah, they have vision. Aster, nicely done. So not really having to react to the lanes, I guess. So yeah, just playing the bottom lane really nicely. As Broodmother, it's a hero that I feel like we're going to be starting to see a lot more.
No, absolutely. There's a lot of good Brood players here at this tournament.
Yeah, and the Echo build is actually insane. Once you have like points in the Insatiable Hunger, 2 hits back to back, you get full heal.
Yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
Very few heroes can kind of stand their ground and trade back with you.
Schofield, he's going to get the rune, but he'll die for it.
I mean, he will. See if Sumail's able to grab it. No, so he's going to go the way of success. Last touch on that, take down Schofield.
Hey, you know what? He'll take that.
I mean, 3 heroes were kind of hovering around looking for him. So, yeah, Wisdom Rune taken and space created.
Up lane.
I should have this here. I mean, that was the last leap for Peach. He's going to go for the TP out.
Nice.
Sacred. The spear is indeed there. And in fact, it was needed. Parker just cleaned up the kill with that final raise coming in.
Clever TP though. You know, he went right on the high ground and tries to go for it, but yeah, they have the spear.
Bottom lane, this pressure's just continuing. Dark Margo is yet to hit the 6, so he doesn't really have any safe way out of this. Sumail's down here again. Indeed, and even though he's obviously out the game quite a long time with all the sleight of fists, hitting all the spiders,
I think
he will still.
I think now it's like Mars has to go bottom if you want to, unless you want to just lose the tower, you shift Mars bottom and you put the Emperor Spirit top. We were saying in the early kind of beginning before everything kind of started, they don't have the best heroes to deal with these spiders, so it feels like he kind of has to go down there.
No, I think there's going to be
just sack it.
It's going to be a lot of pressure on Parker to see what he can do with this, right? He got given this mid lane, he gets this free farm, didn't get any kills in the matchup, but yeah, he got free farm. So SF from this point onwards, outside of the lane, we'll see what sort of impact he can have. I mean, how easy is it going to be, do you feel, for Parker to make these moves once he has sort of that first item or second item, or do you have to kind of play greedy from this mid SF and just kind of farm it up rather than looking to have any impact in these early fights?
I feel scary. There's quite a bit of heroes that just get on top of you, right? The Techies blast off the Brood with the spiders. You don't really deal with this too well. Same thing with the Timber just jumping on top of you. So I think Jim Park almost. I think Parker has to be a little bit careful. Right now with Haste Rune, he's safe, but probably has to wait at least for that Dragon Lance. But they do have good team fight if they do get together. Sacred, his ult, the Requiem, they have the combo, of course. But yeah, 2K lead for Aster off of these lanes.
I think they're going to be very happy with this.
Yeah, they own bottom so hard.
This is, I feel it's looking tough for Beastcoast.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Oh my god, it changes. Jesus. Almost dies in seconds. It's just difficult for Mago. It seems like he doesn't really know where to go at this point in the game. Playing around mid lane, but see if we can get a catch.
Sumail's here ready to help.
They've got a TA trap also. Schofield might die himself. Arrow will connect.
Sumail, he's in with the damage onto Schofield. Schofield's gone. Let's see if they can chase for P2. Dark Margo in with the Remnant and the Slider Fist. Will at least get that in return. He's still got a couple of Remnants to play with, so should easily be able to get away from Sumail. Sacred and Parker.
They want Sumail. Parker's hasted.
So they can catch him. And they've got the setup with the chains. And with 4 heroes, surely there's nothing Sumail could do. Completely surrounded, nowhere to run. As Beastcoast bring in the numbers and will take down Sumail for the first time this game.
Yeah, surprising. 10 minutes in, he's playing it really nicely. Regen will spawn top. Parker will be quite happy with that with his rotation. Getting himself some stuff. Stinger gonna get deleted. XXS. I feel like he's gonna take over this game.
And this spider's looking scary.
He's gonna eat people alive too. He's gonna eat the Shadow Fiend in seconds if he gets on top of him. And he has the opportunity to get on top of him. And I think Echo Saber's about to be done, and he already has 3 points in hunger. So he's really gonna rip these heroes to shreds when he gets on them.
Yeah, it definitely feels it's at a point of the game where Beastcoast, nobody really wants to do anything about the spider, but eventually they're going to have to.
Yep.
No, he's going to start coming towards them.
I'm shocked that they're sending Mago down there again. He's going to just get pushed out immediately from XXS. You got the slide, but then you got to pretty much jump right out afterwards.
There's not a whole lot to be done. I mean, who can go down there? He said, you want to sort of see the Mars swing over, Sacred get down there?
I thought that they were going to move him down there just to get the catch like once or twice, because this Broodmother is worth so much gold at this point. You know he's rich. He's on a 3-0 kill spree too, so you're going to get that bounty from it. Yeah, they're pinging it now, so it looks like they just wanted to smoke and rotate for it, but Aster's just farming. Everyone's getting so much out of the map here. Even Timber's farming some stacks that we saw Baboka setting up for him. See if they can get the catch.
Would be a nice one. Down to Sacred to get him in the arena.
Can he?
No, he's already aware of it. XXS, he's away. No chance for the arena catch.
He just walked away. And you know what's crazy? They got both Wisdom Runes on the side of Beastcoast. Both supports, level 4 and 5. Look at Baboka. He's actually the one who's 6. So they didn't even need the Wisdom Runes for these supports because how these lanes actually, the side lanes in particular, played out for Aster.
Yeah, this is, Parker's got farm, but Sacred and Dark Margo, they have got quite a way to recover.
Level 7 also on Dark Mago. Broodmother is 10.5. How's Monet doing? Same thing, 10.5, almost has a Deso. Feels like they can also, as soon as the Deso comes up for TA, they can perhaps just force a Roshan. But Beastcoast, they do have ways to be able to fight around it with their big team fights, so maybe Aster will just continue playing the farm game. I mean, they're getting the whole map, so they probably don't feel like they have to force too much of anything. They can just use the Broodmother to collapse on mid and then just keep farming with the Templar Assassin.
I mean, yeah, if things continue at this sort of kind of pace, it looks pretty grim for Beastcoast.
It sure does. It absolutely does. These supports are, the supports are just massive on it.
Yeah.
Too. Like, everything. The mech is going to come out probably from Baboka.
Let's see what Sacred can do.
Blitz online.
He's going to get the arena in. Managed to trap Sumail and Sacred. There's the Requiem combo. They'll kill off Sumail and they'll kill off XXS. Ooh, bit of a pause.
I think somebody disconnected, it looked like there.
I mean, did they?
What did he say?
He said nothing.
He said, okay, I thought he had muted or something.
Sorry.
Sorry. Well, godly connection.
I mean, that's the combo. Yeah, that's the combo. Arena and Requiem.
Yep, the bonk.
That'll do it. And 2 pretty big kills.
They
I mean,
catch
sure,
2 big ones.
Sumail's still recovering himself, but yeah, getting XXS's Brood, that's the one that matters. So a good fight. They still lose the tower mid.
They did.
But they need to be getting these kills. They need to be killing the spider.
Yeah, and you need to be getting Parker, it feels like, as big as possible. And who's the one who got the 2 kills? It was Parker.
Well, that's good. Okay, so all in on the SF, it really feels like is the way that this is going because, yeah, Dark Margo, he is quite far behind at this point.
That's big, though. If they get these kills, yeah, they lose the tower, but it's a pretty nice move. It depends on now what Aster wants to do, really, to take advantage. Cooldowns are down, right? So they're going to respawn in 30.
Check this replay again.
We'll see where they're going to look to go. And yeah, I mean, it's a perfect connection.
Yeah,
really.
Catching these 2, Requiem perfectly in from the side. I mean, at this stage of the game, those 2 ults pretty much on their own will cause many issues for most heroes in this video game.
Yeah, difficult for them to do anything inside of it, as we were mentioning before. The cogs, the arena, you can't blast off, you can't leap into it. You can't really pretty much do anything to assist the people that are caught inside of it. So I think they just didn't expect this Blink Dagger to come out. It is pretty early, to be quite fair, with how things did go down, right? Sacred, he did have a bit of a tough lane, and he's got this at a good time with FaZe and Soren.
I mean, Dark Margo's going to see if he can chase for more. He's got the chains on Baboka. Baboka is trying to get that final one onto Schofield. A few right clicks won't take Schofield down. It's Baboka. He'll fall, and Schofield, he'll live.
Alrighty. Back to just 1K. A huge hit there. Let's see what they do. As we said, now that they're going to be respawning, the ults are going to be on cooldown. Are they going to look to take advantage of that and pressure the map at all? Monet still, he's about to have his Deso, so maybe that could be a call that they go for the Roche, but actually they don't have time. It's going to be 75 seconds. Maybe not the easiest still at this point, even if they do have Deso finished.
Dire are scanning.
It looks like they'll just farm.
Dark Margot will start to be catching up a bit now. He's got the Maelstrom done. I'll speed his farm up. See what we get build-wise from XXS. He's going just for the BKB next after the Echo.
Don't blame him.
I mean, with that, yeah, he'll feel pretty unkillable. Yeah. At that point, the ults will not threaten him.
This almost feels like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it could just be a next item triple BKB for the course for Aster. That's how you kind of just counter that big team fight, that explosive thing that happens. You all go magic immune,
I mean,
SF
I don't know.
get countered.
Well, Smell won't want to buy
He
BKB,
probably won't
will
even do. He probably would just go Kaya San Dragon or
yeah.
something like that. But I could see a world where he does it.
They'll put a stop to that TP. Sacred's in again with a spear. And a couple of leaves. He's got one more here, Pichu, but that was the last. And Sacred, a few right clicks will seal the deal.
Alrighty. Wisdom Rune was taken though, right? Yeah, so Mirana was at least able to deny that one away this time around. More important Wisdom Rune, I would say, is this 14-minute winner at this point now. Shield Rune on Parker. And yeah, it seems like Aster, it's like, okay, yeah, well, that fight didn't go well. Are we going to try to do anything to take advantage of cooldown? Nah, let's just split up, farm, continue until we do have those BKBs. And that's probably going to be the call to force a big issue of either Roche or maybe a next team fight, I would say. At least on one of the cores. One of those two BKBs in particular. Yeah, Beastcoast striking back.
Yeah, continuing to stabilize.
Yep.
That play around the mid, all important, and now time to maybe look for another one.
Absolutely. They've got smokes. How many do they actually have? They have 2 smokes at the ready. Yeah, they've got everything up, and they've got a shield rune and a manta now finished up on Parker, so he's strong.
If they can keep doing this, if they keep getting the kills with this combo,
yeah,
they will definitely keep that gap closed between them and Aster.
Yeah, and Mago, like you said, he is absolutely recovering.
Yeah, he will with his Maelstrom. Yeah, with time passing, he's going to start getting back up there in the farm. They're setting up around this bottom tier 1 tower. Sacred and Parker behind it.
Yeah, look at how aggressive Parker's being with Schofield. I mean, Schofield just walks under the tower.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've given up on the smoke play here because they've all stepped too close to tower. So not looking for kills, they've just settled for the tier 1 tower push.
Yeah, and it looks like the call from Aster is, yeah, BKBs needed. Don't want to fight this big team fight without them.
Yeah, if Aster can live through this team fight combo, it's likely they'll get back to the position, or at least to the amount of lead that they were starting to build earlier. Right? If they don't die to these sort of coordinated movements from Beastcoast, then Beastcoast is going to struggle as a whole to keep up in farm with Aster's 3 cores. Beastcoast, they need the kills.
Does definitely seem like it. And the kills, like you said, they're getting tankier. So BKB's mech now is on for Boboka too. Definitely going to see all these auras be coming out for the Stekkies. As push commencing mid, still has shield rune, also has a DRE rune. So getting rune control pretty important actually too for Parker. Allows him to be that much stronger in these team fights. He's going to hit like a truck with this DD rune if they do look to pick a fight around it. So there's the first BKB for Aster.
As long as he's quick with that, should be unkillable at this stage. XXS
can still get, like, yeah, there's still combos. Like
if they get the opening done.
If they get the opening with the hook shot, there's still.
But if he can press it, he'll live.
But Schofield on the hunt. They've found Boboka.
Use the moonlight to try and get him out. The chains are there. Dust as well. And Boboka pushed back by the cogs. They will manage to turn and take out Schofield. And Boboka is actually still able to get the blast off before he dies. Not enough to kill Dark Margot though. Dark Margot will survive, or then just this trade between supports.
Only just though, jeez. Dropping very low. Monet's damage showing up with that. Deso does get some stacks.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, will he get the BKB before the blink, or do you think he'll just, like, can he afford to just get the blink first this one again? Like, how safe do you think he's going to feel that he needs?
I think he might go for the blink.
Yeah.
It feels like it.
He can get away with it at this point.
Probably just because he can delete some of these heroes really easy with so much damage right now, but let's see what the choice is. Yeah,
he'll still get blink first.
Yeah, it feels nice, because also, if he does get, like, blink arena, he has an option, right? He has a quick movement where he can get a blink if he does see it coming, so.
Absolutely.
What neutral items do we have coming out? 17 minutes. Parker will get blessed. Growbow has been acquired. Stinger also gets himself a Growbow, and the Enchantress can never really remove that out of factor. Oh, did you see what Stinger actually bought this game? I didn't notice it. He bought the shard. So they actually they have a thing to deal with the Brood, maybe. I wonder if it's going to catch XXS off guard.
Because you don't see this being done, right?
No, I never
This is probably the earliest shard purchase on an Enchantress ever.
This is probably the only purchase of an Enchantress shard ever.
Yeah.
Usually they just get it from Tormentors.
Yeah, you don't buy this normally.
That is really
against the
curious.
Brood.
Let's see if it works. In theory, on paper, it sounds kind of okay, but I feel like it sounds kind of weird. I don't know.
It's a big, I mean, you're going to catch all the spiders, right? It's a huge radius.
Yeah.
6 seconds, which the spiders are turning against whoever, and getting that boosted attack speed, it's going to hurt.
You also can have 2 creeps, right? So they could use 2 creeps to pressure on the map too, because that's also what the shard gives you. You have enchant, you control 2 of those summons. So okay, kind of cool. Support's being traded again. Looks like it's, 10 to 10. Baboka and Schofield trading lives consistently. Even stuff bottom.
Let's see if we can get the jump on Monet. The opening with the spear.
Trapped.
There's no one's able to connect to him in time. He's gone. Yeah, getting a little too confident there. I think he kind of getting carried away with how easily he was killing the supports. He wanted to push on his own. But quickly put to a stop there by Dark Margot and Sacred.
Sacred is putting in, after the laning phase being a bit rough, he is putting in, like, honestly, God's work. He's 2-0 and 5. I love his itemization he's going for, too. He's got the halberd already done versus this TA. Honestly, this is starting to look quite a lot better now.
No, it is, yeah. Beastcoast, they've really dealt with kind of that sort of part of the game where you leave the other game, leaving the laning stage. Sure, they lost kind of the tier 1 mid early, but it was a good hold around that area. Now finding opportunities. Catching Monet like that's a big kill.
Look at
Monet. He's been free farming the whole game.
Yep.
That's the first time he dies. Just a bit of a slip up on his part, and Beastcoast, they're very quick at punishing that.
Mago, who is having probably one of the rougher lanes you could imagine for an Ember Spirit, he is completely caught back up. He's only 1,200 behind the TA. Kaya Sanj, like, he's pretty damn big now, level 14 as well. At one point in the game, right, he was 2 or 3 levels behind. 3 levels behind the TA. He's only like 1 level behind now.
Now Schofield. Well, he's got his Ghost Scepter, so no longer an easy kill for XXS to go for. Goodbye Spiders, as Sacred cleans them up with an easy rebuke.
And I like the next choice. I like every item that they've queued up. Shard and then straight BKB. If Sacred goes for this, looks excellent. I think the Shard is perfect.
Yeah, I love Shard on Mars.
Yeah, it's so good.
Nice. Getting those double spears.
They buffed it too. It's 5 more DPS on.
That's nice. It's nice.
Parker, be careful. Don't do it.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's fine. He's got Sacred and Stinger to finish it off.
And Schofield will be the one to get his Shard.
Yeah, Roshan.
Yeah, it's
this is what, of course, Aster can still clean up really easily with the TA.
But they have rockets, so you can't just straight go for it.
Yeah, that's true. You're not going to be able to sneak it.
Yep. I actually think like this Beastcoast is starting to actually pull ahead here. And the itemization, yeah, Schofield, he's got his Urn, now he's got Ghost Scepter to deal with that hard physical damage from both the Brood as well as that TA. So starting to get some big stuff.
Yeah, Aster, I think they came out of the laning phase, better than maybe Beastcoast anticipated Aster would be able to do so against them. But beyond that, the team play from Beastcoast has been a bit more coordinated. Aster, they will catch Schofield down bottom, but definitely feels like things are actually playing into the hands of Beastcoast right now.
I think what I'd mentioned from like the early game, where Aster does have limited ways to start fights and limited ways to catch these heroes. Arrow, and I think they were talking about a panel. It's like, no, you go first. Which one of these wants to start the initiation first? They're waiting on something to get a catch. Atos is finished now, so now the Mirana we saw, they can set up on Schofield. They can set up on heroes that are isolated. And now with that clock death, that's actually one of the better kills here because it allows them to just go straight into Roche with no rockets.
Get the Sages, no problem.
Rocket, not going to be able to get the last hit.
See what they want to try and push for with this Aegis now on one. Just a recipe away as well from having his BKB.
They're still strong. Yeah, BKB timing is going to be really big for Monet to be able to deal with this team fight. But then again, I'm still just looking at Parker. He is going to be hitting really
He's getting big. Yeah, he's kind of got past that point. You get these early stats, the safety of the Dragon Lance, the Manta. Now you've managed to afford that. Yeah, that big DPS hook shot actually off the mark there. It was a close one. Slides between the Spiders. Won't allow them to connect on XXS.
could more than likely be a kill.
Hook
Hook
shot,
spot,
spear,
cogs,
yeah.
spear, etc. Yeah, that would probably be a kill.
You're easily chain stunning the spider off the back of a hook shot.
Looks like they're still just gonna go for a smoke to try to punish. I think Aster. I think they maybe are recognizing that Aster's like, hey, Aster's trying to finish that BKB for Monet, and they're trying to punish it. So Sumail is showing himself pretty
If
deep.
they want to drop the arena for Sumail, it's not going to be a bad deal. They might not even need to. Just the spear into the wall and with the straight up damage from Parker.
And look,
it's an easy kill.
And Sumail did go for the BKB we were talking about, but he just doesn't get it off there. Quick hit. They might even find another one here, the Mirana. Another great spear. A Sacred on point.
Yeah. Gets the sort of pushback as well with the cogs, and there's the big hits coming in. Parker with a 632 crit.
Honestly, yeah, Sacred MVP for me, for sure.
It's just that the team plays right now just feeling much more tight from Beastcoast.
It is easier for them when they have this type of natural initiation. Even though, yeah, after they do have that Atos we were talking about, it's still, yeah, a little bit weird as Maboka. He chased out, another kill.
There's no way out for him here, other than imminent death. Parker, he'll take that one.
He's like, screw you, Dark Mago. It's a scary SF level 18.
It is, yeah. BKB's now done on Monet, but getting into the territory where if the refraction's gone, you're going to get shredded by these right clicks from Parker. Yep. It's going to continue to look to build to tank up. Happy with just the damage that the Silver Edge offers. Wants to get a Satanic next. So here can Sanders go. What we got? Check out.
Mago almost has Aghanims.
I mean, he's been involved in a few kills. Considering how slow of a start he had in that laning stage. Really closing the gap.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw this the other day, right, where Dark Mago popped off on his Ember. I think also that game he didn't have the fastest of starts, but yeah, he really ramps up on this hero.
Yep, Monet, BKB's done. So Aster looking for their timing here to hit. Schofield has Ghost Scepter, but yeah, very dead. They want to get more. They're going to keep probably chasing here with their triple BKBs. See if the initiation, how Beastcoast is going to set up for it. They have a DD on Dark Mago as well, too. I mean, eyes on Sacred.
Yeah.
And eyes on the BKBs.
They've got the Halberd done now on Sumail, so they have a bit of an answer for Parker. They're TPing in to defend this one.
Kind of messed up there.
XXS is going to try a little more Sacred. They get the arena down. The Requiem as well. He's going to push back XXS. He's gone. He did not get his BKB off.
He did not.
I thought he had a chance to at the start, but it just didn't come out that fight. And XXS is dead.
Did he not see the SF?
I don't
mean,
think
right?
I don't think he saw the Requiem.
Oh,
Yeah, the Requiem was coming from Invis, to be fair. But yeah, caught out there, and no chance to put the BKB. That's gonna kill him off.
And it was an awkward start too for Sacred in particular, right? Like he kind of just got initiated on himself, whiffed his spear, whiffed his rebuke at the start there. So Aster gonna lose a hero, and Beastcoast probably super happy with this because that was the Aegis. Like,
That was their Aegis push, yeah.
It's one of the BKBs being popped too, so.
Yep, they're keeping the tier 2 alive, and now they've set up around this area, and Aster are down a member. It's kind of tricky to stick around. Aster, they're still hovering around here. Beastcoast may look to go again. Yeah, Ixos set up in the arrow. Schofield was able to get the Ghost Scepter off, so Monet not being able to have any sort of chance to beat into him with right clicks. Yeah, Beastcoast, they're slowing down this push.
Yeah, really good hold. Wow. I was like, oh god, Sacred, no! After we were just talking about him so much, they make a bit of a mess up there, but either way, it didn't even matter. And now the Aghanims, it is done for Mago. So, yeah, again, continue to just get larger and larger. Parker, he's about to hit 20, so the infamous damage talent, of course, there, plus 60 there, going to be coming out for him too, and he's already hitting so hard, as we saw in that last fight.
Big damage. And
he almost hit Satanic.
He has, right, he has picked up, he just needs this Reaver that's a few hundred gold off. Yeah, you're not bursting down this SF. If he can put Manta quick dispel, turn with the Satanic, stand his ground, he's going to have one of these heroes to easily hit and get the lifesteal.
It's still super close though. It's going to be a lot down to the initiations, a lot down to how the BKBs get popped in it, and if they can actually bring down this SF.
It is. Yeah.
If getting enabled.
If this SF lives after kind of the jump from Aster, then likely the fights are going to always go the way of Beastcoast for them. They get the pushback on a Monet.
Sacred.
Still 10 seconds left on his Aegis. Sacred's getting focused by Maboka, but he's pretty tanky. He's going to be tanky enough to live with his Aegis. Oh! You know, they managed to take, he'll manage to fall before it expires. So we'll be back for round 2. Arena's down. Indeed, a Requiem on the respawn of Monet puts the BKB, but it won't save him against the right clicks of Parker. Monet's gone. XXS to fall as well. It's another fantastic hold here from Beastcoast. As Aster getting pushed back onto the solo tree there as well, perfectly angled up. Sumail will get the BKB off, but the physical damage is sure to be there. He did get the disarm off onto Parker. It won't save him. As Sumail gone all 3 cores, dead on Aster.
What a fight.
It's just this team play. Beastcoast, as a team, they're just playing much better.
Yep. Parker and honestly, Parker's like, I mean, you have to give Mago credit because of how he's recovered and stuff like that. But it's honestly been mostly Sacred as well as Parker. That Requiem, I think, is perfectly timed. It catches him. I think the Fear literally clipped him as he's respawning from Aegis. Doesn't get BKB off. Dies in 2-3 hits. Gets doesn't matter.
Honestly surprised he got the chance to get the BKB off when he did because of how perfectly they got that opening onto him.
Now they have a pretty big advantage here on the side of Beastcoast. This is a huge SF. Watch out for mines, guys.
Oh, there's a gem. Baboka, he's going to drop it. Gem on the floor. Yeah, they did. They did. That gem is going to go over to them. Beastcoast, they get 3 cores, they get a support, they take their gem, they take their tier 2. This lead, it's blown up now. 7K lead now.
And now the itemization also is coming to enable Parker even more. Look at Stinger. He's got a solar crest too. This SF is a tank. 3K HP, look at that armor, 34 as well. How do they actually kill him now? Even now, focus firing him, getting the initiation on him, probably won't kill him. They're starting to run out of damage, it feels like, on Aster after these last 2-3 fights go heavily in the way of Beastcoast's favor.
Yeah, I mean, whether they go on Parker or they go on Sacred, yeah, either of these 2 cores just don't really die right now.
And Sacred has Beacon. Now, he didn't have it those last 2 fights when he got initiated on him. He survived and got some belts.
And he'll always be able to press it, right? Unless you get some crazy long-range arrow, you're not going to have the stuns on Aster to stop these BKBs from being pressed.
Until they have Hex, which is, I believe, the next item that Execration is going to be going for. But yeah, not going to be easy as they're all getting tankier and tankier. Defiance Shell now also for Sacred, so nice little armor to deal with that physical damage. Beastcoast.
Yeah, they had a tough start. We saw how kind of rough both the side lanes were going. You know, mid, Parker had the free farm, but wasn't killing Samel. And completely rectifying that sort of beginning, which, as I said, I feel Aster would have been feeling confident coming out of that laning stage. But when it comes to sort of the 5-on-5s and any sort of team fight, the lackings of Aster's lineup have certainly been showing, and now they're in a position where they're losing their top racks.
I mean, they do not have the team fight at all in comparison to pretty much like ever, really, versus Beastcoast. They have network advantage to go for that here.
I mean, yeah, because who's going in first, as you say? Who's starting the defense?
Not easy. It's got to be Sumail, but he is absolutely killable, as we've seen there. He will get burst. Rack's gone.
Yeah, they barely tickled Parker. He's able to heal back up to pretty much full with the Satanic.
And he's got a whole Scotty now, too. It's about to be...
Wait, on top of the Satanic?
Yeah,
oh, my goodness. Yeah, these arms are just flying out.
And he's playing versus, of course, it's a TA. So playing versus that ranged hero is phenomenal. Playing versus the Timber as well. Look at his health. How much? I mean, 3,600 HP, Titan Sliver. They're going to keep going.
I mean, there's really not a lot that can stop them right now with this sort of lead Beastcoast have.
Mago's in now, too.
They managed to get the jump on a Monet.
That's cool.
Monet will put the BKB. But he's trapped in this corner. He's going to hide with the mail, but they see him. He's gone. No buyback either. Monet out for 80 seconds.
Sacred, Sacred, Sacred. Constantly on the hunt. Getting these connections. That one more Dark Mago. Yeah, I'm still just looking at this. This Mars, I feel like a lot of times we just have such underperforming kind of Mars things. And this time, yeah, Sacred just every single time. 4-0-10. Pretty flawless performance from this mid and off lane, after laning phase in particular. Bottom Mago. Can't get the kill.
Well look to chase. She was able to make it out. Yeah, Beastcoast, yeah, they could prepare themselves just going high ground again. They've already taken all of the tier 2s.
They might not feel forced to, though. They're probably just thinking, like, they're never going to win a team fight versus us. We just need to wait for the next Roche and then go for it. I don't see a realm where Aster can take a fight around Roshan. The Rocket?
Gives it an attempt, though. But indeed not quite connecting in time. How are we doing on the Roche here? Yeah, 1 minute, it's just 8.
How many healing lotuses are up? Looks like he just picked up 5 of them. They can get a greater healing lotus if they'd like to have one also for the fight. And a full Gleipnir now also for Mago. I mean, the items, as you said, just keep coming.
They're massive, yeah.
They're just going to wait for Roche.
Yeah, there's just no one with comparable farm to Parker right now. No. There's the Hex, so maybe that bit of a chance of catching them off guard with that opening. But even if you get the Hex off onto someone like Parker, you know, finding the damage to get through the 3,800 HP, it's unlikely.
I look at all 3 cores. If you check at their HP, 3,800 SF with 31 armor. Yeah, Mars, 17, 18, etc., something like that with 3k HP. Same thing for the Ember. Yeah, they'll likely will survive. And they're going to get solar crested. But Aster, I mean, this is a movement that they kind of have to do. If they give this rush, they know that the game is going to just be impossible. Trying to get some information.
Schofield.
Nice force stuff.
Dodge the combo, and yeah, the rest of Beastcoast are coming across. They know if Aster feel forced to take this fight, Beastcoast will be very ready to set up and turn it back in their favor.
The Rockets just keep scouting everything.
And team fights is not something that Aster can start easily.
Schofield's in.
He's really going to start to kind of just get some sort of reaction, see what's going on. Sacred, he's going to look for the jump on XXS, put the BKB.
Oh my god, the damage.
Has to run away from Parker. Too much damage coming out from this SF as the Pichu Marana gets stuck in the arena. Parker finishes him off. Dark Margo jumps into the trees, catches XXS. They're just having a run here, Aster. There's no fight for them to take. Samael on the retreat with the BKB. But indeed, the stun connect onto Monet. Samael's gone. Monet to full as well. They're out of options. GG, it's called Beastcoast. Fantastic play here in this game. Not the best of starts from the lanes, but that point onwards, the recovery was made, and then it was just, it was never back in Aster's favor.
Hey,
Beastcoast crushed him.
Felt like when Sacred got his blink, almost every, they won every fight. Like every single one, he got every single connection. The bottom one, I think, was a little one that was awkward when he got initiated on, but either way, it went fine for them. They got the insta-kill on the Broodmother because he didn't get the BKB off. Yeah, this was a phenomenal game from Beastcoast, really playing to their strengths and playing around timings, and I have to highlight this Mars so much.
Yeah, the Sacred Mars, yeah.
He was killer. Him and Parker were absolutely clutch. Mago, it's a tough lane for him, but
came back into it.
So, yeah.
He really did. He really did. He had a slow start. I think one of the reasons why you got to watch out for the Dark Margo Ember, especially now that we're seeing this versatility, that he is happy to sort of switch things around, and if they have this sort of SF situation, put the Ember in the safe lane. And sure, tough start, but he recovers and still has a very good impact.
And I think this is so cool about the growth of Beastcoast is, yes, now not having Hector and stuff like that, I feel like you would never see this happen. When would Hector have gone mid and stuff like that and switched? I'm really liking what I'm seeing.
Nice. Yeah, Parker definitely seems to be offering a lot for their versatility, and as we saw here in this game, it completely crushed Aster from sort of that mid-game onwards. So very impressive stuff from Beastcoast as they'll take this first game against Aster.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. And yes, that was Beastcoast taking in one. Very unconventional. So far, they've lost every game one of the series, but they managed to do it here. I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and BSJ. And BSJ, we were kind of leaning the way of Aster, but you said maybe if they switch the lanes around, things would be looking good.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult nowadays to make that swap. There's a lot of nuance in the mid lane that's different than the safe lane, so both ways. Dark Mago, he definitely struggled in the laning phase a bit. Kind of Brood, kind of got thrown to the wolves, but they got carried by Parker that game, to be honest. Like, I know all the other people enabled him to do so with their team fight execution and overall utility, but that was the Parker show through and through.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that almost fully here. I saw these two lineups, I'm like, Aster, they're going to slap him in this one, but that was assuming Sumel had a game. And Sumel didn't get a game. We talked about it with Marana as well, like, who's the Marana going to play with? Who's the tech he's going to play with? Aster drafted purely to win their lanes and snowball this game, and just that one little switch of putting this SF mid and shutting down the Timbersaw made all the difference in the world. Now SF got incredibly fat, and then once you get this Blink Dagger online, you're going all over the map with this Mars, and you're getting kills with your SF, and all of a sudden Ember can join and make some plays too. And Aster, you can't make any plays with this lineup. You've got a TA in one lane, you got a Broodmother and a Timbersaw. None of these heroes particularly work well together to get kills across the map.
It's interesting that Sumail is a part of this Aster team that drafted to win lanes, because that's what we used to say about the old EG, right? A lot of those teams would draft to crush you in lane. In this situation, I'd say other than the lane that wasn't supposed to go well mid, they did pretty well if you look at the networks early on. But there just comes a point in this game where if they don't have a big enough lead, if they have no way of tightening the noose on the map, it's hard for them to start any kind of fight that they really want. You can see later on, this is where the game started to stall for them near that tier 2 bottom. They could not get a fight that they wanted. And at some point, it's so awkward. Like, your initiation is your Brood running in with like a harpoon or something. There's so much counter initiation, combo team fight on the side of Beastcoast, and the game just became harder and harder and more awkward.
Do we just think that Aster was not expecting that Beastcoast could swap the lanes around like that? Because, I mean, on hindsight especially, and I would imagine, I mean, if, no offense, Brian, but if you came to the conclusion that with lane swapping they do better, I'm sure that Aster would have also considered that, but did they just like think that they wouldn't do that?
What are you trying to say, Shiva? I get what you're going. No, absolutely. I think that's something that they probably knew immediately going into the draft on Beastcoast. Like, they probably theory crafted this as like, they're going to move the Timber Saw to mid because we picked Clock SF. Like, this specific combo makes it very difficult for Timber to lane. And then the question at that point is like, at what point did Aster know that they did that? And I don't think they did. Like, I don't think they thought, like, they even saw Dark Mago pick Ember and they saw Parker pick SF. I think they were as surprised as we were when the lane, like, the heroes showed up in the lanes respectively.
I'm actually surprised that Sacred never died.
That's also
4-0-13. That's very impressive. Monet also having a rough time here on the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, he didn't have the greatest game, but he wasn't set up for success either. His other cores are Broodmother and Timbersaw. Normally, when you play carry, you want to be in a situation that Parker was in this game, where you have stuns, you have your team buying auras for you, you feel like a strong carry in that position, but nobody could help Monet in this game. Like, it was like every man for himself, pretty much, and that's not really the best way to play the game if you're playing a hard carry like TA.
Yep, we're going to find out what's going to happen, of course, in the second game of the series. We'll see if Aster can tie the series or if Beastcoast can get their first 2-0 on the board. We'll be right back with more Dota 2.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya, kelar. Wih. Nah, ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
random chance to have it. The golden cap. Does anyone knows? That's why you have to type Capri. You have to see it happen.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Good morning, welcome back to the Bali Major, where we make sure that our players are comfortable, thanks to DX Racer, our wonderful sponsor. Continues here. It's the group stages that you're watching and the chair that you're watching. You should see the back, actually. That looks amazing as well. Probably even better than the front. We're going to find out if Aster and Beastcoast, what's going to happen in the series, because so far Beastcoast took game 1, which was unusual for them, as they have not yet been able to take a game 1 of a series. Can they take their first 2? Oh, it's all up to Aster, who of course is trying to get a point out of this one as well. Both teams before the series were tied, 1-4-4, 1-3-3 in terms of scores, and tie is nice, but you want to be, edging to the top half of the group. It's Group A that they're in, and I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and Brian as we're getting ready to hop into the draft of game number 2. Jack, going into the second game, what would you like to see change coming out of Aster?
I feel like their draft needs to have a bit more synergy. Again, I still have to they have to figure out what they're going to do with Sumail to enable it. I think this last game we were talking about in between, you have this Brood, but you have these kind of weird core synergies, and you look at the itemization on the Brood, right? He goes for the treads, the harpoon. He's kind of playing for himself. There's not the auras, not the disable. And I think that that's something that this team has had issues with for a while. There's been not the best synergy, a bit of discord between the offlane and the mid. I think that's something that they have to address instead of just continuing to swap mid players. That's more of a core issue of how they want to play.
Yeah, whenever I've watched Liquid and Gaimin specifically, I always try to refer to the teams that are having the most success. I see the cores on all 3 roles consistently itemizing to sure up the draft, sew up the holes in the draft and make sure that at 30-40 minutes they don't have any explicit weaknesses. And I really just didn't feel like XXS did that for Aster at all last game. We could see in this draft at the very start, Jack's analysis was how do they start fights? What are their stuns? What's their initiation? They have Mirana techies, but who goes first? And that was XSS's job, just because there's nobody else that's going to do it. So if he did a similar build to what Zai did yesterday, where it was pipe into Hex Nullifier, but in this game maybe go for armor items since it's a lot more physical damage coming out from Beastcoast. It's just stuff like that I think that's why Aster's having such an issue transitioning.
Yeah, maybe also the Brood pick itself doesn't inherently do the things that both of you say, Fear. Is it then a pick problem? A draft problem?
They could have made the draft work. I think they did get caught by surprise with the SF going mid for sure, but they put themselves in a situation with a very narrow win condition. They had to win all 3 of their lanes, snowball the game with a draft that had very little stuns, and to add to Brian's point as well, even the Mirana has to build an Atos for the initiation. Can't really build any more auras. So they have no support items to help Monet carry the game. We see all the top teams, they start stacking auras, they build stuns, or they have stuns rather in the heroes, or they build items that can help their carries, and they just didn't happen in this game. Monet is not set up for success here, and if you lose your lanes, you got no support items, you're going to lose the game. So I think they just got caught by surprise. They wanted to win the laning stage and just straight out win this game by outplaying them, I suppose, but it didn't work.
It did not work. I want to highlight, we had a draft that opened with a Shadow Fiend Clockwork. Brian, that rarely happens. I believe this must be a first for this major as well. And it worked out, of course, with the flex potential where, yes, Parker still played the Shadow Fiend, but at least he went mid rather than playing it on a safe lane, which is what, I mean, maybe also Aster was expecting to happen here. But that kind of means that they've got stuff, you know, prepared that they haven't shown yet. Are you expecting more of the same coming into game 2, or do you feel like they're just going to go something different altogether?
I wouldn't be surprised if, depending on who's first pick, second pick, I wouldn't be surprised if Aster mixes up like who they prioritize as like the #1 hero now. Because I think Beastcoast, like, they definitely sat up last night thinking, okay, what does Aster prioritize? What can we specifically do against this team? This is like a very LGD-esque approach. Like, we're just going to counter what the opponent is likely going to bring onto the table. Really, also similar to Liquid yesterday, where they're saying, we're going to give you Morphling, we're going to give you your comfort heroes, and we're going to have this experimental first-time opening of the entire tournament type of draft. I love when teams do this, so it's very, very entertaining for me.
Entertaining for sure. We got the draft in front of us. We got Aster once again with first pick, but this time they're on Radiant. And let's see, Undying Medusa still banned, Batrider Morph still banned, so that's exactly the same. We'll see what Beastcoast go for here.
And this really just shows that Aster thinks this was a draft problem at some point or a play problem. They're going to change their draft on either maybe the second pick or second phase, or they just think they played badly. And Beastcoast, they just won with this. Why not do it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think draft-wise, Aster, I mean, there are some positives to take away. I think you might conclude as Aster that the draft only really started to go sideways near the end, maybe with the Mirana Brood, and like you didn't have like a natural partner for the Mirana, right? So you can think we can change that up. Also, like, I think if you're Beastcoast, you got away with it that game, but you might not be happy, as you guys have mentioned, like watching the game, you might not be happy with that kind of swap. Like, players are so specialized and so skilled now that when you just put them in a completely different lane from like mid to side lane, it's a big adjustment. Yeah. And then also for Ember Spirit, you got away with it that game, but do you really want your Ember to be just like gimped on levels and like in a really tough lane where it feels like he can't do Ember things for most of the game? It depends on other heroes carrying him. I'm not sure if that's something that you want.
Right, and I think Parker also overperformed as well. I saw him do this before, where he played TA versus an Invoker mid, and it didn't go well for him. But the one constant has been Dark Mago on the side lane has not been impressive for me in any of these games. He spent many, many hours, one of the best mid players out there, but he hasn't put in the work on the side lanes here. And Parker, I think it's a coin flip if he goes mid, if he's going to win or not. Last game, it worked wonderfully, but can they do it again? Maybe Sumel thinks that's not the case. Maybe he misplayed the matchup a little bit.
I would like to take note that Aster has infinitely more stuns in the first 2 picks than they did last in the entire draft.
Adjustment has been made.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Is like right now, if Aster is able to transition like even a even laning stage into playmaking potential, I don't think that last game looks remotely similar to what it did. So that Lion's going to give them the first hero that they severely lacked last game.
Yeah, I look at that Beastcoast win from last game, not to like downplay it or anything, but I think it really was one of those games where Aster just got like completely surprised at what was happening there. They had a really narrow idea of how they're going to win this game, and it wasn't just like, oh, we outplayed you in every aspect. I think they kind of got outplayed in the draft, and not even just the draft, just the decisions to where to put their heroes in the laning stage. And I don't think that can happen twice. Or it shouldn't, at least.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, first game of the day problems sometimes.
Yeah. We still have the techies being banned here, as that was, of course, the hero that Aster followed up on the Timber with previous game. So still removing it from the pool. Templar Assassin also removed by Aster themselves. We mentioned that indeed as a Beastcoast hero earlier on already. Beastcoast previously banned out the Pugna. Do you need to ban out the Pugna if you're banning out Storm?
I honestly don't think you do.
No.
Need to. Maybe the fact that they had like Timber Techies last game, like neither of these heroes really wants to stop and hit the Pugna ward. That might have been a strong consideration for them, and it probably matters again this game. But yeah, Pugna, strong hero, but it's rocking a 50% win rate. So it's getting picked, it's getting highly prioritized, but by no means is it like uncounterable, not able to deal with it.
Yeah. I'm really not enjoying that TA ban though. I don't see why Aster has to ban TA when they already have SF. They're the type of team that they've shown a couple times now that Parker, he's the SF player. He's the TA player. Whether it goes mid, side lane, doesn't really matter. They'll make an adjustment here. If this feels like a wasted ban to me that you could have used on a more important Dark Mago hero.
In the
what? Oh, sorry.
For Dark Mago? I mean, his Ember was a fine ban. You can ban his Tiny and Kunkka for all I care. Just something that he's good at. TA, there was like a 0% chance they're going to pick this.
In the previous game, obviously the Enchantress Ember were the ones that Beastcoast picked in this phase, so they're banned now. In the previous game, Aster went the route of banning out Sky, Darkseer, and Venomancer.
That was specifically the Venomancer Darkseer, I think, was to allow them to take TA. So
okay.
I think Aster, going on Fierce point here, might be overthinking this TA. Like, they might feel like Beastcoast is just one of the best TA teams in the world, and they either have to pick or ban this hero, regardless of how Beastcoast open. And I agree with you. Like, maybe this is something you only know because you've played with these guys a lot in pubs, and maybe they don't have as much history on the players as you do. That could just be the simple answer. They go for the co-op. I think this is...
Sumail knows Dark Mago. There's no way he does.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking too. So
he's like pre-picking for the,
I mean, then they pick Quap here, and now, speaking of that Kunkka, a hero he really enjoys, now that's in the pool here, where he would have never picked TA to counter a Quap. It's just a little weird, but might not matter at the end of the day. We'll have to see. What other Dark Mago heroes does he enjoy versus Queen of Pain? I really just think Kunkka's the hero he enjoys the most here, but he has ran it once this tournament already and did lose that game, so maybe dissuaded slightly by that.
I'll run it back.
Run it back, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are saying he's seems like a... Yep, there it is.
Fits their lineup really well, too.
The Magoober hero.
Yep. I mean, that should have been a ban instead of TA, in my opinion. I'll just... Maybe it won't make the difference, but maybe it will.
Yeah, it really could. I think that type of thing when you're dealing with a player who's pretty predictable, the fact that we can just call one out of like 100 heroes, just knowing that he wants to play that, kind of an oversight.
Yeah, I have heard, though, that even if it looks like a good Kunkka game, it's still Kunkka, and Kunkka is still considered not great at the moment.
He's going to rock the boat this game. He's going to change the meta of this Kunkka. Like, he's going to change all of our minds, all of our beliefs.
Okay.
There is one build I believe in with Kunkka right now. And one
Shard.
Yeah, it's Blade Mail and the Shard. If he does not go that build... Well, I believe in the other build too, where you go BKB, AC, into Hex. But that build requires you to have one death maximum. Kunkka, to me, I've kind of look him in a similar regard as like a hero like Huskar. Whereas you're really good in the laning stage, maybe not as good as Huskar, but if you die a couple times with this hero, it kind of feels like your game is over. Once Kunkka feels killable, he loses his whole presence in the game. Like, he dies once, oh, he's killable. What do you have? You don't have damage anymore. He's supposed to be that guy that always stays in the front, feels unkillable with the bow, and that means you can't die on the hero. You can't make mistakes, and you can't give up the net worth.
Okay, so we're seeing some interesting bans. I'd say, like, Faceless Void didn't scream to me to be, like, an amazing hero against Beast Coast lineup. I thought they had a lot of ways to deal with, like, the Chrono threat with the Silencer and the boat. But
it is one of the few heroes that SF doesn't really like playing against, right? If you do Chrono SF, you can kill him.
Yeah,
you'll
They're
just
gonna ban
die.
carries and try to protect the carry match. I mean, there could still be like an illusion hero here, right?
You could. I mean, I personally would love something like Ursa, but they're banning Darkseer Legion.
I haven't seen
which
an
does
Ursa
not-
in forever.
Yeah, it does not scream to me that they're going to go that route. I just think Ursa specifically is similar to Void. It just makes like SF very difficult to itemize and position in fights because they can just kind of kill you through whatever you buy.
What about like a Lifestealer or something? I feel like there's a couple things that they need to ban here. Right?
I just don't think Lifestealer is like a 9th pick carry.
There's the illusion hero ban. So.
Yeah, I could easily see what you're going for there. I think like TB or PL would be nice. I like TB a bit more.
On the other side, previous game, I felt like Sacred played a great Mars game. Is that still on the table here?
Absolutely. I think a lot of it largely depends on
which
they
pick
elect
comes
to go.
out.
If they go for
Yeah.
a ranged hero on Aster, I think we could very well see a Mars because he just owns their damage output. He has the arena first off. You can't projectile through that, and even when Halberd last game.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a hard pick for Aster yet again. Like, you have this Timbersol, this Queen of Pain. You're picking some carry later in the draft. You're not really well supported, so I think it has to be like a tempo carry.
And you're going to get counterpicked in the lane, most likely.
Some Drow Ranger or something, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Like, if you pick a PL here, he's not going to get to his timings with these support cast.
So, do you need an early fighty hero? Is Juggernaut still fit in the bill? Like, what type of boxes does it
Juggernaut
need to
could
take?
work.
Or a Lycan?
No, that one's definitely early tempo.
I don't like this Lycan at all.
Oh.
But it is early tempo.
Yeah, it is.
So,
I would
it's
love to
that.
see a Crimson Buyer. It could be Axe. It could be Underlord. It could be.
Is no longer Mars? You can put the dog in the pit.
Nah, I'd rather. See
You don't want to put a dog in a pit. That's scary.
That's true. Like, who's locked in with who? And that
Okay, fair.
Unless it's Underlord's pit, I think that's fine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a fine pit to put him in.
Yeah, so they need an offlaner here. And the Axe was... I could see the Axe being pretty okay here. Good lockdown for the Queen of Pain later, too.
It just free farms against
Yeah.
Lycan.
Lycan should farm pretty freely as well, but you can make a lot of plays on the map. And I think you have... No, it's hard to... With Kunkka sometimes. Sometimes I think, will Kunkka be a playmaker? And most times I'm going to say no. So I would like to see maybe a bigger playmaker let the Kunkka farm up on the map. Because the thing about Xmark is, it's really good for like the first 15 minutes. But then once you start buying like Yules and BKBs, it starts becoming unreliable.
Still the Mars.
No, it is good versus Lycan though, besides all the jokes here. Like, he can't run through the arena, so you can lock that down and get the damage in there. And they did it last game too, the combination with the Requiem plus the arena has really good synergy.
I feel like I don't like either draft.
Well, I'm going Beastcoast here because I think what they do really good is they enable Parker to get gigantic and carry the game, where Aster, they're running a similar type of strategy where you've got the Queen of Pain, she's always going to play for herself. You got the Timbersaw, who's going to probably buy some Octarine and also play for themselves. This Lion has to go pretty ham, and that's a tall ask, I think, against a Silencer too, and a Clockwork.
Yeah, I think some of the same issues from the first game. I feel like Beastcoast lineup just feels a little bit better to play, and Aster persistently has this problem, I think, when they get to like mid-game and such, so I like Beastcoast again this game.
Yeah, I think if there's a point where Aster has to fight into Beastcoast, I don't know how they do that. I think just all the shit they throw on the ground from Beastcoast, the arena, the boat, the shard from Kunkka, like even just cogs. I think there's a lot of ways of kind of like disrupting what Aster's trying to do here. And based on what happened game one, I'm going to lean towards Beastcoast again too.
Do you think the extra disable coming from Aboka's Lion is not enough?
Yeah, I just think Mars, we talked about this yesterday, it just makes, like, if a Lion ever goes in, Mars is just going to blink arena you, and yeah, maybe the cores can buy BKBs, but the supports, they're stuck.
We're going to global right after the initiation too of the Lion, and that's that.
He's getting step broed real hard this game.
All right, Beastcoast getting their first 2-0 according to my panel. Will they be able to do it, or will Aster tie up the series? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Funked.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2, and now we're about to begin here between Beastcoast and Aster. Fold, what do we make of this? We're getting kind of similarities from last game's draft with Beastcoast. They've got the whole Mars SF thing going again, which worked pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Last game, well, both of them didn't die at all, right?
I don't believe
on the
so.
Mars SF
flawless
duo.
game.
So that was fantastic. Obviously, there's been changes made from Aster's side of things. It looks like they are indeed going to be having, obviously, XXS on the Timber, so they're planning to take it away from that matchup, or at least trying to avoid this matchup against the SF.
But he'll get into it anyway.
Well, that's the thing. Is this going to work out for them?
I think this looks tough again for Aster, honestly. I think Beastcoast, they've set themselves up just to have overwhelming team fight just like they did last time. And Aster, I don't know. It definitely looked a little bit awkward last time, the way that they were able to try to set up. They literally didn't win a single team fight. So that's my big concern coming into this one. And every time when I see Lion being your only initiator, I have concerns. Because XXS, if it was a different game where it was a Timbersaw game where it's not like he's going to have a tough lane, then I could maybe be like, okay, he can frontline, allow the Lion to get that initiation and stuff like that. He's going to be under kill threat on this Timber if he has, which he should have a rough lane versus the S7 Clock, or the S7 Silencer.
I guess the question then in turn is Sumail going to have the potential to pop off? He's in this matchup. Interesting stuff in the drafts as well. I mean, what do you sort of make of that has to go for like the TA ban, leave the Kunkka in? Because I think as the panel pointed out, you've got to be expecting this Kunkka. So I can only imagine that sort of Aster saying, we don't care if you play your Kunkka, we'll beat it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup in the mid lane overall, like you farm pretty decently on Queen of Pain. Yeah, mid game it's annoying with X, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they banned the TA. That one just seemed very, very strange to me. Let's see how this gets what moves and everything right now, as it looks like it is just going to be a 2 for 2. Yeah, the one thing I also, Kunkka, I want to see the build that they were talking about. I actually think this is an amazing Blade Mail game, so I do want to see him do like that phase Blade Mail shard, BKB kind of build. But I don't think you can deviate too much as this hero.
Because that's not what we saw Dark Margo do last time.
He was just phase BKB.
Right? He went phase BKB and then the AC, right? He didn't buy the shard, did he?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm fine with that build too, but you have to be like super snowballing if you're getting that, going for that type, in my opinion. Just like you were saying. So, see how this lanes do end up going down here. Monet, did he kill all the cogs? He has 4 last hits before the lane even started.
I must have, right?
Is that like every cog? Because Schofield level 1 cogs. It's not something you see too often. And look, he's farming them. That's a lot of gold.
All right, get the easy CS for Monet.
Monet has 1,000 net worth. 8 last hits before the first wave is even dead. What's going on? The cogs, Schofield, they're 20 gold each.
I mean, did he take the cogs to sort of go for a pushback around the bounty? Yeah.
Yeah. Never really something you want to do, but Monet will be happy about it.
Dire's courier has been
So this top lane, how hard is it for XXS in this sort of different?
I mean, Parker, he might just be dead.
Ooh.
Oh! He tried to block. He tried to put a tree to block him, but it actually didn't even connect. Wait, that was so weird. Baboka, he'll be okay.
That was close.
Because that was Parker's tree, right?
Was that a tree to try and set up for the timber chain, or was that a tree to try and block the
I thought it was
chain?
a tree to block, but I actually didn't see who dropped it. So, Schofield, stop using cogs. There's 17 last hits.
Well, how many cogs have been fed?
I don't even know.
That's a lot. Is it
like 8, 9?
What would you get? You get like a what? Was it plus 16 per cog?
20, 19 or 20. I believe it is.
Okay, that adds up.
Yeah, it does.
Nice bit of money from Monet.
When would you ever see someone with 19 last hits at 2 minutes?
I mean, Monet's just that good. You know, he's hitting more creeps than there are down here. Thanks to the cogs.
That adds up. I mean, this lane, it's going to be better for Sacred than I believe last time for his Mars overall, but yeah, Monet's going to be able to just free farm because of that. He's going to get free 2 starting items. Just don't cast dogs. Not versus the wolves.
He won't do it again.
No, I hope not.
He's going to do it again.
He's going to do it.
He's going to do it again. Press it.
If he goes for a kill, I'm fine with it.
Okay. But if he... Oh, and they will find that kill top. I mean, we saw, you know, the way that they're doing it here for Boca is able to just sort of find him around the creep camp.
How many blood... he used 1 blood grenade earlier trying for the kill for Parker. He used a 2nd one there, and he has a 3rd one on him. So he's committing a lot of consumables to try to turn this tide of this lane, and it's working. So good on Baboka up here, because you're seeing X success. He is farming, so that actually is a big deal. Him being able to get this kind of start will maybe allow him to be that frontliner that they need him to be, so that the line can get initiation. So.
Yeah, amid Sumail's playing it nicely, having that lead against Dark Margot.
That's why I'm always, I don't know. I mean, Margot loves the hero, but like, I like Queen of Pain versus Gonka in the lane. It's so good. You just out-sustain, out-harass, you get extra denies. Yeah. It's an interesting noise, even. What they do here. Oh. Well, he's turning instant raising, so that one should connect because that's a medium raise.
Let's have a look. So he's gonna have that. He's gonna have the far range one.
He's got a lot of. There's 7 wand.
Baboka
only has mana for 1 spell.
Yeah, I think this should be a kill, right?
Could be. I'm seeing a wait. What?
I mean, Baboka's got stun and hex. I think if Baboka.
He doesn't have both. He doesn't have both.
Nice, right? True. He's only got the mana for 1.
It's gonna be close. I mean, there's no reactive.
I mean, between
armor, so they should be. I mean, XXS should probably die.
Yeah, the slow, the curse, and the raise is stacking up.
Let's see if the Lich.
It should be a dead Timber.
Let's see if Lich makes a difference because Lich is somehow up top for now. Any distance for the next raise?
Yeah, this is a kill. That'll do it.
Here comes Lich, but Baboka's in trouble probably.
I mean, Baboka might die. Another raise. The shield is there from Pichu, but yeah, Baboka's going down. Double
now the
kill.
Lich, baby.
And they've got Curse back up in a second. And Parker, he's got another raise. Parker will die, but they'll clean up all three of these kills. This is Pichu dead as well. Beastcoast, they take the numbers.
Okay. Nicely done. Punishing its success. He did get the Ring of Health and stuff before that death, so he still is doing pretty damn well. I mean, it's only 12 last hits on Parker, so he is still struggling even if he does get these kills. At least on the last hit department. Timber has the same net worth as the other. Water Rune, Baboka will take 1 away. Sumail's going to be able to claim the other one. But Dark Mago, he is a Kunkka, and ooh, he actually connects to Torrent.
He's having the cogs, but Sumail and Pichu are going to be here to back up Baboka. They'll turn, look at the denied. They can't. Dark Mago gets the denied.
And they used another blood. I think they've used like 5 blood grenades already or something on the side of Aster to try to win these lanes. I mean, it definitely helped a lot up top, so good on them. But yeah, the deny does come out there. Nicely done.
It's a bit difficult now, the top lane, because now is the point where 2 points in the raise, he can be a bit more aggressive. Just got the one mango left to play with Parker.
He needs, I mean,
They've
XXS
got 2
needs a
points
body.
in Curse.
He
They
needs
could
a
go
help.
for the kill here.
He needs a friend. Where's the Boca?
I think they've got this. He's got a mango.
They
Parker, a
definitely
couple
got it.
more raises. XXS, he's going to be going down.
Yeah, I mean, the Boca decided to not really, he was getting a ward down, I think, and then going for a stack instead, but that's going to cause XXS to die again. That hurts. Parker going to catch right back up here now.
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, we're seeing sort of these kills that SF's getting against the Timber. I think it does give a bit of sort of testament to how kind of well Sumail did to not die against the SF in that game 1, because we're seeing here, if you overplay your hand in this matchup, you will feed the SF pretty easy.
The one thing, though, about the SF is, like, even if you get slowed down a little bit, they might actually dive him. Yeah, they're going to.
They're all in on the SF.
Another blood grenade.
This is good stuff. You got to dive him. You just got to throw heroes at him, get on top of him.
The recovery for Parker is incredibly difficult because the matchup that he has in the mid game versus Monet is going to be really hard if he's shut down like this. Like,
Yeah.
Monet will eat him in seconds.
Yeah, this was very necessary from Aster. Bringing the numbers top, they take out both of them.
Love these moves from the Lich. Zermi's cat. Very nicely done. He's getting the courier too.
So yeah, bottom lane, yeah, Monet's chilling, right?
Yep.
You don't need to be backing up this Lycan. You're not going to be killing this Mars, but you know, Lycan's not going to be interrupted from getting the free farm. So just throwing heroes top at the SF. That's their best point of action right now.
Let's see if Mago with his DD rune, once he hits 6, let's see if he does make a rotation. That's the way that they can kill Monet. But Monet almost also going to be hitting his 6. Getting a bit tanky now. 1200 actually might be difficult for the Lycan. They're going to go for mid lane, Sumail.
Put him in the combo. And with the DD,
shield.
Torrent, the shield is buying him some time and safety. Blink still on cooldown. Sumail, he's still alive. Turns with the Sonic Wave. Sumail, he should live through this. I don't think the curse will be enough. He's going to be fine. The rocket! Ooh, it's close. But Sumail lives. The backup. The work, the supports, Isaiah Pichu in particular, he's making up for that last game. Because last game on the Mirana, let's be honest, he didn't get a whole lot done.
No.
This game, on his Lich, making up for it tenfold already in the first 7 minutes.
He's owning. He's part of 5 of the 6 kills. His rotation's top as well. He's even going to take the Wisdom rune, it looks like.
Yeah,
he is. What a beast.
And I mean, they'll be able to get this kill. Yep. Oh, okay, instant
He's got the
TP.
pull.
He has. He's just got enough mana to be able to cancel the TP attempt from Schofield. Schofield's going down.
Oh, Pichu. What a beast.
And yeah, he's going to be on track to get a good timing on the level 6. You got to watch out for this Lich. Pichu's ready to carry.
All right. This early game is amazing. Parker is still catching back up, but yeah, what a way to shut down the map here with these movements.
I mean, check this out again. So what TP comes in. Sumail close to going down. It's a good combo from Dark Mago and Stinger. In fact, he almost certainly would have done so without the shield.
Yep.
And the turnarounds there sets up nicely for the 2-man Sonic Wave. Yeah, the good movements here from Aster in this early game.
Yeah, super, super nice. Pichu doing absolutely everything. Buying the blood grenade instantly as well, too. Now he's going to fill up the bottle, too, for Sumail, enabling their boy nicely. And Monet, he gets handed a free kill. A silencer walks into his jungle, and Monet's like, oh, okay. Eats him in seconds. 8-4. Some really good pressure plays, but yeah, Parker, he is starting to recover a little bit. Mago?
Sumail jumping forward aggressively.
Got back up.
Catch him with the curse.
Sumail.
On to connect. They've got the poke coming down. There's the shield, but with the arena.
Not this time.
There's no way out for Sumail. Nothing Pichu could do that time around to bail him out. 4 heroes go for Sumail, and they succeed.
I mean, Pichu's still there, though. He does try to at least go for that save, but
Pichu's
too many.
I mean, he's happy with this. He's like, all right, I'll soak up the solo XP.
Yeah.
Get my level 6. I mean, if they can get good timing on this Chain Frost, maybe that will be that extra factor that will kind of deter those sort of 4-man plays from Beastcoast when they try and group up and go for kills like that.
I love Lich. I think I was surprised it just stopped getting picked so much so far. I mean, we're only like 3 days in, but I don't think I've seen enough Lich. I think this is another one of those pretty cool support heroes. Really strong versus all this physical damage that there is currently in this patch. And yeah, Sumail, we're seeing the itemization already being decided from him here. Falcon Blade into the Yule, so he's going to have counterplay versus X, versus Silencer, etc. if he does opt to finish up that Yule's.
Looks like build-wise, Dark Mago is indeed queuing up the Blade Mount this game up the phase.
I like it a lot. There's a lot of magical burst damage, so he can turn the tides versus like Sumail. Pops Blade Mail as a Sonic Wave that hits you. You could just end up killing that Queen of Pain a few times. I like it. Parker?
Oh, yeah, they're bringing Parker over for some action. Oh, at least to take the stacks.
Yeah.
There we go.
As well. Did they see the Ancients?
Either way, they won't be able to clear the Ancients.
Okay. They're actually going for Sumail. Monet's going for Parker, but he's out.
Yeah, Parker's out with the TP. They'll look for Sumail in mid to spear beautifully. Coming in there from Sacred, extra bit of damage provided to get the kills. Able to push back Monet a little bit with the Gold Strip Heat. The body blocks also stopping Monet from being able to chase Stinger, but it's the summons. The Wolves alone will finish the kill onto the support silencer. So Monet finding some action in mid, but Sumail getting taken down.
Feels bad, man, to be a silencer in this game. He's 0-5. I mean, playing versus like in his first book. Mago!
They got the finger and the chain, Ross. They got the kill. Arena's going to get dropped down by Sacred, but it's an Arena just to sort of step back. Scofield's attempting to step up. They're looking to try and take down Peachy. They can't kill this Lich. As Lich, too tanky at this point with the shield. Scofield's going to get caught by another stun. Sumail jumps in with the Sonic Wave. He'll take out Sacred as well. 3 kills for Aster here. As honestly, the two supports from Aster, Baboka now as well, they could get a lot done.
They can. And that was honestly, Schofield baited all three of them into death there, to be honest with you. He runs in with his battery assault and cogs, but there's wolves there that actually tank everything. They don't even get the cogs onto those heroes. They distance themselves in. Big hit for Aster.
I mean, yeah, his game's going to get so much harder, Schofield, when these 4-staff start coming out. With this sort of action that Peachy's going to get, he's going to get great timing on the 4-staff.
I mean,
very difficult for Clock to do anything then.
These supports are getting completely outplayed. The Aster supports are absolutely decimating this game. And yeah, we see this. Look, he traps his buddy inside the cogs there. It's actually quite a disaster, really.
Yeah, and Baboka's like, well, thank you for the nice setup. He's ended up just sort of grouping his own teammates together there, Schofield, and sets up for a lovely 2-man stun into a Sonic Wave. They're dead.
And that was what, like the 8th blood grenade or something used there also. Yeah, Aster support's really on fire. Baboka's going to probably have one of the fastest blink daggers that you'll ever see on a Lion. He is about to have it finished. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, both supports just doing so well in this early game, gold and XP wise. They're both what, level 7 there. Yeah, we've got a clear 2 levels ahead of their counterparts on Beastcoast.
And it's going to be a blink on the Lion and a 4-step on the Lich very, very early.
Yeah,
that's gonna cause a lot of problems.
Then how do Beastcoast supports make plays? Like, it's going to be so difficult. By the time the hook shot's online for Schofield, they're going to have all the answers under the sun here on the Aster side.
The way they make plays is they don't. You rely on your cores. You have to rely on the Kunkka and the Mars to make the plays at that point. You're just going to be the support, the literal support outlets to try to get some plays. Oh, Mago, it's global.
He's going to be able to get the boat off. They'll turn for Baboka, they'll get him. Now, the spear connection onto Sumail. He's got Blink up, but the stun connection is there. It's not enough to lock it down. He's able to jump aside. Schofield is waiting for him. Sonic Wave will push back Sacred, but won't clip onto Schofield, so Sumail will die. Monet pops the ult, he's going to start chasing Parker underneath the tower. Hookshot across from Schofield in an attempt to hold back Monet. Parker's going to go for the TP out. He's not going to make it though. They've got the damage to take him down, and now they want to clean up more excess on Monet. They get Schofield, they'll turn to Sacred. Sacred, there's no escape from this wolf, as everybody taken out on Beastcoast. Aster overrunning them in these fights now.
Beautiful. XXS, that was really nice. And did you look at XXS's skill build this game? He's 4-4-0. So all out damage, and it ends up really paying off in that fight there. Good connection from Beastcoast with their initial combo, but then Monet comes in and they get the cleanup. And Stinger. Oh, a free kill.
That's another one.
Hello.
Tries to turn up to the mid lane, but he's dead. Easy kill for Sumail. They can put some pressure on this tier 1 tower.
He's 0-7. Holy.
Wow.
Yeah, these supports. I mean, the supports have 12 of the 19 deaths already at this point for Beastcoast. They're just getting overrun this time. Aster playing completely different than last time around, playing super confident, super aggressive, and it's absolutely working. Blade Mill's done for Dark Mago, and he is queuing up Shard immediately. So, he's actually going to maybe just go for this Lich.
He can kill him. Not an easy kill. He's got 4 staff ready as well. He's waiting for Schofield to come in with the Cog combo. Will still die. They get the Cog push back, and Dark Mago able to take it down with that final hit. So finally be able to get rid of that pesky Pichu.
Pesky indeed. You see the skill build, 2-4-2, right? Those 4 points really does so much versus all 3 cores. Yes, there's mixed magical damage that comes out from the SF and Kunkka, but you're blocking so much from the Tidebringer hits. You're going to be blocking a lot from the SF clicks. We're seeing it multiple times now, having such a good effect. Even Sumail, if he didn't blink into the clockwork after that go around the secret shop, he might have lived because of that frost shield again. So.
Yeah, and just kind of Yule steps across the board this game.
Oh yeah, so good versus X and Global.
It's gone for his, and XXS has also got his done now as well. So really slippery heroes for Beastcoast to try and catch.
Monet has the harpoon already finished up. This SF needs to be protected. If Beastcoast doesn't rally completely around Parker, he's going to get literally eaten in 3 seconds from this wolf. He does, okay, he has his Shadow Blade coming out, it looks like. That could maybe be something to protect himself until Monet maybe carries his own dust or something, but I imagine Monet will just, when he sees that, buy a dust on this Lycan, because you've got the slots anyway for it, and then you can still just, yeah, you run him down. Yeah. There's nothing SF can do unless he has the supporting cast to protect him. Not going to be easy for Parker this time around. They do have the Blink, though, now also for Sacred. Let's see if they can get those big wombo combo team fights like they did last time to recover.
They're going to be harder than last game, even if they land these ults. A bit further behind, and this is a game where all 3 cores of Aster are in good standings. You know, we've had those couple of deaths from XXS in the laning stage, but he very much has not fallen behind at all.
No, he's doing amazing. Yeah, I love his itemization. Get the catch up top, and they finish him.
They need to throw everything down. That's the arena. And Global, they have to use it all.
Okay, they got.
And they will die, but XXS, he can get kills in return. Sonic Wave comes in, they've taken down Sacred. Parker's very, very low here. He'll get back under the tower. So XXS was going to see if he could maybe try and find him. Dark Margot, he'll be the new focus. Chakrams are out. XXS able to swing across with a finger from Baboka. They'll take out a second core. Throughout it all, Pichu still living. The curse will not be enough to finish him off, as Pichu survives for now. Schofield will go in to finish the kill, but almost certainly going to cost him his life. The Smell and XXS swing across, take down another. They'll still manage to prevail in this team fight. Sure, you know, Beastcoast, they get money, but they're still losing cores and more cores themselves in return.
And it's the positioning of the map that it is too. You're playing around your tier 2. You have to plop like absolutely everything to kill this Lycan. He almost actually gets away. That was insane. Just a bit too tanky. And then they have nothing. Everything is expanded. Parker, pretty lucky that he actually gets himself out of there.
Yeah, he was.
5K lead now for Aster. Just hitting all the timings. And XXS, I mean, you know, this is probably, they're looking back at the last game and being like, man, we should have just done this last game and had this off lane, because it doesn't even look like he was playing in a tough lane or anything like that. He's same net worth as an SF. He's top.
It made such a big difference.
Yeah. Because there was no game for the Timbersaw last year.
No.
Sumail didn't get to play Dota, so.
No, the change-ups definitely worked well. Always going to be one of the difficulties when as a team like Beastcoast, you know, you try and do the pretty similar strat 2 times in a row. Aster, they will answer it.
I mean, but Boca's, this is just, as we've been saying, the support this game is just unreal from Aster. Like, this is the support duo that I was seeing it in Berlin when they were at their absolute best form. They were just actually the team that felt like they were utilizing the twin gates and everything their best. This game, it was very similar. This Lich just shows up top at like 3 minutes. He's mid, he's back on top, he's back to mid. So yeah, amazing stuff really from these two. Can't highlight enough about how great they're playing on them. 4-3-14 on the Lich and 5-2-10 on the Lion. Parker, next item, BKB. Not going to help you versus the Lycan so much. He can still just run you down, but at least some protection versus some of this big magic burst. Not an easy game for him. The other core is really struggling too. We're seeing Sacred this time around. He is wonderful. Had a bit of a better lane overall, I would say, but not able to have the same impact as last time.
What's the plan here for Beastcoast? Where you look at, you try and go for some sort of smoke play around your ultimates and hope for some sort of surprise catch?
I'm worried that they just are quickly, and honestly right now it feels like they just don't have the damage, and it feels like it's going to get harder and harder for them to have the damage. The way Aster's itemizing, like this time they're not going for BKBs, they're just going to tank up with, well, just Monet is, but the other two are just going Kaya Sanj. So they're going to be very survivable versus these stuns. The status resist is going to be good versus that, plus the global. Looking hard for Beastcoast. They're going to try to make a move here with this timing. Not with the BKB, actually, but okay. This could be a risky move now.
They get the opening stun, but the silence is there.
Okay.
Arena's down. They've trapped Baboka, but that's it. They don't catch anyone else.
They're going to reinitiate.
Yeah, Global and Arena used. They're going to look to try and punish this. Astros, they jump straight back in. Sonic Wave on a Sacred. Parker, he's able to get the Requiem off. Requiem's there, turns with the razors over towards XXS, but the Yule Scepter. XXS buys time up in the air, tries to get the chain up, but he will fall. Lost XXS. If they can get the X-Mark catch onto Mono, they can. Back into the Torrent. Do they have the damage? Spear's going to be there. Tidal Wave pushes him back.
Can
Mono,
they kill him?
He's getting low. The curse is laid down onto him. Another X-Mark will be there to drag him back. The Rocket Flare, in fact, finishes him off. Now they turn to Sumail. Sumail caught by the torrent. Dark Margot catches him on the way back down from the Yules. They are going to hit back hard. Beastcoast.
I mean, how does this... Did he just whiff the Sonic Wave on the SF? I think they could have bursted Parker perhaps and didn't connect. I'd have to see this one again.
Even if it caught him, I think it would have put him low, but I don't know if it would have actually been enough damage to push him over the edge.
Okay, because it looked like they were probably going to be able to burst Parker, but the fact that he gets the Requiem off and winning them the team fight completely there. All right, Beastcoast.
Oh, Schofield. There's a finger to throw out here from Baboka. Schofield gets low. Get the cogs off. Baboka's going to be ready to continue to play around with them. Stuns back up in a second. There's the finger. There's the kill. Another kill, another stack. Up to 3 stacks already here, Baboka.
Was that? Oh, that was still the level 1 stack, though. He hits 12 afterwards. That's true.
It's going to take a bit of time for it to come up again with that long cooldown. But not a bad fight at all. But we'll see it again. Yeah, how much how close they were to bringing down Parker. Because as you say, when the Requiem came out, that's when it really started to swing in Beastcoast's favor.
It feels like they should have had the
slow
burst
here. Sonic Wave. It does miss. I don't know if it would have killed him though. Actually, maybe.
I think it probably would have killed him.
Yeah,
he has higher, right?
It was low. Yeah,
it's
it
what?
was low, I guess.
It's like 500 damage or something, pure damage. I think it would have been close. I mean, it probably would have caught him, but either way, maybe if that connects, it would have been Aster's team fight there to kind of dominate it. But either way, because it doesn't, and even if it did, maybe he does survive. But either way, Beastcoast, yeah, the Requiem saves the day. And it looked weird, right? Because they had to use the global plus that Mars Arena to prevent the line from going at the start there, but ending up having the perseverance to take the fight. That was pre-BKB on Parker, too. So pretty important. Now with the BKB,
yeah, I mean, this is
going to survive.
This is definitely making things a bit more exciting. I mean, we saw what happened last game when Beastcoast were able to start to bring together the team fights. They just never stopped. Every team fight beyond that went in their way. This game definitely a bit of a tougher one to turn around.
But
we've seen potential. Potential was there in the last fight. Let's see if they could do it again.
Yep, they've got BKB timing for Mago, BKB on Parker now, and they're looking for another fight to catch Aster off guard. Aster in position. All 5 here set up. XXS on the high ground.
They can go on Monet. It's not a bad jump. There it is. Sacred. He's in. Immediate spear. Hook shot across. Into the torrent. Push back onto the cogs. Monet's gone.
Great move. Great ward.
Oh, we're starting to see what Beastcoast did last game. A bit of a repeat. BKB is popped by Dark Margot. They take down Pichu. That's the gem hitting the deck. They'll be able to pick that one up.
Goodness.
They get the pushback with the tidal wave onto XXS. Jump ball from Sacred with the spear. See if they can find the damage to bring down this Timber. Sumail jumps in. Well, that's yours immediately to remove the silence. He has got a Sonic Wave ready to use, but he's close. It's the raises of the SF. Parker getting the damage done with these raises, stacking up. Sumail jumps to the side of the spear. It's going to catch them, pushes the 2 of them back. They're killed off Sumail. They'll turn towards XXS. Sure, Parker's dead. XXS can get the cleanup. He's found Sacred. Will, by looks of it, with the help of Pichu, gets Stinger as well, but he's solo himself in Margot. He's got Torrent. It's not going to catch XXS. The Timber Chain's there. As Schofield throws his body in, ends up dying. Dark Margot was not able to quite finish XXS off. Pichu running Dark Margot down. He's trying to find the angle for the tiebreaker, but he won't get it. The blast is there as Pichu, what a buyback.
What a buyback.
Buys back, picks up a triple kill. He was not happy about losing his gem. He was having none of that. Gets back into the action and kills them all.
What a messy fight from both sides, really. I mean, amazing initial go. They get Monet full out chain stun, but at the end of it all, I mean, the buyback really from Pichu actually does make the difference. Sumail, he actually blinked and silenced himself. He got silenced with the last word, so couldn't get the Sonic Wave and stuff off there. Perhaps could have gotten some kills and cleaned up and survived, but either way now, Monet does respawn, and they finish the Roche. I don't know if Beastcoast is going to make it in time to contest this one. So Aster, they do come out ahead after a very wild fight.
Yeah, that was a wild one. But Pichu got a lot. He got a lot of money, a lot of XP. I think it was Roche going down. He's pretty much going to be level 16 on the Lich. And he gets his gem back, right?
Yeah, after this, after the early game, this man, he's making all the difference. 26 of the kills is because of this Lich so far. He's playing absolutely beautiful.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I mean, he's queuing up the Lotus. Is that going to be the best way to go? Is there anything bigger that you can go for? You just want this against this silencer.
Monet, he's dead.
Oh, well, that wasn't part of the plan for Aster. Baboka, he's hoping they don't see him in the trees, but the rocket flare is going to spot him out. As not just Monet going down, but Boca gone as well. They return to this point at the map. And I guess they just did not expect Beastcoast to be down in the numbers that they were as quickly as they got down here. I mean, Monet getting caught by surprise.
Multiple times now. I mean, that's back-to-back deaths really for him. And they don't give him the Aegis because he's that shapeshift hero. So they give it to Sumail. He doesn't have it. He gets picked. And he even uses BKB and his shapeshift while he was going down. Beastcoast, I mean, they're all playing. They truly are in this game.
I mean, Pichu's trying his best to carry.
He really is.
He's going all out, but when it comes to the overall outlook of things, Beastcoast, they are the ones closing the gap.
Absolutely. Just taking better team fights consistently here, it seems like. Well, kind of. Getting better pickoffs, it seems like, onto Monet. The team fights have been pretty chaotic. And now Sacred, he pretty much has his BKB. Level 18 finished up on SF.
They want to try this fight.
Yeah, they want
Aster's coming down here.
They have this Aegis advantage, so they want to try to utilize it. Monet doesn't have BKB or his ult just yet, so a bit hard for them to just fully chase it.
Beastcoast there, take the town, walk away.
I mean, they're trickling back in. Barker, he's now finally top net worth. 18's hit, soon 20. Of course, we didn't mention he did get, of course, blessed with Grove Bow as well. And yeah, this silencer, I'm seeing Sumail pinging him. He's causing issues, even though he's 0 and 8. This last word and stuff like that is actually making Sumail's life kind of miserable inside some of these team fights.
Yeah, he's really kind of stepped up his position. I think at the point of this, he was kind of 0, 8, and 7, and now he's like 0, 8, and 19. Yeah.
I mean, well, Silencer always gets a million assists, though, because Global counts as assists, so yeah.
I get it, true.
But yeah,
So
either way,
press R, get assist.
Yeah.
Your stats look good.
Yeah. Either way, like, it has been a lot about that, though. And I think they're going to probably look to focus fire him a little bit more, because it really is. Like, it really messes up with Queen of Pain's gameplay about jumping in, screaming, blinking out, etc., resetting, getting all your spells off with last word. Besides just Global, of course. And they need, I mean, the biggest thing for Asters is they need Monet not to get picked off before the fight starts. Because that was both of them. They even, I mean, they came ahead afterwards because of the buyback, but if they had Monet there, if he doesn't get chain stun fully there, it could be a totally different scenario that does happen.
Yeah, they can't always rely on Pichu's buyback win fights. You know, they don't want to have to be in that sort of situation, Aster.
Can't rely on these supports to carry you through the entire game.
Dire's bottom tower has
XXS still pretty bad, as you're seeing. Level 18 for him. He's also quite a bit of a threat. Sumail jumping in very confidently, still has Aegis. Success, they get the catch.
They get the opening. They're going to be ready for the Requiem, but the Yules is there. Won't manage to dodge the Requiem. Hookshot comes through, got refused, pushing XXS back, but he's still able to get the tipper chain off the full start. They're going to be able to save him, but the X-Mark, it was there in time, drags him back into the boat, so they'll still kill him at the end of it all. But Monet, he's ready to run down the squishies. Goes for Stinger. They'll take 3 down. See TP out, attempted here by the Quicker, but Dark Margo's going to be caught by the Yules. Has still got the BKB. So maybe enough to run with that one. Monet's going to chase him into the base, though. There's going to be a buyback from Schofield. They don't want to let Dark Margo go down. Buyback as well from Stinger. They're doing everything they can to try and save him, but Dark Margo will still fall. They'll turn their attention over towards Parker, but now they have to start backing off. Monet loses the ultimate form. BKB comes to an end. They'll back off with Monet, but it does mean XXS gets left behind. They had to use the 2 buybacks, mind you, for their defense, but they get a couple of kills, and they make sure that Aster can't continue diving for more. In fact, Schofield hookshot's back up. They're also able to find Pichu on the retreat, and Gem now falls into their hands.
All right, it was worth it for Aster when they get that kind of retreat there for those buybacks, losing XXS. Now, Beastcoast, now their buyback actually ends up being worth it. Getting that Gem kind of turns it back into their favor, even if they use the 2 buybacks. That is huge. Playing versus Wolves, this is like the best thing that you can get as supports. The Wolves are so frustrating throughout all stages of the game because they scout the back line, so that'll definitely help this Silencer, who did get chased straight out from Monet this last fight. I mean, back and forth we go. Again, very close game
back
just
and
like
forth.
last time. Beastcoast shown that they can take these fights even if they do not connect like on the initial explosion onto XXS. Just
I mean, yeah, I feel like if it continues to be as back and forth as this, just the kind of consistency in the way that Beastcoast were able to play these team fights like we saw in the last game, I mean, this game's only going to get more difficult for Aster.
I still feel like Parker should have more difficulties though in this one, because there is a lot of things.
He's only died 4 times, you know, in a game where Aster's got 35 kills. They've only managed to get 4 of them against this SF.
I really thought he was going to have a bit more troubles, but yeah, getting some of these Requiems and stuff up, being able to protect himself is huge. So
Sacred.
Sacred.
Try for the setup, but wasn't able to get the spear off in time before the quick hex was there from Baboka, so Arena put to waste.
Aster might just chase this.
Well, step in. Parker is here to help out. XXS in with the Aghanims. He's keeping himself on top of Sacred. X-Mark, the spot will drag XXS away from Sacred to stop him from going down. Parker, he'll just go for the BKB TP away, and he'll make it. Schofield, he won't. Caught out by the Chain Frost. He'll go down. Got the Global as well here on the retreat.
Wait, whoa!
Trying to get away.
Stinger.
And he's going to get jumped onto the tower for that, though. They see him. They find him and kill him. Both supports the Beastcoast out for a good time, considering they did buy back in those previous moments.
Ooh, Sacred kind of putting them into a bad spot there. When the Whiffed Arena comes out, Aster knows they can just super confidently chase up to the high ground there. That looks like what the fight speed should be more of it like there for Aster. I mean, yeah, there was, of course, no arena, but this time they're able to just surround everybody. And yeah, XXS now, his Aghanims is done. If he gets the reactive off, if he actually just gets to press it, he will survive, even if they go on him. They don't have a Dispel or anything. Yeah, they're not going to be close to any Nullifier or anything.
Smell could look to try and mess around with Parker top. Does have BKB and haste, so can get out if things go.
Parker's looking to set up
Oh,
for him.
no.
Solo, no
No
way.
way. Oh my goodness,
Oh my
he's got
God,
him!
he gets him!
I mean, Samel knew he was pushing the wave, right? I guess just expected him to Shadowblade and back off, not Shadowblade and set up for that Requiem play.
The confidence to do that.
And they can continue this fight here. Backups coming in. They've got the spear. They take down Baboka. Chain Frost. It's going to bounce around a little bit. Parker does get completely surrounded. It's down to Sacred and Dark Margo. They'll have the supports coming back in. Schofield, he's TPing over. Jen's back on the floor. XXS getting low here. It's got to be careful with the Blade Mail on Dark Margo, reflecting a lot of that damage. Sacred pops the BKB, hook shot across from Schofield. XXS is able to pop the reactive armor. Timber Chain is not going to connect. He's in trouble. Schofield's going to be able to swing back across. Monet's trying with the cleanup. Looks towards Sacred, but the spear pushes back Monet. Sacred's able to live. They'll have to maybe settle for Schofield instead, but cogs are up. Schofield also has force. He's not going to be an easy kill to find. He's got jetpack and force.
Jetpack.
And now, Pichu.
Pichu.
They get caught by the curse. Can't stand his ground. Schofield's ready to get back in. See Monet step out the wall. Stinger, but there's Sacred with the jump forward. He pushed them back with the Ghost Rebuke. Stinger's still alive.
No way. He supports.
That spear might have put Stinger in a bit of a dangerous spot. No, the slows are too much. Monet's going to be held back. Stinger's able to keep his distance. 12 with another round of the curse. They're going to kill Monet as well.
Oh my goodness, these supports. What am I witnessing?
And they're out of there. Stinger's alive. Picked up a nice few couple +2s in that action. And he lives.
Holy crap.
Away. I mean, sure, Parker dies, but again, some of these plays that we're getting from Beastcoast, they're really shaking Aster up.
This is such a hype game. It's 39-29. It's just super back and forth. The supports from both sides just doing heavy lifting. It feels like that was an insane fight. I can't believe that Schofield's able to turn and manage level 18. Okay, well now he's done. A level 18 clock. That's a lot of XP being given. Wow.
This game's no sort of telling
telling
which side this chaos is going to favor. I mean, as Aster, they may have the lead, but I don't know, there's something about Beastcoast that makes me feel that they might be able to pull this off.
They're really good at team fighting. Their spellcasting is definitely on point still this game. Yeah. Like one of those globals was a little weird, but besides that, honestly, like it feels like they're out spellcasting Aster this game. Even though Aster is kind of leading overall, I feel like Beastcoast is doing just incredible stuff and outplaying for most of these fights. And now Sacred, he actually did go for the Nullifier. So they do have a way to break that reactive armor. They have a way to get rid of this Frost Shield that's been super frustrating. This could be an incredible item to enable Beastcoast even more.
Yeah, and sort of what stops the Yules from...
yeah, that as well. That's a good call.
Kind of getting them up in the air and buying time away from some of these combos.
Yep. I pull up hero levels. Like honestly, when you look at it, it's so weird.
Well,
look at the supports. Are up there. 18, 18, 18, and then there's like a bunch of 3-level 19 cores. Like everyone is so high level this game. Aster looking to hit hard here. Let's see if they saw this Nullifier. This could be problematic. They see Parker.
It's a hard jump though. I mean, it's almost like Beastcoast are prepared for this. They're kind of setting up behind him.
Sacred's
they
right
smoke
there.
up themselves. They're coming in for the high ground. They get the jump forward. They get the push back off the spear onto the turn. The Smell has to put the BKB straight away and has to blink out. The blink out to the side. Serena's there. They push them back with the Sonic Wave, one of the three of them. But Parker standing his ground, starts to beat into XXS. He's up in the air with the Yules. Baboka comes in with the stun to hold back Parker's offensive damage output. But the X marks there onto XXS. Torrent's not going to connect in time. As XXS Timber chains across, Sacred, he's still on top of them though. Another spear locks down XXS, but they haven't quite got the damage. Tidal waves bringing XXS low. There's the final God's Rebuke. They've taken out XXS. Sumail cleans up the 2 supports.
Parker, he's holding his ground.
I mean,
Monet can't fight him.
It's the cores that are the problem here from Beastcoast. Aster, they find the squishies, but they cannot deal with the tankiness of this SF, this Mars, this Kunkka at this stage. They have to back off.
Oh man, they're having big problems with Parker. He's got the Titan Sliver plus the he literally just stood there and Monet's beating on him and he's just trading right back with a Lycan.
I mean, outside of what the control, the Lion and the Lich has to offer with the Sinister Gaze, there's not a lot that's going to stop Parker hitting heroes.
No.
And if he's able to hit in these fights, he is going to outdo and out-heal most of the damage that Aster's cores will be throwing at him.
Especially when he's having now, he has the AC aura, the RUM and everything. He's got a lot of buff ups. This time he doesn't have a Solar Crest. I was actually clicking around on the supports if they're going to be going for that. They're going for more greedy items themselves.
I mean,
Ghost is ready to fight.
I'm feeling sort of the lackings of a halberd. We did get that in some of the build-ups to the last game. Ooh. So they can take him down. They could be opening with the Hex. They'll throw the finger out as well. It's not enough burst. Parker's able to heal up. If you don't 100 to 0 this SF, you're not going to bring him to 0 at all.
Monet's trying.
He is trying, but Parker can just sit there and hit.
He's too big.
They're bringing Margot down low, but the BKB and Blade Mail's there. Dark Margot is able to walk away, and with the Run Protector, he's able to TP out. Stones in with a hook shot. They get Monet.
Oh my, Beastcoast is just dominating all of these fights.
It's up high back. I mean, Sumail's in trouble. They've found him at the side. He's going to be able to blink away for now. And look towards Hex. I mean, they're trying to fight here with the Timber. They get the Hex on the SF to stop him from Requieming. But
he's too strong.
Physical damage from these right clicks cannot be outlived. As Pichu's gone, I mean, Aster, they're still dancing around the edge of this fight, but they just can't fight whilst Parker's alive.
He's level 25 now as well. This SF is humongous.
They're looking for the Yules here. The hook shots there from Schofield. Good stun from Baboka. Will catch back onto the SF for now. They get the Hex. But they have to just run. They cannot get anywhere near this SF.
They keep trying to go for the reinitiation, but they don't have the burst damage. He still has Satanic. Still has Requiem.
I mean, they're going back in for Stinger.
Okay.
Sumail in with the jump. Stinger will go down. Parker's back under the cover of the Silver Edge. He knows that they don't have to take upon him. They've killed everyone else, but killing the SF
He's going to go back in.
Oh, he will. Sees Baboka. That's going to be a bit careful. BKB 10 seconds. He's actually going to fight. Ooh,
oh my God.
But he's stuck in the wrist. He's going to TP out. He's got BKB back up in 5 seconds. As long as he's able to live to get the BKB and the Satanic off, he's going to be fine. They don't have detection. He's thinking about setting up with the Requiem and keep this fight going. He's going to go for the break hit. Still teasing around with the Requiem. I mean, now BKB is available again. He truly is unkillable.
I mean, the Parker show, just like from last game, this guy's a monster. He's 6 levels ahead of Monet now after these last 3 fights.
Who's going to kill this SF?
They can't chain stun him and they can't burst him. I don't know what the answer is.
I don't know. You need someone else picking up another Hex. They're going to get a hook shot. They're going to get position. They've got the Requiem going, but Monet will manage to put the BKB and get out the cogs in time. He's on the retreat, but it has to continue to be doing that. He has to run. He cannot fight this. Parker's going to turn to Sumail. Sumail's able to get the blink off in time.
Nullifier.
It is on the XXS. They've got the arena as well. They're locking down the Timber. There's a boat coming in. XXS will get the Yules off just in time as well as the Lotus. But the Razors are coming in for him as he comes crashing down. Parker finishes him off.
This fight has lasted for 3 minutes.
And
Parker, a full butterfly after the entire fight. He's unkillable now. Absolutely, he was unkillable before.
I don't know what you do about this SF. I mean, maybe before the butterfly, if you could get some sort of like disarm or maybe have like a bash on the like, something that just stops him from being able to hit, then maybe you've got a chance. But now that evasion is online, I don't know what it's going to take to kill Parker, but whatever it is, I don't think it's in this game right now.
I completely agree. I mean, Monet, that last timing of fight, I mean, it was so long. The fight lasted for 3 minutes, but Monet, before that fight started, had the Scotty, and that was his next big pickup, and he could not do absolutely anything to Parker.
Yeah, you can't kill this SF.
This is, phenomenal.
I mean, what are we seeing getting queued up? Yeah, the Hex is going to be one answer from XXS, but that's a long way away. And still at this point, even if you get the 2 rounds of X here, they're trying to get a Hex on Monet as well.
I feel like they need like refresher on Sumail. And they need to just like double Sonic Wave and do like absolutely every single burst thing. But I don't even know if that's going to be enough. I don't even know if that's going to finish on Parker at this point.
Sure, I mean, that might be their only chance.
I'm trying to
refresher Quops, Hex on the 2 Hexes coming out from the other supports. Maybe then But the thing is as well, Parker, he's not even getting low.
He's not. That's the. I don't even think the double. I actually don't even know if it'll do anything. They're just gonna go up to the high ground now at this point. They know how strong this raid boss is.
Schofield's in. That's a deep hook shot. Spear will push back somehow. I mean, Schofield will die for that attempt.
This is a bit awkward.
Oh, Sacred, he's also found himself into the tier 4s. Will manage to pop the arena. He'll go for the BKB TP out. They do manage to kill off Pichu. Dark Margo able to BKB and TP out himself.
Okay.
Just the support trades. And, you know, standard stuff here. You know, Schofield likes to go in pretty crazy.
That was very typical Schofield. Making godly plays, but also making the exact opposite many times in these games. 9-5 and 9-15 and 16. But the cores get out. Great BKB TPs. And that was Sonic Wave, I believe? Yeah, Sonic Wave used. Seconds, no Lich, 60, no Clockwork. Aster just doesn't feel like they can take advantage of any time. I'm seeing Monet queuing up a Hex as well.
Yeah, so that's the way they want to go. They want to get these double Hexes.
But that doesn't... I feel like he just needs raw damage. I don't know, that feels really weird for me from Monet.
I mean, I feel there's a few ways you can go as the Lycan, right? You either have to do this Hex because you're just like, I've got to do something to disable this SF. If they do get the burst on Sacred, I mean, not a bad catch there.
We'll see if it works.
That's the tier 2 gone as well.
25 now hit on Sumail. Where did he go? Agnim's Octarine. Okay, so that's the next choice for him. And they're actually the ones going up toward the high ground. Almost 25 on XXS.
Get the opening Hex onto Parker.
They burst.
No, they can't. Now they didn't kill him. He's able to press BKB, able to press Requiem. He's able to turn, kill off the Boka. Now a turn towards Sumail, kill off the Quap. He can't do anything.
Next.
You can't kill the SF. He's going to keep going. They're going to be up in the air. Beautifully synchronized there with your Scepters. XXS has to run him with the Timber Chain, but he's going to get caught by the X-Mark. Dragged back in. Parker's going to be right by his side. A few right clicks. They'll take him down as well. Triple kill for Parker.
And Monet.
They just can't beat this SF. They cannot beat this SF. I mean,
Parker.
It feels like it's over.
It really
this
does.
SF will never die. And if the SF, the carry's never dying, chances are the team with the SF's going to win the game.
The Parker Show, absolutely. This series, I mean, Sacred, they're definitely doing a lot of teamwork plays and everything, but Parker, holy crap. They came in today with an idea of how to beat this Timber, and it's working. I mean, even after Aster had
this game was
pretty good advantage in this
They did, but when the chaos began, Beastcoast, they're the ones that revel in it, and Parker just coming out on top of it all.
Yep, tier 4 is dropping. Aster probably just being like, wow, these guys are playing really damn well. 48-41, a super chaotic game, but Beastcoast.
Yeah, I don't think people will be, I'll be surprised if any other team tries to do this kind of draft where they kind of pick the Timber straight up against this team, because they'll just do this SF block, and then this SF will carry.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, can they even keep him off the Ancient? He's getting the hits in. Mono's going to try. With the Hex and the finger, it's just a little bit of a tickle, really. He's going to be able to pop Satanic, heal up. He's back up to full HP, and he can turn back towards the Ancient to close this game up. Double kill for Parker. The Ancient started before they get another stun and a pushback with the Sonic Wave, but they're ready to close this up, Beastcoast, and secure themselves the 2 wins. So the game's over. GG is called. Beastcoast will take both of these games against Aster.
That was honestly one of the games that I really enjoyed in a long time. Like, super enjoyed just the way that they played and got these catches. How many times did I feel like they got Monet before the fight started? At the perfect times, it felt like. Super chaotic game, supports on both sides doing amazing work, but holy moly, Beastcoast, Parker, this is quite a testament.
Yeah, they just did not have the answers. They did not have the answers anywhere close to it, or to being able to kill an SF this farm. Dark Margo is going to be happy, of course, you know, does his kind of the classic, I'll pick the Kunkka, I'll be fine. And he was indeed fine at the end. Some really good catches. You know, a lot of control was offered up by Dark Margo in those last few fights that allowed Parker to do what he did. Because the X-Mark in particular, right, very much a spell of punishing Aster when Aster like, we could try and kill this SF. Well, no, we've got to run. And Dark Margo's like, nah, you come back here. We're going to kill you.
I mean, so many times, it's like the early game, the two supports from Aster absolutely decimated. Yep. The mid and late game stages, Beastcoast supports were absolutely ridiculous.
They came back into it, which was impressive considering how rough of an early game Schofield and Stinger did have. A lot of deaths, it didn't matter. They come back in, and indeed around this raid boss of an SF, Parker, pretty much unkillable for the whole second half of that game. Wasn't a chance here as Aster, well, unfortunately for themselves, lose both games. Beastcoast, they'll take the 2 of them here today.
What a great game to witness here. Beastcoast taking the game, and therefore the full 2-0 here is theirs against Aster. I'm joined by Fear, Resolution. No, not Resolution, he's over there. Jack and Brian. You didn't even hear it. Brian, this game, I mean, okay, so my panel thought Beastcoast was going to do well, and yes, they did win in the end. But it wasn't very black and white the way we made it out.
I believed in them the whole time. I didn't have a shred of doubt. I'll just say that for the Chinese region, this team is the complete opposite of LGD. Like, instead of drafting for like late game synergy, they're just drafting purely for the lanes, and I think we kind of just saw it come apart both games.
They used to, I feel like they used to not do this. I feel like they cared more about lineup integrity before, but maybe to shore up if they perceive laning to be a weakness, or just like, okay, if we see an opportunity to go draft for lanes and then try to snowball off that, which is basically what they tried to do both games. This game, not too easy to just pinpoint any specific thing. Those later fights were amazing. It's a really exciting game to watch. You see any fight where you see going like 4 or 5 rounds of spells, multiple re-engages, people dying and coming back in the same fight without buying back. There's a lot of other stuff going on, but well played from Beastcoast. They've executed these team fights really well. I feel like that's like been a strength for them, and they survived the laning phase. They get to that point, and they're able to win these games.
Yeah. There's a lot to say about this game, but I guess I'll start from the beginning. The first thing is, Summel really outplayed Dark Mago in this mid lane matchup. You're supposed to win this matchup as a Kunkka. That's why he picked it, right? He got owned individually, out-skilled here. And the bot lane too, this Lycan had free farm. The only thing that was keeping this team together was Parker on his SF in the safe lane. But the big difference between these two lineups is, we talked about it before, Aster, they like playing this tri-core. Whereas, even if you do poorly on your side lanes, if you have a well-functioning lineup like Beastcoast has, and this is why I favored them in this particular game, because their lineup just makes sense. Even if you lose some lanes, as long as Parker's getting some farm, you're supporting him throughout the game, he's going to carry the game. But if things start to fall apart on Aster's end here, you got a tri-core. Not one single one of these players is going to carry the game the way this SF did. And that's what we saw in this game. This SF got so large that nobody from Aster could deal with him, even collectively.
I want to say if the main source of disable is supports, Mars is going to become more and more the answer, I think. Like, right now, this game, you see Quap, Timbersaw, Lycan. Like, it's absolutely on the Lich and Lion to do all the control to this SF, and Mars, like, he just blinks arenas every time we've seen it. This is the 3rd team I think I've seen use Mars to this, like, effectiveness, and I think teams need to prioritize a stun or 2 on their cores.
Yeah, because Monet's a great carry player, but I just don't think, and maybe this is part of having Summel on the team and XXS, these players, maybe they need more farm, so they've decided as a team, we're going to play more tri-core, but it's not really working out for them, whereas we see a lot of the top teams, Gaming Gladiators for the longest time, Duracho, he gets like all the space in the world, all the auras, all the priority, and these type of, it's like a carry's dream for like 4 Protect 1 right now.
Yeah, I feel like this team has had a resource distribution issue for a long time, and they're kind of committed to these cores, but these cores do excel with farm, and that's why they've, again, like, it's been hard for them to find that mid player who fits, because the player often needs to be independent, needs to be able to, like, almost have this sort of Abed-like role in the game, and it's pretty hard to find people who can do that and being able to. So, and I think for their supports, like, I think Globocop played really well. There are shades like Kaka in this game. This guy's on Lion, he's finding multiple pickoffs, he's, like, dodging and wasting arenas. He did a pretty good job, but ultimately, again, sort of the same issue. There wasn't enough lockdown, and once the SF started to get that net worth up, once he started to hit hard, have multiple rounds of sustain, it felt like just too much to overcome for them.
It's a little bit of a scary thing for other teams, though, because there's a lot of heroes at the moment that people want to see banned at the start in the opening 4 bans. But this is 2 games in a row that Beastcoast pick up Shadow Fiend first pick, and they make it work. It did not seem to struggle, and obviously it had ups and downs in this game, but it came out very convincingly. But it makes me wonder, like, do you want to ban Shadow Fiend first phase? It sounds really bad to have to do that, Brian.
I would argue banning the Mars, because what Sacred did on Mars in these team fights, he's allowing SF, Parker, to just go to town. Right? He's allowing SF to stand still, he's controlling the targets. You saw his items. He has BKB, Eon Disc, and a Nullifier. Like, all that screams to me is, I'm going to be alive long enough to cast an arena, and I'm going to nullify the support so that he can't go Scepter, Yule Scepter, And I would love to see that attempted as a way to deal with this rather than feeling like you have to first round ban SF because there's so many heroes to be concerned with right now.
Well, we're going to find out more about Beastcoast and Aster, but not right now. Because Group A, for now, we're going to put it in the books, and we're going to shift to Group B. And that means that there's another series of Dota for us to go through. And it also means that we're going to have a little bit of a break, but when we're back, it is time on this stream for 9 Pandas and Evil Geniuses to go head-to-head. So stay tuned, we'll be back with more Dota 2 here at the Bali Major.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
And if he is, like, how much of the losses is on him feeling bad, and how much is it on them maybe not being in the best shape? But we're gonna get into it. Going into this series, I mean, I think both teams, Fear, we were expecting a little bit of a better score from. I think not just Evil Geniuses, but also 9 Pandas.
Yeah.
Their score right now is 3-3, which is not terrible, of course.
They still have a lot of room for improvement. I felt like all the Eastern European teams are doing pretty well this tournament right now, and I expect 9 Pandas to probably take this series just because how weak EG's looking right now. I mean, whether it's physically or gameplay, I don't really know. They are looking a little weak right now, so hopefully they can make that a little bit better in this series, but I'm expecting Pandas to probably just bump their score even higher after this.
Obviously in Dota, right, the chain's as strong as weakest link, and if somebody's sick, that's a big deal, especially if that person is a lane partner of Whisper, who people have identified for a long time, like one of the best offlane players in the world, could single-handedly just take over games. You mentioned the LGD win they got, that's pretty much what happened, so that's a big deal. And I think for EG, looks like they feel a little bit lost in as far as drafting goes as well. Again, this is something they've talked about, and South American teams have talked about. We've seen a lot of different first phase sort of, I don't want to say experimentation, but they've tried a lot of stuff. There's been a Naga, there's been a TA, there's been a Primal, just a lot of different first phase to try to figure it out. And for 9 Pandas, they did get kind of slapped around a little bit by Gaming Gladiators the first day, which happens to a lot of teams, so nothing special. But since then, they've done pretty well. They've been 3-1 since then. They've won some pretty stompy, fast games themselves. There are times when this team just, again, it's easy to say because the players look shades of old VP, very decisive, very good execution, kind of snowbally type wins on high skill execution heroes. So yeah, I think Panda's looking pretty good, but hopefully Matthews is ready to play. You know, we get a better series.
Yeah, we got Group B standings here, of course, as well as Group A. But Group B has been considered as, if you were going to dub any group the Group of Death, it would be Group B. At the moment, though, there's a couple of teams in Group B that are overperforming and some that are underperforming a little bit. But it does mean that this series, in particular for 9 Pandas, is very important if they want to continue being in the upper echelon of the group. Because losing against a team that is 1-7, regardless of the reasoning why they're 1-7, you kind of have to win against them if you want to have a shot of getting indeed further within the major. I will say both teams, in terms of DPC points, looking very, very healthy. So they don't have a lot of extra pressure, I think, added to it. I know neither are, well, actually, that's not true. Evil Geniuses is guaranteed TI already. They have 1,470 points. They're third in the DPC standing so far. 9 Pandas, okay, not guaranteed, but they have 1,096 points. That's a lot of points. They're 7th at the moment in DPC, and that means that, well, they are most likely through. There could be some scenarios, of course, within this major that might change that. And here they are on your screen. 9 Pandas, they came in. This year has been a rocky year for them, of course, because they started out as Hellraisers. Rezo, they were Orgless for a little while, and now under the 9 Pandas flag.
I mean, I think the big reason why they have such a big success, especially on the Berlin Major, is because of their mid player. I think Yotaka has been performing super well, and I admire his gameplay recently. I think he improved a lot during this year. And overall, I mean, he was very promising for like a few years already, but this year he's like showing why, you know, he kept that promise, you know. he made him look very good during these tournaments. And I want to bring up the few different strategies that they're using, especially for this tournament, that not other teams are using, which is like, I've seen them do Enigma 4, which I haven't seen from any other team, and I've seen the Furion that they're using for the carry, and I thought that hero was like pretty much dead. But they make it work because Ramses is like one of the best Furion players out there, and they still love that hero. And you know, with the new teleport, which gives like a lot of damage for him, maybe that hero he's still power, but nobody like explored him very much as they did.
Yeah, there's for a while. I mean, when the new patch, the big patch came out, people were like, "Oh, big map. That means teleportation must be stronger because you can get across the map faster." So maybe we were gonna see more Nature Prophet, and then Fear that hero was like completely absent.
Yeah, it's mainly just the treant changes, right? Like the level 1 treants are really bad, so it's hard to lane. And you talked about the global teleportation, wasn't at the beginning of the patch? Underlord was super popular for that, right? So it is still good. It's just finding the way to make NP work in the laning stage, because you only get the damage for like 12 seconds or something after you teleport in. can't really use that much in the laning stage. It's
No, not laning.
or later on, and the treants are a lot weaker. So you have to have a specialist on it, and you have to have a clear idea of how to make it work.
Strength and laning was like a big part of his toolkit,
Yeah.
anyway, right? Like when he was popular. The Enigma is also interesting. A lot of teams obviously have these first phase flexes that they really like, and Enigma, I think we've seen this team run on both 3 and 4.
Yeah.
I believe level 1 Malefice is a lot better now. It's something
it
like
is.
a 1-second stun, like 165 damage or something for like 100 mana. So you'll see a lot of players get that early. It's like a pretty good harassment tool early in lane, and obviously the same stuff before still applies. Like there's some scaling out of this hero, some threat that you have to deal with.
Yeah, he's a universal hero too, so you can just pick him early in the draft if you want to. He hasn't really caught on that much right now. Like some teams are picking it just for the idea of like, we can play it support, we can play it off lane, it's universal, we can pick it early. Maybe it'll work out, we'll have to see. I think one of EG's biggest faults right now, which is also a strength, is their versatility. They can play so many different heroes, flex them to so many different roles. I think it was at Dream League, Chris Luck had like 20-something heroes played from the mid lane. This guy plays pretty much everything, but playing everything isn't always a good thing if you can't be like the best at it. And it takes a lot of upkeep to stay good at every hero in the game.
Yeah, I'd much rather prefer like having 5 heroes that you're really good at than having 20 heroes that you're like kind of like medium on. So yeah, Evil Genius has been struggling a lot with finding their own go-to heroes. Like Jake mentioned already, like their first phase has been always different this tournament. Every single game is different. Right? It means they couldn't like figure out on the boot camp or like before this tournament what they're going for and what their go-tos for this tournament.
Well, they're going for an opening with the Broodmother. Nine Pandas is setting up for most likely what is a Pugna Storm. We'll see if they end up going that route with the overlast pick. The Brood Techies coming out for Evil Geniuses. Now this is a flex pick because they have played it on almost every core, I want to say. Every core has played Broodmother at least some point. Pakaz, Sea-Smile, and Whisper all played it.
Pakaz played it, huh? Interesting. Pakaz played it.
I think maybe once, but the strongest one I remember was I think during Dream League like 2 weeks ago. It was Sea-Smile playing it from the mid lane, and crushing with it.
Yeah, he definitely plays Broodmother. He'll go techies mid if his team wants him to. It feels like there's no hero that's off limits for this man. But Whisper, probably the more reliable Brood player. Most likely you'll see it on him. It is going to be a Storm as we expected, and you had to see this coming if you're EG. I think it's Pugna Storm, and I don't think Brood or Techies are particularly good against the Storm Spirit, so they're going to have to find some other heroes later in this draft to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't think they are, unless Brood willing to go Orchid first item, which is not very good right now as a build for her anyways. And another one, another different opening from the Evil Geniuses. They didn't touch Brood this tournament at all, and they never even phased it, so we'll see how it's going to go for them. I mean, I'm sure like they want to try new stuff today. They probably had a really long talk yesterday about like how they're underperforming. And they want to change things up, and I'm excited to see how it's going to work for them.
I mean, at this point, you want to do a same opening that you've lost with. They've lost so much at this point. Just keep trying something until it works, and then maybe you can repeat that draft.
Yeah, I would go for the Brewmaster if I were
yeah, just pick it up. Let's go.
I will say, based on my extensive medical evaluation skills, that Matthew looks pretty healthy from that image that we can see. So
Great med skills there, Jack.
You like that? Yeah, that's a good sign. There's another 9-pan. I think more of the I keep wanting to call them CIS. Eastern European teams like this. The Legion Commander. Specifically, I think of Laurel running this hero mid as well. I think that's something that 9Pandas also likes to pick. I think it's quick. It's like strong into a lot of lanes. I wonder if that's something that might consider this game as well.
Yeah, this is one of the best heroes against Broodmother. Not as good anymore because of the range of the first spell, because before it was very easy to kill the spiders, but nowadays Broodmothers don't really play on the spiders. And I mean, I'm not sure how it's gonna. I think Brood still can heal through the Legion Commander Blade Mail initiation, just if you get the first spell off. So it might be a tricky one to pull off. But I admire like how 9Pandas respect Whisper. Like the first two bands, they're just like directly about him. Batrider and Timbersaw.
You've got to respect Whisper. This guy is really good. But he has a lot of heroes he can play. The thing about Whisper is he's not like one of those players that's really good with a small amount of heroes. He can play just about anything. So you just have to ban out like the OP heroes that he's good with. But he's still going to get something that he is generally good with, and it's going to go back to, can he have a good laning stage? Most of the EG games that I watched where they do really well, Whisper's just snowballing the game with Matthew helping him. And Matthew maybe recovering physically. This might be his chance now to get Whisper into the game and hopefully turn their score around a bit.
Yeah, mathematically not eliminated, of course, but I think their max hope is lower bracket with 7 losses to their name. I don't know how many losses you can max have at the moment before being eliminated, but 9 seems pretty scary.
Sounds bad.
Yeah, it does sound bad.
Quick maths, if you play 8 other teams, that's 16, right? So if you win every game, 9 and 7, I think there's still some possibility of it, but you would have to win every game. So.
Scary times indeed for EG. Maybe under pressure they'll do better here. As Nine Pandas is taking a long time to think about what they want to go for here. Of course, a lot to decide. They'll end up going with the Skywrath Mage.
Maybe some Mars on top of it.
Yeah, do you feel like is Mars also an answer to the Broodmother? Because I feel like maybe at this point you'd also try to find something that's better against Brood, or is Storm already pretty decent against it?
I mean, overall in the game, yes, Storm is very good to catch the Broodmother, but I think they need still answers for the laning stage against the Broodmother, because you don't want to like kind of have to leave the lane after level 6, so you need to pick both good or sound lanes, because this Brood is still flex, and they can flex until the very last pick, and you need to make sure that whenever, like, you know, if Brood goes bottom or top lane, you already have a good lane there against it.
Yeah, I like the Mars a lot. It makes a lot of sense against the Broodmother. Kills all the trees, locks her down, sets up for the Skywrath. You have the Rebuke to also deal with it, but they're going to go for Beastmaster instead here and create their own bit of tempo and zoo.
I wonder if he's going to go for the Aghanim's build or straight up for the Helm of Doom too. There's like 2 different ways that people play Beastmaster nowadays.
Yeah, I haven't played enough Beastmaster to identify. I mean, I can identify sometimes when it's a bad Helm Dom game, like if you're playing versus Doom or something, right? But like, when is it a good game to go for an Ags over the Helm Dom if it's a good Helm Dom game?
I think it's always good to go for Ags.
Yeah, okay.
And if you see a better game for the Helm of Doom 2, then you go for it instead.
Yeah.
But if not, then you go for Ags. Because the item just makes you scale a lot. It makes you have a threat in the game. It deals a lot of damage for you. I don't know, it's just like overall a very solid item for the Beastmaster.
If you feel you're lacking damage a bit, I think with this lineup so far, maybe not as important. I feel like getting some more auras at this point looks better for this draft so far.
For EG or Nine Pandas? Yeah, I mean, people usually go like Vanguard into Aghanims into Crimson Guard. That's one of the builds you can do to have an auras in your build. But it also, you know, helps you scale during the game, so you're not gonna fall off just, you know, being an aura bot with the Greaves and like Crimson or Hype Crimson.
I think EG are really deciding if they want to show where this Brood is going at this point.
I think they have to pick mid now, just to counter-pick the Storm Spirit.
They see the Beast too, so...
I'd say carry. At least they keep the Brood open for the overall last pick.
It's kind of a weird spot, right? Because you're going to either pick your carry there to deal with like the Beast Sky lane, or you can pick something to deal with the Storm. I think it's just have an internal discussion of like how many heroes do you have, right? That can do that job per role. And if you only have like 1 or 2 heroes, then you got to pick it right there for carry, because then they're going to get banned out in this next phase.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And otherwise, what's the benefit of having second pick as an overall last pick if you have already revealed everything, right? You can't really counterpick anything anymore if they pick their offlaner there.
Yeah.
Then Nine Pandas can still counterpick their safe laner against that offlaner.
No, I was thinking about picking something against Storm, putting the Brood safe lane, for example, against Beastmaster, and then having the last pick against the Ramses safe lane hero.
Yeah, I do think it is more common to have Sea Smile or Whisper play that Brood.
Yeah.
Look, I kind of was writing it off as a. I don't think we're gonna see a pass Brood.
Picardus really likes this Monkey King matchup against the Beastmaster too. I've seen him do it quite a bit. He just likes to get on top of the Beastmaster and play very aggressive, even though you can like chop down the trees and stuff and get the vision later on in the game. He'd rather play for the tempo and just try to pressure and like make this beast feed in the lane with the Disruptor.
Yeah. I mean, the only way that Beastmaster can survive this lane is they have to keep the Monkey King low at all times, so he can't really commit to killing the Beastmaster. So they have to harass him all the time with the Sky Mage. And, you know, if they do that, then the Disruptor has a free time of, like, you know, harassing the Sky Mage instead.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this thing's gonna go.
Yeah, and
Probably
EG
in
know
favor
that
of
as
Monkey.
well too, right? And so like their objective's going to be just try to kill them right away when they're full HP.
Yeah.
When they get some levels.
And bring more region to stay high on HP as well.
Quite a few Lucian carries being banned out, and they pick up Alchemist at the end of the day. Are we happy with that?
I mean, I love that pick. I think it's a solid laner overall. It's good against Brood Mother in the game, and I mean, it's not as good against Monkey King, for sure. Like because Monkey King has a, you know, the later the game goes, the better it is for the Monkey. I feel, but they played with the Alchemist already on Night Pandas, and they had a really big success before yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like they've already last picked it a few times this tournament.
Yes.
Knowing EG, they're probably thinking about putting this Brood mid, and is there a hero that can pressure this Alk outside of Brood?
Yeah, I think Nine Pandas was thinking that too, because that's why they started banning offlaners in this last phase. I feel like there could be a pretty scary timing for Nine Pandas here. I feel like if you have the situation before, Monkey King has what he needs, Alk is like an item or two ahead. You have the Beastmaster, you have good initiation. I feel like that could be a pretty scary time.
Oh, there you go. I was talking about Remaster. I mean, considering how good Nine Pandas playing on the lanes, this might be like a really good, you know, tempo game for them. And, you know, it depends on how well the Brewmaster is going to stay his lane and how, you know, how early this vessel timing is going to be for him.
Yeah, I could see it working. Speaking of EG, we just saw Beastcoast, they swap some lanes around. Wonder if they'll do the same and try matching Monkey potentially against the Alchemist. They could do that if they wanted, but I don't know if Brewmaster is going to be that hero you want against the Beastmaster. That's a matchup worth exploring it here, but yeah, a lot of tempo here, a lot of team fight for EG. Big question mark on the mid Broodmother versus Storm. Storm seems like he's pretty okay in that matchup, but I think they really wanted to get this Brewmaster into the lineup. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work out. It buys Vessel, as you mentioned. It can slow down the game a little bit for the Monkey King. A lot's going to be on Pakaz. Can he get the Alchemist inside the arena? If so, that's mainly all their damage.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this Storm has a free game if he jumps the Disruptor, and he's gonna like do a lot of stuff here in the game. And they also have a big threat in terms of like Beastmaster and Alchemist on the side lanes, and they have to choose like which one they should address. So I'm kind of going with Nine Pandas in this series.
Same.
This game, not this series.
Two Nine Pandas, Jack. You want to be the tiebreaker here?
I agree. I think if the game goes on, you could see Whisper being very disruptive of the backlines and the fights becoming easier. But I think early on, they have such potential on Nine Pandas to just burst whoever they go on very quickly. I think they're going to execute that well. So until Matthew shows me he's convalesced, I'm going with Nine Pandas as well.
I mean, Whisper Brewmaster, that's the hero that he won the game on. The only win they got. So, you know, there's a chance. My panel is not convinced, but maybe the gameplay can convince them. We're finding out, though. Nine Pandas or Evil Geniuses. Let's find out together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiv. Yes, looking forward to this one. EG versus Nine Pandas. Fog, what do you make of this, considering what we've seen with the team so far and coming in this one with this draft? Do you like the way that EG closed things up, putting C-Smile on that mid-brood and getting in a new offlane for Whisper, getting in that Brewmaster, which the panel said worked last time?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why they did it, right? I'm unsure about this matchup. I feel like Storm is chilling. I don't know. I feel like Kiyotaka is going to do just fine. But yeah, really wanting this Brew because it can do quite a lot this game, really, just because it's very good also just to disrupt the Pugna, what Pugna wants to do in a lot of fights, which is just gas station, you know, just pump people up. You have a lot of different ways to disrupt that. You can pull the Pugna out of range with your, you know, the purple one, whatever, the Void Pull. You can throw him up, you can stun him. A lot of different things that this Brew can exploit. And, of course, as they mentioned, that Vessel Buyer. So I can see the reasoning why they want to do it. They do have overwhelming team fight, so I think they wanted to just really persist about having that. Because if you look overall at Nine Pandas, their team fight is pretty lackluster. It's more about, you know, once they get their items online and how they're going to be able to take the fights and pick off targets one by one, because they have a lot of burst damage. So we'll see what's going to come out ahead, if it is going to be team fight or if it's just going to be the overall, I guess, like stronger draft for Nine Pandas, because I do like those.
Let's see. I mean,
it's like Miero's best hero.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and it's Antares' best hero. I love him on his Skywrath. His Sky and his Techies, he was like one of the first ones actually just to be spamming Sky before anybody else did. And interesting to see how they are setting up the lane. So they're putting solo top. So that's actually really, that's pretty curious. So I guess if they want to have this way to bully the Monkey King even more, rather than having the Sky who can just be telegraphed, can end up just dying up here. Solo can cause a lot of issues. Your decreps, your blasts, and everything for a monkeys. Definitely frustrating, so I like the lane setup.
Yeah, I mean, what does this sort of mean then for the bottom lane? You know, having Antares backing up Ramsey. Is there kind of kill potential for them? Is sort of the Skyrath as the safe lane support going to be enough to keep Ramsey safe?
Yeah, I think he should be fine. He's going to have to bring a lot of regen. That tends to be the case mostly versus techies anyway, but Antares, as I said, he's just so comfortable in this matchup, brought a lot of regen, so yeah, I really like the setup here. I think 9Pandas has really strong 3 lanes. And yeah, I don't know how Chris is going to do mid. I feel like Kiyotaka is just going to be able to really crush this one, because you can secure all these denies.
Yeah, both range creeps taken away. How about Kiyotaka on the Storm?
Yeah, I like that they put Solo up here. This was really smart.
Just not an easy lane for Chris to step up into.
No. And level 3 hits, and you could actually just probably go for the kill here.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you've got your bottle done as well.
And
he's going to try for it now. It's close. One more. He's got him.
He's got him.
He's got him. I mean, they chose to play this matchup, right, folks, so that they felt that something good would happen here. Whatever it is, it's not going to be happening in the early moments of this lane.
I think Kiyotaka's going to have actually. And top, they're putting a ton of pressure onto these two as well. They're bullying Panda, they're bullying Pakaz as well. Bottom lane, it's going to be a bit of a slower start, it does seem, for Ramses. That is the one lane that's going to go well for Ichi, but the other 2 lanes do seem very difficult. And yeah, Kiyotaka's going to go. He's going to go crazy. Ramses.
The concoction off. The final right click from Matthew will find him. Whisper. See if he goes down in return. Ooh, the stick charges. Antar is able to live. Will bring down Whisper, but he's also going to die. Double kill for Matthew. He's the one getting the ultimate cleanup.
Okay. Good kill there. They need to get kills in this bottom lane, as we're already seeing.
Yeah, because mid
is going to be such a stomp. I mean, we used to, honestly, like, even years ago, I've seen people theorycraft even when Brood was kind of dominant in the off lane. People had sometimes picked the Storm to play versus have tried it. It's been a long time since I've seen that, but yeah, I mean, why Chris wanted this here.
I mean, I guess the thing is, right, when they open up their draft, right, with the Brood first pick, there's always going to be the case that they just sort of had to find some way to slot it into their lineup, right?
Yeah.
And
really
I guess, yeah, that they felt that sort of the strengths elsewhere were going to outweigh sort of the struggles that the Brood would have when you put it mid in this situation.
I'm just worried about the recovery for the Brood in general as bottom. They will be able to find Whisper this time around. He's not going to have TP to be able to get back to the lane, so now Ramses, he's going to be fine to free farm after that 1 death. All 3 lanes look like they're quickly just 9Pandas dominance.
They go for Matthew as well. They've got him.
They got
him. There, and Antara is able to finish him off. So may have got that double kill earlier, Matthew, but yeah, 9Pandas coming back into the lane, cleaning up both of them. Lane falls back in their favor.
My big concern really for Chris is that all 3 cores are actually very good versus Broodmother this game. So even if he just wants to like leave this lane and go somewhere else, Alchemist can chill in the lane versus him, Beastmaster can chill in the lane versus him, so can the Storm. So I'm just wondering where Chris goes after this lane. It's an absolute domination.
I don't know. 22-9, 12-1. I think pretty much all of the range creeps being denied, at least close to it by Kiyotaka.
He's playing this one for perfection.
Radiant structures.
And yeah, top, even like we said, even Pakaz being slowed down because they did this setup here with Solo. They even claimed both of the healing lotuses from the 3-minute mark. 2k gold in 4 minutes.
I mean, you can see as well, you know, Kiyotaka keeping himself in a good position in mana. Gets these water runes, he's going to be pretty much back into full. He's prepping to go for the kill. Once he hits that level 6, he's going to be diving in and looking to take Chris down.
Yep.
Bottom lane will dive. And Antares will find the trade, takes Matthew out.
Nah, he's still farming so well, though. Anyway, the Alchemist is top 2 net worth. And they're diving top.
So be getting this Panda. There's going to be stick charges and another blast in for Solo. It's not even necessary. Just the right clicks alone. And they've got another blood grenade to throw out at him. Double kill for Solo.
He didn't even go decrep. He actually just went to Nether Ward in this lane. Blasting him with Nether Ward. They can't trade versus him.
I mean, I think they sort of realized with the early lead that they were getting, they don't have to worry about playing defensive. They just go all out and continue to snowball top. Mid lane 6 is hit. Chris has got to be careful.
Chris has just hit level 5. Is there going to be another range deny? No, he gets that one, but absolute freedom here for Kiyotaka. Falcon Blade level 6. It's only 5 minutes in. Like, that's pretty absurd. 3k net worth. And it's going to be his Oyster. They are Solo getting some... No, it's not stacking at all. But yeah, lanes are heavily in dominance here for 9Pandas over EG. And you still have to just play these lanes. I don't think you can actually move things around just yet, but Chris could just die at any moment.
Yeah, +1 and Kiyotaka can go for the kill. Chris is stepping right back. Sees that Solo shows up mid. Knows that you cannot approach the wave under any reason. And it's going to be the 6-minute power rune. They're setting up with both supports. Kiyotaka gets something good here. He's going to be going for kills.
Yeah, they're trying to bully Ramses a little bit with Acid Spray. They can't dive him under tower. They're going to try, though, actually.
They can it with the 3 of them. TP coming in. Ramses, he's going to have a concoction to throw out. He'll opt to throw it the way Panther is under the tower. They kill Panther off. Ramses still alive. Whisper's trying to chase him down. Will get him, but almost certainly dies to the tower in return. They get Ramses, but it's costing them a lot of resources.
Mid.
They're diving in as Chris, he's going to be going down. Kiyotaka, final attack. Will do it here with the DD.
They commit 3 heroes bottom and they lose 2 just to go for this Alchemist. Antares is going to be level 6 any moment now. This is a humongous Skywrath as well. Not even the gold so much, but the levels. It's going to be a 6.
And this tower's going down. Lots being done with this DD rune on Kiyotaka. They get the kill. And this is going to be the tier 1 tower taken away from the Brood 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and where's he going to go, right? I'm really just worried because, like I was saying earlier, where does this Chris go? It just might have to just go jungle because all 3 lanes that he goes to, he could just die and he could just give up way too much gold. You don't want to go to the Alchemist because then you're feeding spiders. 7 minutes. Antares, is he actually going to be able to get this as well? He's not. They do end up taking that one away.
Should kill him for it.
Yeah. Level 6
efforts.
He might be trying to make it to the... Oh, no way.
Is he
No!
Oh.
Use the Lotus perfectly in time.
Okay. They just can't catch a break here, EG.
I'm giving him a clap for that one. Hey, they got the Wisdom Rune. There you go. That's the one break.
Car's hopping around the trees.
I feel better.
Be careful. These axes flying about. He's going to come back down and re-wave.
He got caught.
They're going to get him like that.
I can't believe he jumped up there.
Yeah, he came back down and then came back. I think he kind of knew the moment he sort of stepped back off the trees to hit the creeps. He was screwed. There was no living.
And a roar. That's kind of like a BM roar right there. They have the kill anyway, but Miro's just like, whatever. 90-second cooldown. Who cares?
They're going to go for Chris again. They've got the combo. Vortex into the Mystic Flare. There's nothing to be done.
A beatdown. And Ramses, even though he's died 3 times, he's still top 2 net worth, all things considered as well too. Like absurd stuff right now from 9 Pandas. These lane setups. Support's so high level. Top Miro, can they set up for him?
As Hardboss Solo's around, does of course now have a point into Decrepify, so if anything does start going down, but badly for them in that play, 9 Pandas will always able to stop this Monkey King.
And look at this, they're picking up Arcane Boots almost on both of the supports at 8 minutes in.
Yeah,
and
they're
both
go with the spam,
yeah.
with the spells. They can kill whoever.
I'm surprised Pakaz jumped in that tree. That was just, you just set yourself up to get cut. He probably dies anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, even if you jump to sort of a further tree, the axes are likely to find you. Kiyotaka's probably going to get a freebie here.
Yep, walking in.
Sentry will get dropped, but at the same time, Kiyotaka happy to reveal himself from the Invis. And Panda, he's going to be taken out. Another kill for Kiyotaka.
And he's going to get filled right back up to full. You can keep going. Anybody he finds is very likely dead, and Pakaz so far from any type of component, even for Battle Fury. This might be a quick one, Owen.
They're crushing it. Yeah. Completely crushing it, and they've got a great lineup to snowball.
Super good lineup to snowball and super good lineup to counter pretty much most of these heroes across the board here. This Broodmother just has no recovery place to go, as we were saying. Taking bottom tower, though, at the least there for Chris, but... Real for 10 minutes.
Wasn't able to get any farm at all really from that mid, just sitting on sort of this brown boots and Soul Ring. I think 9 minutes in. It's going to try and queue up the Orchid to have some sort of answer.
Auto. Whisper. I was about to say Whisper is like their saving grace if he can get some stuff off, but just gets popped.
Now Panda is gone. I mean, he's a little low mana, Kiyotaka. We're going to see if they can do this. He is on his own.
Oh, they should get him here.
So this could be a good chance to punish. As yet, no, they're coming in with the TPs now. Oh, maybe the Decrepify's there.
No way.
It is. Decrepify's there. They're going to start trying to heal him up. It's going to give him enough mana to zip once more. He's under his own tier 2, but he will still die. Solo also to get punished for that attempt. But TPs, they're coming in. Pakaz, can he get out of this? Axes and the roar from Miro. He cannot. Pakaz will die. Not a bad kill.
Not a bad kill.
They get Kiyotaka, but it's not without a cost.
No. I can't believe how far he gets away. I mean, he's pretty tanky because he's level 9, so he's able to waltz back, but almost ends up surviving. Solo. He was a little richer. He might have had like a Beast and been able to save him with it. He's only 200 away from it, so that was very close to them not even getting this kill. As Ramses during this time, he's been able to take that space. He's got his Relic. Radiance is coming up pretty soon. Whisper has the Vessel. See if they can connect with anything here. Panda wants any XP he gets level 4.
He's going to go straight for Panda. Knows that there's nothing Panda could do to save himself. But for Whisper, of course, a lot tougher with the Primus quick already. We'll pop it.
Ramses.
He's got Matthew heading over to try and back him up, but Kiyotaka's doing his best to block Matthew up. Ramses, Chemical Rage off. The damage from Matthew jumping in is too much for Ramses to withstand. As Ramses goes down. After the Primal Split, though, with Antares here, they could try and go for Whisper. Antares, he's got the Mystic Flare, comes crashing down onto Whisper as they continue to be the team to come out on top with these cleanups, 9 Pandas.
They have to commit so much. Tier 1's up. They can just quickly react and get kills. It's like every time EG gets like one small kill, it just 9 Pandas strikes back with much more every single time. Antares is level 9. Is he higher level than Ramses? He is. Skywrath is absolutely tremendous.
Yeah. He's getting a lot from this, being involved in a lot of action, and it's going to go straight for queuing up the Lotus. Just stop. Have an answer to that one item, that Chris is going to try and rush it.
Hey, it's his best hero, and he's clearly displaying that here on Antares, getting these kills. And is Mystic there? Is Mystic still visible for you? Whatever. Spaka's getting gone on top.
It is sometimes.
I couldn't see it.
It is. It was for you, but it wasn't for the stream.
Okay.
So it's just a bit of a coin toss whether you see the Mystic Flare or not.
Kiyotaka does use all his mana, but yep, he's got Solo behind him, so he is safe. Solo's just going to keep pumping him up. Back to full. Hello. And yeah, Kiyotaka's even going for the Orchid himself. So pretty cool. He's going to go for that because he's playing versus the Brewmaster, right? So a clear way to just shut down the only hero that feels like it's having an okay time on the side of EG.
Yep.
I like that choice.
It's going to be a quick time on it as well.
Yeah, the silence is always amazing versus Brew.
Arcane Rune as well on the top side of the river. And they'll find Matthew. Easy little catch here. So they'll make sure that he's the one to take it. Decrepit flank the blast to secure the kill. Kiyotaka will back up, pick up that Arcane Rune. The map is just not safe right now for EG.
Not safe to go anywhere. All 3 cores just struggling to find any type of recovery outlet. And yep, 9 Pandas just continue to dominate the whole map. It's 20-7. Feels like they literally can just go anywhere they want. Kiyotaka, as we said, always has mana to fight, and there's the Orchid. So now, even where EG's perhaps maybe their chances around like big ulti wombo combo stuff like that, if he doesn't immediately pop Primal, he's just gonna get killed from this silence. They do have 6 on the Disruptor now, though, so they're gonna look for a smoke play and try to catch and get the initiation themselves with their big team fight. But they need to have this connect.
6 on Disruptor, Orchid on Brood. Gonna find Kiyotaka though. He's not messing around. As soon as he catches sense that they're coming for him, he's straight away with ball landing. Does mean the glimpses will be there onto Antares. He'll be the one to be left behind, but Kiyotaka would have been the big grab, and they don't find him. They just get the support.
And they'll just full bail out. So they see 5 heroes commit for the rotation.
And that tier 2 tower nearly pretty much gone. They're all the way down to 2 HP. Not going to be able to finish it off, so they can go for deny, but that's still a tier 2 off the map, 13 minutes in.
13, yeah, 14 minutes. But yeah, I think that's one of the faster ones we've had. Actually, we had a 14-minute game, so we probably had quite a bit of a faster one. But a really fast tower here coming out. Ooh, Kiyotaka actually takes the Wisdom Rune himself. He's near 12. They're looking for their offensive plays. They have so much control and silence for this Brewmaster Whisper. Be careful.
They still want to go. Have the Static Storm.
Who's going to show himself? The backup. The Disruptor's waiting. My Pandas, they're not going to take the bait.
EG are setting up it with the numbers to make sure that any fight that does occur, there's at least a chance they can outnumber what 9 Pandas throw at them.
Because at the least has finished his Battle Fury. I thought it was going to come out so much slower this game. 15 minutes with how brutal it really has felt for him. Not bad.
Move around here.
EG's just playing as 4. But that means that you see that net worth increasing. Ramses and Miero, they're just farming during this. Waiting for their next big timing. Can EG get the catch here?
They really want to try.
Gonna get Kiyotaka.
Gonna get him back in the Static Storm. The Primal split, they've got that extra bit of lockdown. Jump forward with the techies, they've got it.
Nicely done.
They take the attacker out, they're going to be able to find Solo as well in the trees.
Beautiful. That's they needed that so badly. The vision, they still had that there on the twin gate from earlier. Can they catch more?
They're going to look for it, and Taras is going to try for the TP away. He'll get out. Definitely good news there for EG with those 2 kills that they find and not losing anything themselves.
Yeah, signs of life. 9 Pandas didn't expect that vision to be there. They're completely splitting up the map. They are trying to play that like economy game, having the Beastmaster on one side, Alk on the other, as we see there. Yeah, Glimpse pulling him back in because of that ward.
Yeah, nothing to save him once he's in there, and Whisper, immediate primal split. Knows that he has to press it early to play aggressive and not get caught out by the silences, and it goes very, very well for them.
And now we're going to see 9 Pandas very likely look to punish, right? Maru splits down, Disruptor ult down for 30 seconds or so. I mean, even if they feel the need to punish, though, because they are still getting a lot of farm here for Ramses and from Yarrow. But the gold lead, it is, swung from 8k to 5k, so that kill is big. Miro, though, timing is hit. Helm of the Overlord is done, BKB Alchemist. Now they can really force the issue, and might just go for a Roche forcing here with the BKB on Alk. I don't know if EG can even go for that if they have their ultimates.
That's what the call's going to be from them. Panda just trying to finish off his Glimmer mid.
I think you just farm. Everyone farm. Everyone max efficiency. Everyone hit some neutrals, hit some creeps here on the side of EG because you cannot contest this.
Really very ready to go. Ramses hitting those timings. Radiant's BKB once he's got the blink dagger. He'll look to get involved in the majority of the fights. He just forced away 2 key attackers. So there's Storm between the Aegis and the backup of the Pugner. Pretty much infinite mana to play with, it's going to feel like in these team fights.
The best Aegis carrier, right? Having it this early, it's going to be painful because we saw there how much they have to commit to kill him, right? So if they have to commit Static Storm, everything there from the Brew to kill him the once, he's just going to come right back and be able to dominate the fight. So EG, for this next fight, it's going to be a complicated one. Might just have to try to avoid as best as they can.
Yeah, or at least be able to be prepared to throw down the ults and settle for maybe taking the Aegis away and then running. Don't stick around for round 2. Not going to be able to do it twice at this point. Whisper. Bullied out the lane. I mean, key attacker's going to look for chase. He's on target with a zip forward, and they'll get him. That's Whisper taken down.
He's fine.
BG have to hold back up to the high ground.
Just instantly back up to full mana. They actually built double Pavis this game, the 2 supports, to be able to throw it onto this Storm. So, I mean, yeah, they could even protect him if he does get caught in all these ultimates with that. There is a Dispel, of course. We do have the Brewmaster with that, so might be able to just remove them and get the burst anyway. But they're going to start pushing. 9 Pandas. They have this Helm of the Overlord. They're going to start knocking.
I mean, key attacker's going to try and go for Panda. It was a pretty big zip, though. So, completely out of mana. We'll start to now get topped up by Solo. Sort of bait EG out of the base. Ramsey's got Kakashi going, receive the cards, turn up in the fight, drop down across command. Just look, the BKB turns over towards Panda. They go for the squishies first. Now they look for the cards. They catch him with the silence. They've got enough mana here on Key Attacker to close the gap onto Pakaz. Double kill for the Storm. Pakaz, I mean, as you say, got a good time on the battle Fury. His farm is not bad considering the state of the game, but that was a risky move. Tries to turn up the action, and it cost him his life.
I'm surprised he turns up, honestly. I thought he was just going to continue farming. I think it's pretty difficult to start.
They're in again,
here.
And they've got Whisper. They've got the silence, they've got the Mystic Flare. Have they got enough? He's getting burst low, but the Glimmer, it will save him.
He's okay.
Able to walk away there, only just though. But the Glimmer from, I believe, Matthew, bailing him out.
Wait, did they just glyph? Or is that the earlier glyph? They glyphed in that, I think that was their tier 3 glyph. For the tier 2.
Yeah, that glyph just came in right now.
Whoops. I think they missed it or something. Whoops. I don't even know what I just saw. Well, now 9 Pandas could force the high ground, and Matthew, he's actually just going to walk into 2 heroes here, but she's going to be okay. I'm shocked that Pakaz showed up for that fight. Because I know they're playing into Aegis too, so it's even if you get Kiyotaka there, it's a tough one. And he really needs BKB.
And he was farming fast. Right?
He was.
Like, if he's able to sort of avoid the fight through, you lose tier 2, but maybe get the BKB. Top lane, another attempt onto Whisper. Once again, not enough damage through the silence to kill him off.
Oh, Pugner. Shows up. Well, 4 points in decrep. All the way back up to full. Still 2 minutes on Aegis. BKB soon there for Chris. They're going to have double BKB timing. Let's see what they can actually connect with that one there. It's going to have to be some humongous Wukong's command.
I mean, you know, this is the thing, you know, despite being 10k down, obviously a large part of that being the fact that they're against Alchemist, the recovery's not been bad by EG. You know, you got to remember, Chris had such a tough lane in that mid matchup. He's now level, well, he's in fact ahead of levels of Kiyotaka, and the farm, he's only about 1,000 gold behind. So recoveries are being made by EG.
It's a pretty big mountain to climb, though. The levels and everything do hurt. The gold, it tells a tale, but the levels as well tell another one.
Try and set up some Matthew, but these Glimmer Capes doing a good job of bailing EG out against these attempts by Antares' setup.
I'm just looking at Whisper. I think they can just kill his Brewlings. He's still only got the level 1 split. It's 21 minutes in. The supports on the side of 9 Pandas is level 12 on Antares. Kaz, BKB's done.
And backup's going to come in from Kiyotaka. He goes straight for Panda on the back lines. Once again, though, not enough to kill him solo.
Okay, solo's isolated.
Get the ult off here, Whisper, and they get the drag back. Kiyotaka's in the Static Storm, has got the Aegis, so he'll be back for round 2.
Here's Ramses.
Get the concoction off, actually connects over towards Matthew as well, the AoE, and Miro clears up Matthew with the summons. Trying to zip in for more Kiyotaka, he's trying to find these supports, he'll get Panda. This time, Panda cannot survive. Now they look over towards Whisper, the split comes to an end, Whisper goes down. 9 Pandas, they'll get the push going on this bottom lane. In fact, Kiyotaka, he's trying to see if he can get the zip over maybe to find Kaz.
Dire's bottom tower
They're
is under attack.
too far behind at this point. Kaz will get away, but losing 4 for just the Skywrath and the Aegis, which was quickly ticking out as well too soon.
Yeah, had just about 40 seconds left. Yeah. So getting the most of it. And Kiyotaka, he's going to find Pakaz.
No way, he actually
He's going to find him. See if he can play around this smartly enough to get the kill. He can. Kites him up. Mystic Flare comes down. Antares, he'll say thanks for the kill.
Level 13 Skywrath. 2 levels over some
Tormentor
cores.
to clean up all the tier 2s now, 22 minutes in.
What a game, really. I mean, I really want to highlight a lot about, of course, the mid lane, how it went, because the Storm really decimated this Broodmother, but also, I think that little switch-up that they did, it's not something too crazy, but Pugna going top, Sky going bottom. This Pugna actually owned this Monkey King, too. Like, yeah, this has just been an excellent game from start to his point so far from 9 Pandas, not really giving up too much of anything. It's only 2 deaths on Kiyotaka, and I don't think he minds too much. There we see that again. Beautiful fight. Just great. Re-engage, disengage coming out there from 9 Pandas.
Yeah, as you said, you know exactly how you want your last moments of an Aegis to go.
Yep. And now they even have pipe on Miero, so we saw damage being an issue there for EG. Now they have an extra thing, an extra layer they're going to have to try to go through to bring down some of these heroes. This is so hard.
If Kiyotaka gets caught in a Static Storm, it doesn't matter if he's going to be close by to Mira and the pipe gets popped.
Yep.
You know, the only one that's going to really be threatening him is the damage of the cars. But of course, he's not quite at that point where he hits super hard. Just on the basic, the Battle Fury and the BKB needs that next time before he can really start to be relied upon to get these kills.
Yeah, I feel like killing the cores is it's pretty much going to start being impossible for the side of EG. They might have to just settle for supports and then just play the fights in some crazy manner to try to kind of come back in it. Whisper's still 11. You really need level 2 Brew Split to have any type of hope in any of these fights. He's really had to take the back foot this game on this Brew. Just trying to allow Chris to come back, and yeah, they're targeting him.
Yeah, which feels tough as well, because you can only imagine with the way that EG wanted to play this with their lanes, with how they closed the draft with Whisper's Brew. You know, they did sort of make this decision to put the Brood mid. It was going to have a tough start because they wanted, felt that Whisper having this last pick Brew and getting to play that on the off lane would be what it would take to shut down 9 Pandas early.
Yeah, and I think they, like they were mentioning, I think Fear talked about it a few times, is they like this Monkey King versus the Beastmaster, but it was a Monkey King versus a Beastmaster with a Pugna, not a Skywrath. I think he was expecting to pick, I can just mischief dodge these Skywrath nukes. What Pugna does is he just hits you in these lanes. It's not even just about Nether Blast. He does so much harassment, protection, etc. That's why we're seeing him picked so much besides just the gas station. So, yeah, I think EG got maybe tripped up a little bit by that kind of swap around, but either way, they did put this, they did cause this to happen to themselves with that Brew switch up.
Yeah, little things as I think you were saying during draft, right? The opening, it's definitely feeling as better as much as it looked. You know, when you have one team getting this Storm Pugna, the other one opening with the Brood Techies.
Yeah,
it's always going to be a bit of a risk.
Yeah, EG just. They said it on panel too, just it seems like struggling to find their identity this tournament. It happens when you're losing every game. You keep trying new stuff, new openers, and you're like, why is nothing working? So, yeah, it's tough for them. Level 12 finally hit on Whisper. He's close to an Aghanims. But Roche, it's back up, and 9 Pandas.
Now,
Surprised they actually haven't gone to set up for it.
I mean, Ramses and Antares, they're looking for a sneaky play here.
They're just looking for kills.
They're going to go for this. They're going to go for Chris. There's the jump. Concoction into the Mystic Flare. Chris is gone.
Okay, they just want to be aggressive instead of going for like the Roshan or anything like that. Don't blame them.
Also did end up pressing his BKB, of course, in those final moments. So even when he's back, BKB is going to be on cooldown.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
I think came out that last second as the stun came to an end. So, of course, did not save him from the damage already come down upon him. Top lane, because...
Oh, he's stuck. Miro's just got the roar.
They've got him. He'll get BKB off. I think the raw control's still there. Turns with the boundless, tries for the TP, but the physical damage is done, and Pakaz is out as well.
And Ramsey's just BKB TPs in their face. No way to stop it. Very smooth game.
Blink Dagger on Miro, so it's going to become even easier for him to find these sort of setups onto Pakaz.
Yep. And now they can go for the... Now they just can go back for that rush. Just run Ramses up there after he forced everybody back to base. And that should be enough for them to likely just go for the ending of this game.
I think so. And it's certainly looking to be that way. 26 minutes in, 23k lead for 9 Pandas.
This Alchemist having 2 cores network is put together now. Given all that opportunity, of course, from his team. And Ramses does have 4 deaths, but his team's been putting on so much pressure that he just has... Yeah, he just gets to play like the freest Alchemist ever. Roche, another Aegis for Kiyotaka. Killing him once is a problem, twice impossible. And he's even got a cheese, so kind of maybe enough. You kind of have to kill him like 3 times. All the lanes are pushed in. DD does spawn down bottom about a minute ago. Same for Matthew by himself.
Ramsey's able to easily solo the Tormentor. I say easily? Yeah, easily. Chemical Rage coming to an end. It's done enough damage.
He doesn't have Roger here. You know, Roger's the one who kills Ramses if they're going for Tormentor, so.
Stupendous.
And with this gold as well, super close to having his next time done getting that Abyssal. It's tier 3 token. This out's going to be super strong, even, of course, leaving the... Well, she's not going to be able to get to the DD in time. Well, it's disappearing 15 seconds.
Kiyotaka will get it.
Kiyotaka will just take it, Get it in his bottle.
He's going to be able to get double. What was the rune that was before that? Illusion, and then what was the one before that?
I don't think it was a good one. So
he might be able to get like a... He might be able to get like an Arcane right after this. Yep.
Oh!
Pretty sure it was an Arcane.
DD Arcane!
I don't remember all the cycle. Because there was an Illusion, a Shield, and then I believe it was a... I didn't see it, but anyway. Jump!
Oh, he's looking for him. He's looking for him, and he's found him. He's found Pakaz. Pakaz will be able to BKB if necessary. He's actually going to just rely on the Glimmer that's thrown his way. He holds on to BKB, now pops it. Does manage to turn and get the Boundless off. Will also get the Wukong's command off as well, but Miro's in with the Blink Roar. Helps to finish him off. Kiyotaka's the one to get the last touch upon him, and Pakaz is out for a minute.
Ramsey's onto high ground here. Time to close it out.
He's diving in. In he goes onto Matthew. They get the silence as well over towards Whisper. Silence in return will be thrown down onto Kiyotaka, so he won't continue to dive on towards Whisper. He tries to find him. Whisper will make it away.
The Arcane Rune, he's trying. He'll just get pumped back up. A glimpse, just to be annoying.
Dancing around him, Kiyotaka.
If you're getting a glimpse of me, I'm going to kill you.
And he will. Panda's out. The bottom racks, they'll be going.
And Chris just has to watch.
Was able to start recovering in farm, but just never was able to have an impact as the Brood, it feels, this game with how rough of a start it was for him in that lane.
These lanes are just way too devastating. And then rotations, lost towers early. Miro, I think he played perfect Beastmaster. Kiyotaka dominated everything.
Yeah, both supports just complemented the lanes really nicely.
Yeah, I really like that little switch up that they did. That a lot now lately.
And Kiyotaka's in, so's Ramses. As that's Matthew gone. Whisper will get the primal split off in those final moments, but Chris
no damage.
Will get roared, taken out. The mid-racks are going. Does have buyback on the Spider, but even with that taken into account, there's not much to be done here as this game, it's over. GG's call. There's 9 Pandas. Looking pretty hot here. EG just not finding their footing at the start of this game.
No, they tried something and it most definitely did not work. 9 Pandas responded perfectly to it, just played their own game, and yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see what EG does to try to fix things up, because now what, that's how many consecutive losses? I mean, they did have, okay, they won yesterday, but still it's 8 losses or something like that, and continue just not being able to find their identity, and you can just see, you mentioned it, right? Pugna Storm, we're seeing it all over the place.
They'll be doing
Great.
this again. I don't think there's many reasons for them not to want to open like this. And as a team that's going to be doing this, I feel like if you're playing against it like EG, you probably just got to have something a bit better to respond with, like that you're starting off yourself. It really felt like this Brood first pick was massively punished. Maybe EG did feel that they were going to have the option to switch it around, you know, sort of make changes so they can get something like the Whisper Brew in as that final pick. But it seems like that versatility that they attempted was completely punished. The mid matchup, it was just a completely free game for Kiyotaka. There was no stopping this Storm, which was revealed in the first 2 picks.
Exactly. First 2 Storm that gets to run rampant. And the thing is, like, when you have this Brood that ends up having a rough lane in mid, it causes a liability across all your lanes because you're like, we have no mid laner to help out the other issues that have happened. So, tough game.
Maybe it's just a miscommunication at the end of the draft. You know, they're like, hey, Whisper, what do you want to play on the offlane? I say, I'll play Brood. Oh, you play Brew? Oh, we'll pick it. No, I said I'll play the Brood. Why do you pick this? Now what we're going to do with the Brood, mother? You know, it just didn't work out. Didn't work out this draft for EG. 9 Pandas looking hot as they take game 1.
And 9 Pandas just ran all over them. I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and Rezo. Rezo, this was not pretty.
Yeah, I mean, the lanes were horrible for them. Starting from the drafting, like, they kind of, like, slipped the game, like, within the first few minutes. Kiyotaka destroyed absolutely mid lane. He destroyed his tower also, like, on 6-minute mark or something, and this snowball from Storm just went out of control. And they couldn't, like, they didn't have answers for it at all. Like, they didn't have heroes for it. They only had a Disruptor to stop the Storm, and they couldn't, like, you know, do it at all.
I'm not really a math person, but I think 9 Pandas is better than 3 or 4 of this game that Whisper was able to get out. This was just it was a disaster. I think from the draft, and there were also just like this Monkey King. You mentioned this. Like, maybe they like him against the Beastmaster, but I feel like this is such a hard Monkey King game as well. There's just so much like long lockdown into like massive burst damage, and like this game just feels impossible for him to play. You have lanes going poorly, which also obviously never favors like a Monkey King. I think EG are really lost right now, and you know they need to find something because this one was pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, where to start on this one? I think I want to start on the draft. You know, you see this Pugna. Well, who's going to suspect a Storm coming, you know, after that, right? Then they pick Techies and Brood, 2 heroes that don't address the Storm at all. And throughout the entirety of the draft, you're like, okay, at least you can flex the Brood. That's fine. But then they put the Brood into the lane of the Storm, which they already saw. He gets first blooded, completely dumpstered in the lane. They still don't have an answer for Storm in this game. He completely free game. They got so outdrafted, and on top of it, they got outplayed. It's looking a little rough here for EG. And the one bright, like, glimmering hope that they do have is that it can't get much worse than this, right? Like, they got outplayed, outdrafted, out everything. So going into this next game, just make a couple improvements here and there, and it shouldn't look this ugly, hopefully.
It's 140, and it's already first blood for the Storm. It's too good of a game he's starting to have.
I mean, it wasn't just the Storm that had a free game. We also talked about Niero having a free game on his Beastmaster. He was just a lucky-go-happy guy.
I mean, EG tried to focus Ramses way too much in this game and tried to put so much attention that into the Alchemist that they completely forgot that there's a Beastmaster in the game as well, on top of the Storm Spirit that's just like going around on the map and killing everybody. And yeah, even though they focused the Ramses, he still had like a really decent timings in this game, and he still had his farm because there's so much space that, you know, being made from the Storm Spirit. And, you know, their tempo is way too good. The Beastmaster went for the Helm of Tom 2. They just completely closed the map on them. Monkey King couldn't really find his timings well enough. And on top of that, he's playing against the Pugna as well here, so he needs to buy a Nullifier 3rd item. So it's just very hard overall, like from every standpoint of the game.
Now, Evil Geniuses did play this game for a very long time, of course. I mean, we're seeing here 21 minutes, and it's already looking like the game is almost over. But EG kept playing for a long time after that. Was there any kind of peak timing or item timing that they were waiting on, that they really thought that things could turn around, or was it really playing with the hope that 9 Pandas would potentially throw going on high ground?
I mean, I think it's about the Roshan. I think 9Pandas just was waiting for the Roshan, and they were just completely closing the BEP on the EG, so they couldn't really farm anything. And on EG side, probably the one time that they could have like wished for is this nullifier on Monkey King, but it still like wasn't enough to make sure they turn him back. There's no comeback mechanics from their draft. There's only one Monkey King arena that's like a big ultimate, but other than that, they don't have like Black Hole, they don't have nothing, they don't have RP, they don't have nothing to be able to turn the game like this.
Yeah, and it goes back to what's kind of good in this meta right now. If you look at 9Pandas draft, they have a lot of supporting cast, making Ramses stronger in this particular game. And on EG, you have like this, maybe not so much of a tri-core because Brewmaster is a little more supportive, but you have like this Brood mid. If it doesn't win its lane and it has a bad lane matchup, it's pretty useless. And then you have a Monkey King who just needs to hit his timings. He has to win his lane and has to stay ahead in net worth in this game. The moment they just fell behind, it just felt like their draft was not equipped to deal with what 9Pandas was going to bring. Once you have the helm of the Overlord online, Ramses does have his BKB Radiance. The game just felt like it's just over at that point for EG.
Yeah, I think it could have been better if they just put the Broodmother off lane and just find another mid player, mid hero to address this turn speed a little bit. But if they don't do that, the lane is looking rough. Especially like since Brewmaster is not like a hard counter to, most of the heroes of 9Pandas as well.
Yeah, so we keep coming back to the draft where it went wrong, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Again, if you're not addressing the opponent's first phase, and I feel like you're kind of counter-picking your own core, and then I failed to see really where they found much of an advantage at all. I could kind of see their idea for winning this game. Like maybe if the game is relatively even mid-game, you have this Brood that can like get to the back line or like help you isolate heroes, and you can maybe out-sustain the burst of 9Pandas. I think that's what they were thinking, but it's not going to get to that point if the lanes go this badly. And also, like you said, the flex value is lost if you commit your flex hero from the first phase into a bad lane.
Yeah.
Shoot yourself in the foot.
That's kind of what happened. Maybe they learned from game number 1 and will perform better in a second game against 9Pandas, but we're going to find out exactly that as game 2 is coming your way after a break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini, Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini, seru. Mau gitu, seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven, seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
This is a DX Razor Chair. Shout out to our wonderful sponsors here, making everybody sit and game comfortably. And I hope that comfort carries into their gameplay, in particular, carries into the Evil Geniuses gameplay, as they are having a really rough time. They are 1-8 right now, and mathematically, maybe not out, but it's looking pretty damning right now. They're up against 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas look very strong in a game number 1 of the 2-game series we're in the middle of. I'm joined by Fear, Jack, and Roman. And Fear, going into this game 2, I need to hear from you. You're the coach. Things are looking rough. You're at this point of the tournament, right? You're 1-8 right now. You know you're guaranteed TI, so that helps. But you just want to make sure that your team still plays. What's the speech?
Well, I think if you're going into this game here, I'm telling my team right away that just pretend this is game 1 of the tournament, right? Go out there, have some fun. Make sure to not have your mentality be at an all-time low, because the biggest thing that happens to teams is when they do bad, they start doing really bad, and it just snowballs into a situation where you're all of a sudden just playing worse than you normally would, for no reason other than you're tilted. So you just have to untilt yourself and just calm down and play.
Calm down and play. And I guess with that said, you go to comfort heroes, Roman. You go to things that you know you're good at. Not too many, out of the box things. Easy to execute.
It's pretty much you have to let go of anything you've been, trying to build here and just go with the flow and with whatever players are feeling right now. So it's basically there's no captain anymore. You're going to address each player and yo, bro, what do you want to play here? So it's probably gonna be like this for Evil Genius, because you kind of have to let go of any expectations already, and you're 1-8, and just whatever you want, guys. You want silencer, let's go. Just do it.
I don't think anybody was expecting an opener for silencer. This time again, though, the Nine Pandas open with the Pugna. So with the Silencer, they are already more prepared against the Storm that is most likely coming out from Nine Pandas than they were previous game.
I think this team is one of the few that does first phase. This is like the Panda move special. I wouldn't be. They've like, what else have they run? There's like a Naga, like primal stuff like that in first phase. I think they should already have had the sort of big picture perspective coming into this tournament. Like, you need to be ready for TI and Riyadh, and you know what happens here. You don't ever want to say that it doesn't matter because that's just a bad mentality to have. But you know, let's not put too much pressure on ourselves here. Let's like try to learn something that will help us moving forward. So I think that's a fine mindset to have. And yeah, it's been pretty rough so far this series.
If I was a coach, I forgot that we're qualified for TI already, but that would have been definitely a good thing to tell them as well. It's like, you're already qualified for TI. This tournament itself, like, we're not having our best run. There's no magic fix. There is just drop your guard and just really just try to enjoy the game and play your best. And they take this.
I love this. I love the silencer to prevent this turn. Like, no, let's still get this turn. I love this.
That's why you're the coach and I'm the manager. See, we're here to help each other out on these
Just remind me, oh, we're actually qualified for TI. Let's drop.
It's a joint effort, I would imagine, in most cases. It shouldn't always be the coach's job to keep the mental strong. Obviously, that I'm assuming that's an important part of it, but you also got to think about the actual in-game Dota stuff. You got to think about the draft. So it is a joint effort being a good thing.
I mean, there's
Great
like,
team.
you know, we're different people, and some people have a quality to be a, you know, cheerleader kind of, and it might be a manager's job as well to, you know, for the team. And, you know, coach can be like a very like mathematical guy that just like purely focus on the draft as well. It's just like,
You're speaking from experience here, or what?
nah.
I mean, you're forgetting one key component every team needs. You also need like the clown too.
Clown?
Yeah, every team needs their jester, their clown, the funny guy. They keep the spirits up and high. Otherwise, I mean, I've been on teams where there was nobody funny before, and
You've been on teams where there's nobody funny.
yeah.
How important is it to have a person that is funny?
Oh, why do you think we hired Bulba? Like, without him, you know, like, everything gets a little boring and stale, and when things go bad, everyone's emo. You need someone to crack a joke here and there to bring up morale, even when things are looking bad.
That is very important, I agree.
Makes sense, but you know what? Give yourself some credit, Fear. You're a pretty funny guy too, you know? In a different way. You got that dry humor going.
Yeah, I don't crack jokes, though. They just unintentionally happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I can't like make jokes out of nothing, but I can like prolong the conversation to more, you know, jokes and more fun. Kind of the same way. But yeah, I mean, Nine Pandas definitely had something in their pockets when they see the Storm Spirit like this after they pick Pugna and you know, they pick Doom right away, just to address the Storm Spirit a little bit. But I already like that opener from the Evil Genius drafts way more, just because like they already have an active mid, and it's gonna be like a very like aggressive game from them.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Evil Genius is going to continue drafting here against Nine Pandas. But I'm mostly interested, not just in your guys' thoughts, but I also want to hear the thoughts of our commentary team on the draft. Odie Pixel and Fogged, what do you think of how things are going so far in this draft?
Yeah, what do we got? What? Fogged, what do you make of this?
Well, they stole the Storm, so already a better adjustment.
No
I feel
Storm
like.
Pugna this time around for Nine Pandas.
Yep. So already making some clear adaptations, and we see Nine Pandas are just going to go straight for that Doom, so they have an answer. And this is a very strong lane. This is actually the combo that Betboom does in pretty much all their games if they're able to get it. If the Storm isn't, of course, available, they go for this Pugna Doom. Super strong dual lane in the off lane, so looking to apply a lot of pressure to EG's bit of a more fragile draft that they at least have opened up with. But infinitely better for EG. I think this looks so much better than their last opener. It looked, I don't know, brute techies compared to this looks way better.
Yes, yeah, definitely giving themselves a bit of a better shot this time round. Yeah, Storm Silencer, no, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Gives you good coverage to get in and get those plays going, and already you just know that Chris is going to have a better game this time round. That last game, that game one was not an easy one.
Hopefully.
I mean, I don't know.
No, he won't get first blooded at 1 minute 40 seconds in. I don't think we ever see that happen.
It was a rough game.
Yes.
I just don't see it being as rough as that this time around for him. Pandas with the bans here, taking out the Bat, taking out the Mars. What does it sort of say to you? What are Pandas? What are they aware of the most that EG can do that they want to stop?
They're protecting the initiators versus this Pugna. These two heroes are great versus Pugna as well too, so I do like that they've gone for those. The Rubik as well is another one that can fit very nicely versus this draft too. Something they like a lot. The Rubik one is the one that sticks out actually to me. The Bat and the Mars, I understand. The Rubik, I'm a little bit just like, I don't know why they're afraid of that one so much. Maybe it's something else that they're looking for, but it's a good hero overall. But
and do you think there's a chance that EG will go down the Brew route again for Whisper?
it's the only hero they've won with, so I mean, perhaps. Last game I can't even like talk about the Brew because I just feel like there was no point because the Brew just lost so hard that there's. What is Brew supposed to do to be able to try to recover this game? So maybe. I mean, it is definitely an okay answer versus the Pugna. We didn't get to see it really displayed in the last game, but yeah, you have ways to control and dispel and whatnot. So if you're able to actually have a lane and be able to farm and have a mid laner, yeah, it could be an option. EG, looking like they're trying to protect the Storm. And interesting that they ban out the Beastmaster, even though there's that Doom there, of course.
I'll see third pick here for EG will be the Spirit Breaker. So another way to be able to identify and just focus the Pugna in these fights.
I wonder why. I gotta check some stuff here, actually. Did they play like a Beast and a Doom together? Did they run like some support or something? Because why would they... Are they just that afraid of Mira? I mean, yeah, he owned, but... I know that also the Doom is like flexible and stuff like that, but... Let's see. Yeah, they've ran some support Doom as well. So maybe they're just considering that it is very flexible, so... They're more scared of the Beastmaster. Since they have Silencer, Silencer doesn't really do anything to Beast, so... Okay, I guess that's why.
Third pick for Pandas. Got to respond to the fact that, yeah, EG, they're going to have a lot of global presence. Yep. Spirit Breaker and Storm Spirit just going for kills. Silencer popping the ult to keep them covered on the initiation. Wind Ranger is going to be the response here for Pandas.
That's the Storm response, I'd imagine, right? That's mid laner.
I believe so, for Kit Attacker, yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. He's owned this matchup before. Your natural build as a Wind Ranger is the Atos, right? So you have natural ways to set up and catch the Storm Spirit, and you're tanky, you have ways to be able to play the lane and stuff too. So I've seen him do this quite a bit of times. I think I saw it the other day. I think it was versus Azure, right? So they did this, and he went 12-0 as the Wind Ranger.
Damn, that's quite the KD.
Yeah. There is going to be a Spirit Breaker, which can be a little bit annoying for a Wind Ranger in some instances if you don't see the angle where he's coming from with the Storm Spirit. So see if that could perhaps be something that EG is able to play around here.
That's your secondary support coming in, going for the Enchantress.
Like it. Good Dispel versus the Bulldoze, super strong laner. And yeah, it's likely to be that Pugna Doom lane, and then plus the edge toward the top lane.
EG, what do they lack? I'll go with the Cottle. So that's your support duo there, right? It has to sort of be. I mean, I don't know if they really have any flexibility left within them.
That's an interesting one. I guess they just really want to have a mana battery for Storm. That's like the only... Because I don't really see why you'd want this beside that.
I mean, and what they play, the Spirit Breaker and Whisper?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it has to be now at this point, right? Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of interesting, though.
You feel nowadays kind of the whole kind of mana battery idea of Cottle, it doesn't quite have the same kind of power as like having the Pugna in the Storm.
Yeah, it's more like with the Cottle, it's more about like refreshing a cooldown. Yeah. I feel like rather than providing the mana a lot of times. It's like these Pangos and Ember Spirits and Voids. I mean, maybe not Void Spirits so much. But yeah, Pango and Embers in particular where you're just constantly refreshing double spells. Storm, it's a little bit different, so we'll see if this one works out. It makes it so that the cores have all the pressure of making the plays mostly because it is two supports with no disables. So.
Dude.
What?
Wouldn't this be a juicy anti-mage game?
This would be an incredibly juicy anti-mage game, except for the Spirit Breaker.
Sure.
The Spirit Breaker is quite annoying.
Oh, you got a Pugna, he can decrep you, you know he's going to charge, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be it. And I'm seeing a Bloodseeker and a Naga Siren ban. I think you're onto something.
Well, they're going to ban it, right? EG.
Maybe they think that the Spirit Breaker will be enough, but I think they'll just AM.
I don't think they care about
this. Looks like
they just pick out Ramsey down.
The Storm. Cottle doesn't threaten you. Limited stuns, just the Breaker, really.
I mean, you're right. Maybe because there's a Breaker and because EG have last pick, they won't pick it, but they ban Ramses. Alchemist.
Ramses hasn't played it much, but definitely an option for him.
I feel like you see these here, you see the Storm Spirit, the Silence from the Cottle, and you're like, time to play some AM. But
it's not really one of his heroes of late. I mean, he really hasn't touched it almost at all.
Well, has he been playing any Jug still?
Yeah, he was playing some Jug.
Playing some Jug. Yeah, Jug could be the other one that's a nice, safe one to pick.
Yeah, it could be pretty decent. There's really not much threat whatsoever. It's just the Breaker. 15 seconds. He's got an ENG behind him too, so he's got like super strong support duo.
Slark's still there, of course, right?
Still there.
Was not banned out. Always a solid one to play against these kind of things, these sort of debuffs you want to be dark pacting off. And he did ban out the Bloodseeker. Actually goes for the TA.
It's a little bit different.
Okay. Why do you think they want to go for the TA here? I mean, I guess that's squishy heroes,
Very
right?
squishy.
Squishy heroes, if you get in with a meld hit.
Squishy heroes and TA Trap with Shard is actually really annoying for Storm Spirit to play against. That can be pretty annoying. It gives them a lot of information too, the traps, to be able to see charges coming in, see the setups, and get to these backline heroes. And it gives them Roshan. It's always one thing it's going to be able to hand them. And probably feels like versus like a Breaker, he can probably farm pretty damn good on this TA. Versus Breaker Coddle is what it looks like very likely, unless they put the Silencer up there. I think they might just do Breaker Silencer. That sounds like a bit of a better pressure lane, but...
Yeah, I think so, yeah, into the TA.
Yeah, into the TA.
You want to have the Silencer up there.
Coddle in the safe lane is something I feel like I haven't seen in quite some time. It's like unless you run like a Coddle Ember or something that's using it.
And maybe you're going to have some safe lane that really benefits off that.
Like Troll and Ember. Ember just because of mid, but Troll is one that people used to run with Coddle. And they'll do TB. Okay. I mean, another one that does use the chakra in a way, and it used to be... I mean, I say used to. It actually is a good hero versus the TA if it's a carry. But so
it's going to be the offlane Coddle?
Carry Wind Ranger. They switched it. So they put the TA in the mid lane.
Yep, and for EG, they're going to run Whisper on the Coddle. Have Matthew on the Spirit Breaker.
Okay. I mean, this looks infinitely better for EG than last time around, for sure. We've seen people pick the Wind Ranger in attempt to be able to counteract the Terrabladed sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does, because you can just focus fire and go for that full commitment, but... Okay.
You feel like this is a decent game for Terrorblade to carry, Picard?
I feel like it could be, actually. Yeah. He does have to watch out because of the thing that I'm scared is the support duo versus the TB. The Pugna and the Enchantress are incredible versus this hero, but we've seen this pick a lot versus the Doom in the lane, so it's something that because he wants to try to play here. It's an infinitely better draft for them than they had last time around, but Nine Pandas, I mean, the way that they played last time, the way they shut down EG, I still have concerns for them.
Yeah, I think, Eyes definitely going to be on that mid lane. See if Chris is able to get out of that matchup a bit better. I obviously having to play into the Storm against the Brood last game. It was sort of inevitable, right, that was going to go pretty rough for him. This time round, should have a better matchup.
It's also...
Not an easy one, but a better one.
It is Whisper playing that Coddle. Apologies about that. So, yeah. Whoops. So, okay. I don't know, these core Coddles for me have just been a little bit... They haven't been hitting as much as I feel like they used... Like, obviously not as much as they used to because of the nurse and everything like that, but... We'll see how this one pays off, because now it's like when you're playing as a 3, you're not just going to be sitting there being a mana battery, being a refresher for conjure images and stuff like that. And
no, you got to do a bit more than that.
Yeah. So let's see how this ends up working.
It's going to be exciting to see. I feel... I mean, it's not going to be as one-sided as
No, it should not. It's no way.
This one, there's definitely some good stuff going for EG with the lineup. Finishing with Picard's TB, never really, that never feels bad. And he's getting Picard's on a solid carry like a Terrorblade. A Terrorblade that shouldn't be threatened too much, but it depends how tough the lane is. We'll see how kind of aggressive Nine Pandas are able to get with this Doom and the Pugna. Let's find out. Let's find out. Here we go. What we got in the all chat?
For people that don't know, I'm sure a lot of people do, these teams are actually very, very friendly with each other. In Berlin, they hung out a lot. They all chatted a lot with each other, so, yeah. Very, very close friends between these two, so like to banter a little bit here. Yeah, let's see, and I'm just eyes on EG, what they can do. Matthew, can you get some RNG? No. An optimistic blood grenade.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, let's see how these lanes will end up going down. I'm wondering how the TB is going to be able to do versus this Pugna and Doom. Because I've seen it versus the Doom tons of times. This Pugna is a different monster of what he can actually apply in pressure. As Solo does try for the obs, doesn't get it.
Stick around, I don't think, with the banner in bottom. Nine Pandas can look to mess around with the banner in top of his solo. He could try to walk in and go for the steal.
He is.
He's going to... Oh, no, he's not. Actually, Picasso was able to pick it up first.
Picasso's going to take a ton of damage here. He could actually die. Blood Grenade plus the rundown of Scorched Earth and Blast.
I think he's gone.
I think he's dead.
He's got no regen, nothing to sort of burst him up. Even if he did, he would be dead anyway. First blood for Solo.
2 Blood Grenades, I believe, used there. He's going to buy another one immediately. And yeah, the support, Pugna, I mean, amazing versus TB at all stages, so... Well, that hurts. Matthew also had to go back to base and TP, so he's not gonna, you know, if he does die again, he won't have a way to come back to lane quickly, so has to be careful down bottom.
Let's see it on this mid matchup.
See how it goes. They're fighting already.
They really are. That's level 1, just the right clicks between the two of them. First one to hit 2 in this matchup could be pretty big for trying for a kill.
Yeah, this is not a bad lane for Chris. He should be able to do a pretty good job here. Once you have 3, you have kill threat. Depending on how low each other are playing with each other, of course, is... I'm going to be sitting on it. I feel like the kill's going to happen.
I mean, Kiyotaka's getting some really good angles with these side blades.
Ooh. He's got refraction. Careful, Chris. Oh my goodness.
He's living on the edge.
He's got fairy fire.
Gets caught by some of these side blades. He could be in trouble.
Okay, he'll be alright. 5 and 3 to the 3-1. I mean, no.
The fairy fire has to pop it there. Gets a bit scared himself.
I can't look away. Nice.
It's gonna be okay. Yeah, he gets that range creep as well. That was turn the XP back down a bit in his favor.
Yep, he's got the tango being eaten. He's gonna hold the range creep there too, so the creep will be in a good spot. Ramses not getting pressured at the moment. Don't know if they can really pressure him too much anyway down here until a lot more levels really come out, in particular onto Whisper. I still think even then, I don't know if they can actually pressure him. Whisper has to be very careful down here. It's a strong double range coming out.
Mid lane, yeah, he was 1 side blade away from death there.
He's getting the last hits though.
He is.
He's 8 and 6.
He is. I think Kiyotaka's really focusing on trying to just hit with the side blades, and that is causing the opportunities to be there for Chris to actually keep heading on CS.
Yep. Mid lane going well. Top getting some good farm too. Is he done, Ramses? Should be okay.
Actually, I did have a salve at the ready, so we'll be able to salve up and look to go again.
Might
Step
be
away
able
from
to
the tower.
Catch Ramses off guard a little bit here. Charge in a second. Not too close to the tower.
Yeah, blast off the mark. Eliminate.
Tares. Can't quite. I mean, both teams just, it's so much harassment. And Chris again going, looking back at mid again.
How's he doing on
fighting?
The regen? That was his last bottle charge, but he's got,
Panda.
fresh set of tangos in the fairy fire.
He will be burned down.
Got good kill potential, these two. I mean, you have to be careful with that level 2 scorched earth.
Yep. Constant blood grenades being grabbed. Solo, he's able to grab healing.
Mid!
This.
Oh, goodness, the fairy fire! Oh,
He got him.
Still going to be enough to kill him.
Oh, Kiyotaka.
He was doing his best to play as safe as he could, Chris, but this time round, Kiyotaka finds the chance to take him.
Both having this kill threat. I mean, Kiyotaka really was pushing the issue there, just going for all this harass. Gonna get some tower damage off it too. Chris, unfortunately, goes down. Ramses, also though.
They've got him.
They got him, okay. Nicely done. Not getting the most last hits down here, but they are being pretty annoying here, to be honest, for Ramses. Every time he does step up, the charge is a bit frustrating for him. And if the wind runs too close to Whisper, he just gets bonked back into them, and then they have potential kill threat. Matthew, though, he in some trouble.
Yeah, only just. Solo getting out of there.
Dire's top tower.
Miro forced her back up. He's happy to start trading with the cars.
Okay. He's got the extra little bit of heal. Kaz. Blast doesn't connect onto him.
Ooh, stick charges. Miro, he's going to win the trade. Panda also going to go down. Solo, the one surviving, is also able to pick up a courier.
Sure. If he gets the blast connection there, then the Doom maybe even just lives throughout all of it. We see the build that he's gone for too. Straight arcane boots onto this Doom. Just really good with the Pugna, buffing up Solo. He also has that heal creep too, so we're seeing it coming into play. 2K lead again. It's still only 4 minutes. I mean, Kiyotaka again. It's a pretty okay matchup. It can be in a way for the Storm, but he's just so good at playing it. It's level 6. Now the Storm can't walk back to lane too easy.
It's going to be a lot of early damage onto this tier 1 tower.
Kiyotaka knows exactly what he's doing here.
Top lane, Kaz has got to be very careful. Still at the level 3. He's close to the 4. But if he gets close to Miro and Solo, they get on top of him with the Scorched Earth. Hit with the Infernal Blade, sets up the blast. That's going to be a huge amount of Picasso's HP gone every time.
Chris, he does thankfully have a Sentry Ward in mid lane for himself, so isn't going to have to actually... He can actually play in the lane, doesn't have to worry about the double trap kind of play. So he should be able to secure his 6 here. They're going to clip the wave. He's trying to get as much out of this battle as possible. Top.
They're going to try and go for Picasso yet. They've got the blade, they've got the scorched earth. Picasso got the movement speed to get out. He does not. He's out. The Crepify to set up to close the gap on Panda. It's another couple of kills. Top Miro with the double.
Mid though, they will be able to get the punish, but they have to rotate 3 to punish it. That means Ramsey just has an absolutely free lane. Honestly, 9 Panda's just, they're playing these lanes way too damn good. You kind of have to in the Eastern European region when you're playing versus Betboom all the time. These two teams are excellent when they play the lanes, and very similar style with this Doom Pugna kind of thing that we're seeing. It's amazing versus TV.
Yeah, it's just not an easy life for Picasso in this safe lane.
It's too much magic. Scorched Earth, they just chase him down with a blood grenade.
Nice tower's pretty much gone as well, so he's going to lose this part of the map. He's going to opt to deny it. Take that tower out, but that's the tower of the map 6 minutes in.
That does not feel great, because then the Pugna can just go stalk you in the woods.
Denied.
Fantastic early game again here from 9 Pandas. 7-3.
Miro's got level 6. He can solo kill this if he finds Picasso.
Oh, he absolutely can. And he's going to walk right on top.
He's found him. Boom. Straight down onto the right target.
0-4. This might be the roughest game I've seen Picasso have almost ever. Can he get the self-deny?
He was thinking about it, but didn't set up in time to do so with the illusion. So he's gone again. Another kill for Miro. A very rough start for Picasso in the safe lane.
Everyone just struggling so much. I thought Chris would have a little bit of a better time in mid. I mean,
it was a little bit better comparatively to game 1.
Sure. But I thought it would be a little bit better just, because I've seen this matchup go a little bit both. It does get to a point where it's difficult for the Storm once like level 3 refraction comes out, but yeah, just even before that it was already difficult. Ramsey's bottom.
He's going to turn with the focus fire and try and run down Matthew. Does get knocked back by the blast of Whisper. So Matthew will be fine. Panda, on the other hand, will not. Actually going to have a pause here from Picasso. Panda, very, very dead.
Very dead. They're just, the lanes are just too much for them to handle. This Doom is humongous. TA, 700 ahead his counterpart. The Wind Ranger's slowed down a little bit, but man, Miro, it's just like last, he's got part of 7 kills already. Midas already completed. I love that he went for the Arcane Boots so early on, just so he can buff up and make sure that Solo has the mana, just constantly spam it. We're seeing how much it's doing. Another rough one.
Yeah. I mean, is this game more recoverable than game 1, would you say, at this point?
Both feel just equivalently as rough.
Yeah, it's on a similar sort of level.
Yeah, just because the TB, how are you going to recover? You're going to have to get space from somebody, but your Storm is probably the one who wants to try to make space for you because your Coddle is a Coddle in the offlane with Boots of Travel, so it does feel a bit difficult, for sure.
Dire's middle tower
By a bit, I mean very.
Mid tower gone. Midas is out for Miro.
2 towers down, 8 minutes. Yeah, they have stacks. Would you look at that? Yutaka even has some to go back to, on top of dominating.
Because he's just got to stick to these camps up at the top. Showing his face in lane is just not an option, especially when Miro gets the ultimate back online.
I mean, at this point, every lane is broken from EG. 9 Pandas can pretty much pick and choose whatever they want to do on the map. Maybe you just run with the 2 supports with Chris and try to find some kills here at this point. So you can try to get some space for the TB and for the Coddle to get back into this one. One of the cores has to kind of sack themselves, otherwise there's not going to be space on the map for all 3 to farm.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Matthew. He's got Panda by his side, but not really in a state to try and do anything about this Doom.
They need one of the big... They need Storm. They might even need both. They might even need Storm and Coddle. They need damage coming from these, because Spirit Breaker and Silencer don't really put out much whatsoever. Devastating stuff. Kiyotake farming these stacks. He's even pinging the other Ancients so that Solo can get that one going for him too. They're just absolutely free farming across the board, and they've done so much damage in the laning phase. And Tara's even looking to maybe steal some stacks. Maybe they can punish this.
Chris Teepin down towards the bottom.
4 heroes rotating in for the kind of like the 5 position Enchantress.
Yeah, Antares doesn't stand a chance, but it's a heavy investment from EG to go for that kill with the numbers they bring.
Whisper does get the last hit though, so Earn he's going to have that one at least completed.
I mean, they're going to just go for Picars. They know that sort of play has been made down bottom with a lot of heroes. They can see if they can spot Picars.
He's got to just TP out. Yeah, he sees them. Good ward. Wards placed on top of each other. We've seen this one a lot more. This is a very popular ward now that we're seeing in this tournament. So many people placing it on both, even on both sides of the map, just be able to watch these carries.
I mean, I feel like this is not going to last long, right? Soon we're going to see teams just dewarding this every time, right?
Yep.
It's been a lot, as you say, a lot of games where that ward seems to live the longest.
Solo. We'll find one up here. He's level 6 already, pre-10 minutes. The 2 supports on side EG, not quite 6. Getting themselves a little bit of farm, but you can just feel that Nine is way happy with anything that's happening. Ramses has Maelstrom. They're farming stacks on stacks on stacks for a TA.
Just taking much more from the map at these moments. There's
I mean, when your lanes go this rough, it becomes very complicated for you to make plays, especially if your support are completely reliant on your cores to really provide all that damage coming out here, which these two definitely are. Still not quite 6. They're trying to find it. They're farming together.
going for a charge. Miros.
This is a good kill if they get it.
See what they can do it. Once again, they're bringing in the numbers, but because they have to. He's going to try for the TP out, but the Vortex will be there. Live a little longer, Miro. Long enough at least to get his Midas off. So a bit of a success for him on the way out, but he will still go down.
That's a good one. Even if that one's 4, that's well worth it.
It's a big kill.
Yeah, they get earned charges, they get a good kill, and yeah, he's helped level 9. Big pinata to get from there. Nightpan is being a bit split up there. EG, good job with the punishing. As Picaz does get space to farm.
And they're spotting over in the river.
Another one here.
If they can take Solo out, they can't. In fact, he's able to turn. Ramsey's heading over as well. Shaka will connect onto Matthew. Power shot will not.
Trap comes out. Can't actually go for the kill though. Kitaka, he's going to queue up the blink next. He wants to be able to play make a little bit here, jump onto these squishy heroes. I mean, he'll just delete a silencer. Nice kill at the least there for EG. So, small gains, that's kind of how they have to play after those lanes were so devastating. And they do now have level 6 on Matthew. So Matthew can actually perhaps set up for some kills here on these lanes if people are set up alone, which we are seeing Nightpan split up a bit.
See where they go towards next. Picaz, moving down to the bottom half of the map. This area definitely going to be the safest when it comes to trying to show in a lane at this stage of the game.
I wonder how Picaz feels about, like, you know, we were talking about like the Coddle with the chakra thing. He's never been chakra. He's probably like, man, I really wish I had this Coddle support to be able to help me back in this game. Slowly recovering. He's only 400 behind the win range now. Not bad when he's 0-4.
Yeah, still definitely going to be the issue with it. It's going to feel like they're playing against 3 carries, really. Wim Ranger, Doom, and TA, they're all going to be stacked and ready to scale.
And I like what we talked about early on, in the draft, kind of the shard potential for TA versus Storm and everything. He's got it queued up next after the blink. He's trying to be more active.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Chris can't quite go for the punish there onto Solo. They're trying to make these global plays with the Butcher Travel plus Storm Zip. Yataka. And it's going to have to charge on him.
He's going to have backup in Miro as well, though. Miro's coming in. They'll put the global. They are on top of Kiyotaka. He's been caught by the silence. He's able to get the refraction off, though. He's still alive. He's able to start backing away. Solo will heal him up. Miro charges in to look towards Matthew. Matthew will manage to keep his distance. Miro, he's going to find the Doom down onto Picaz, but Picaz already had the Metamorphosis up. Solo healing Miro up, trying to get him out of this. He's caught by the Arcane Curse in the last word. The Illuminate comes in. They will kill Miro off with success. Doom soon to come to an end on Picaz. Kiyotaka's trying to fight this, but they're just standing their ground here. Picaz, he's going to able to turn and help bring down Kiyotaka. They have to back off 9 Pandas.
EG striking back.
They can maybe get more Solo. He's also to fall. Picaz gets the double. Ramses will be able to get back in to get a double himself, but Picaz turning up, getting a good few kills. It's back up in time. Ramses will manage to run, but still, Picaz, he'll be very happy with that involvement.
I mean, EG striking back heavily. Nightpanda's not giving respect to how much they can actually do in that fight there. They jumped back in to go for that play there.
They wanted to bait that fight. They really did. You know, Kiyotaka going in, Miro was TPing over. They wanted to really take that. But yeah, but between sort of the global and just sort of the forced effort there from Miro, walking into the center of the fight just to try and find the Doom onto Pakaz, it didn't have the same impact when Pakaz had this amount of backup, and Metamorphosis was already out. Pakaz didn't mind about being doomed. He's ready to step forward and punch people.
This almost looked like EG was going to wipe even more heroes out of this here. I mean, Solo really pumping his teammates up, and then, yeah, Ramsey's just barely getting out. A huge hit, EG. Showing they can still fight back in this one here. Whisper, Vessel is done, so has this good kill threat and does have ways to prevent those heals now, 2 versus Solo. Alrighty.
A really good call from EG to push for that fight. Get Pakaz involved early on. Not easy to do, especially when you're as a Terrorblade. You've had a tough start, right? You know, it's not like you're able to turn up and have this sort of huge power spike that the enemy don't. They take the risk of getting Pakaz involved in the action, and it pays off massively. Pretty much slams down the lead that Nine Pandas were having against them in terms of kind of the TB matched up against the Cause. Pakaz, he's now up there with them, and he's on track for a good timing now on the Manta.
Ahead of the Wind Ranger.
They're going to try and go for kill stop. Jump here. Shackle's there, but Ramsey's he's gone. He's gone.
Damage.
Solo's in trouble as well. He'll buy some time here as he decrepifies, tries to run into the trees. Towards the Nether Ward instead. Solo is going to get caught. Chris, in with that last bit of mana, takes Solo out. Miro, he's come to the fight. Doom will be back up in 5 seconds. Cheeky attacker. Not quite Panda, but the charge comes through. Miro, who's he going to want to drop the Doom down upon? Looks towards Matthew. Will be able to put a stop to the TP with the Infernal Blade, so Matthew goes down. The rest of EG, though, they get out.
I thought they were actually going to lose the Storm there, too. Miro actually had, I think he had the opportunity to doom him there, but didn't quite go for it as Ramses runs in, tries to focus fire the Coddle, gets hit by the Illuminate, and all the magic damage just deletes him. Ramses has to be way more careful.
Yeah, I mean, making moves like that, it's only going to continue to just grow the difference between him and Pakaz.
Pakaz is about to be the top net worth now at this point. A full recovery from EG.
Yeah, after dying 4 times in lane, getting his tier 1 taken at about 6 minutes in.
Oh, yeah.
Playing a really nice recovery game for Kaz.
Eat my words for saying that this one perhaps would be the same as last time.
Yeah, we're back on for an even one. Yeah.
It's incredible stuff.
No, he's doing a lot. We'll see again that top player, but a bit of a wild bomb from Ramses.
Yeah, just actually deleted. Way too much burst damage.
Maybe if it was a support call, you know, it's like, hey, it's the Cottle, I can kill this, but, you know, Whisper, he's not that under-farmed at all.
No.
You know, he's got the items, he's got the HP. Not an easy kill.
No, impressive. I mean, great positioning again from the supports, really. Panda being able to just get everything else off, too.
I'm trying to get the Orchid online, Whisper. They're close to it as well.
I like that Chris went for this Orchid again this game. I think it's really, really good versus Pugna. We're seeing it over and over again. He can just stop those heals coming out. It's going to be good versus Ramses, too, if he gets the initial jump. Might just be able to kill him before he gets Wind Run off. Until he has the Manta, of course, which, I mean, Ramses dying, it slowed down his farm so much, and he's not a Terrorblade, where he can pop Conjure Image and just catch back up and farm. No, he has to kind of farm through kills.
In one more sort of fight where he tries to go in and commit for a kill, doesn't get it.
Yeah.
It's going to set him into a pretty bad spot.
They're going to be more careful, though. 9 Pandas, they're going to set up for the Roche. They're going to get these next auras finished up for Miro. Maybe wait for the Desolator. And Kiyotaka, they're still very farmed. That's the one thing. Like, Kiyotaka, he is still going to probably be that one that overtakes, and he is going to be that overall carry in comparison to the Wind Ranger. But the matchup for TB, it's a high armor carry. 28 armor.
You're going to struggle to burst this now. I mean, we saw earlier, even if they get the Doom down onto him, they're focusing him. It's not easy to kill.
With the way that he's recovered, of course. Definitely not going to be easy for him now.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's what 9 Pandas looks to do here with the Sages. You said the Shard was picked up from Kiyotaka a little bit earlier, so it is delaying a bit of his Deso, but he's about to have that done too.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to shred Ramses with this MKB rush after Manta.
I like that choice.
Yeah.
I mean, he's tanky at this point.
Yeah, he lives.
He's recovered.
He really does live. Demon Edge is out. Yeah, that MKB is going to be coming out at a really quick time. Just going to make this game that much tougher for the Wind Rangers to perform.
Pressure on Kiyotaka.
Full pipe. Now done as well for EG.
And this is the best I think I've seen EG play this tournament. Just recovering. They haven't really been able to do
the tough
that.
start they had.
Yeah.
That whole sort of call to make the fight happen around the mid, which was kind of handed to them. You know, it was a risk that 9 Pandas took. But yeah, EG were really able to capitalize and get a lot out of that.
Yeah, really
rough play that 9 Pandas made.
and neck. And that is with the Doom on one side, of course, so. Miro, Greaves pipe, so those auras, they are at the ready. Deso is flying out with Kiyotaka, so they do have a timing here that they can look to pressure here. Is the BKB done for Chris yet? Not quite yet. Does have to be careful for that trap silence, but does have a haste turn at least to play around if the fight does kick off.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
Whisper,
is
as you
under
said, he
attack.
does have that Orchid as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The tier 2 top. Doesn't look like EG's going to set up for a defense around that. Don't let that one go.
With a bit of a charge here. Who wants to stop that? They're actually just going to start brute forcing things.
Chris will be ready to come up and fight. He's got a haste rune and a DD.
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Getting closer and closer to that BKB as well. And yeah, we're seeing Miro. He's actually using Purge Creep too. See that? So I think in the fight, he might actually do a situation where there's like a global that comes out, right? And he grieves himself, and then he's going to use like the Purge to protect one of his allies, maybe solo or something. This Purge also can help versus the Orchids. Some high potential stuff here is EG.
Fight. They're trying to go for solo first. Solo's able to get the Decrepify and the Glimmer off. See the turn. They get the Shackle shot onto Matthew. They're trying to focus him down, but it's not enough. Matthew's going to be okay. They turn the ult on towards Miro.
Big
Chris
blast.
jumps in with the full lightning. They've taken out the two of them, and Picard's is here ready for the cleanup. Kiyotaka's gone the once. As the Aegis out, and of course he's got this MKB. Ramses, he has to keep his distance. Jump forward for Kiyotaka's going to look over towards Panda, but Panda's able to put the ghost up. The power shot from Ramses on target though.
Does has to back himself up a little bit here, has to be careful. Focus fire, not quite up though, 25 seconds. He did end up using that onto the Spirit Breaker. I thought that Ramses was going to mostly use this on the
Kiyotaka's going to try and get him for more. It's the Whisper.
Ramses.
Cars.
First.
Caught by the Shackle, he has got Sunder. Turns gets a decent amount of HP back up, but both him and Whisper are low.
God. Matthew.
Caught by the Shackle. As quickly as he was back in, yeah, he's back out.
Oh man, what a fight there from 9 Pandas.
A bit of a scrappier one there from EG. They're still throwing heroes in, another TP to come in around this tier 2.
I mean, Kiyotaka really doing the heavy lifting in this fight again. Ramsey's barely doing much damage at all. He focus fired, the Spirit Breaker got him out. Kiyotaka did like 7,000 damage in the fight compared to a 3k from Wind Ranger.
Yeah, making that Aegis work. We'll see again here at the start. I mean, you can see why EG really wanted to push for this. It didn't look like a bad start to the fight. None of them were dying too quickly. Chris, he had enough mana to play with, and they get in this position where they know that you can jump forward, really pressure both Solo and Miro. But as the fight went on, Kiyotaka goes down the once. This second life, he gets a lot done on the return.
Absolutely. He's looking for time to... Okay, that was a little bit crazy from Kiyotaka. I go for Matthew. No, I'm feeling like it's too close to the base. Still, I mean, Ramses is just, he's very squishy. He does have to be very careful how he does play around walking with his TP as we've seen. Does at the least have that Manta as we saw to be able to protect versus silences and whatnot.
BKB on Chris, so...
And I'm watching Miro. I think holding this Purge Creep is actually excellent this game. Because he's dispelling quite a lot of things, even onto himself. These Orchids in particular. Just grieves and then removes it off of somebody. Now he's got the Blink, so he's got the way to initiate fights, perhaps. So that is something that they have been lacking on the side of non-Pandas. EG has easier forms of just being able to start fights with Spirit Breaker Storm.
What's the plan? EG go for a potential smoke. They're grouping up.
I think they're feeling strong.
They can smoke up here as the 5. Isn't it? It's because the ult, Doom is available from Miro.
But they can, if they get the jump on one of these heroes, like Ramses will just, most of them will just die almost instantly. I like that they're going for this smoke play. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that the TA doesn't have BKB just yet. But Kiyotaka is very, very close. Might be able to catch him here.
Should be aware they did have the smoke dispel.
He's at Blink.
Matthew, they're still going to go for this. They go for the charge forward. They're in onto Kiyotaka, but TP isn't coming in. Backup will be there for Kiyotaka. Miro, he cannot be safe. The Doom falls. Global's popped as they'll attempt to push for more, but Chris is out of mana.
That is quite a bit committed there from EG. That's meta and global. Spirit Breaker ult and Coddle ult. Miro goes down. He's going to be back up in 35. 9pan is looking for an angle to perhaps reinitiate once this meta starts wearing down.
They're considering it. Trap slam for card, but Manta's available.
They'll back up. And yeah, Whisper, immediately he starts just shockering Pakaz. He's getting ready for the next fight that's perhaps going to start happening very soon. Kiyotaka.
He's caught by the silence, but he's got the BKB ready. Turns the vortex, refraction was there, so Kiyotaka's still able to blink back to safety. Chris is out, away from Ramses. Ramses wants to try and keep going.
They know that the meta's gone now. EG, they don't want to take this fight. 9 Pandas, they're going to look to run at them. Doom's back up, and as you said, Doom at the ready. Full BKB now delivered for Kiyotaka. 9 Panda's going to look to strike. So much being used in that last fight for EG.
Let's see if they can catch Pakaz or Chris would be the big ones. Chris is headed back to base to refuel.
They want Pakaz, mostly.
Don't catch anyone. Yourself for farming the triangle does mean EG's aware, and EG keep their distance.
Full Satanic now for Pakaz. Very big. Solo. Bit deep. Can they punish him?
They've got him. He's under the vision. Glimmer Cape won't keep him safe. They also get the silence off in time on Tantares. He can get more. Charge across. Mira looks for the jump, and they get the Doom drop down onto Chris. Chris out of the fight. No buyback available. He's gone for 50.
Antares just tanked 3 heroes.
He was able to survive. Gets the heal off. He's starting to heal straight back up to full HP. Whisper's got to run. Ramses is able to finish him, but Ramses is very, very low. Dove pretty deep for this one. Cost Ramses his own life. Now they might have to respect Pakaz. Pakaz, he has got meta available. See if they can continue to try and push it onto Terrible, but it is risky. He's got Satanic, he's got meta. They won't want to push too hard here in towards Pakaz's TB.
Ramses has to give more respect to the MKB. I mean, he walked in melee range versus the Tower Blade.
I mean, they're still trying to fight 9 Pandas.
Pakaz?
They feel strong, but Pakaz, he's got meta and he's got Satanic. He's ready to just stand his ground and turn. 9 Pandas, Miro's getting low. See, Matthew, you're going to have to charge up in a few seconds, but the blink's there. Miro will manage to get away from that one. I mean, definitely playing a bit of a risky move hanging around as they did. They do get the majority of them out there, only end up losing Solo on top of sticking around.
All right, losing Solo for a meta, right? It is a dieback, though, so it is going to be 50 seconds until he respawns, but okay. Can they take advantage of that being used there? Meta is going to be going down in the next few seconds as we see this fight again.
Just, you know, EG, they knew they were strong. They were happy for 9 Pandas to stick around as they did. But as you say, just limiting it to death on Solo. Mira getting out, only just. It's close to nearly losing the Doom as well on the back of that one.
But they're looking to fight. 9 Pandas, I mean, even though Solo is dead, they're probably feeling that they want to try to fight because meta's on cooldown. Let's see what
Matthew
goes
and Chris
down.
are in. They're going to look for the jump. Mira's in, but he gets caught by the silence. They're trying to focus down Matthew. They'll get him. The Spirit Breaker's gone. Chris, he's able to get the zip off. Ramses chasing, he's looking for the angle with the shackle shot, and actually catches two of the cores. Kiyotaka's in with the jump, in with the meltdown onto Chris. Chris pops the BKB, slips up to the high ground, back to low ground. Chris will live. BKB's popped by Kiyotaka now as well. They're looking towards Pakaz.
On him.
Still got the Mantra, they Satanic, but still about a minute until Metamorphosis, so has to continue to run. They'll catch him with another trap slow.
Whisper just continuing to shocker him. It's trying to like trick 9 Pandas a little bit, where they're going to maybe think that Metamorphosis is going to be on cooldown longer than it actually is, and maybe EG is going to be able to take a fight because of that. But with this, Roche, 8 seconds, 9 Pandas, they're going to look to claim that one here. Doom is going to be back up in a second too.
Now, if EG make a move that, I guess with the T8 it goes down super quickly, so
yeah.
probably not going to get her in time, even if they start moving now.
I don't think you can go to fight that. It's the one with BKB on cooldown. It's a risk to be able to go over here.
They're heading over.
It's dying too fast.
Yeah, not a chance for a steal here. Won't be able to close the gap in time. Roshan is taken down. Kiyotaka with the Aegis.
It's Pakaz versus the world. It really does feel like Chris at this point, he's starting to be pretty fragile. Doesn't really dish out too much damage. He's just a control really at this point, it feels like. Just so Pakaz can beat on people.
9 Pandas can continue to play smartly around the Metamorphosis, then they will continue to stand in the advantage.
See now the Nullifier picked up for Kiyotaka, getting annoyed of these pesky supports, these Ghost Scepters and Bulldoze, etc.
Should find a freebie here.
Oh, that's a big kill. Solo kill there for Ramses. He finally finds something going for himself, it feels like.
Dire's top tower is
You get like a level and a half or something like that. Quite a bit of XP. 40 seconds, no coddle, and they see Pakaz.
Chris, in the mid lane, gets caught by the silence.
My goodness.
Very nearly destroyed during those just few seconds of silence that he gets tripped up by. He'll make it out. Tier 2, it's gone though. The push coming in here from 9 Pandas. They want to get a lot done with the stages. Kiyotaki just blinks up to the high ground.
Gets dispelled immediately. Yeah, Miro, his purge. I've been trying to keep track of it in most of the fights. It's pretty difficult because of how much is going down, but it's definitely doing quite a bit of work.
Matthew in.
Matthew.
Counter play, Matthew puts the pipe, back up from Chris. Not really a target to go for. They get the shackle onto the two of them. They catch Chris, they catch Matthew. Chris is out for 50. Matthew will manage to walk away. Power shot not enough to kill him off.
The Doom is about to wear off. Kaz. See what he can do to hold the high ground. Consistently getting silenced.
Would have loved to have the Discardy done, but he's just a few hundred gold off it because
can't quite yet.
As the tier 3 is going down, 9 Pandas, they can keep the pressure on.
Kaz is up to panic. There's so many things to point out. Tyrus has taken his illusion so much this game. Every single time he pops anything, Kaz is trying to push him away.
There's the meta. The focus fire is there in return as Ramses brings him down to half HP. They'll put the fortification backdoor protection as well, kicks back in. They keep the melee Rex alive for now.
I mean, that's a meta pop though. Another one popped where they can't actually get a kill out of it.
To repeat as they've done before, just wait it out and then immediately look to strike again, 9 Pandas.
Yep, they're just resetting, getting everyone healed up to full. Do they get the curve? Ooh, does get the glyph off, and he commits his gold. So that is the Scotty. They should know that Pikaz isn't going to have buyback. What they do with this information? Just controlling the map.
Yeah, they can just swing around, get this final tier 2, open up all the lanes for pushing in.
They're ready to fight too, even though Doom's not ready. No meta's wearing off in about a second here, so. Gonna keep trying to apply this pressure. Ramses with this cheese feels so much safer to be able to commit into the fights too. Level 20's been hit, so focus fire, it hits hard now. And
so 3-1 here for Ramses.
That's the gem on the floor.
Chris is going to try and help out. See if Chris is able to pick up the gem. He tries to, as he puts the ball into his backpack to make a spot for it, but it's not quick enough. Ramses, he's able to grab it first.
Another solo kill. Not a core, but it has a gem, so it pretty much feels like a core kill.
Yeah, Ramses is making some really nice moves. I saw that blunder earlier, but other than that, he's getting in and he's getting away with it.
EG's just been trapped in the base for what it feels like the last 4 minutes. There's 9 Pandas again. Meta up in 8 seconds.
And the dive there. Kiyotaki is just going to go straight for it. Jump pretty deep. He's going to get backed up by Miro. Miro tries to get the jump in, but the Mantis there from Pikaz. Able to back away from the initiation. They'll turn now their efforts over towards Matthew. Charge forward for this. He'll jump back up to the high ground using the ult to try and get away, and it's working. He's keeping his distance. The impetus is coming in. Matthew will live. Gets out of there. Pikaz now starts to push forward with the Metamorphosis, but the disarm comes down upon him. Chris in with the BKB. Global's popped as well. They're trying to kill Miro off on the Doom. He's getting low. The grab point there in attempt to keep us safe, but indeed he is gone. Pikaz, Sunder over to Panda to try and get himself back up to full HP. They've caught out Miro and Solo. They're now turning towards Ramses. Ramses is able to pop the cheese. Kiyotaki back in, jumps towards Whisper, cleans up the coddle, but Ramses, he's in trouble. Chris in with the football lining up to the high ground. They're looking to get more from this. The BKB's out in time for Kiyotaki. Glimmer caped up as well. Trying to retreat, but because Discardy blinks there down to the low ground. He tries to get Matthew, will not have the damage to do so. He's gone the once. EG, they can look to set up to take him down a second time here.
Absolutely.
As he's in round 2, not a chance for Kiyotaki as EG, they hold the defense and push back 9 Pandas.
Godlike Pikaz started the game 0-4. Holy crap. Actually able to stand his ground the whole fight. Does what, 8,700 damage. Chris, I feel like Chris is doing a good job of just being a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, he's creating the chaos. You know, he's in there, he's taking all the focus, everybody's looking towards the storm. It's giving Pikaz the chance to sort of play the beginning of these fights nice and slow, ramp it up, and kind of get to the point where 9 Pandas, they may have dealt with other members of the team, but they haven't dealt with the Terrorblade.
And they're preventing Miro from really getting to be able to play his hero too much. They're really focus firing, and that was, I mean, it's a dream position for Pikaz because he's just a turret on the high ground with his team forcing spells onto them, so.
And he's going to become an even bigger issue. You know, this is a great game for the Terrorblade. Once these sort of items are done, Skadi on top of the MKB, he's got 4,300 gold on top of the complete Skadi after that last fight. Push coming in now into the tier 2 top. Sure, you know, 9 Pandas, they have the 3k lead, but these sort of swings where EG's coming back in on it, it's definitely going to be a bit of a worry for 9 Pandas. This is a tough game.
I mean, this lead means nothing whatsoever. It's pretty much like dead, even if not favored for the TV. Just, it's going to be up to how they can execute and how they can protect Pikaz in the back line. And they do have the heroes to do it, as we've seen now that they're getting this farm. You know, Matthew, even though I feel like Matthew has died a bunch of times, he's quite farmed. He's going to be absorbing a lot of damage with Halberd, Pipe, Planar Pocket, etc. So I've been trying to watch if he's going to Planar Pocket and go for blocking some of these spells too. But yeah, lots of things to keep track of in these fights. The Lotus now finished for Whisper, and he just continues to pump up Pakaz. What a recovery, really. EG. Did not expect this from the games that we'd seen from them earlier.
I'll take that.
Looking to get an initiation. Looking to fight outside the base in particular.
Ramses wants to get the setup here. They get the Doom opening. Shackle Third is supposed to catch Pakaz and Whisper. If they got enough damage to kill off Pakaz during this Doom, they're going all in, trying to chase down this Terrorblade. So he's going to be able to retreat here, find the safety of his teammate. Matthew charges across the three of them. They're keeping the distance to keep Pakaz safe. The Doom comes to an end. Matthew, he may fall, but they're happy to play this fight like this. Pakaz is saved and he's ready to go because Meta is there. So 9 Pandas, they try and commit and to get the big kill. They don't get it. They only get the breaker.
They have 4,000 HP. The Terrorblade, they couldn't commit. He has too many saves. Get the Glimmer onto him. All right, Pipe, apologies. A little bit of extra protection. Yeah, Pakaz distance themselves now. Doom, and this is the play that 9 Pandas wants. He's outside the base. They catch the TB. It's the dream because he's not able to just turret on a high ground. They can't get the kill. Again, Matthew giving up his life for the cause.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they catch him when the team's around. Pakaz has got a great lineup to keep him safe.
Ramses. Ramses for a go. Can't quite find it. Had a lot of super close games today, I feel like.
Oh, it has been.
We had, I mean, Stompy won, of course, in the last one, but the other games, it feels like it's been very difficult to tell the outcome. Just back and forthness of these fights. Ramses trying to find another solo pick-off here, now with his Aghanims finished.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it is going to force this. Let's look at that BKB next.
Yeah, versus the control. I mean, now he has a lot of protection versus the physical damage, of course, with the win run. So yeah, there's the MKB there, but you're blocking what? I think it's a 35% physical damage reduction when you pop it, so could perhaps survive if he does look to just commit into this TB in some situations.
Definitely look towards getting the next stage as 9 Pandas. Yeah. Something that they still have a solid sort of strength of taking very, very quickly and likely to find openings to do it whilst EG aren't set up to fight.
They still overall have map control through the most of this game. Even though EG, they've been having really good fights from their high ground. It's the outside of the base is where it's a bit scary, just because then that's where it can make Pakaz more vulnerable for these jumps and for these traps to be as good as possible. 37 minutes hit. Get these new neutral items. Mindbreaker. Way too good of an item. Probably the only thing that you give up maybe like the Grove Bow for is some of these ranged heroes.
Pakaz even tougher to take down. Gets the Trickster.
Ooh, Ignite.
A 4K HP Terrorblade, 38 armor with a Trickster cloak. Ain't nobody killing this hero.
No, it's gonna take quite a... He's gonna have to get isolated. Isolated to totally burst down somehow. It's not going to be easy by any means. And looking at what Chris has got, I love that he's... I mean, this is the very standard kind of Storm thing, but Aghanims. So that support-esque kind of Storm to be able to enable your Terrorblade too.
Yeah,
he's almost 20.
If he can catch and control them, Pakaz will kill them.
Yep, and he's almost has the 20 talent too for that extra Vortex. They're going to look for a smoke to contest this Roche. And ooh, that's a nice room.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Might catch Ramses by surprise if he steps the wrong way.
That would be humongous.
He's getting back to the safety of his team as they set up around Roche.
9 Pandas set up on high ground.
Bit of a surprise spot to be attacking from them. Might not expect this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll see now the ward there. Now have some information, 9 Pandas, knowing that EG's coming from this angle.
They just saw the TB pop the Manta. Or they saw the illusions at least appear out of nowhere. Sending a Kobold to scout, trying to get some information.
I mean, they know they're around there. They know that there's no way this TB comes at them like this without the whole team behind him.
Ramses thinks it's real. It's not.
Just the illusion, and now the jump's there. They catch him with the opening Vortex. It's a Decrepify trying to protect Ramses. It's enough. He's able to get forced to the side. Ramses will live out that initial jump in return. Miro, he cannot stand his ground on the front line so surely. Pakaz just does far too much damage. He's gone. They turn towards solo. Double kill for Pakaz. They'll get Ramses as well. Triple kill for him. We'll see a charge forward from Matthew's got the control on towards Antares. Buybacks are coming in from EG as they know that this fight, it's theirs. Ultra kill for Picard.
I think he also planar pocketed the Doom. If I'm not mistaken, I think he threw the Doom onto Picard.
Let's check it out. We'll see on the replay on that one.
I don't know if it would have made a difference anyway, but 9 Pandas, they're looking to fight.
Oh, yeah, they might be about a feet away. Rampage to Picard if they're not careful. The charge is going to catch on to the two of them.
Another pull.
And indeed, Ramses, he's looking to be a whole world of trouble. He's going to get the win run off and will create the distance between him. And Chris gets so low, but will survive. Kiyotaka trying to push in on towards Panda. Metamorphosis has ended, but Picard's sneaking around with the Shadow Blade. He's closed the gap. He's in on top of Kiyotaka. Shackle Shot comes out. It will hold back Picard, but there's no chance of them turning to try and kill Picard. Picard, he's just pretty much invincible. He goes for solo, gets Kiyotaka. This is a Terrorblade out of control. We saw earlier today, right, what was Parker on his SF, unkillable, a Rage Boss. We were seeing here now from Picard on his Terrorblade. Just another one of those situations it feels where there's this hero in the game that they cannot deal with.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, he's able to hold his ground, and yeah, I'm trying to look for the Doom here, because I'm pretty sure he got the planar pocket. Yeah. Right? Yeah, it pulled it. He did. He got the Doom onto the TV, but he got the planar pocket off as it was mid-cast, so he actually absorbs it on Matthew.
Yeah, making life a lot harder for Miro. I mean, as we said though as well before, if Picard's already pressed the buttons, he doesn't really even care about
no,
getting
for sure. Yeah, but either way, it's like, that was a great play for Matthew to at least get the read there.
And now they get Roche out.
Now they get a Roche to it.
Roche is up.
Give it a Picard. Give him everything.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, give the Terrorblade Axe easy.
Yep.
Now Picard, he is absolutely set up to take this game home.
Yeah, absolutely doing it.
And yeah, fantastic recovery. One of the toughest starts we've seen the Terrorblade have in a long time, right? Yep. That was not a fun beginning to the game for Picard, but it's a very distant memory. Now, those 4 deaths, right? It was the 4 deaths in lane, right?
Yeah, 4 deaths in lane. He has not died since that. And I forgot what I was going to say, actually. That was something else that was, but yeah, it's incredible, really, for Picard to be able to do this kind of stuff. Massive. Who's going to actually take the eggs? I'd actually give it to Matthew. All right.
Okay.
I mean, he's been doing work, as you were saying.
I mean, it's good, but
he puts him ahead of Chris.
Maybe Picard's just like, guys, I don't need it. Yeah, I got this game on my back anyway. I don't need it. I don't need the extra. You guys enjoy yourself.
It's a really good Aghanims, also. It's one of the best.
Yeah. MKB on Kiyotaka, so a bit more damage, but still, I mean, it's going to take so much to even bring this Terrorblade close to dying.
I feel like Kiyotaka is trying his absolute hardest to carry this one because Ramses in a couple of these team fights just is a little bit reckless and putting himself in a dangerous position. Kiyotaka, I feel like he is doing some crazy work, but yeah, EG just making Picard look like an absolute monster.
He's got 8k gold in the bank.
Yep.
Looks like he'll treat himself to a casual BKB. And he's going to be able to slot in the team fights. You can pretty much purchase that and still have the buyback gold available on top.
Yeah, good way to counter Doom. I mean, as we've seen, it doesn't really matter anyway. He's been doomed like 4 or 5 times and just been able to stand through it, but yeah, get the buyback if it does end up killing him. Ramses does finally have his BKB finish since he prolonged it for so much. And he has hit level 25. So if he does get some of these focus fire kills, can progress to getting more in the fights, but
does have to get the kills to get any sort of benefit from that.
Yep.
Which has not proven to be easy in these last few fights. I mean, regardless if he doesn't go for Terrorblade, goes for someone else, there's multiple ways to save them. Miro is going to lose that key component of the Shivas. Yeah, he would have had it. Now it's going to be the Shivas put on the side for 2.5 minutes.
And he did spend his gold, right?
Oh, they're going to look for the jump. They'll get the Doom onto Picard.
Okay.
See what they can do with this. And Picard, he's stepping back. Ramses is going to go straight for him. They have to find this Terrorblade.
He's got
Ramses,
focus fire again.
He's going straight in, has the focus fire and the shackle shot. They got anything to protect Picard. They've done it. They've taken down Picard. Exactly what was necessary there. Get the Doom down on into him, and then Ramses, he just has to go straight for him and make sure he can commit. Lock down upon him with the BKB he can. There's nothing to stop him. They finally kill Picard.
They got a great angle with this fight. They got the control. They killed the Storm immediately before the fight starts, and then they isolate and get on top of TB. Yeah, couldn't ask for a better fight.
A very sudden jump from Miro as well. I don't think they were quite prepared for that one, EG. That was quick moves from 9 Pandas, and they do what seemingly was the impossible. They finally take Picard out of the game again.
Taka might be able to get Whisper. He's got another trap. Whisper's fast, but is he fast enough? He is. They finally
see what they
get
can do with this push. I mean, Pakaz does have buyback. They may be able to force it out with them. The tier 2s are already taken. There's 3 lanes that are exposed here to this push. Chris,
be careful.
He get him with the vortex, but he caught by the stuns. Able to zip out just enough, but he's still dead. Ticks out, I believe, to what the Infernal Blade damage.
He took the zip damage too from the Nether Ward, and now they're just pushing forward. They have to buy back.
They have to. At least the one of them. Chris will buy back.
Pakaz is trying his hardest to hold on to his.
He really doesn't want to spend up. Not the end of the world if he does, because he's still got a lot of. He does.
Gonna try to get a jump.
They have to get some kills with this. They get the grab onto Ramses. Will-O-Wisp is down. Quickly, Kiyotaka's trying to get rid of it. He's able to kill it off pretty quickly.
They're on Kiyotaka.
Can back off from this. Is getting healed up. BKB's out in time. They get the shackle shot onto Pakaz. Pakaz is going to get turned upon. Nullify down upon him as well. They'll back up to the high ground. Has got a Sunder available if he finds a nice juicy target to take the HP from. Won't need it for now. Gets healed up by the Illumina. Try and chase them out at the base. They're in on top of Ramsey. Zip forward from Chris. He's looking for another vortex, but Chris is caught by the silence. He's out of the game.
Dead
No buyback on Chris. Dead for nearly 2 minutes.
Pakaz can't focus fire these targets. Refraction charge is too much. What? It's like, yeah, so many instances he actually couldn't break through it.
There's no storm, and Metamorphosis is going to be out in
And
a few seconds. They try and make the jump. They caught him with a stun. Pakaz, he needs help, and he needs it now.
Doom's up in 1 second.
If they can control this terribly. This time around, Pakaz is able to turn. He's able to hit. He's speeding into Ramses. Takes out Ramses. To be caught by the Doom, but the Metal's still going, so he's still got the potential to keep punching into the members of 9 Pandas. Turns to Miro. Will get the double.
Can they get Kiyotaka? He actually blinks out because of the refraction.
They might get Solo instead. Solo is caught under the vision. They've got the Pugnet. Oh, Decrepifying a TP?
Ooh.
Doesn't matter. Damage is there from Pakaz. Pakaz will hold.
Expensive hold, but needed buybacks. They're thrown exposed at this point.
They've got to run it down a mid lane. I mean, this is an opportunity. Ramses, he's out for a full 100 seconds.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka, he's 800 short of buyback if he does get picked off somehow. Does need to try to find him. He's still alive, of course, but yeah, if they can find him the once, could be big.
A DD rune as well at the top. If they spot that out, that will definitely help to the push. They're checking out the power runes down bottom, but it is going to be up on the top. So I mean, it looked like they had a chance to maybe get Pakaz, but honestly, that first time they get him up top, we saw how perfect everything needed to be for them to have a chance of killing the Terrorblade. This time round, a bit too scrappy. They didn't have that perfect opening to focus Pakaz, and getting doomed when the meta's already out, he doesn't care. Pakaz is ready to keep on fighting forward.
No, definitely. I actually thought Kiyotaka dies too there. If he does, that could just been the game. He's able to get the blink out because of refraction and because of the Decrepify from Solo.
Nice the push. See how much damage they can do. Ramses will have buyback back up in about 15 seconds, so the option will be there.
Okay. Quite a bit of damage that Antares and Kiyotaka are able to dish out here from the high ground.
Meta's back up here from Pakaz.
Yeah. Start feeding on it. 5 seconds. Miro can be back up. Doom in 20. Pakaz this time around, though, does have Lincoln, so an extra thing they do have to break through. He does have Halberd on Doom. Yeah, they're going to back up.
So many items are juggling about here now.
Kiyotaka chases forward.
To pop the BKB.
Neck and neck again.
Pushes them back. They don't get even the tier 3 tower, so 9 Pandas able to really limit the damage done. 9 Pandas know if they can play it cool, somehow get back out onto the map and catch EG when they're outside of the base, find Pakaz. They kill this Terrorblade in what, the next 5 minutes, the game's there.
Oh, and they can kind of brute force also. The glyph is on cooldown. That's the other thing too. They could just throw bodies if they find an opportunity to go for the base. They'll have to like kind of take the fight away.
That's only possible really if they kind of disable the Terrorblade. Because I think if you're trying to focus this base, Terrorblade's just gonna be able to hit you and kill you.
Yeah,
it's not like they have heroes that are going to be able to hit the throne without any threat of just being killed themselves.
Yeah.
But if they find a fight and they get 1 or 2 kills to start off, maybe indeed they can just focus the end.
They also just have the overwhelming buybacks. They can bring like 10 heroes to the fight. So I think that's the one thing I'm thinking about. It could be dangerous. I think EG has to be very careful in these next few moments with their base.
That's 4 minutes. No buyback, Chris. No buyback, Pakaz.
If they get to the base, without that glyph, it does die really fast. But it's going to be back up in 45 seconds. So yeah, they should be fine to be able to hold that for just the next fight at the least. 10 seconds till we find out when Roche is. All the buybacks totally at the ready here for 9 Pandas, and the 2 big ones there for EG not available. 45 seconds.
prepare for this high ground EG.
Anything big there near? Okay, Chris is about to have... He actually has the refresher. So the double pull, double kind of black hole coming from this Storm Spirit could be the thing that allows Pakaz to be able to stand his ground. Also almost a refresher on the silencer. So those two would be the probably biggest next pickups that they're able to get. Yeah, I believe Chris... Does he have a finish or what? What am I looking? Yeah, he has the cornucopias. He does. Oh, he's close, 400 away.
I just need a few hundred for the refresher. See what they can do. I mean, the 9 pandas, they are definitely going to want to go once the buybacks aren't there for the cause of EG.
Yeah. Might be worth waiting for the Roche, though. They've got the traps all set up, so they're going to see the big boy coming. And yeah, they're going to go for this here. Who do they want to get stuff on?
They probably...
Axe Miro. Yeah.
Yeah,
making some
absolutely.
And then Aegis and Cheese. You probably Aegis Kiyotaka and Cheese on. I guess they'll get both the Ramses. Okay. I guess Kiyotaka's... He's been playing amazing. I cannot believe he only has 4 deaths in this game as his TA. Okay. Overload attack bounces also, and pretty big talent like Chris, even though he does look like a bit, he does look a bit under-farmed in a way of how much damage he can do. This talent is enough to be able to just make you do damage if you do get these big pulls. Yeah, let's see if he does it, if he is able to actually get that, because it could be huge. They have that with the Will-O-Wisp. They do have opportunities to get these big catches.
Guys, got to be careful. That has to put the BKB before zipping in, right? Because you don't want to be in this situation where you zip in and suddenly the AoE Doom catches you.
Yeah.
And you're caught in a bad place.
They will, maybe they'll have time though to get these buybacks back up, right? 1 minute, 15 seconds.
They're coming back up, and they've got the money.
Yep.
I mean, I think, Chris, by the looks of it, is indeed going to hold back on the refresher or purchase.
Okay.
So that he does have buyback available. Try to
go.
Attacker. He can take him down before the backup comes in. He's able to put the BKB. We'll split away from this. They'll turn over towards Ramses instead. Ramses trying to focus them down with the focus fire. Won't be able to kill off Matthew, and that's the Aegis gone.
Ramses deleted. He's BKB.
Well, it was set up. BKB indeed will allow Ramses to step back. In fact, he's going to look to turn back in. Get the shackle shot onto Matthew. They bring the Spirit Breaker down. Matthew does have buyback.
Okay. Kiyotaka again just gets out. I mean, they try to kill him because he doesn't have Aegis, but again, this man just getting away. That was the meta used also.
They're going to try and go back in Chris, but he doesn't catch them with the Vortex. There's the buyback as well from Matthew. So 9 pandas able to force out a little bit.
Yep.
Force out the meta, force out a buyback.
And they're going to look to keep them trapped in the base again here. I saw Kiyotaka purchase his Aghanims right before that all kicked off too, so he's just going to jump to top lane, force the lane in while everything is continuing to be pushed in. And a full Hex now for Antares, who's been quietly farming a Storm this entire game, quietly doing quite a bit of damage too. I'm looking forward to see the damage numbers when everything does end in this one, because he's been able to do a lot with the illusions and a lot with his impetuses, because he gets ignored in these fights. I've seen Solo also, it's so many things to point out, but Solo also doing a good job with his decreps, but also with his Nether Ward life drain plays to clear the illusions and stuff like that too. There's just so many different things inside of these fights. Shield rune bottom. Pretty damn good rune. They do spot it. Kiyotaka will. All the lanes being forced in.
EG, the smoke up with the two of them. Matthew and Whisper.
Are those are just ninja gears, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think there's ninja gears. There's the constant ninja gear thing every time.
That's allowed Matthew to get out on the map, but Kiyotaka's alone. That's not a target he wants to tackle with.
He has to be a lot more careful with his charge because he doesn't have the buyback this time around, so has to pretty much strictly use it to protect Pakaz in this situation. Because if he dies, then he is a pretty big force for them. As we've seen Matthew, he's done quite a bit of work. Playing the economy game, 9 pandas, they're just like, all right, we're just gonna, you're stuck in your base. Pakaz, good luck out carrying us. It's just you. And they are they have 4 cores. As we said, Antares, he's almost ahead of Whisper as well in this game, just because he's been able to sit back and farm so much.
Definitely getting harder and harder for Pakaz to solo kind of carry in this late game.
They need they need godly connections really from Chris, and I think he did. Did he commit here now for the refresher? No, not yet. He bought it then sold it. But yeah, they need a huge connection really from that Vortex to be able to take this fight. It feels like for Pakaz to do it by himself, it's not easy for him now with how much everybody else has gotten on the side of 9 Pandas. And besides just an Ag's Doom, he pretty much has his refresher done now also. Close on that buyback. 750 for Kiyotaka. He's trying to finish it. Bottom of the chart. He's getting he is about to be maxed out with buyback.
Radiant are scanning.
Beside the refresher, sorry. Yeah, there's EG just stuck in the base.
I mean, yeah, is this just how they have to play it? Can they kind of look to leave the high ground?
It's too much of a risk, because if like Matthew without buyback, he kind of has to be the one to go in first. I think Chris is feeling scared to be the one to just jump in and go now at this point. I don't know if they saw the Hex from Antares, so if he just doesn't pre-BKB, could just die if he does look for a jump.
Just refresher, Chris.
Okay.
Still has buyback gold on top of that.
Sure does. Kiyotaka, yeah, 5.6k gold. He's near level 30.
Kill him once, he'll be ready to buy back and get back over with the traps. This
almost got hexed. That was so close. Zeros on EG have to be very careful how they show themselves. Matthew gets a ward down. The catapult sees him, but Kiyotaka.
They're going to try and go for the CA. They're in with the ult. They've got the opening bit of control. The refraction of BKB's there. He's ready to try and TP out. In fact, he's thinking about sticking around. He's got backup of Ramses coming in. He's now going to opt to TP out, and he's gone.
Oh man, so close. Did they global to stop the psionic project? I don't know what happened there. Whatever. Something happened to stop it.
I think they did. Yeah.
Or he stopped it himself.
It looked like he kind of stopped himself, maybe considering if he could stick around.
Yeah.
But then quickly decided he certainly couldn't. Went for the TP out.
Solo in the meanwhile did go down bottom and got like 1 or 2 blasts onto the racks here. So did some damage to the melee. Gold lead continues to just grow.
30k lead at 56 minutes in.
Enchantress now above Whisper. Antares soon to have his own moon shard. Soon to be 25 for even more impetus damage. Yeah, they're outscaling. As good as Pakaz did it throughout most of this one, it's him versus the world again.
He's trying. I mean, he's pretty much completely slotted out.
Completely.
He's got 9 major items in all of his slots.
Just the refresher and the moon shard, right?
Yeah.
And the Aghanim still. Sorry, he's still.
And the shard, yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah, he's still got ways to go. Still got farm to farm.
That's actually surprising that he decided to go for 3 backpack items instead of having an Aghanim or a shard.
I mean, as we saw earlier, right, there was the option for him to get it from Roche because he really doesn't want it. Okay. Like, I don't want it from Roche. I don't want to buy it myself.
It's pretty good. You know,
yeah.
The Aghanim's pretty good. But okay. Chris, I get so worried whenever he goes outside. Anytime he steps outside the base right now. Ramses, he's on the prowl. Can't quite get him. Matthew. Ooh, actually, will he?
Kiyotaka can keep chasing.
Third trap. Oh, and that
he
no
has
buyback.
not got buyback.
Uh-oh. 2 minutes.
Yeah,
that could
he's
give them
dead
the
whole
window.
time, that whole 100 seconds. There's no chance of returning.
They're going to go in hard now, 9 Pandas.
4 versus 5 now for EG. Pass. He's going to get jumped. Then with the AoE doing, they're in on top of the Terrorblade. They'll be able to separate them over the 4 stun. Pakaz is able to step to the side here with the help of his teammates. He turns to stand his ground, but Mira, he's backing on top of him. They heal him off. He's got buyback, has to use it straight away.
No match.
Chris is in, but he's also caught in the AoE doom. Finally managed to get far enough away to zip out, but Whisper's down. Matthew's still dead, of course. The triple buyback's coming in. They're looking to close it up. They're focusing the Ancient. Pakaz, he's stepping up, but he's got no method to defend with. Mira back in with round 2 of the refresher, dude. Pakaz, he's going to be gone again. This game's surely over and done with the Terrorblade out for 2 minutes. Ultra kill for Kiyotaka. GG's called. Rampage not going to be there. Maybe
give it up.
Get him. Oh! No Rampage, but a win, it will be there. They'll take both of them here. 9 Pandas, 2-0 against EG. A hard-fought fight this game too, but not enough for Pakaz to be able to carry it pretty much on his own with the ways things started to go towards the end of that. Nine Pandas really keeping their patience, and that first kill where they're able to pick him off in that play up top really started to get the ball rolling from being able to close it up. Because before that, it did look like maybe Picasso was able to do this.
Yeah, it did look like it, but I mean, Kiyotaka, the stable monstrosity. I cannot believe some of these situations when he was able to blink out, reset, and stuff like that. I mean, that was crazy. He ended up doing...
Finding Matthew at the end as well, right?
Yeah.
That kind of got the opening to the end seal.
Like I feel like he did. I actually just did so much because I feel like so many times, like if he died on that base kind of go, there could have been a situation where they could just kind of lose the game. But he survives because he gets the decrep, the blink with the refraction, 73,000 damage done by him. Pakaz ends up doing 62,000 damage. So you can see, yeah, Kiyotaka, amazing gameplay, and overall a great game plan as we see starts to come together for Nine Pandas. They're like, it's a solo TB that's we can definitely outcarry. We have a Doom, and we're 4 heroes kind of transitioning and scaling.
Sort of held back, got their items, and the last few fights that they chose to took, they were all incredibly beneficial, right? They were very careful about what they then chose to commit into, and they did so very, very cleanly in those final moments, leaving no chance for EG to set things up around the Terrorblade as they were able to do so many times in the mid-game that allowed them to get such a lead.
Yeah, I mean, this was a treat again, though. I mean, EG, after a super impossible, really rough game one, they do make a kind of like a recovery in this one for most of this game, and they make it quite competitive. I mean,
They did.
Pandas,
Close game.
Yeah, it took them 45 minutes to really start hammering and showing that they're going to be the ones to just win this one once they get that farm. So that was fun.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be able to see on your screens right now some of the moments earlier. I mean, the beginning of this game, of course, Pakaz just getting taken down time and time again up top. Not an easy lane, but was able to make a game out of it. Unfortunately for him and EG, not enough to be able to hold back Nine Pandas. And yeah, this loss is probably going to hurt for EG. They've obviously struggled already so far here at the Major. But in this one, where it felt like they were coming close to turning it and being able to take a win, it still slips away from them.
Yeah, I mean, they had some chances for sure. Just yeah, Nine Pandas, they definitely recognized how to just be more disciplined in this one, just a little bit more. As yeah, EG Chris having a rough day. He recovered a little bit better this game, but he still ends up like 1-7 this time around. Also, just constantly getting set up onto. So, whew. I think there are now they're 1-9, I believe now for.
I think so.
EG,
I believe it's not a great scoreline, unfortunately, for them. And yeah, Nine Pandas very much necessary. They get the 2 wins from this. And yeah, looking good, honestly. Even with the way that this game kind of turned towards EG in the mid-game, yeah, just seeing the way that Nine Pandas were able to close it up. You know, it takes a lot to be able to come out with that kind of smooth level coordination when there is what felt like an unkillable carry on the enemy team. They dealt with it very well in these very tense situations like that.
Yeah, great itemization, great patience. Yeah, I like that they took the step. They're like, okay, we don't need to force the issue so much. Yeah, Antares, he only died twice, right? I didn't. Wait, how much damage did this engine actually end up doing? He did 25. Okay, I thought it was going to be a bit higher than that. But either way, they took these fights, and the spellcasting was definitely still on point from Nine Pandas. I feel like they like outplayed a bit there because EG, it looked like they had some really good team fights, and then yeah, just amazing plays really from Kiyotaka in particular and Solo to protect each other. And yeah, I mean, a treat to watch. This is a really fun game.
Yeah, and it's looking like for Nine Pandas, really nice to just keep getting this puck during the opening too, right? Solo seems to always have a good game with it.
This was the play right here where I was like, if they got Kiyotaka there, like if you, I don't, does he have actually buyback? Okay, he did have buyback, apologies. I actually didn't see that he did have it there.
Well, he was short on gold.
He bought the Hurricane Pike right after, after he TP'd out. So I actually thought he didn't have the buyback, so okay. Either way, I mean, that was almost the situation there when EG is able to perhaps take this one as...
And of course, just the power of the AoE Doom, having the Ags that they're able to pick up from Roche.
Yeah. 1,000 net worth. Yeah, what more could you ask for? Kiyotaka solo killing the mid twice in first game, the second game as well too, dominating, taking. What was the tower? 7.5 minutes?
It was an early one.
It's like pre-8-minute tower. Yep. Yeah, honestly, I'm really enjoying watching Depressed Kid or Kiyotaka, whichever one you know him as he's showing us more of what he's able to play. I know for some time he was looked as like this brood spammer and these like certain specific heroes. We're seeing he plays everything under the sun.
Yeah, worked really nicely. Just sort of the combo between having the TA kind of carrying from the mid and then Ramses kind of being more the initiator in a lot of situations, right? Where he would just throw himself in, look for the shackles, try and just focus fire and lock down someone out. And then, you know, sort of the recklessness of Ramses, it really worked here because it just allowed Kiyotaka to play the more kind of careful approach to the fights.
No, definitely. I mean, he did. Yeah, Ramses was doing like a little bit of like the Chris and the Matthew thing where he's like focusing a lot of attention on stuff, but he ends up like 15 and 6. He got some really big solo kills too. So yeah, fun game. 9 pandas. Good stuff.
Yeah, two wins for them. How are they doing on the standings so far? I don't know if we bring it up, that'd be great, but other than that, we can check it out ourselves. So I think they're probably sitting about the mid part of the board.
Yeah, they have, what, 3 losses or something like that, so they're doing pretty good.
They're doing all right, and they'll continue to do so. I think if they can keep this level of play up, we'll continue to see them rack up the wins here in the group stage. But as for now, that is it for this series. 9 Pandas take it 2-0 against ENG. Don't go anywhere though, ladies and gentlemen. Much more Dota 2 to come as we're just halfway through the day here of this group stage at Bali Major. Of course, shout out to our sponsors at BizNet and the Ayana Estate. Don't go anywhere. More Dota 2 to come straight for you right around this corner.
What do you think? What do you think? It kind of looks like Zai.
The hair.
I don't know if anyone has hair like this.
It's something like so. Okay, let's. What happens if we're wrong? Nothing, right? I feel like this is 9 pandas.
Yeah, I think so too. It's Solo plus someone.
Solo and Terras or something?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, let's do that.
Solo and Terras.
There's no way. There's no way that's us at all. But if it is, I think he's very handsome. I think.
Or alternatively, if you like combine our names, it's like Shorty. I will name him Shorty.
Okay, then that's the name, Sharteezy. Support us at Bali Major. Yeah.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BizNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
oven nih. Hai, ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru from the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Bali Major. We're out here. I feel like Neil now. We're in Bali. We're Baliing it up. And we don't have Neil here. We're going to be stuck with the two of us here, Seek and Strike and Winter, joining you on the call as we are going to be getting into our third series of the day here, Mr. Winter Chan Lit Bin. It's gonna be the Rambulan.
Yes, Mr. Richie Garcia.
How are you feeling about this one? We actually did get to cast the Rambulan as well back in the SCA DPC tour here, where it was a bit of a surprising outcome, right? Because this was Execration kind of at their worst in those opening weeks of DPC and a revitalized Blacklist.
But right now, Blacklist definitely look. I think they look a lot stronger than Execration so far. They got a couple of wins under their belt. They have some of newer drafts, I would say, adjustments to their drafts. And so far it's been working in some of the games for them at least. Whereas for Execration, I feel like they're still kind of trying to figure out where they should be going in terms of the draft.
Yeah, certainly. We'll take a look at our other ongoing games now. We can see, I think I saw Bleed there take a win. So it looks like SCA finally is getting something here. And Winter, I've got good news for you because SCA is playing SCA. That means an SCA team must win, and an SCA team is going to get some points. Speaking of points, we'll take a look at our group stage standings just so we can see how bad things are currently looking here for the region in terms of their playoff chances. So our group stage is looking a little bit lopsided so far. Lots of Western European teams in that upper six. And of course, only the top six from each group are ended up moving on. Liquid so far killing things, but we're jumping now back on over to Group A, where it's the two teams, Winter, here at the bottom of the group, tied for last at 2 and 6. It's kind of one of those games where, you know, you're hoping that it's a 2-0. You're hoping that these teams don't end up drawing. Otherwise, they're just going to end up putting each other in an even more difficult position.
Somebody needs the win, and I feel like it's gonna give us a very, very good series. They're gonna fight till the last.
I think both
the last
are. I mean, at this point, they both really need their points here. The boys of Execration. When I ended up doing interviews here, I think I spoke to Palos, I spoke to Carlo as well over the course of the last DPC. And for this matchup specifically, we put them on a Friday night for the Philippines versus Philippines matchup here. You can see Blacklist Rivalry now, of course, with 4 Filipinos instead of 5 previously, with KP standing in. It really revitalized this team. But whenever I had talked to the teams about it, it was always, well, who's the better Filipino team? And it was funny, Winter, they never really went off of, you know, well, we're going to beat them, so we're the better Filipino team. But both Cuckoo and Carlo were like, well, Execration has more Filipinos, so they're the better Filipino team.
They don't even want to fight, you know.
They don't even want to fight.
The numbers are right. There's no way we can toggle the numbers, you know. They have more Filipinos, we just give it to them. But they feel like we don't need that many Filipinos to win the game, you know. All we need is that sweet 4.5.
4.5, as they say. Yes, of course. With Mike Ninja Boogie, the team teasing him, calling him half a Filipino. So that was also quoted over by the boys for Blacklist Rivalry when they did their little content segments with us. But I think two teams that are struggling here, and for me, a bit of more of a surprise, right? I had seen the rise of Blacklist Rivalry, and particularly Bleed, as potentially new, you know, torch carriers here in the region, considering that Talon kind of just completely dropped the ball last DPC tour, right? Not even in the tournament. Their replacements not really standing up to, not really up to par where you'd expect them to be.
Yeah, nobody can perform as well as Talon internationally, unfortunately for SCA, but you can see it as a blessing in disguise where the other teams are allowed to go out and gain some experience, and we shouldn't really expect them to perform on the same level, but it might be good for the future that the teams are getting some exposure, you get some games against the stronger opponents, because sometimes when you're playing with like mediocre opponents, you're trying to run a strat, you're trying to test something out, and it works for you, you know, in your own region, but it doesn't mean that it's a sound strategy overall. Because something might work against the top 20 team, like maybe 11 to 20 team, it'll work against them, but it might not work against the top 10 team, you know.
That's right. On a draft here, Winter, where speaking of things that work and don't work, where we see a lot of course, very popular, familiar faces here, that Morphling already coming through for Blacklist Rivalry. Counted by the PL now of Execration, but the usual suspects in the banning stage, I would say. A bit surprised by that Visage ban a little bit more, and the Timbersaw so far going uncontested.
Yeah, Visage is like a Execration special. Like most of the teams in SCA don't really like to deal with their Visage. In particular, it's a strat that I feel like they made it really strong when they had March as their coach, especially the Visage plus Marcy combo that they had before. It's definitely not something that you ban in the first phase against all the other teams. It's not really strong in the current meta.
Nope, not at all. And yeah, I think like who else have we seen that ban? We usually see it against like against Tundra, right? Other considerations. Would you place? Well, I believe it's Shanks, right? Would you place Shanks's Visage as top tier as that? Do you think it's really worth that respect ban?
It's Tino actually.
Tino, yeah.
I think it's his best hero overall. Like for Tundra, I think they only pick it in specific situations. So when you are considering banning the hero, you don't really need to ban it in the first phase. It's mostly maybe in the second phase, I would say, or sometimes even in the last phase ban. So you definitely don't see it as often against Tundra. Like right here, you see it's just because it's his best hero. You know, you don't want to really deal with it.
You don't want to put him in his comfort zone. You know, really forcing him into a spot of trouble.
Yeah, so far they've opened their draft with a partner, and obviously, like you said, they are not really caring so much about the Timbersaw. They feel like the hero is not really their comfort. Yeah.
Well, not really. In fact, it's not their comfort, and they don't want it to be Blacklist comfort, as they'll ban it out here, 17th.
Like when you see all these like domestic teams playing against each other, it's less about like what's the best heroes in the meta. It's more about how well do I know you, what heroes you're comfortable on, what heroes I'm comfortable on, and we both already know that, and finding a way to get around it, you know, and expecting that our most comfortable hero is most likely going to not be available, and we have to figure out a viable replacement for that.
Yeah, I think two teams that have probably, you know, ended up screaming a little bit with each other. Execration previously always topping the region, and then kind of underperforming at Major, kind of on track to do the same thing here. Blacklist Rivalry, I believe their first time at a Major. You know, Winter has seen some really highs and lows, specifically with Geek Slate now, you know, going to Lima and then immediately bombing out in Tour 2. Now they've been promoted back to Div 1 for the next DPC League, but I don't know. Do you think Blacklist, do you still have time to turn things around here? Do you still see potential in this team, in this lineup?
They are running out of time for sure, but they are at least making improvements over the course of the last, I think the last 2 months, they've improved a lot more compared to the beginning of the year. Since adding KP to the roster, he's brought a lot of balance in terms of the structure of the team. Because before, their criticism would always be all the 3 cores are just constantly just hitting creeps. You know, nobody wants to do anything. The supports are totally clueless about how to play the game because none of their cores want to fight. Everybody just hitting creeps.
Yeah, you're right.
And right now with KP, it feels like they have an anchor on the team. The supports have a better idea on what they should be doing. They have somebody to play with, and it just makes it easier for the whole team.
Definitely.
And recently, I've been noticing Carl as well. Like he's been less greedy. Like he's starting to find a direction in the game where it's not just about hitting creeps. It's about like unleashing KP into the game and giving Raven more space to farm.
I like that point. I always like talking about the anchor with you as well, especially when I get to make a terrible pun, because not only is KP their anchor, he'll be holding an anchor as it's the Tide Hunter, Winter. Do you like him on this type of an anchor, the big team fight, like lane dominator, the kind of vanguard, I don't give a hell about you, safe lane kind of a hero into the guard tower? Do you think this is where Blacklist excel around? Because we've seen them play around with a couple different kind of anchors, especially over the DPC tour.
Tide is definitely his kind of hero. He likes to play like the big, long cooldown team fight heroes. Like I feel like his playstyle is, he's a very stable player. He gives you what you need with the hero, but he doesn't take a lot of risks, and he doesn't do like some extra flashy thing in the game to allow you to win those losing games. But he's very reliable in the games where it's going according to plan. He's supposed to do this in the game, and he's gonna do it for you. So he really excels at playing those Naga, Tide, Enigma kind of hero, Brewmaster especially.
Yeah. Gugu seems like he's having a really good time in this draft. I don't know if you've been looking at his camera too much. He's always smiling and waving. I think he's really entered a new chapter as well as a 5, hasn't he? I know he's played it before, right? But
It's what we call the cost when they go to a support role. Oh, I don't have any more responsibilities. I get to do what I want in the game. I get to yell at people. I get to tell people, hey, get your ass over here, defend the tower. You know, I need you right now in front of the tower.
You get to blame them for the losses as well.
No, you don't get to blame them for it. You definitely
blame
don't.
them for
You
going
definitely don't get to blame them.
0-16 at TI. That's why you were a support, right?
Damn it. It never works, you know. And whenever you do that, they'll just come back. Do you know what happened in the first 5 minutes of the game, sir? Do you remember what did you do? I told you not to do that, and every time you still do it, blah blah blah, and it goes on, and you will never win that argument.
Well, Winter, I don't think you get to do that against Bosku. We'll see now how he is going to be getting along, considering this is a pretty nasty offlane execration they've picked up between that Skywrath Mage and the Beastmaster. Lots of magic damage, especially with the axes that we do see him commonly spec into. Is that going to be enough to really pressure this Morphling, or is that not really the objective of this lane, you think?
Well, it depends on the position 5 hero. Now I only see a Snapfire. Not entirely sure if the Snap is going to be a position 5 hero, or is he going to be a mid hero, or a pos 4 hero, so we'll just have to see. Beastmaster Skywrath is definitely going to be a very strong lane. So for the Morphling to be able to secure creeps, last hits in the lane, you're definitely going to need like some tank, you know, some Clockwork, some Spirit Breaker kind of hero to absorb the damage so you can last hit. Obviously, the best hero is Undying to do that, but there's no more Undying in the game.
Yes, he has been removed. Maybe even you take an Ench creep and you just out-trade them.
Chen is fine too.
Chen is fine. I like to see a Chen. I'm actually a really big fan of Chen and Chen players, especially considering like what kind of creeps they decide to take.
Yeah, this is definitely not an SEA hero. It's
no.
More of a Western European hero. But I'm glad like they're trying things out, and it's a Chen draft with a Tide Snapfire, so it's a very, very terrifying ball when you hit your, I would say your first unit, your mag timing. Maybe you get a pipe. I guess you should get a pipe on Tide against the Sky partner Beast.
Do you think they can maybe even give that to Chen now? Because now with Chen, of course, on that Holy Persuasion, you get the bounty. So you can really farm up a good amount of money. Is there ever worth it? Is there ever a case where you'd rather diversify into the pipe rather than just that burst heal with the mech?
Because the pipe is also good for the Tide. Like the item is nice for him. But I get it, you know, if you're really that rich on the Chen, sure, you know. But usually, if you're that rich, it probably means you're like destroying the game so hard that it doesn't really matter anymore.
Have a Swift Blink and a Divine Rapier in your tofu. Did you see that Chen game, by the way?
Yes, that was like a dream Chen game. What, 25 minutes? Universal hero.
Yeah, absolutely incredible move speed. Seeing him run around like that. I don't know if it'll quite get that that long here for either Blacklist or Execration. Into the last bannings now is the Batrider Ember taken out. Execration really covering their bases on the mid lane Spirits right now. With Storm, Void just, you know, he's kind of been handled by Mr. Frog, so I don't really expect him to make an appearance.
So what's left in the pool? They're definitely gonna need like I feel like some hero that can stand in front in the early game, because Beastmaster is not exactly a hero that stands in front early until you get to the mid game where you have, say you go for the Crimson and the Axe build, then you can stand in front during that point of the game.
That's for Execration, you're looking for a stand in front hero, right?
Yeah. Let me see. They need a hero that can stand in front and fit with their kind of lineup. There's no Ember, there's no Storm. I mean, Conquer is available, but I'm not a huge fan of Conquer in general. I think the hero is not that great. I mean, it's worked some games, but not all the time. And there's still like, I think there's still Primal Beast. Did they ban Primal Beast? No.
The Primal is in the pool. That's a good one. What else have they been really going?
I mean, Primal will allow them to like just run in and kill the backline, because when you're playing against like Snapfire and Chen, you want a hero that can go towards the backline and just take them out right away before they. Okay, so there's no more Primal now. It's banned.
They've been playing a bit of Puck on for Bob as well.
Like all their heroes are so squishy because you have Skywrath and Puck now. Everything feels paper. Like they touch you, you die. You know. So I would rather them have like some kind of beefy tank. There's still Dragonite.
There's still DK. I was thinking that as well, actually, more for Blacklist, to be honest, because of that magic damage, being able to kind of stand up front. And also, I think the tower pressure could be a bit better. The Queen of Pain.
Yeah, all very squishy heroes.
Not a fan of it.
They have a lot of magic damage, so it's a very, very glass cannon kind of lineup. Everybody deals a lot of damage, but they are also very, very squishy. So
I think you're countered by two things here pretty heavily on the side of Blacklist, which is that Hand of God and whoever's going to build the pipe.
Yep.
you know, magic damage for me, it's always about hitting your level timings and really being able to hit those spikes and abuse them. But that's what Chen does, just on the defensive side, completely nullifies you.
And the Quap might actually end up laning against the Snapfire. Actually, no, the Snapfire is going to be a support. Because if they actually do that, the Quap is going to have a very hard time, because Quap you get destroyed by Snapfire mid. But it's not going to happen, so Blacklist is going to finish their draft with a Pango there. So they're going to have a mid Pango. They're going to have like an insane amount of team fight. Their ball is extremely strong with the Rolling Thunder, the Ravage, the Mortimer's Kiss. And then Chen is just going to bring the heal and the creeps. It's scary, you know, it's really, really scary. And for Execration, they don't really have very good waves of deep pushing, you know, apart from the Wild Axe. Their heroes are very strong in regards of like the lane, especially the Beastmaster, Skyruff, and the Quap, because the matchup will be very favorable for her against the Pango. But on the other hand, the Phantom Lancer and Pugna lane is going to be like on the weak side of things, you know. I feel like
especially into a Tide Hunter.
Yeah, whenever you pick PR, I always feel like this hero just struggles a lot in the early game. Like his laning phase is just weak, you know.
Especially with the pressure that Snapfire can look to provide. Lots of magic damage. You have gap close and a little bit of escape against a PL and
kill threat.
Pugna.
Snap Tide is very scary. Like if you catch the Pugna out, he's gonna die because the Phantom Lancer can't help you. And if the PL already used his doppelganger, he's also in danger of dying in this lane if he's not careful.
Very true. Eager to see how Bosku is going to be able to play this lane as well here with the Morph lane. Maybe he'll just look for that healing camp creep and then just kind of be efficient on the heals there, right? The burst 115 healing through the lane, because that'll be something that Blacklist are going to have to contend with, right?
I mean, this is a hero I would definitely not expect Bosku to play.
I was also kind of surprised with it. I was wondering if you had any more intel on that.
No. Unfortunately, I don't have. We can only just watch the game and deliver a verdict at the end of the game, whether his Chen is something that you can put a hat on, you know, like a graduation hat.
A graduation hat, like he's gone to Chen school. If you master Chen, would you say you're officially a support now? Is it that kind of a hero, you think? Is this like the test here?
It used to be that. It used to be that back in the day, but nowadays support heroes are very different. Because back then, Chen and Chantress, those are the heroes that are very commonly picked as a support. Okay, back in the old day. But nowadays, the support role has you have a big variety of heroes that you can play out. But in the current meta, it's mostly important that the support hero on the position 5 or the 4, you need to have the ability to secure the lane. You need to be very strong so that your cores can't get bullied in the lane.
Right. It's the first time Bosku's played Chen in this tournament. I don't remember if I saw him playing Chen in any of the DPs.
I would have never expected him to play a hero like Chen for sure. Like just based on his personality, based on his playstyle and everything else. Like Chen is not a hero that would be in my book, you know, when I talk about Bosku.
No, certainly not. And well, for Carlo, his difficult laning stage may already be off. Well, to just that kind of a start, he's going to be able to at least evade here. I believe Blacklist Rivalry smoking out. Able to be able to establish themselves on the dire side. We'll see how Execration responds. We'll probably see Rich go 2 apiece now. Yeah, so it is not Bosku's first Chen game, but Winter, it is his first Chen game in over 3 years. He was back on Geek Fam when he actually played versus Signal Ultra. Ended up going for probably a build that...
Was it an off-lane Chen? Was it that meta?
It could have been, actually. It could have been. I don't know, because he went for the helm, he went for the Solar Crest pipe and Greaves.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do on an off-lane Chen.
Could have been. Not his first time though. In fact, it's his 5th Chen game.
It's
but
not the same on a support.
I would tend to agree with you here. We'll see how he's able to perform and whether or not he'll get your Winter Seal of approval.
Hello?
Yeah, already gush. Lots of magic damage here at level 1. KP very eager to start the skirmishing early into this kind of a lane.
Not the biggest loss for him. He's gonna have to send an extra set of tangles. He should be fine. Maybe getting the gush at level 1, not so ideal for securing last hits, but it would give them like a chance to kill the Pugna if he's not careful with his positioning. Probably gonna get the range creep. Yep, PL gets the range creep.
Standard stuff. Down bottom, you can see actually Bosku's, he's just taking a creep. Normally I get yelled at Winter when I do that. My cores yell at me because I'm stealing their experience and gold.
Yeah, but if the cores can't get it, why not? You know,
why not?
Yeah, I get it in your games. Your cores don't understand that.
That's right. Well, our games aren't too far off now, Winter. I'll remember you. I'll remind you.
Shit.
But yeah.
I'm afraid you're precisely correct with that. I'm going to
Exactly.
zip my mouth.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it would seem there must have been some communication there. We'll see if he ends up grabbing any more creeps. Of course, it always before the camp spawn in, right? Especially considering that Shanks has already blocked access to the easy camp and I believe the hard camp are both blocked. So
the sentry actually missed.
Yeah, Bosku missed with his sentry, so he's gonna have to walk. I mean, I guess not that far away now that you got those camps down bottom.
Oh, he tried to be greedy. That's why he missed. I see.
Yeah.
He's gonna get one right now.
He'll get one, and so he'll be having access to at least an easy camp here. Not really sure why Carl tips Tino there. Did you catch anything there? Didn't see that. Just a quick little tip. Maybe he sent the boar over. But it's first blood up top, where Tim's is going to be able to get on top of Carlo alongside KP. That level 2, man, it's just so much damage with that move speed slow as well applied on the Tide. Just can't get away from it.
Yep, with Snapfire as well, like Snapfire level 2 just gives you a lot of opportunities to kill. Like I said, this lane is very dangerous for the partner and the PR. Tide, Snapfire, they pose a lot of kill threat on the lane, so whenever you are just out of position a little bit, you're just gonna be in danger of dying. On the other hand, the PR is also... He's actually getting more last hits than the Tide at the moment, so he's still doing alright, but I imagine the more levels you get into the anchor smash, the lane is just gonna get harder and harder.
And harder. Yeah, it's just going to get more aggressive, especially because it's not just something you can doppel off, to get your damage back to secure CS. 'Cause as soon as you use that doppel, like you said, you're in trouble. It doesn't appear, that looks out of the hitbox. I think is what the observers are trying to see, or outside of that circle. That parallax error, the meniscus. Do they teach you about the meniscus here?
Nope. Can you teach me about the meniscus?
Yeah, it's like when you measure in a graduated cylinder. It's the perspective, Winter. It's always about perspective here. And there's that healing shaman that I thought Bosku was going to be looking for.
Yep, and Lotus Runes as well. Tide's going to get the one at top. The bottom one, not really contested.
Not the main priority. Carl mid lane, though, dominated into Bob. There's a TP. Carl without spells, though, is going to have to get past his creeps versus Bob's looking to turn here. The rotation from Shanks, another scream of pain. Bob nearly goes down to the creeps, but it'll be the last one standing.
Wow. Did not expect the Pango to be trying to kill the quad. Like, the Pango is actually doing really well in this lane. And yeah, sure, he died. That's really bad for him, but that's not the way I envision this lane to go, I would expect like the Pango to be like just trying to focus on breaking even, getting your own last hits instead of trying to kill the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, Queen of Pain, one of those heroes that can kind of run away with things as well out from the mid lane, especially considering how well she scales with those items that you start accelerating, things get nervous.
She's going to pick up the bounty, and now that's going to be a 4-minute water rune as well for her, so she's going to be fine going back to the lane with HP and mana. So not the biggest loss for her.
Right. And things going fairly okay, I would say, for Palos up top. He's even actually got 7 denies up in this lane into the KP Tim's lane. Bit surprising as KP's going to be forced to use Gush to get the last hit there to guarantee it. Over here, Palos. Yeah, nice job by KP forcing out the Doppelganger.
Yeah, and on the other hand, the bot lane, the Morphling, is having a very, very good time top of the CS chart right now with 26. Like, Beastmaster is not able to pressure. I guess this is mainly the Chen, after dewarding the camp, he gets the pull, he gets the the healing creep.
Oh, and actually, they've taken the gate up top already. Shanks looking to make a rotation here just prior to the 5-minute mark.
There's nothing more he can do at bot, so he's abandoning bot.
So it's good luck. This rivalry, then we'll see how they actually react to this additional member up. About to be nighttime, so it's a pretty good time to gank, as you won't be able to
hard
see him
to kill the Tide. Maybe they can kill the Snap.
Yep, that's what they're going to go for there. Blood Grenade already thrown. KP doing what he can, looking to stop Shanks from being in range of casting more spells. The second Blood Grenade, as Paolo slowed to a crawl, uses the Doppelganger offensively as Tim's caught by the second cast there. It's going to end up being killed too by the Skywrath Mage. Good recognition there. KP knew what was actually going to be able to get the reach there. Tried his best. Just out of reach, though.
It's fine, they have to use a lot of mana to kill the Snapfire, and PL missed a couple of CS for that. I think that was a fine death, As long as the Tide is not dying, I think he's really happy in this lane. I mean, so far PL is also securing a pretty good number of last hits, a little bit ahead of the Tide. But overall, I feel like the Tide is just going to eventually get further and further ahead because the PL has no more resources in the lane, you have no more regen.
And now it's time to invest in first power in here, one of our favorite times, see what it is. but lots of rotations made. Carl's actually going to commit on the Rolling Thunder. He'll roll into Carlo here with Tim's actually popping down the Blood Grenade. Carlo doesn't get up to the cliff though, and ought to end up falling here. Rune does spawn bottom, so small consolation here for Execration. Bosku, oh, he's actually scouted by the ward. Thought he was going to try and bring in the army.
Yeah, he's playing in a very aggressive position, jungling in the enemy camp, the Ancients area, so he can also control the Ruin, and he can also help mid lane if he needs to. But right now with no roll, he's probably going to chill for a bit until the roll comes off in another 50 seconds.
And actually, it looks like he's rushing that Medallion. I don't know if you saw that. He's rushing Medallion into the Solar Crest here on the Chen.
Yeah, like I said, if you look at their lineup, when their ball gets together, you want a Pipe, you want a Mech, you want a Solar Crest.
Right.
I mean, Force Star would be nice if you get it against the Beastmaster Roar, and the Skywrath ulti. But eventually, if you have the Pipe and Mech with the Solar, that should be enough for the early game period.
Point. KP does have that Ring of Health, but it's actually going to go into the Meteor Hammer here.
Yep.
So he's not immediately going into the Pipe. Maybe doesn't really think that's as big of a threat, but the Meteor Hammer gives him tower pressure and is going to allow him to farm and scale fairly comfortably as the game continues.
Yeah, that's a very good transition item. Whenever you play Tide, I feel like the Pipe is always the second item you build. You always go Meteor right now. It gives you a good laning phase. You can pressure the tower because the Tide doesn't need to buy Vanguard because you have Kraken Shell.
Right.
And Tide doesn't take the tower. So Meteor Hammer is like the perfect item for him in the laning phase.
Yep. Covers his faults to a point.
And you can kind of also land the combo with your Ravage.
That is too true, even. Mostly for the damage now.
I mean, that's definitely not the main reason you buy it, but...
That's why I always buy Meteor Hammer on Tidehunter.
Sure, that's why you're playing. That's why you're not winning when you're playing Tidehunter.
Say, don't worry, guys.
You're winning when you're playing your Witch Doctor.
I mean, right, that's exactly right. It's harder, much harder to use Meteor Hammer on that guy because the coconut never bounces the way you need it to. It always goes the other way.
It just means you suck at casting your coconut.
That's true. A paralyzing cast.
Here comes Bosku.
Oh yeah, he went through the gate. The Gush is going to be purged off though, and they're going to hit him with a little bit more lightning. 8-minute rune spawns in. It's an Arcane in the bottle for Carl. We did see no rotation mid from Execration as they continue to try to apply some pressure onto Raven.
Yep.
Carl not too eager to go top, and it's kind of a I wouldn't call it a mistake, but a bit unfortunate that Bosku showed top so aggressively because as you can see now Palos, he's not looking to get too aggressive and making sure that he can be playing this one a bit more defensively.
Bob is coming.
Yeah, TP into the trees. KP does have the point in the Ravage and enough mana for it as Tim's using the cookie, attempting to disengage here. Not going to be able to blink in afterwards any more aggressively. But Carl is...
Oh, he sees him. He knows he doesn't have blink.
About rotation, yeah. Without the blink now, Bob is going to get caught here the once on the rock. A bit of an awkward zone. Into the Ravage. They will combo it into the Meteor Hammer Winter. That's the combo they've been looking for with KP picking up the kill.
Yeah, you're sure damn right. You know, the combo that kills the Queen of Pain. Just a bit unlucky for him to already just use blink. So can't really escape.
Yeah, I love that little bit of awkward interaction where Carl didn't have spells. Was still able to outclick the Pugnut for the Bounty Rune and then offered a high five as consolation. Big kill there onto the Queen of Pain. Does kind of neutralize that earlier dive that Carl did end up making, especially as he rushes. Well, not quite rushes, going for the Mana Boots first here, Winter, but then immediately into that Diffusal Blade. I still can't believe how strong this item is on a Pangolier.
I can't even believe the item is still in the game where the Tangle Swashbuckler can use it.
Yep, it's pretty good. As a result of that fight, Tide, he's now completed, a big check mark on one of his many lists upon becoming a hero. Step 1, bully the enemy safe laner. Step 2, take the tower. Step 3, kill Kunkka. He's well on his way there.
I didn't realize you're so much of a lore guy.
I mean, he screams it when he dies, so that one's a bit hard to miss. That one's a bit hard to miss. I'm not as strong as Avery.
Give you some credit, Just take it. Just take it.
Raven's been completely just chilling, though. I mean, he's been absolutely under no pressure. And after that kind of fight, it's Blacklist Rivalry who do claim the top 3 positions in terms of net worth. Nothing too crazy, but I'd say a bit more surprising for Bob. With his kind of a start, he just really wasn't able to continue applying pressure.
Yeah, this is why I say
Look at the death ball.
The ball is coming and there's nothing you can do, as Execration's lineup, unless you are really winning the lanes hard. You get a very huge advantage and then you can just do whatever you want in the game. But that's just not happening right now. And the push is already coming without the pipe, without the mech. It's just like a medallion and a Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
No diffuser either. I feel like the morphing doesn't even have to be in this game at this point, and Execration still can't defend all the towers.
It's looking pretty hard now. KP's even getting involved, stealing a couple of stacks. The Beast was farming up. This was big for Tino. It's going to severely delay his time. He's got most of the creeps. I think he only missed 1 or 2 of the big Ancients.
Yeah.
But with Bosku also kind of denying this area, this double easy camp stack, I think Tino's having, relatively speaking, a pretty tough game. Hasn't really been able to find a lot of impact. I'm surprised Execration that they haven't really connected around this Beast Smash. We haven't seen a Roar, not into a Mystic Flare.
I mean, this is because
like
the PR is having too hard of a time. Like I said, the reason why we don't see a lot of PR nowadays is because his laning phase is too difficult. You give away too much.
Silence, Mystic Flare. Ooh, Bob not messing around here. Even dropping the tip on top of the Sonic Wave in order to secure it.
I don't know if that's too early for a team, you know, but because based on the state of the game, Execration is struggling really hard right now. They're losing a lot of control in the map. I mean, sure, that kill is going to give them some breathing room, some time to catch up, but big picture, they are definitely very far behind at the moment.
And I just don't really see, until this PL gets a little bit more online, I don't see a big item or turning point in the near future for Execration where they're like, yes, we can fight into Ravage, into Hand of God, into Pipe, into Kisses, into Rolling Thunder. There's so much here for Blacklist whenever they do go group up and look for that death ball. What are Execration to do? I suppose going for pickoff Swincher, that's a good start. This Bosku is being focused down, going for the TP out with the Ice Armor? No. Can't quite get away in time. The smoke, though, looking for Palos on the other side of the map as Tim's ready with the cookie, Rolling Thunder, and immediately into the Kisses. Doppelganger, oh, they've immediately found the real one, and they've even switched on over preemptively, but it had enough residual damage there for the kill onto Palos.
Yeah, Pango is also like one of those heroes that are that's really good against illusion-based carries. That's why you mostly see when PLs pick you. Also, it's commonly to see teams banning out the Pango, but unfortunately for Execration, they didn't really ban the hero. He's true, so the PL has to deal with it.
Now, Execration, at least with that space, they'll try and maybe make a sneaky, cheeky move up here. They've got a pretty good ward right behind Blacklist, and they are starting to siege just a little bit here. So they've seen KP, and they've seen Tim's and his Courier. KP holding on to the Ravage, still has that Meteor Hammer on cooldown for 10 seconds, can't go for the famous Ravage Meteor Hammer combo. Hand of God here, trying to get Tim's out of a tough situation, won't change a thing. And I think Execration knew they really couldn't kill the Tidehunter, so they were going to let him go.
Yeah, so 2 moves by Execration the last 2 minutes. They only get the Chant and the Snapfire, so that's great for Blacklist. You know, the supports tank the gang, none of the cost died. They keep on scaling, keep on farming. And eventually the next push is gonna come, or actually maybe it might be better for them to secure the Rosh. Yeah, wait for 15 minutes, the Rosh is gonna move top. That's where you're Radiant, you have that advantage, you have a Morphling, full AG, take the Rosh.
Yeah, Medallion as well already on the Morphling first item, so that's going to save him from that Silence, Roar, Mystic Flare combo. They don't necessarily have the toughest time breaking it, but of course, as long as he's not able to get insta-silence by that very almost... It is instant cast, but you have to be in range and turn on that Ancient Seal. It's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, good luck doing that with a Ravage.
Oh, look, I would agree, especially Carl.
A solo kill is trying to do a solo.
I guess he is. I mean, he's all right, really rolling for it. Creeps battling as they might are not going to be able to hold back Carl. The silence, no way. Do they actually turn this? He got so greedy. What was this move out from Carl? Body blocks. Do that against the back. He turns around. Oh, for the damage resist, trying to TP away and out in the nick of time. That 40% made the difference.
Classic Carl things, man. Just taking the hero to its limit. You see him doing this a lot on Puck, especially.
Space created.
Yeah, Pango's the same thing, you know, you can do it. But I would say that he might have taken that a little bit too far for comfort, you know, for me.
Power's gone.
Yeah, but he didn't have to go to, you know, that at the edge of the line, you know, so close to the line, you know.
That's just being pure efficient. I remember when he was back on, I think he was on Geek Fan playing the Ember Spirit, and that was a lot more risky.
Imagine being his teammate for 3 years, you know, eventually you're gonna get a heart attack. Every time you're like in the team, oh my god, I don't even want to look, you know. I'm not gonna look, I'm just gonna push the tower, hit the top, pretend I don't see what Santino is doing, and just, you know, focus on what I'm supposed to do in the game.
Look at that. Look at Roche getting ready to go on through. Oh, he's punched. Dude, he's Falcon punched that poor Hawk. That's an act of violence right there. What did he do to deserve that?
The Roshan is king on this map. He's the boss, you know. Everything else has to respect him. When he wants to cross the bridge when he wants to use the portal, you better be sure you make
He
way.
did push him. Well, you know what they say, Winter, you know, when you watch birds, birds also watch you. Scary stuff.
First time I'm hearing it, but okay. I'm watching you right now, watching this game.
Watching, I'm sure the SEA fans be super positive in the chat about the performance of both of their teams in Group A being 2-7.
What can we do, man?
6, I believe.
Just what can we do? We're trying our best. I'm sure the players are trying our best, the casters are trying our best.
Aren't we all?
Yeah. Hopefully it works out in the end. So time for Roshan. For Blacklist, they have the Solar Crest completed. Yes, Solar is completed.
Got the tier 2 tower down. Good stats here already on the Morphling with the Yasha nearly completed. Kind of tense. Be able to get that additional attack speed and they'll set to work. Execration, they know they can't really fight this. They're going to go back down bottom where they will take a tower uncontested tier 2. Pretty big for them though. Of course, seeing that they actually don't have normally that great access to do this in 3, considering the team fight and the range that Blacklist can initiate too.
That's actually pretty decent for Execration, you know. Like I feel like during this point of game, they are weaker than the Blacklist lineup. They can't get anything, so getting that trade for the Roshan is actually superb for them, you know. Even though it kind of sounds bad, you know, you give away the Rosh because they can't really do anything about it. So if you get anything in return, that's great for you. And you're opening up the map. You can also control the outpost after this.
We've really only seen a couple of big ultis here. One Ravage, a couple of Hand of Gods, one Mystic, I think maybe 2 Mystic Flares.
It's pretty normal for that because one team can never fight at this point of the game, you know, so all they can do is dodge, you know. That's what Execration has been trying to do for the last couple of minutes. They have to get their core items up. Eventually you're gonna need like I guess you're gonna need BKB on the co-op as well. You're gonna need like PL. Like PL needs this game to go at least 30-40 minutes. You need like Axe, Heart, Manta.
Is it still unwinnable? Are you suggesting that Blacklist is on a bit of a timer here?
When it goes to Ultra late game, I don't even feel like they are that scared of the PL.
Yeah.
Like if it gets to maybe 50-60 minute point, maybe the PL can take the fight against the Morphling when you can just keep spamming illusions, go in and out, burn all the mana. But before that point, I feel like Morphling is always stronger than PL.
Trying to fight this actually. Boar's being sniped. You know, from the top, it's actually, ooh, big heal onto Tim. Takes the whole thing. Wow. Really committing 2 ultis there to take down Tim with the Roar and the Mystic Flare. KP reserving the Ravage here for now. Is Raven Aster ready? That Ravage finally popped in his dying breath. It's only going to catch 2 here with Carlos saving himself with the Decrepify Boss 2 in the thick of things now, as Paulos is going to be able to encircle him and absolutely take him down.
They're losing the fight with the Aegis. I guess it's just really poor positioning, you know, because they were quite split up. Some of the heroes that were standing, especially the supports, were standing on top of the high ground. They didn't expect the enemy team to come take the fight, so they don't have a high ground ward ready. So they just got taken by surprise by Execration, you know. Kudos to them, you know, by sensing weakness, seeing that Blacklist heroes, they are not really positioned well for the push and taking full advantage of that.
Like KP kind of forced him to pop in the Ravage here and not
that was
anything
the
for
fight
it.
was really terrible at that point really for them.
It was pretty bad for them here. Kind of beat back as with Tim's falling, the rest of the team kind of just crumbles around him.
Yeah, they really need to be more careful about that. You know, if it happens again, then eventually you're gonna just speed up the PL's timing, and you have Chen and Snapfire. Those are not the best supports to deal with the illusions. You literally can't do anything. You have to rely on the Pango and the Tide and the Morphling to an extent, you know. So if every fight continues to look like that, where Execration, they can find a way to pick off the backline, the game is gonna start to get hard for Blacklist.
Bob has already used the blink. Needs a little bit more time and good positioning here. Makes it just about impossible. Carl, the second time, he is going to catch him though, Carl. Now he's got him right where he wants him.
Tip him back, man.
And there it is, the tip right on back, on top.
That's why you never tip too early.
Apparently not. Apparently not. But
So I guess that's high ground. Cobb is dead. You still have Aegis.
Really? Just up to high ground they go, indeed. Execration. They seem aware of it as well, as they're going to set the boars onto the tower down bottom, but Raven with the Solar Crest, Fortify out as well, Meteor Hammer, everything here. Blacklist, they will take this tier 3 tower.
Carlo!
They're not ready for it. Carlo in some trouble, getting jumped immediately. The Roar. It's only the first life, though, of this Raven Morphling. Tino doing his best. The Drums of Slam now beating, trying to beat back the side of Blacklist. That's already the tier 3 tower gone. Because they don't have the Ravager for another 50 seconds, so they will back off.
Well, they saw the smoke.
They did. It was just, I guess, a smoke of not deceits, a smoke of retreats.
Yeah, not the best smoke to use, but I guess they didn't really feel confident without the Aegis, so they feel like it's probably better for them to reset.
That feels like the kind of
I don't know, man.
sage plays that
like
KP brings to the team, though.
I feel like they're still strong enough, you know. They just needed to wait for the Ravage, maybe hold a position. Like the Morphling can shove out one wave, and I feel like there's still a pretty good chance of them taking a good fight and using the advantage, you know, to their favor, you know. Because right now, the state of the game is still favorable for Blacklist with the hero timings and item timings. The longer you wait, on the other hand, it's just gonna make it harder for you. And I always say that in Dota, whenever you're strong and you don't use that window to punish the opponent and take full advantage of it, the game is just going to get harder and harder for you.
It certainly is now. There's a couple of key items being picked up on the side of Execration, so the next time that the two teams from the Philippines end up meeting will be with an Ag Scepter on this Queen of Pain, and now a full Crimson Guard for Tino.
Yeah, who got the shot?
I didn't see it actually. Oh, Shanks got it. There it is. Okay. Thank you.
I guess not the most useful shot. I feel like it's pretty rare that I will actually want this shot on Skyrock.
Yeah. What I used to have the name memorized. The Shield of Scion. That's right. The Shield of Scion. Yeah, I mean against a Morphling, it'll give you like maybe one more auto attack. I don't know. It really isn't that great, this bonus armor bonus int.
I would say that if it gives move speed, I would be more tempted to get it.
It's a good point, actually. What if it gave like 12 cast range?
That's fine too.
Yeah, like 12 cast range per stack, something like that. Because I just feel like this armor, this bonus int's not really...
It's okay, but it's not like going to change the game, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you look at like even like Tibbs' shard, being able to clear a creep wave just with one spell.
Maybe if you're a core, it matters more to you. Because you have a lot more items, then the stacks actually help you a lot more.
I can see that. For now.
So right now, we see a smoke. They're trying to find an angle of initiation.
And they know that Morph has no Manta as well.
They have to be careful, you know. Like Blacklist, if they get caught without being together, they can just easily lose this fight.
Ravage though, Blacklist, they're actually looking maybe to consider a siege. They'll smoke up themselves. And actually that Hawk is not going to be any the wiser. Creep's already up on the high ground. That's extremely sussy behavior from Execration that no one's defending against the base.
Oh, you need to hold a high ground if you're Blacklist.
Check out that scan as well from Execration. They thought they were up in their own high ground camp right there. They're going to swing and miss. Blacklist Rivalry in the meantime, they've gone all around the world here basically. KP ready to make the jump. The Cookie doesn't quite get him within arm's reach. Tino quite tanky. Gets his range. There's going to be the Ravage as well. Sonic Wave pushing them back. The Roar's going to get on through the trunks of Slime, healing up Tino. He gets pushed off, but eventually killed off by KP. All of that just for the kill onto the Beastmaster. No buyback though. Palos with his own Ag Scepter now. Tossing illusions back into the fight, burning the mana out beside of Blacklist Rivalry, who once again, Winter, in this window of theirs, as you said, seem to be retreating, not confident without that Ravage.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't get enough of the Ravage. Fight still going on right now. KP still absorbing a lot of the harassment.
Blacklist, they're happy with this high ground here. Execration unwilling to go too far from the high ground. Caution here advised. Palos, he's leading the heat. The team quite far ahead. Bob with an aggressive blink on forward. Bosku TPing out will be able to live his army unluckily to make it out behind him.
This is good enough for them already. I think they just need to wait for the Aghanim's on the Morphling. There's no other way right now. Maybe you wait for the next Roche too. Wait for the Aghanim's and then try again. Because they already didn't do as well in the last couple of minutes. So right now it's time for them to recuperate. We see that one-man Ravage. Pogna, like something pushed him, you know, like forward. Did he just move forward or something? Like something just pushed him forward, so he got out of range from the heal. I thought he actually might have been able to survive with the Pugna decrab and saving him with the heal.
No, I mean just too much damage, and the drums of Slam as well with that lifesteal. I thought he was able to get back up there, especially when the Chen army got around there. It was just so much healing here. But Tino eventually taken down.
Yeah, but you start to see like Execration's lineup slowly but surely coming into fruition. They're starting to feel like they're able to combat Blacklist 5-man ball much better.
I think anytime you see a PL playing like that, like a shark basically in the fight, you know, still a bit more reserved, you know there's trouble on the
Yeah,
right.
you know you're in trouble. So you have to be very, very careful not to give him anything more from now on. The next rush is going to be very, very crucial for this game. And obviously, like I said, the Axe timing on the Morphling, on Raven is going to be absolutely crucial for this game.
You're looking for the PL here pretty much, are you?
Yeah, you just have to land it on any of the illusions, whatever, and Execration has to figure out maybe they should have to buy Lincolns on the other heroes and just put it on the PL.
Good work. But then that's the problem, right? Because then you identify the real PL. That's now also like not such a good solution.
It doesn't really matter right now because the PL is just standing behind, he's spamming his Lancers with the Aghanims upgrade. And sometimes I don't really feel like it matters as much for you. Like if the enemy sees which one is the real PL, you're just using your illusions to chip anyway. So I don't think it matters. What matters is he doesn't want to get morphed by the Morphling.
Got it. Well, for now, Execration, they push all the way to the enemy tier 2 tower. Roche is going to end up spawning up in the top lane, 25 minutes to 30. He'll be up here. So
that's a Hawk. So
very likely he'll go down here. Execration, let's see what kind of ward type. They got a ward to the left of the Lotus pool.
Tide has Dagger, so that might be important thing to note there for Execration. They need to just be really aware of Tide.
Look, Blacklist, they're just under vision here. It's so difficult to actually try and
Hawk.
approach this position.
They don't have Sentry.
The ward to the left, they have the Watcher, they've got this outpost. It's tricky to find an approach, to find an angle if you're Blacklist Rivalry. Start up. There's going to be the Observer Ward now, dropped by Raven. KP still trying to tank some of these illusions. Also moving back the Chen army. They have found at least a more comfortable position here. Maybe that easy camp. Execration still set up.
They should force the high ground. I think they should force the high ground first.
I think
make,
they will.
Make them go back and then do Roshan after.
But how can you do that though? They'll just come out of the pit and cut the wave, won't they? I don't know if that's.
I mean, if they go now right away and protect one creep wave is all they need. Oh, Tide.
Yeah.
KP's flicking up.
KP's just in, right on top of Tino here. Raven's gonna follow up. He's actually morphed, I believe, into the Beastmaster. Oh no, what the hell happened to Carl? He's stuck right there on the stairs. Can't get back down. Still, they managed to find the kill on Tino all the same. It's now Apollo's going to be supported by a blustering force. Ooh, the Ravage. I don't think it caught Apollo's. He's still free. Meteor Armor not catching a damn thing either. But it's KP who gets onto Apollo's here for the second kill. Shanks able to find Bosku in the thick of it as Bob with the blink away. Want to sound the alarms of retreat here for Execration. Seems like Blacklist Rivalry, a huge fight for them here in Winter. They'll be able to secure this Roche.
Yep, they're gonna just run away with three heroes there. Big loss by Execration, losing the PL. That's really, really bad for them. I felt like they should have just held their position and not chased down.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they kind of... The fight started off favorably for Blacklist there with them being able to kind of isolate, get on top of that Twin Gate high ground. And then just the world's most awkward... You know, ankle leader roll. No, the roll. The Ravage as well.
The Ravage didn't hit anything, I believe.
Maybe it caught the Pug. I believe you'd be correct on that. I mean, huge window of opportunity lost there for Execration. They had the positioning, they had the vision, just couldn't really find the fight.
So definitely a very, very chaotic fight. And losing the PL, that definitely hurt their timings a lot. He's building a Lincoln's next. So they're gonna have one on the PL. Not the most ideal item you would want on a PL.
Blink back up. KP Tino's actually going to get aggressive. The Roar's going to be able to catch two. Raven on the low ground considering turning. There is no Ravage. Now there's no Tims. He's finished off KP just as quickly. Down he goes. With Execration hunting for more. Beat back Blacklist. They did get a little bit too aggressive. They're farming a bit too comfortably, I would say.
Again, you know, like being split up, you know, not in the right positions. If you feel like you want to farm all those camps, I think that the supports have to be like in a deeper position, so in case the enemy smokes, you only lose the support. You know, they were like clearly just farming. They were being like too casual about it, not expecting that the enemy would smoke up. You have Aegis, right? So you think that you're in a very, very strong position. So you're not going to be thinking about the enemy coming to you. You know, you would just assume that they will be hiding. But at this level of game, you know, even if you have Aegis, you should still be very aware of things. You know, you don't have any vision around the area, so you have to always be constantly thinking: could they be here? Could they not be here? What are they doing? And you just have to be really aware of this kind of moves, you know, by the enemy.
That's the classic SCA, you know, behavior. They just smoked. They took Aegis. They have Roche. You find a pick off on the enemy team, and then the enemy team has 4. Go, yes, now is the time to strike when they least expect it.
When they think they are strong.
That is the most adorable.
Yeah, going to make a
Look
mistake.
at this, Winter. Look at this. That is so cute. Thank you, Sukro, for our Roche on camera.
Yeah, Thank you so much for allowing us to have some amazing snacks on the panel.
The kachang cam.
Kachang cam. Have you tried those?
Yeah, actually, they're pretty good. They're really good. Blacklist Rivalry. And they are going to be looking to snack now, sooner rather than later. And they can do so after they win this game. Tier 2 tower down. Tier 3 tower top's been gone for a while. And that's actually the last outer tower by the looks of it.
PL's going to force them back here. I think he's doing the right thing. He's going to try to shove everything up. Bottom lane, the high ground, trying to force a reaction. And Blacklist is going to smoke. Okay.
Yeah. Blacklist not.
But they're not going back. I think they're going to just send a message. Let's see who pushes faster.
They want to get up to the high ground. Good ward up here, though, from Execration. Going to make things difficult as Tims does plant down the sneaky ward. Sentry's going to scout it, though. So now, yep, Execration. They're going to have the advantage knowledge, but will they have the reaction time to be able to actually save Tino here? The Drums of Slam going off now. So he does get himself a bit more forward. Sonic Wave as KP forced backstroking himself out of this fight. Carl, able to stay alive for now, is all of Blacklist Rivalry a bit worse for wear. Execration pushing back after them now. Hand of God buying KP a little bit more time as he does still have this Ravage. Raven once again has taken the form of the Beastmaster as he will be caught with the silence through the Lincolns. Hawks, Spores, and everything going at it now. It looks like Raven may end up losing. Ravage, okay, it's out. It's for the Beastmaster, and he is dead. Carlo forced out into an awkward position as well, but it's Raven who's going to fall as Bob jumps on in. Carl looking worse for as well as KP. He doesn't have Ravage. He only has a Meteor Hammer. He'll channel that, but only in his dying breath. It does nothing. Bob with another kill here as Palos is unleashed in the fight. Raven with a nicely timed Mantis style is going to be able to TP out as the rest of Blacklist Rivalry do manage to sneak away. It's an off lane for an off lane trade, Winter. That's it.
Yeah, the Morphling didn't get the morph onto the PL. I think
he keeps grabbing the beast. That's the second time he's grabbed.
I think he just feel like because of the Lincolns, and he doesn't feel like he can break the Lincolns. But I feel like no matter what, you should wait. You know, you should wait for the ulti and just wait for opportunity to get it onto the PL. Like even though he has the Lincolns, you have to try to communicate with your teammates, try to break it with a gush, or break it yourself with an adaptive strike, or with the penitence on the Chen. Like he just has to be patient and wait for it. Like if you're getting the morph on the Beastmaster, you're just losing so much value in the game.
Yep. Yeah, what do you get? You steal status with this one,
I mean,
right?
I guess you get the aura.
You get the stats. Yeah, I guess that's not bad. Carl, is this another cheeky play? It is, because Raven's here to close the gap, and they will be able to punish Carlo. Like Execration now, they will be.
All they need to do right now is just hold on the game, don't make any risky plays if you're Execration, and you're going to get to a point where the PL is going to be able to 1v5. It's still, like, he still needs probably one more item before that happens. Maybe you get a, I guess,
he got now
butterfly?
this PL, right? He's got Manta Diffusal,
Ags. Because the Morphling doesn't like to get MKB, so getting a butterfly will be huge on the PL.
The second shard now, as the Tormentor is going to end up going down. This time I think they're going to be much happier that it does go towards Carlo. Gives them some illusion clear, and there's a couple of illusions, especially if this Morphling is able to get his hands on the PL, on the Morph, being able to remove all of those annoying illusions there. That certainly is helpful. Looks like second Tormentor now for Blacklist is being considered. That would be the Chen shard, actually.
Yeah, that would be very nice. You get the, I guess you just want to get the Granite column for the HP.
Oh, into KP, actually. Never mind. Right, it has to go to a Filipino on the team. That's the rule, I think, on the Tormentor.
Yeah, the Tormentor did not get the memo, unfortunately.
Didn't get the memo.
No, did not get the memo. So it's chosen to give it to, just because you are the odd one out here, I'm just going to bless you with this shard.
No.
Don't feel left out of the game, you know, we love you.
It's Christendom. Lovely, lovely stuff. Blacklist now, considering, making some aggressive moves again, do find themselves on the opponent side of the map. Do you think, Winter, that this next Roche fight, is it the one that'll end up kind of dictating the pace of this game here, where things go from there?
I think the Roshan is definitely going to play a huge role in this. But as Blacklist, right now, you're definitely very worried about not having a decent enough advantage at 30 minutes, with this lineup. It means something has gone really wrong with your lineup. Because you're supposed to at least arrive at this stage with some sort of advantage that you've already stamped over the game during the early to mid game. And right now PL is like, oh great, seems like the base is still intact. And I still can, you know, farm another extra item before the next big fight.
Oh, looks like it'll be a Bloodthorn, at least for now, the Orchid as well for PL. Just saw that item pop up on the sidebar there.
Yeah, it's good against the Butterfly. It's good at like killing, killing the Morphling, the Silence. The Silence is also good against the Pango.
Tough though, right? Because he's got a Manta and a Lincoln's, and there's also a Lincoln's on Carl. Would you still have rather potentially seen something else, maybe the Butterfly instead?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Butterfly was the normal choice, you know. But hey, I'm no carry player, you know. I'm just a pleb position 5 player.
So we'll see if it pays off. Execration now, they will be able to kick off the fight. Little Shard Silence onto Carl as they break the Lincolns and force out the Rolling Thunder. Carl thinking about it, really thought about making that right turn, even though the GPS told him to go left. The rest of the team as well told him to go left. He'll be able to make it on back. But that is some utility forced out now as Execration, still with a couple of heroes in the smoke, I'm going to be looking to try to make a break here. This time, though, it's Blacklist who are set up, and I think it's much scarier to fight into this Blacklist lineup, considering the kind of team fight that they have.
Yep. They killed the Hawk.
They did.
So I think Execration has to be very careful about choosing their next move. Ideally, you wait for the next Hawk, 10 seconds.
For the high ground, the ward is well placed down, immediately taken down. Carl up on the high ground now. They're just breaking these Lincolns now as Raven, he's had his go down.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Tino just farming nearby casually. So we'll be able to take down the camp. Another Hawk summoned. They still have sentries? Yes, clearly they do. That's going to be taken down.
Oh, KP's taking a lot of damage.
KP, yeah, he receives the cookie on down. This is much more awkward now. A less, of course, quite famously defensive position when you
the
don't
high ground
have the high ground
position
anymore.
has swapped.
But Blacklist, they're going to go the long way around. They're going to take the scenic route here. So DD on top. Their top lane is shoving in as well here.
They have an ops of tips, you know. He's going to place it. Well, he's not placing it on the lane. Okay, this is not so good, I think.
That's a really weird ward. They thought the fight was going to kick off immediately. And actually, Execration, they're going to just hold on to the high ground. We'll see if they actually cut this wave here. Not quite. Blacklist Rivalry instead. Oh, okay.
Tino.
Now they've cut the
Tino.
wave.
Tito, they see Tito.
That they do. Can't they actually do anything about it? They're looking for Carlo first. They're going to chase after him, but KP up to the high ground. Sees 2 Ravage as well. This time they caught the PL and the Rolling Thunder. No, Carl's stuck again here. He's cursed. Unbelievable. Does manage to at least buy enough space and time for Palos to go down as Shanks trying his best to pop the Lincolns. It's Palos this time who's chased out of the fight, but now Shanks receiving reinforcements. Bob's on the way back on in now. Big Sonic Wave connecting onto all 5 heroes as KP on the Meteor Hammer actually canceling the channel life drain of Carlo. He's been killed off by Tim's.
Oh, double buyback.
But the double buyback now is Execration committing for this fight. Palos, he's in deep, but he needs reinforcements. Blacklist Rivalry worse for wear here. No more heals, no more ulti for them. They're going down. Raven, though, may have been able to know. Bob out in time as it's KP who is going to be surrounded by just tons of PL illusions. Raven even. That was a longer TP. He might have actually gone down. The gem as well on the deck as KP, I believe, does end up dropping that one. But it's Execration 2 out of 2 times on this top Roche Pit Winter. They win the fight.
So they had to use, what, 2 buybacks on?
Roche wasn't even up either.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't though. The Hawk couldn't get there because he gets killed before he arrives at the Roche Pit. So they were kind of fighting for nothing.
They're fighting for the position, for the right to take Roche. Now 3rd Roche will end up going down here, likely top lane very shortly. I don't think Blacklist Rivalry are going to be in a position to really try and contest it. And I mean, they've had troubles getting their hands on this PL even the one time Winter with an Aegis now in the inventory. With the second bout of items that are now coming online. Well, you know, if Blacklist are going to have what it takes. I mean, it's tough to push into their high ground, but things are certainly now feeling pretty good for Palos.
Yeah, the PL is already getting to a stage where he can actually 1v5 the opponent. Like, without a good jump from the fight, I'm afraid that the fights are just going to be looking harder and harder for them, you know. Like, the Pangolier is like he needs to deal with the Skyra, the partner. He needs to go to the backline, so the Tide has to deal with the PL. Ideally, maybe you Ravage, and then you have to get the Mortimer's case on top to help you identify which one is the real one. And then you break the Lincolns, so you allow the Morphling to copy the PL, and then you will take control of the fight.
Because we haven't seen that yet, have we?
I don't even think
this Morphags, I'd rather almost him go on any other item.
Yeah, if he's playing like this, it's just better not to get the item, get a Skadi or whatever, you know, get a Maelstrom, get something else.
Hasn't been working too effectively for them. But Winter, with that being said, Aegis in the inventory actually for Bob and Cheese on the Phantom Lancer. Blacklist Rivalry still not shying away from fights, even if it isn't going to have to be on the other side of the map now that Execration have taken the gates. That Bloodthorn now fully online for PL. I feel like we don't see, I mean, we see it a lot. We used to see it a ton, but it gives accuracy on it. So all the true strikes, very useful against now the Butterfly. They're carrying it here. Doesn't really feel it. I agree. This Morphling, the Ag Scepter, not feeling the impact a ton, huh? Not really too much.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he's just not being patient. You know, you just have to believe that your
You have to believe.
Yeah, you have to believe that your teammate's gonna help you identify the real PR, and you just have to break the Lincolns and then get the copy of the illusions. I mean, if you don't do that, then what's the point? You know, what's the point of buying the item here? There's no point.
Yeah, definitely feels, you know, best against Universal Heroes now, but then second best against Agi Heroes. Bosco looking for the TP out. I believe they will lack the damage here. He's tanky actually on that Chen. KP with a full sight device now. That's a PL killing item right there.
Sight of Vice. I kind of expected him to get Shiva, so I feel like they need a Shivas in a team fight for the illusions. Not too sure about. Okay, he's gonna get a Ravage.
Yeah, into the cookie as well. They've identified the real one, the Scythe. I don't think it's come out yet, actually, and now the Kiss is not doing enough damage. Bob on the way back in is to be able to catch on to 2, looking at the kill on to Tim's, but now look at 3 heroes outside of Blacklist Rivalry, all of their cores. Raven again has turned into this Beastmaster though, and the fight turning against Blacklist now. Execration underneath the tier 2 tower will be able to draw first blood in this engagement. There's going to be the buyback, but KP's down for 70 seconds, doesn't have the buyback either. Bob blinking in after Bosco. He's left without anything here, but the Glimmer Cape, which is actually going to save him. Invisibility is invincibility in this case. Now Execration happy with the results of that fight. They just lost
big.
top.
It's huge, man. They have no Ravage right
Look,
now.
it's the Chen army, the Hellbear Smashers. They let them charge on in.
But still, how are they gonna deal with the push in front of the door right now? Execration could easily just end the game.
Yeah. I think with that kind of a blink, Bob looking to get a little bit more aggressive. I don't see what Bob's doing. He is going in.
He still has Aegis, alright. It's fine, it's fine. Get some
the mana,
get some mana, get some HP from the gas station.
Right, absolutely. Get a little top up right here.
I guess it's too early to hit the throne. You just get the racks, second set of racks. Safer.
Yeah, they can't quite go for the Megas. Tier 2 top lane still intact. Another big wave pushing into the top lane though with a wagon, Winter. That's some damage, unhealable damage as Blacklist Rivalry with KB back in 5 without Ravage though. They will go on it. Bob though, he's going to preempt them. They will connect him onto a stun, and that's actually the first life burn. I don't know if Execration are in position to try and reinitiate here. Palos putting his body on the line as a life drain not doing enough. They could not get out on the Hex or anything else here as quickly. Sonic Wave to cover the retreat now. It's Raven going hunting after this time. Morphs into the Queen of Pain. The Roar are going to trigger the drums of Slum, but that might just be the funeral drums here for Tino. That is, unless these Palos illusions really start stacking up. He's thinking about going back on it as well. And now with the Scythe of Vice, Carl is going to end up going down. Bob with the decisive baby tip onto Carl, but the fight continues now. Meteor Hammer is not going to catch onto Palos, but a short stun, another cookie stun onto Bob. Do they have to lock down the damage? No, he blinks out in the nick of time, and it's actually KP who's going to end up dropping. That was the buyback as well here. Out from Carl. They defend against the bottom barracks.
At what cost? At what cost right now? Just seems like they're prolonging the game, but they're unable to find answers to deal with this PL. Like he's just having free reign, you know, like the whole fight he's untouched.
And now Execration making it raid as well onto Carl. That's what it'll cost. $4 a month, I believe, for Dota Plus. That's the cost.
You do it any day. Efficient trade.
Very efficient trade, like especially for these DPC points.
The emotional damage is severe right now for Carl. Like he's gonna have to try to focus on trying to help them identify the real PL, break the Lincolns, and get the Morph going. You know? If they can't do that, I don't see how they're gonna win the fights at the moment. The PL is just doing way too much in the fights. He's too slippery, they can't focus him, he's just chipping away, especially like at the tide, burning his mana.
Well, he's got roll up now. I think that'll actually help against the PL, against you know, if you get it off before they roll.
I mean this is why like I wasn't very sure about the tides side of Vice. You know, I felt like the Shivas would help them a lot more in the team fights. Like if you can't deal with the illusions, there's not really much use of having a catch.
Not that catch though. It makes it, you don't even get to talk about the follow-up or not, right? It just ends up becoming way too difficult there for him.
Yeah.
That's going to be another shard on over, one for each side.
Yeah, so Queen of Pain is gonna finish up her items with a
Carl's got good
BKB.
level. He's 25 already. I mean, I guess we are 45 minutes in. That's a little bit surprising here. How much XP he managed to get. Although mid, as they do look to join the fight. Carl again a bit unlucky on the bounce, but KB committing the Ravage actually can follow up onto a second now. 2 big kills here.
Nice. Pagna doesn't have a buyback, so Pop is the only one who has buyback for Execration. They have to try to figure out if they can actually cut the waste. I guess PL's not really in position to do that.
And quite
he has 7k gold, so he can definitely buy back. And I guess he can't really finish the item. Yeah, he doesn't have enough to finish the item and have buyback, so he has to just wait on it.
Right.
If they defend, maybe he can consider finishing his butterfly, but as of right now, he needs to save gold for buyback.
Blacklist looking to equalize the barracks in the mid lane. There's a big wave starting to push in bottom though, so we'll see if that ends up amounting to anything, considering that, of course, there's no tier 3 tower to defend the rack stuff.
Oh, Pagna is buyback right now, so they have everything up, everybody up if they want.
No Ravage, no Kisses, and Rolling Thunder off cooldown shortly, but not yet ready. Tim's dying.
Yeah, maybe Palos can actually bait them in, you know, try to make Blacklist thinking that they can engage and force the buybacks, and then you buy back and you roll somebody and force the fight.
They have such a hard time with these illusions. You can just see how they're forced to slow siege with the wagon, or sorry, with the meteor hammer even.
So here goes the roll.
Yeah, wagons are out. Here goes Carl. Nice stuns onto 2, but where's the follow-up? Not quite there, especially with Apollo in the roadblock in between. Raven is not winning that fight. Has he finally morphed into the PL?
Yes.
Finally, it's happened, Winter, for the first time this game, but the side device onto Bosku. Oh, and his own Ancient Granite Golem stopping him. Will end up mauling, and it is bottom barracks. So just go to creeps of both teams quite phenomenally, losing barracks to creeps.
MVP creeps, you know.
Top lane, Bosku had something to do with that, you know. He had the marshals get in there and make sure that they could get through, but top and bottom lane of barracks no longer exist for opposite sides.
Well, for Execration, all the important thing is they survived. They didn't have to use their buybacks, so they're really happy about it. And PL is going to be able to finish, I guess he's already finishing, yeah, he already finished his butterfly. So maybe you get the upgrade for the diffusal after this. Oh no, he's getting, what is he getting? He's getting Rapier? What did he buy? Oh no, yeah, he's upgrading for the diffusal next. And so right now, state of the game might just once again go back to the Roshan. I'm not sure if you should be pressuring and forcing things that much. If you're Execration, I think you should be happy taking the map, farming, and just waiting to fight in the next Roshan hit. Like going high ground is still a little bit risky. It's difficult, you know, against the tide.
Especially with the ultis up. Carl, you know, and once he's not fighting in that top Roche area, he's able to get off pretty impactful Rolling Thunders, it seems.
Yeah, if the fight is like an open area, definitely the Pango's going to be able to do a lot more compared to a very, very tight space. Doesn't have much areas to roll onto, but Execration seem like they're going to decide to push high ground here.
Yeah, Apollos is huge now too. I mean, he's doing so much damage.
I think maybe they can like just choose to chip. You don't fully commit, you just try to poke a little and see how it goes.
Because the wave clear from Blacklist against these illusions is not that great. You know, if they had the Pugna, they could stop that kind of chipping strategy, but doesn't really seem too realistic.
Yeah, I feel like they should just chill, relax, and wait for the Roshan. I think that gives you the least amount of chance to make a mistake, you know. It just maximizes your winning opportunities. And I know they're ahead right now, but still, you know, you shouldn't take things for granted. You should play for the win and just minimize the chances of drawing an error out of your team.
Definitely. Playing out for Blacklist though, they're not chilling. They actually see the real PL. Can they actually connect onto him though? There's Rolling Thunder number one. They're onto the wrong PL, unfortunately though. And that means they're not going to be able to connect on the Morph either. So that's Morph used, I believe. No, Morph is not going to use Samantha. Just the Rolling Thunder used. Alos, just again, running on up, trying to maybe force something out. But Execration, I think that they want to play for this next Roche as well. You know, first 2 Roches into the hands of Blacklist Rivalry, but it's really just been like a sliding scale now, all for Execration as they do approach the 15k net worth lead. 50 minutes in here, Winter. Not a whole lot of kills, but these are the kind of games I think you'll enjoy a bit more, right? Where both teams are not making huge obvious errors, but still managing to play pretty close and clean Dota. It's about calculating the fights and finding the right one.
Palos is going in.
Sight device on top of the Bloodthorn, but of course KP able to dispel it. Cookie gets him out of trouble. Tier 3 tower is next up for grabs here for the side of Execration. They can go for the Mega Tier as a reminder. That was the last Tier 2 tower top, and there's no more barracks bottom. These illusions cannot be allowed to destroy the structures this easily. Even with his Mjolnir, at least doing a decent job clearing the creep wave. And Execration, they're actually going to smoke up another time.
Yeah, they're going bot. They know Roshan's going to move towards bottom. They're preparing early.
That he is. We'll see that soon, I'm sure, on our Kachan camp, our Supro Kachan camp.
That's your favorite thing to do with the cast right now.
That's good, actually. It's got a good alliteration.
So right now, Execration, they're going to definitely be here early setup. Ideally, you get some good vision up early. You have a support standing on the twin gate. I just feel like nowadays, like with the Roshan contest, a lot of it is about like who gets to this twin gate position quicker. You have an observer ward placed down in a sentry, and it's going to just be very hard for the team that's late to the contest.
Roshan's dying in the Supro Roshan camp. That's a violent CCTV right there, unfortunately. And will likely be a not impossible winter, but pretty difficult hold here from the side of Blacklist Rivalry. This is not going to be made any easier, especially if they actually manage to catch them here. Morphling managed to get away in time, but otherwise a tricky moment there, a scary moment. Hero levels. Has anyone else hit really level 25 so far? I believe it's really only Carl that's really hit the ranks here on those high levels. Any of those start coming into play for you here? Big talents that you're looking at here?
On Blacklist?
Yeah.
Not really, you know. I feel like
this Morphling 25 talent doesn't do much for you?
Not as much in this game. I feel like I guess you still get the waveform cooldown, so you can run around in the fights. You be more mobile. You can clear some illusions. But it doesn't feel like it's going to have like a huge impact in the fights. You know, certainly it will help.
Not so far anyway.
Yeah.
See, Execration look to be gearing up for yet. Could be the last push. Bob again with the Aegis here. They do manage to catch Tim from the side, but can't kill him in the duration of a Hex. In fact, they're nearly onto the Skywrath Mage. Shanks trying to get out of harm's way. Sonic Wave as well, forcing them out even further to the base. Once again, they morph into the Beastmaster. In goes Carl. And actually, out goes the Morphling morphing or waveforming back into the base.
Oh, big Ravage.
Big Ravage onto 3 here. No Meteor Hammer follow-up, but it's the tentacles actually. The tendrils of the deep out from KP, which will be able to secure that first life. Aegis is down. Nice Cookie is going to connect onto the real PL as Bob with the BKB active is not winning this fight for too long. Carl has died on over near in the triangle. Tino takes him down. An immediate buyback, and now Fortify might actually see Execration off of the high ground here. Raven, incredibly tanky as there's going to be round number 2, making the jump on in. Tino trying to get through the structures is going to be forced back now as KP desperately trying to defend, but the illusions now onto him. KP, careful here. Look at the damage to the AoE. It's too much. Execration, they're melting through Blacklist. Triple buyback now, and they're going to need to commit all 5 for the fight. As Blacklist Rivalry backs against the wall, have only gotten through the Aegis, all been forced to buy back.
Oh, that's
the
Megas.
Mega's secured as well for the side of Execration, and it seems like game 1 all but over. KP going forward, trying for the kill here. The tendrils the deep. Raven needs a bit more damage, but Bob to the low ground. He's out in the nick of time. Carl giving chase, can't catch anything on Paulos this entire time. He's just murdering them all winter. KP, he can't get away, even with now the Crimson Guard. He is just minced meat, if not for that Glimmer Cape. Carl doing his best to 1v4. Bob nearly goes down as they do manage to finally get through Shanks. That's the dieback, the first of the engagement now for Blacklist Rivalry. What else do they have left? Certainly not the Meteor Hammer KP. That's not doing nearly enough now. You can't even, they do get through Carlo at the end of the day. Shanks, make that Raven is going to end up getting caught and killed. That's going to be his buyback down now as Execration can finally focus onto the throne. And it's Blacklist Rivalry forced to capitulate here. They will go down in game number 1 of the Rambulan.
Yeah, certainly Blacklist, they're going to be kicking themselves after that game, you know. They had the advantage in the early game, they had the lineup to actually snowball, but they just couldn't, pull it off, in certain crucial moments of the game where they were pushing. I think it was the bot tier 2, that was the first moment that I remembered, where they got caught out, they had the Aegis and they got caught, they lost 2 of their supports, the push ends, and then the second time when they were pushing top as well, that happened again. Like literally same thing, they had the Aegis, they were trying to secure a push, and then somebody just dies, before the whole team gathers together, And I felt like those are the 2 moments that totally changed the game, Like the PL would have never gotten to the stage where he could have just 1v5 the opponent team.
Yeah, I mean, it ended up feeling a bit difficult for them there, right? The PL ended up getting to that stage.
And the fights as well, like the Morphling didn't really using the X to copy
really-
the PL.
Yeah, he loved going for the status resist, it seemed. What is it, 25% status resist? I mean, it's not bad. It's basically a sign.
I don't know, I feel like even if the PL has the Lincolns, you should still, like maybe if they have like 3 Lincolns, then I understand, you know, like it's way too difficult, too unreliable. Like, but if he only has 1, then I feel like he should just be patient. You wait for the tide to go in, the Pango is going to go in, they're going to create some chaos, then eventually, oh, that's the right PL. You know, somebody just throws the spell like a gush, whatever, penitence, you break the Lincolns, and then you get your replicate off. I mean, not the replicate, the morph off.
Morph off, yep, replicate. What a time.
Booba.
We'll see now in our post-game highlights now. Probably a couple of moments here. Unfortunately, some low lights for Blacklist Rivalry after what was a really strong opening, and you know, really flexing into their team fight advantage, making things just about, if not impossible, Winter for Execration to get themselves back into that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, really tough in the early game for Execration, but they were able to survive. They were able to find the pickoffs, and it just eventually, you know, allowed the PL to get to the stage where he could just solo carry the game, you know. Like, props to their team, you know, being able to get those crucial pickoffs, especially with the Beastmaster Raw. They killed the supports with the Skyraf. Just combined well together to get easy pickoffs that delayed the game. Like, every kill means your PL is going to have an extra, say, like around a minute. 2 minutes of farm, and that eventually actually just paid off, you know, in the long run.
In a way, I also really have to commend the way that Execration played this game. Really patient for that first 30 minutes of the game, basically, right? Not forcing fights, always kind of taking the trade that was difficult to swallow, right? We lose Roche, we get a tier 2, it doesn't feel amazing, right? But it was
the right call.
It was the right call, exactly. Not really committing for these full 5-on-5 engagements, not giving KP the easy opportunity.
But I was also very, very surprised that actually happened, you know, because Blacklist, they were controlling the map. Sure, you have to move to the top corner to get Roche, but I still felt like you could have maybe pushed out the waves better, like move towards the Roche pit. Like, I just felt like they wasted a lot of time when they were moving towards the Roche pit at top. Like, some heroes were like doing something else, and then, oh, are we doing Roche? Then they are walking over in a way where it's not the most efficient movements on the map. You want to have like, okay, one hero bot pushing on the wave, and the other heroes that are already clearing out the waves, you head to the Roshan early, and then the guy who clears the wave last TPs and connects last, so that at least the waves are all pushed out and you don't waste any farm, so it doesn't damage your economy. But the way they did the first Roche was like, they were so inefficient with their movements, it just felt like it wasn't worth it, you know. They were losing goal when they were doing Roche.
Tell me on what you thought Bosku's performance here, just to focus on one different storyline, right? His first Chen game.
He doesn't know how to play the hero, I think. Like,
really, that's some critical. I mean,
I feel like he doesn't understand the timings. Like, I feel like when you're playing Chen, you need to have like a really huge voice in that part of the game where you have Aegis, and you need to be able to rally the whole team. Guys, come here, we need to do this, you need to do that. Like, when I see the Chen being the first person getting killed, like in the bot fight where they had the Aegis, it just tells me that they don't really understand like what they are supposed to do. You know, you need to feel like this is your time in the game. You have to really make it count with the Aegis and with that push. If that doesn't happen, the PL is gonna out carry your Morphling. You know, that you need to have that urgency in your team.
Right. Didn't end up going too well here for the side of Bosku and Blacklist Rivalry in game number 1. Winter, if this is anything like, well, unfortunately, the previous Execration we've seen at Majors, does mean we might have at least a 1-1 upcoming. But we'll see for now, as once again, it's kind of like back to the Blacklist we saw in Tour 2, this Blacklist that's more kind of a little bit lost, not really focused on the right objectives and not really having that drive. So it's always a danger when I feel like this team goes for a timing-based lineup.
Yeah, I feel like this is a lineup where maybe they didn't really have a lot of practice with it. It might be a last-minute thing. They had like a couple of games going in, and I feel like Chen lineups are not easy to execute. I love the strategy, but you need a lot of practice, and everybody needs to know what they're supposed to do in the game.
Not really firing on all cylinders there for Blacklist Rivalry's Execration. Will be able to outlast them and take a long game 1 here in our third best of 2 series here on the mainstream. You guys are checking out the Bali Major mainstream. Of course, we do have other streams also ongoing for all your other favorite matches and teams playing. Make sure you check those out, or stay tuned, as after a short break, we're going to be back with Execration versus Blacklist Rivalry Game 2. We'll catch you then.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet
Nah,
Home.
ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Sukroven seru roll di oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Bali Major, everyone. We are now live with our, what is this going to be? Sixth game is about to begin here between Execration and Blacklist Rivalry, with Execration claiming victory in game number 1 after they outlast the Morphling with the Phantom Lancer, and, you know, no bespoke PL solution, or at least one that doesn't target the PL with the Morph, is not going to end up being a very successful game for you there. Changes in strategy you think here for Blacklist, Winter? Anything that you would recommend if you were in the position of Mike, of Ninja Boogie?
Probably not a chance strat. I don't know. I feel like timing strats are difficult to execute. You know, I like the idea, but they might not. It might not be the best thing, you know, to do for his players. You know, but you need to give them something that they can at least be able to execute on a. I wouldn't say 100%, but 80-90% like, to win at this level. I feel like in the draft you could see like a lot of comfort picks are being prioritized, and maybe Blacklist should also focus on that. You know, Execration definitely prioritize a lot of their comfort, and they won the game, and so maybe Blacklist should also do the same. You know, like Dota is just sometimes it's just like that. You know, if you pick a hero that's really strong in the meta at this level, because they're not the best teams here, so picking the best strategies might not be
meant for you.
Yeah, might not be meant for them. So they have to try to win the series first and try to figure out the comfortable picks that can allow them to at least win the series, and then try to figure out what they can do later against the better teams, you know. Get past this series first. They are picking Techies, so that's a hero that I feel like should be quite comfortable for them. With 8th pick Ember, pretty standard draft. Execration goes for the gas station draft, Punk Storm Spirit.
Yep, I like that, the gas station draft. It's even better than the Wisp, which is just like the trickle field.
Yeah, it's just simple to play, you know. The partner just follows the Storm, and he goes for a kill, you stay behind. Oh, you're done? Let's top you up, you know. You need more money in your touch and go card. Sure, come.
Top it up.
Papa's here to give you money, and then he goes back in again, purchases another expensive item, comes back to Papa again, asks for another touch and go.
And Pugna's like, I don't have my tranquil boots yet, I can't. I don't care, deny yourself then. Come back. Yeah, it's a pretty one-sided relationship there, certainly. Over for Blacklist Rivalry, though. They're going to open up with the Techies Ember Spirits, though. So we're going to get to see the Carl Ember. I'm particularly excited by that, I would have to say. Even if it is going to be into the Storm.
I miss his Puck a lot more.
Really?
But I'll take that.
They've only played the Puck once this turn.
Yeah, I know. Ember is just a better hero right now. Like against Pugna, I feel like you need a hero that can go behind, target him first. Puck is actually quite nice against Pugna. Ember's good too, but not as good as a Puck. Or a Pango for say. Like if you're looking at offlane and other heroes in different roles, I think Brewmaster is good against Pugna. You get to Cyclone him, Tornado him up. You get to dispel the Decrep, so it's a pretty useful hero against him. But all in all, you have to also worry about the Storm, you know. So sometimes you see teams picking like Doom, you Doom the Storm, and then you have another different hero to deal with the Pugna, so it sort of breaks the combo up. Because if you don't have heroes that can do that, the Storm is just going to rinse, repeat every time he goes in, he kills the hero, he comes back out, Pugna tops him up, and then he does it again, you know. Then you're just eventually going to lose, you know.
Yeah, just that sustain, right? Making things a little bit too difficult.
Yeah.
A couple of bans as well. That Medusa Monkey and AM into the Silencer.
Yeah,
right?
I like the Silencer ban a lot.
I like that one.
That's actually a very good way of dealing with the Pugna too. And you have Techies and Ember to initiate, so you jump in either with the Blast Off, with the Remnants, and then you pop the Global, then you make it really difficult for the Pugna to do his job until he has a cleanse.
Right. And against the Storm, of course, it enables him to dive in aggressively past the fight and try and find the squishy backliners. I was really impressed in general, especially by Palos in that last fight, as he was able to really take everything down and just clean up shop, you know. So giving Bob the opportunity to pop off like that, I think would be suitable. How would you say Bob performed last series on the Queen of Pain? I'm curious. I thought
He's a crazy dude last series. Just the blink seems so aggressive. I think for the most part, he kind of did his job. Maybe the laning phase, I feel like he could have played it better, because I remember the Pango was doing really well in the early stages, even at some point tried to kill the co-op. You definitely do not expect that to happen in that matchup. So apart from the laning phase, I think after that he he kind of just did his thing. So I think it was alright. And right now, Execration, they have the Skyroth and Pugna. Something that we've been seeing a lot as a support duo. One to kill heroes and one to save your teammates, you know. So they have a kind of balance within the two supports as long as you have cores that can allow you to catch heroes. Because Skyroth and Pugna, they don't really have catch.
Yeah, not really, right? Lots of damage, decently strong laning presence, so it does feel pretty liberating to be an Ember Spirit this game, with the exception, of course, of that silence, which can be particularly troublesome here. We'll see how Carl's going to be able to navigate that. I'm still glad we're going to be able to see him. Something to trap him in, something for him to potentially get his foot caught in if he does dang a little bit too close to the water there. Rubik Doom, so this is going to be another lane now showing from Blacklist Rivalry. It seems like they'll save their pick for their 23rd, rather, for the carry. Doom as well into Storm Spirits. You know, it can eventually build up into that Scythe of Ice pretty realistically, and then you have decent catch, but that's pretty late game. Are you satisfied with like this Rubik to set up for the following stuns for the Syrian Chains into the Storm Spirit? Do you think they've addressed the Storm well enough?
It's okay. I think the Doom's fine. Rubik's fine too. The lane's pretty stable. Rubik plus Doom. I feel like the laning phase is the part where I would actually focus a lot right now because of how the game has been developing. Like you need to have stable lanes first, then you can ask the other questions later. You know, if you can't get even the stable lane to get you through the first 10 minutes, then you're gonna have a lot of problems, and there's no point asking the questions later. You know. And Doom is like one of the off-lane heroes where I feel like if you don't see your matchup, I think this hero is the go-to hero. Either Doom, Beastmaster, obviously no Beastmaster because it's banned. Because a lot of the off-lane heroes, you tend to want to see your matchup before you show your hand. You know, if you don't see your matchup, it's very hard for you to pick the hero. Doom doesn't care, so...
Yeah, Doom doesn't care, and I wouldn't say he's particularly countered or anything by the Pugna either, right? So he's just fine in that regard. In fact, maybe even a bit happier that he at least knows a little bit of information into the pick. 18 now for Execration, 2 strong last picks coming through, and it'll be the Marcy out for Execration. Marcy carry, I would assume.
I mean, I guess Blacklist sees this and I'm like, okay, time to ban Visage.
Yeah. That's right, yeah, the Marcy Visage, yeah.
I think it's smart though, because if you pick the Marcy and you get the Visage, you can still play Marcy as carry with something else. But the Visage needs the Marcy to be like an OP combo, you know. So if you pick the Visage and then ban the Marcy, it feels worse for you. So I kind of like that route that Execration is doing. So we'll see if Blacklist decides to remove it, or I feel like even the Visage is not a hero that fits this kind of lineup though. Like I feel like they need like more of a front line. You know, like the last game when we were in the last pick, if you remember remember they needed a frontline hero, but they didn't pick a frontline hero. They picked a Queen of Pain. They also have like very squishy.
But he played it like a frontline hero, didn't he?
Yeah, I guess so. You know, I guess so. But
he was really blinking in. He was using Sonic Wave a lot of times.
He was cosplaying as a frontline.
Cosplaying the frontliner. Looked pretty good to me. A couple more bans on that. Meepo, anything of note to that? Anything here that screams Meepo to you about these bans, about these picks so far?
Not entirely sure though. They don't have an anti-mage. I don't know. Maybe they want to pick anti-mage.
He's banned though. He's been banned by Execration.
Yeah, so I'm not very sure though why they ban Meepo. They must know something because it's like a Rambulan, right? A civil war. You know?
Right.
So both teams are very, very well versed of each other. They know their secrets. You know my secret, I know your secret. So this is something like probably like they know in Scream or blah blah blah. They have this threat. When they pick Marcy, it's not just about the Visage. It's also it could be about the Meepo. And Meepo is really good against like Ember Spirit and Doom. You know, because Doom is like a single target hero. You don't really want to. Unless he stacks himself together and then you doom everyone.
Oh, but that looks really weird. I think like you can still stack the Meepos if one of them is doomed, but then the Mega Meepo gets doomed. There's some really weird stuff.
I'm saying you don't want to do the Mega Meepo, I guess, against the Doom because he dooms everything. You know, you want them to be split up. I'm not sure if you should do that, or you should still get the X regardless because it's just way too good.
I mean, either way, not something Execration will have to ponder as it's going to be the Meepo. Alongside now the Phantom Lancer for Blacklist Rivalry's last ban. So Blacklist quite confident then.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker is also a very good ban here. Could be a very good hero for Blacklist. All those squishy heroes. So the other carries that are remaining, there's still Faces, Void. Still Terrorblade. I mean, Terrorblade is something that Raven just doesn't get bored of playing. So I wouldn't be
He loves Terrorblade.
Yeah, Terrorblade is a good carry matchup against Marcy, unless they are able to switch this Marcy onto the offlane and pick another carry. So that might also be something that Execration could do.
Yeah, I mean, look at these Blacklist bans, right? It certainly looks like they're considering that as a very real threat and possibility. If not, but certainty, I mean, with that PL and Meepo getting banned out.
Yeah, I think overall Blacklist doesn't really need like a carry that's too greedy. You should just pick like a carry that's decent in the lane. You can play for your team. Okay, Naga is pretty greedy, but he's very good against the Pugna and the Skyrath. Those two supports are actually just the Skyrath. The Pugna you can get the shard later to deal with the illusion. So there's that. But in the team fights, I feel like Naga you can always song, and it gives you time to look for the Pugna, and you can focus on the Pugna in the team fights. So it's not all lost, you know, when you're playing against a Pugna in a team fight. And for Execration, they need to find a solution to deal with the Naga right now as a carry. Or should they put the Marcy as a carry against the Naga? I feel like that might not be so ideal.
I think you're asking for a rough time, especially.
I mean, you could also just leave that and pick like some pit lot or some underlord to deal with the Naga Siren. I think that would also be decent.
Actually,
decent for them.
Primal in the pool as well, right?
Yeah, Primal
is usually a must ban, or when the Naga was really good, you'd always have to go with the Primal. Yeah. Oh, the Darkseer is a good option here as well. Not really any traditional Darkseer partners other than the Marcy.
Yeah, the lane's a bit like weird, right? You have Darkseer with Skyra. I mean, I've seen it. It's not. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does have a good lane matchup against the Naga with the Iron Shell. You're pretty much gonna just free farm this lane. The Rubik and the Takis can't really do much to the Darkseer in the early portions of the game. So I expect this Darkseer to have a good old time in the laning phase itself. And then when you get to the mid game, what are you going to do with the Execration lineup? That's going to be like the huge question. How are you going to proceed in the mid game?
Bob needs a decent start here. I think he's going to have to be pulling a bit of weight. If he can't be like a distraction, zip-zapping around in these fights, I think Blacklist might have it all too easy. A quick song to reset if Tino can immediately follow up.
I just feel like the Doom just needs to do the Storm.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to Doom the other two cores. Sure, maybe you have to consider if you Doom the Storm, there's a Surge. So you would want to Doom the Darkseer as well. But I feel like overall, if the fights go properly, you have the Ember and the Naga going in first. You don't really need to worry about the Darkseer surging the Storm after the Doom. Like somebody is going to be able to take care of it, either the Song, the Net, or the Rubik Lift. There are ways, you know. And whereas for Execration, like you say, Bob has to have a really good start. You have to really get a lot of value with the Pugna Storm combination, go around the map, kill after kill, and just try to take control of the game from then on. They're looking for kills, Execration, but Blacklist is more like a slower lineup where you're trying to hit your timing, you're trying to ball together.
I think this is, I like this better though for Blacklist, especially for Raven personally. I just don't see this team, unless they're playing around a TB where maybe Raven can be a little bit more of the leading voice. I don't really see this team being able to execute around one of these fast lineups. I like the direction that Blacklist are going back into here, as they can try and settle into the hands of the Raven carry Naga Siren. Execration though, they're good in these scrappy fights, especially with these weird support duos, Pugna Shanks, you know, the Pugna Skyrath Mage. I'm not sure, man. I think considering how last game played out, I might give it a little bit of an edge to Execration here.
Bias Coster. Bias cost. I call biasness.
Biasness. Yes, you're right. I'm biased for the Philippines. My bad.
Oh, right. You're biased for the 5-man Filipino team, not the 4.5 man.
They usually Execration claims 6.
Oh yeah, okay, fine, 6.
Yeah.
You have to count chemo as well.
Yeah, of course. And well, we'll see how it ends up going for them here as we do get underway very shortly with game number 2. Should be making for some exciting team fights for both sides, especially with the Song potentially to reset here. We'll get into battle. Expecting any surprises here? I mean, I don't think this is a mid lane matchup. We're too unused to seeing this Carl and Bob mid.
The brothers.
The Storm brothers as well. The Spirit brothers, rather.
Storm should have an advantage in this matchup a little bit. In terms of harassment, because the Ember is always going to come in, he's a melee hero, he has to come in, get a last hit, and then he's going to get hit by the Remnant, just the usual stuff, you know. And it's going to come to a point where the runes are going to play a huge factor, you know. The 6-minute runes onwards, so the supports have to try to sway the mid matchup by helping them control the runes. Especially if you get like a regen rune early for the Storm, that could be very, very problematic for a team.
I foresee, on that note, Winter, I foresee Blacklist maybe trying to leverage their draft there a little bit more, considering when it comes to the battles of rotating mid and exerting control for those runes, I'd strongly prefer to have these Blacklist supports with a Rubik.
You have techies,
yeah.
so it's definitely going to give you an advantage for sure. And Rubik is also excellent at controlling the runes with the live. So it's definitely something to look out for if you're Execration, you know. But if you can do well enough in the lanes where you're snowballing hard enough, it might not matter if they have techies and Rubik. So we'll have to see how the laning phase turns out for them.
It'll depend how it turns out indeed. First couple of waves always determine a little bit of the tempo here for the Spirit matchup. Especially as looks like, yeah, range creep secured by Bob. Bob unable to deny his own though. Always lovely seeing this high base skill matchup. I wonder how many mid lanes these two have actually faced off against each other.
High skill based mid matchups. It's SF Queen of Pain.
SF Queen of Pain, my bad. It's SF versus SF only, right? Is the standard.
And what? No runes, no neutrals,
no, runes, no bottle,
no bottle,
no raindrop, none of this new stuff. No mangoes. Mangoes not allowed. If it wasn't in the game in 6.82, you can't bring it in.
Just some pure last hit and denying.
Just some pure 15-year-old reflexes. That's what you need. That's what you
But
need
are you
to be
saying if you are past 20, you shouldn't play mid? Is that what you're saying?
All I'm saying is, Camille won TI when he was what, 16, right? How many points he won since then?
So if you haven't won TI according to Sick and Strike at 15,
you're done.
Bad.
You're done. Yeah, absolutely. Kappa. Oh, well. This safe lane's going actually pretty well between that Pugna and the Marcy, especially with the lifesteal that they're going to be able to get through the sidekick. Raven not really struggling top too much either. We'll see, you know, it's always awkward. I feel like the biggest deal of playing Darkseer is you want to have a lane partner that can play with you at level 3, right? You're looking for that level 2 Ion.
I mean, ideally that's the case, but right now because he's stronger in the lane, because he's a universal hero, you don't really need to use so much mana to last hit creeps, because you can just use your, your right click.
Fist of Justice, the karate chop.
Yeah.
You got a point there, actually.
So it doesn't actually matter as much as before. I think before it matters a lot, but right now with the new Darkseer, I feel like it's nice to have that partner, but you also don't really need it.
Yeah, I guess in a way, it also makes the Rubik Fade Bolt feel a little bit better too, right? They're a bit more efficient, producing more damage based on...
Yeah, sure. I mean, it definitely that's true, you know, for the laning phase.
I just never thought about it, to be honest. Not the biggest deal in the world.
You know, the small things add up in the laning phase.
Do add up. It's the things that the pros use to really, you know, getting into small edges and end up taking maps and eventually tournaments over each other. I think Blacklist not too unhappy with how things are playing out so far. 6 denies so far, though, for Tino, as I think going to see Raven pretty unhappy. This is definitely the lane I think we're going to struggle the most in. Bosku unable to really effectively trade too much. Yeah, because you can see that vacuum with all that armor, all that damage now on Darkseer. It becomes really difficult. And a regen now with the Ring of Health.
Yeah, this lane is just going to start to get harder and harder once the Darkseer gets more levels. You know. It's just the nature of the lane. Naga shouldn't be too worried about that. I mean, your goal in this lane is just to make sure you secure your NCS to get to a point where you can jungle and you don't really have to deal with the Darkseer anymore. And you just let the Rubik take the lane. That's what all the supports dream of. Oh, my carry is going to jungle. Great!
Great, now I get experience. Yeah, no, I think not a lane that he'll struggle too much in from the trees, at least to soak a bit of experience. Darkseers tend to go pretty hard as soon as they get level 6, but anyway, he continues to play it now. KP and Tibbs find themselves a bit awkwardly behind the tower here, playing around this Execration high ground ward. They're never going to really be able to get the jump they're looking for. Mid lane, Carl, as you get through the Flame Guard, TP is coming in now as Carl makes his way towards the water rune, avoids the auto attack, but it's Carl.
Oh, he's going to TP to take the rune.
He's going to TP back down bottom, make sure he gets both runes. That's up. It was such a long TP as well, actually, because Tibbs just TP'd, or Bosco just TP'd, but he will get the refill.
Bob is like, I'm done. Home. I'm walking back to base.
I don't think I've seen that all the time. committing the TP, especially after support rotates in, adds another second of your channel time, but it sure as hell beats walking, man.
Yeah, that's why you don't try to contest. You just be happy with taking your own runes. So it's at least one apiece, you know?
Millennials these days, they'll do anything to avoid walking. Can't believe it.
That's why you're not a mid player. So we see Bosku going bot lane, trying to, I guess, set up a kill.
Yeah, I don't know how successful it'll be. Maybe now that KP's a little bit more self-sustainable, they might consider going through that twin gate. Trying to a little bit more spice top.
Stick charges.
They're still sticking down bottom actually because they're going to make the jump onto Carlo instead. Right clicks come out and KP draws first blood. Paulo's though very tanky. 13 wand charges. He can fight through this one. Still has no other teammates to support him. Go ahead and take things a bit easier.
Yeah, but Raven's struggling at top right now. He's getting pushed back from the lane. Doesn't have the best of blast hits.
Yeah, and there's a Vanguard now.
Yep,
full Vanguard.
Darkseid has a Vanguard, so he just needs his mana item. Then this lane is gonna be like over for the Naga. He needs to just go jungle and just not deal with the Darkseid, you know. I think maybe you wait for level 5 when you have the third point in your mirror image. I think you can still sit in the lane for now because Darkseid has no mana. The Naga should still be able to sit in the lane, get a couple of waves more, 2 waves, and then go to the jungle.
Carlo and Carl managing to avoid each other here. We'll see.
Oh, Bob's going in.
Close to level 6. Yeah, there's indeed the pull
Oh,
back
no.
in, the zip and the explosion. Bob has the kill onto Carl. That was fast. And now the arcane rune immediately.
No tip this time, Richie.
Not this time, but you know, but the FE voice line, you know, depending on the year, those can be quite expensive.
He learned his lesson. He should not tip too early.
Not too early. You gotta save 3 for later on in the Rambulan. KP looking to try and get on top of Paulo's a bit too speedy already. He's gonna struggle just a bit here. They've also, I see a second hero walking home now. Yeah. There's also Bosku who's walking home. He might TP back out of the base, but they are really struggling in this top lane. Now Raven even being chased down away really far from the lane.
The lane. There's nothing more he can do in this lane. Like right now the question is whether Bosku is going to go top to take the XP or he's going to go bot to try and set up something on Palos.
What do you think he should do? What do you think he ought to do this game? He's chosen bottom.
I think he should try to set up a kill because if he goes top he can just get killed by the Darkseid.
And then he doesn't have a TP.
Yep.
Well, at least he's down here and can look to start a fight, even if it does mean he dies. Hasn't shown quite yet in the lane, but
KP's only level 4, so that's quite hard.
That is not too crazy, but you normally tend to see the Dooms struggle as much. Paulos has already used Dispose, but still has Rebound. Unlikely that they actually catch him here. We'll use Telekinesis into now the Blast Off as they continue to dive underneath this Tier 1 tower. That triggers a TP now. Carlo joining the fight. Blood Grenade thrown. That'll trigger another TP as with the Decrepify, it's going to allow for another Dispose. Carlo is going to get the kill on a Bosku using, my goodness, even the Nether Ward, and KP bit off way too much than he could chew. Still just barely alive, going down on the right and will explode. Carl now in the fight. Let's see what he can do. And Winter, it's not a whole lot of anything here between him and Tim's. We'll just have to kind of watch their comrades die.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any points in the chains yet, so unable to stop them from getting away. Well, at least he tried, you know. Yeah, he has a Remnant back at the Tier 1 tower at mid, so he doesn't really lose too much time or CS. I think it's a good attack. Top lane.
Yep, another big zip onto Raven. He actually might die underneath his own Tier 2 tower. Bob getting the damage. Raven had the point in Song of the Siren. Couldn't get it off, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the problem, right? If you stay in the lane against the Darkseid, there's always a risk that you're dying.
There they go. There they go. They're tipping on a Raven now. They've shifted strategies. They're not even paying Carl any attention. No respect here on the Ember Spirit of Carl.
No respect. How can you not respect the kid wonder that is Santino?
The Kid Wonder. Well, I don't know either, Mr. Frog. There he is. Look at all 4 triangles in that frog's gullet. Now, Carl, I don't know if he can even kill Tino. From the Invis rune, he's going to give it a go. Does have now reinforcements arriving. Carl is going to have to walk him down, but actually the Flame Guardian is going to get burst through, so Reckless will have to do. And with the Ensnare, they ought to have it. Oh, I almost thought for a second there Winter was going to be able to surge away, but not the case here this time.
Yeah, that's a very, very big kill for Blacklist, killing and shutting down the Darkseid. He's been like getting way too much from the top lane. Actually, he's still top net worth, but it's it's a big kill. They got a lot of gold and XP for that.
You got to uproot him, push the wave back on in, and force him to reset back to tower.
His game is going to have to be like some 50-60 minute game if Blacklist is going to win.
Wow, really? You're already forecasting that.
I mean, they have a Doom and Naga, you know. I don't need... it doesn't take too much to forecast that.
I suppose not. Carl is going to be forced away. Just before he wanted to really use that Remnant, though, for the upcoming spawn. We've seen an Invis Winter and we've seen an Arcane. I'd say Haste and DD are the two big ones that would really look to accelerate Bob's game.
Regen would be nice too. I guess with the Pogna, you don't exactly need the regen.
It's an illusion. Carl picks it up, so not the biggest game-changing room here, I would say.
Yep, they might actually run into Raven. I can't believe Raven's still here farming. Like I think he might actually just get caught out. Depending on how much time he has to pop the ulti, he might actually die here.
Well, he's farming here still in the Warpine Raider. The ward's erected. They do actually see him. Do they think it's the real Raven?
They need Shanks.
They need a +1. There's going to be now the sniff on in. They're immediately onto Raven, and yeah, easy kill there, even without the silence, Winter. I think they had him dead to rights. Raven having a brutal start to this game, and so is KP. Look at this Doom. It's got no money.
Doom without money? Not something you see. I guess he's... Alright, he's actually pretty poor.
He's pretty poor.
Now that I'm doing the math alright.
He's pretty poor.
Well, let's see if we can get a kill.
Don't you know that things cost millions here in Bali? You gotta start saving up. The Doom now on to Palos. And the blast off avoided by Bobby. They're gonna fight through those, even through the Doom. Palos even considering it, but it's Bob with the explosive double kill onto both supports. Carl now joining the fight. Bob's out of mana, but Palos
time to tip them.
Try and get back in. Yeah, he's really just kind of issuing stop commands here, looking for the high five. Execration, calm, cool, collected, and very confident in this second match now versus Blacklist. He's not really
things are not
looking so close, Winter.
Things are not going well for Blacklist, you know. Their slow draft is not paying off. Ember didn't really exactly have a very good start, so he's not able to help his team. But I think he has to sacrifice his game, you know. He has to just make sure that the Doom and the Naka is going to have enough space on the map. You can't have 3 cores all farming, you know. Somebody has to just do the dirty work and just help the team. 12-minute rune, Ace rune. Okay, this is going to help him.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I would say Carl's being admirable in that way. The haste rune as well might end up being big. They just have to connect on one of these techies blast offs into mines. The damage, the control's been lacking. Where they don't lack is in the potential burst. As the haste rune is activated, Bob's still giving chase. They want this Shanks. That's level 6, but not enough mana for the Mystic Flare, and they don't have enough move speed to get Carl underneath the tower.
That's a very good play, I feel like. They probably know that they can't kill the Ember Spirit, but they want to force the haste rune out.
Yeah, and he can't kill them either. He just walks away.
So now they don't have to worry about the ganks coming from Ember with the haste rune. So
really good.
That's a pretty good exchange there for Execration. They're gonna continue to farm Marcy into her Battle Fury timing. Darkseer is going to get a Grease fairly soon, so you have a cleanse. I guess it's mostly useful against the Searing Chains of the Ember Spirit.
And there's Zip, Shanks, not in time there on the silence. Bob, I mean, just absolutely exerting so much control here, so much pressure.
This is what you get when you have a Pugna behind the storm.
Yeah, that's, I mean, very true. You can see it in action now. There's the top up like nothing ever happened for Bob. Didn't even luck into the trinket either, by the looks of things. Pugna so sure as hell has one though. That'll go a long way. Kind of a mana-rich lineup. They might even collapse on the bot lane here by the looks of things. And indeed they are. Lines being drawn on the map. As you can see, Paulo's coming a big old stack with that brand new Battle Fury.
Yeah, the map's getting
map's
getting really small right now for Blacklist. They have to try to figure a way out how to involve this Ember Spirit in a move, you know. They need to do something. They've done nothing for like the past couple of minutes, you know. And it's just mainly Execration dictating play, running around the map with this gas station storm, taking control of the towers, just forcing Blacklist into a very, very passive position right now on the map.
Yeah, no, I would say of the two teams, Execration have been able to prove that they can mess with a little bit of tempo here. You know, before it was SMG able to really execute on those off-lane mid-1 drafts, especially on the Coddles where he really accelerated the game. But Execration, I'd say, of the 3 teams at the Major, have been next best here.
Yep. and they're going through the twin gate on the Storm and the Skyrath. They're trying to get, trying to gank the Naga Siren, but Raven's already long gone, moving towards the mid.
He's learned from the.
Yeah, he's learned his lesson.
Yeah,
stay in one area for too long.
Studies. He's moved away to one of the side lanes, continuing to farm up. Nearly at his match style Winter. Then he still needs the hearts, and then you still need probably 10 more minutes after that for you to feel really comfortable in this game.
Welcome to Naga Gaming.
Yeah, indeed.
And KP, on the other hand, has just got his Midas. So the goal is starting to roll for him, but he's the same as the Naga. He needs a long way as well to recover.
And again, at least he's now out-farmed Carl. In a way, that's a good sign, right? With the Midas, with the Devour now. Those points, getting to work, getting that efficient money source. Doesn't feel amazing for him, because as you say, we've seen one Doom, hasn't picked up a kill. There's a tower at least for Tim. Is that a boy?
Yeah, I'm an Execration. Grouping around the Storm, Dux has teleported down, but he does have a mech. I'm not sure if they're going to find anything here. Blacklist are currently not really interested in fighting. They're just looking for trades, trying to go for whatever farm they can get around the map. I mean, this Storm Pogna right now is just way too scary. So I think it's the right thing to do for them to try to dodge and try to trade wherever they can. And they're gonna finish the tower, maybe a smoke to sweep the map. This Execration, they really want to fight.
Yep. So regen rune there for the Storm. Might end up making a difference in a fight, potentially. He's able to get out, regen, and perhaps Remnant back in. I think Shield's the last thing we're waiting for here, Winter. And then they are all going to reset. Arcane, the first one. I mean, could you imagine if Bob had an Arcane rune at 18 minutes? That would feel...
GG.
Yeah, that would feel excruciating here. What's in these couriers here? That's already the Orchid. We got baited by the first courier, but worry not. An Orchid now online here for the Storm Spirit. I reckon that's going to really ruin Carl's day here.
He has a use soon, so he should be fine.
That's a good recognition that he's an illusion.
I mean, I think he's buying the use for the Skyra, but right now he also has to deal with the Orchid.
And he does, and he'll have to deal with it rather quickly as well. Palos will be trying to bait in the mid lane. Have to feed him out of this.
To Raven here.
Oh, right in the fire. Otherwise, to immediately into the song, this time wasting no time, actually. Zip Zap back on out. I believe Bob could have just gone for the Vortex. Raven able to avoid that one.
Yeah, I don't think they expected the Manta. He just got it.
Very well played indeed. Going to see Raven now even closer and closer to his next item, but you know, it's plays like that buy precious time for him and his team to be able to get there closer to that Yule Scepter.
Yeah, Execration's lineup is not very good at killing Roshan right now, so they are just gonna try to keep finding kills on the map. Continuously going for the pickoff and trying to get to the towers.
Blacklist ought to know that Shield Rune is last. I don't know if they've seen all the runes, but I should have seen most of them. So I'm not too concerned with a Storm with a Shield Rune. You know, I'd consider taking these next 2 minutes to farm and try and fight if they take the fight to you.
They just need to split. If either the Naga Illusions or the Ember should try to farm in a very dangerous position and cut the waves, and the supports are. They should be doing the same thing.
Right.
Cut waves,
right.
Try to farm as much as you can, and obviously try to break smokes whenever you feel like the carries are in danger.
You saw the graphic there. That it's been Blacklist still being able to collect a good amount, a good share of the bounties.
I mean, with Doom, with the Midas and the Naga Illusions, they're actually able to farm a lot of them out of the map and generate gold out of nothing, you know.
Yeah, that's
oh,
always
Palos.
effective. Mid lane, yeah, they could be in some trouble here as there's going to be the initiation. Palos rooted now, with 3 heroes now trying to fight into him with the techies lines. That'll do it. A big kill here, and the money into the pocket of Carl. There's the tip we're looking for. Atta boy, Bosku.
That deserves a tip, you know, like Palos is just too cocky right there. Like, you don't see anyone on the map, you know, you don't take the mid wave in the river.
That's going to be the... A little bit of a rune active there for Boss, because he's trying to make it outside of this one alive. Tim's with the mechanism will not be able to see him through that. However, and Carl can't do much, but offer at least a sleight of fist from the river.
Yeah, and Parkland just tops him up, so Bob is ready to go again if he sees anyone. I think at this point you need to have lane wards, you know, if you're Execration, because you have the advantage, you feel like you're strong, and you're continuously trying to run at the enemy, and they're always dodging you. So one thing you can do about it is get lane wards.
Yeah.
So you see how they're moving across the map, where they are going.
Blacklist have one down bottom right when your QP's farming.
Oh yeah, this is a nice one.
Yeah, and that mid lane ward as well ain't half bad, especially considering you've taken that tier 1 tower. Does give you decent information to try and pivot around. 20-minute rune though, Winter, is upcoming, and considering that could be any rune in the game, I'm a little bit scared if I'm Blacklist. I don't want to try and contest this.
Pray it's not an arcane rune.
Pray it's not an arcane. Yeah, they don't even need a regen at this point because you have the Pugna. See what it is. Right now, Blacklist set up to try and contest for the bottom rune. Top lane all but belongs to Execration. As the rune does spawn bottom, it's a DD. Go into the bottle of Carl. This might be something, maybe, especially with the missed zip here. Okay, the bomb's going off now, especially as the blast off is good work. Bob, oh, barely zipping away in time. Winter, that's because he had Ball Lightning level 2. Ball Lightning level 1, I don't believe he makes it out alive on that cast animation. That's that experience getting them out.
Yeah, lucky no one is dying for Execration. And Blacklist, they're going to be fine with that too, because it means more time for the Doom and the Naga to just keep the ball going on. Keep the goal flowing into their pockets. And Execration, they are more concerned about trying to get something done right now. You know? You need to push and get a tower. You don't really want to deal with this Doom Naga late game. It's going to be very annoying for you.
Where's this team struggle though? Execration are they just waiting for the items, do you think, Winter? Or is this a lineup that actually doesn't really hit towers that well?
I mean, you have a Pugna Blast, and you have a Marcy with Unleash, and with the Psychic, so...
And the heals. Yeah, it's pretty good. Deepburn's active. Carl's here. Wants to try and... I don't know about defend, because the tower's already gone.
Delay. Try to delay.
I suppose the rune was going to pop.
Here comes the smoke.
Oh,
the backstab.
Wait, hold on, Winter. There's a heart now online already for the Naga Siren. Dire have scanned this up. They're going to try and find the fight here. They've stolen Pugna Blast now as 3 heroes. Only finding Carlo, but it's something here. Life Drain going to be interrupted there by the Inferno Blade of KP, and it's an easy kill into the hands of Carl. It's another kill streak bonus as well. Made even faster by that.
That's
DD.
actually a good amount of gold for killing a support.
For a Pugna, not bad.
Yeah, Blacklist is going to be absolutely happy about that. They're going to go back through the Twin Gate, so they're going to just switch sides on the map and just continue farming. Amber's going to push out the mid lane. He's going to have his Maelstrom soon. And this is what Blacklist wants. Keep the game in a status quo. Everybody is farming, shuffling out ways. You're happy. You have Doom, you have Midas, you have Devour, you have Naga. Whereas Execration, this is not good, you know. You want the kills to be happening. You want the Storm and the Pugna to be running around, kill after kill after kill.
It's just not happening here. I mean, Pugnas are... You know, honestly, Winter, I had never considered the fact that you can use a Glimmer Cave to basically get 3 heals out onto your allies.
Welcome to Dota.
Now it's a shield. Yeah, that's a damn good point. I got to start playing this Pugna. That seems really good. But Execration, I don't know. They had a good amount of wind in their sails for like the first 2 or 3, power rune spawns, and then it's just completely deflated here. It's a very stale game, let's be honest. Not a whole lot going on as Blacklist.
Yeah, unable to deal with the wave shaft. You know, I feel like in a couple of their moves they were involving the Darkseer a lot.
Yeah,
and I think that's not really what you should be doing. You can involve the other heroes, but the Darkseer you need to use the Iron Shell to deal with.
Push out your waves.
Yeah, you need to deal with the illusions, and then obviously the Marcy with. She has Battle Free, so she's going to be jungling whatever, farming Ancients, pushing out one side of the map. But the Darkseer also has to be dealing with the deep.
It does, and I think even if the Darkseer deals with deep push, it naturally gives Blacklist Rivalry, an objective to do. Good TP out again from Raven because the smoke from Execration, it's miles away, but it was on its way.
So many heroes though. Okay, this time it might be fine because Marcy just completed BKB.
Okay, Blink BKB Battle Fury now on the Marcy. Leech can reach, but let's keep our eye on Raven here, Winter. He's starting to really recover. That net worth, I mean, it's the richest hero in the game for now. And by the looks of things, KP is not going to be feeling, he's not going to have to go penny pinching for much longer here. He's about to actually overtake the Storm. These kinds of games feel the worst for the Storm Spirit, don't they? But compared to last game where Bob was being the pseudo frontliner, he was cosplaying a frontliner on the Queen of Pain, he's been looking for kills. He's got the Covenant to back him up. They just haven't connected. And not for the first time this entire game, it's Blacklist Rivalry who make an aggressive move.
Yeah, look at their network. Like Doom has already caught up. Like he has a pipe done with the Octarine core. He feels strong. He's the real frontline right now.
They actually see Bob. He's completely alone underneath that ward. They're going to make a play towards him.
Oh, Twin Gate. Are they going to go through the Twin Gate?
I'm not sure what the move is. It looks like
the
Twin Gate's the move. There's Observers too, in fact, out from the side of Execration. As in they go, Boston's going to be the first to reveal himself. They did just barely see Carl, so they know that there's more enemy heroes. Palos itching for a fight with his fresh 9-second BKB. He needs to find the right kind of an engagement. Tims, he's going to capture that Watcher. As Execration once again moving to battle here on the top side of the map near the Roche pit. It's Carl who's caught by the silence, but otherwise safe from harm's way for now. Is Bob. He needs a mana refill. He's fresh out. Acceptor finished up, so now we've got the anime punch online for Tino. Keep your eyes up for that one in this fight. Could be really annoying here for the Naga Siren alongside the wall illusions generated. And the ward doing quite a number as Carlo looking to try and get some wards up. Equalize here the vision advantage. Tino finding the mines. There they go. The zip on through onto the high ground. They have fought the backliners. Tim, but he's going to be A-okay for now, but it's Palos who's in onto KB. KB in trouble, silenced and killed through the Mystic Flare. Palos with the kill credit. Song of the Siren is going to be able to allow Blacklist Rivalry to bail out from this fight. Only losing the Doom as Tim's just barely choosing the right tree to hide behind. Will make it home safely.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a botch fight for Blacklist. I'm not very sure what he was trying to do there. He tried to go in. Maybe he was considering dooming one of the heroes there, which he saw, but then he changed his mind and then he got caught by the Marcy and he just died. The song was already too late. Marcy popped BKB, so you can't really stop anything. I guess he could be happy just losing one hero. At least it looked like they could have lost a lot more heroes there. Bob going in.
Dip, the Orchid as well, mid-flight. The Evil Scepter will save him. Shanks in position and ready for the follow-up silence. The vacuum now on a 2, but Raven from behind joining the fight. Mechanism is going to be able to see Carl through a good fight, and KP's return. Infernal Blade onto Shanks. That'll secure the kill as Carlo this time battling. What are we casting SA again? The team that takes the Roche ends up losing the fight.
I'm afraid so. SCA is the same as SA without the E.
That's right. Damn, Winter, that may have been the truest shit you've ever said in your life.
I take that as a compliment. Thank you, Sir Richie.
We'll take another look at that fight here. You know, a decent blast off to prevent the permastun from going through onto Bob. We've seen one Doom this game, right? But KP, you know, obviously not needing to drop it there. Just a decent fight, just a decent turnaround. Was that a high 5 that we've done our impact move on, I believe? Good,
I'd rather see a high 5 than a tip.
I guess I think so. I suppose I can't disagree with you.
Like tips off, only for when the game is truly over.
Really? I'm the exact opposite.
I'm a polite person.
I only respect someone if they're tipping out of the gate, you know? If I'll chat good luck, have fun, and someone tips me immediately, I know it's on.
Okay, then we can't play Dota together. I'm so sorry. Let's just agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree.
And just not play together. Because if we play together, then we won't be able to be friends anymore.
Hex Shard now for the techies. Pretty good one against the Storm Spirit, honestly.
Yeah, the disarm, very valuable. Like, against the Marcy too.
Very good point.
If she doesn't have BKB on.
Yeah, very good point. That's going to be extremely bothersome here. I mean, the tools are getting online now for Blacklist. You can see Raven eager to join these fights. He's got Heart online. He's got this Manta. Really only the thing I think he's got to be careful for, Winter, is he doesn't get caught by the back wall and leads into the normal punch and generate illusions that his own team are going to struggle to deal with. Beyond that.
Yeah, the Bloodthorn. Going Bloodthorn next.
On Storm, really?
No, on the Naga.
Oh, Naga, okay. That makes much more sense. Yeah, I was about to say, on Storm, it didn't really feel like the could hand down too much.
Yeah, because they weren't able to get pickups. I feel like it wasn't because of the heroes. It's more about how they were playing the map. Because they couldn't really deal with the wave shaft. And right now they're in this situation where sure, they have the A-gaze, but the Naga and Doom already got a lot out of the early game. You know, they had a really bad start, but the mid game they sort of recovered with the Doom on the Devour and the Midas. Naga farming with the illusions. So right now you see Execration not having much of a lead. And if they can't accomplish too much with the Aegis, this is going to be bad for them, even though they have the Pugna slot.
I think a little bit of a bit unlucky as well for Bob not to have spawned in our second Arcane yet. First Arcane was at 8 minutes, the very first power.
Wow, you actually remember.
Yeah, he hasn't had the Arcane yet. And I think if he had Arcane with this first Aegis, I think that'd be a pretty big, spike for him, to be honest. Has someone left a token on the ground? It's Bob, isn't it?
Yeah. Do not leave your tokens behind.
Nope.
I think there's sometimes there's a bug if you're invulnerable, so the token doesn't go to you. I don't know, so strange.
Not sure what it is either. Carl, careful. Oh, Paolo's just underneath the tower. The silence is well into the vacuum. Have they really changed on this well enough? They have. Carl assassinated underneath his tier 3 tower.
This is the opening that Execration needs right now.
Absolutely.
Carl has buyback though.
Paolo's not waiting for a Storm Spirit to do anything, just on that Blink Dagger reveal on the way in. We'll see how many more of those he gets this match.
He needs his gas station. Bob needs his gas station. He's thirsty. I need a drink.
Got a big gulp there. Telekinesis, but careful because Bob on the way on in. Really good Glimmer Cape, those to prevent any sort of follow-up. And actually now the Ensnare. Can they consider Doom? Even now on the second life, no. A really good save out from Carlo is going to see Bob, yes, barely off of the high ground with that second zip. Paulo's looking a bit worse for wear, actually, but able to fight through the illusions, no problem. So it's going to be just a big old reset here from Execration. The high ground proving to be a bit too difficult to crack open on the first go.
Well, they survived the Aegis timing, at least. Execration is not going to be able to use the Aegis for anymore. So in Blacklist, they are going to have a sigh of relief. Go back to farming, continue to scale. That's the name of the game for them. Defend your high ground with the support. I mean, it kind of sucks playing support in a game like this, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Gotta do it, man. I mean, I have to really commend Carl. I think this is something he's really grown into, especially over the course of this year, is kind of just settling and recognizing what his team needs and settling into that kind of a role game to game. Especially on this Ember, he's able to still kind of have that reaction speed and whatnot. Unleash movement speed talent taken here by Marcy, already up to level 20. And far the more popular one. Ends up allowing her to keep up with the Doom, keep up with the Naga right after Ensnared, stuff like that. Now with this Ag Scepter as well online for her, having a Dispel at the ready, could prove to be really useful. No talents taken on the Rubik, that tends to be pretty normal. Usually the first one you see on Rubik is that 15 to 25% CDR, depending on the game. This game, nothing too great to steal this game as the Rubik. I guess maybe yeah, nothing really too great, huh? Maybe Sidekick?
Pugna. You be the Pugna, you be the gas station.
Just be the better Pugna.
Be the gas station. I mean, it's nice to steal the Nether Ward against your heroes.
That's a good point, especially, yeah.
If you ever get it. You're probably not supposed to get it.
It's a big moment now. There's a butterfly completed here for the Naga Siren. How does this change, in your opinion, the direction of this game, the balance of this game? 32 minutes in, only 15 kills. Winter, sure, Execration doubling those of Blacklist Rivalry, but in your opinion, have they done enough now as we set up for this second Roche to, confidently call their early game, good, effective?
I think for the Naga, sure, you get the butterfly. I mean, but you still can't win the game on your own. You need the Doom to get to a point where he has BKB, Refresher, Shivas even. I think for Execration, you're also not really happy, I think you expect the lead to be bigger, just based on how well they started the early game, how fat the Darkseid got from the lane. And right now, the lead is just 2k, It's nothing, 2k lead at this point.
It really isn't. Especially now, I mean, considering KP, he's just been quietly sat back and farmed. I mean, he's still slightly trailing behind his opponents, but basically there now when it comes to the items, and the Midas gold difference not really amounting to much at this stage of the game. It's not Blacklist Rivalry who find the D-wards. They're ready for the next Roche. It could be up as soon as in a minute, but it'll very likely Winter end up spawning top, or at least there's a good chance, 2/3 chance it'll spawn top. Either way, Blacklist Rivalry, historically in the series, not fighting well in that top Roshan area. Seem to be more eager to now fight around bottom. Execration on the smoke move. end up setting off a mine in the pit. There's Palos. Oh my goodness, nearly 3-shot that Ember Spirit. The Yule Scepter able to buy him some time, but now Palos in on the KP and the cleave damage on the boss. Who punched back and killed. Palos rewarded with 2 kills there as they do look for more. Look at that Damon and the Carl the Bash. Not good enough as Raven. He needs to get the song off now, but it's not in time. Bob zipping on through, cuts down Carl. I think even if the song's out, the fight is lost without buyback on the Ember Spirit. They're going to try, though. That's now a Doom here onto KP, or sorry, out from KP is what I mean to say, and Raven able to surround and conquer there onto the Darkseer. Roshan, in the meantime, Winter, it's a fast Rosh. He will spawn bottom.
So it's kind of like, what, 2 for 2 with a buyback?
That's right.
3 for 2. 2 buybacks.
Yeah, KP buying back there as well. Actually may have ended up making a bit of a key difference here. Darkseer without buyback for 30 seconds, but Palos is a little bit too crazy right now on this damage from the Marcy. There's that Roshan, that Sucro Kachan Rosh Cam. See what they can do now is they're going to lose the wards.
They have to chill and wait for Raven to have Song again, 20 seconds. They shouldn't take a fight without the Song here. It's just way too risky. Ember's about to spawn. He has his BKB up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and Roche is going to head top now as well. Execration with control over the Twin Gates will be able to make the move first.
Yeah, and Raven's coming.
Wait, what's going on over there? Blacklist Rivalry. There's a... Yeah, with Tim's, he's just dead. He TP'd, I think, just way too early. He's got buyback, as we'll see now Roche make his trip on over to the top lane, his pilgrimage. Very appropriate of a Storm Spirit to jump into the picture as well, jumping right into frame. And, well, Palos nearby. This really shouldn't take too long. Without the techies, can they fight this?
They have to contest. There's no way. Like, Blacklist has to get ready here, use the buyback and fight.
20 seconds left. You do hold that outpost now on Dire's side. That's Abyssal Blade, though.
They have
up now for the Mars.
They have Observer on boss school. He needs to place them down. He needs to go find a good location, place it down in the lane. I like it in the lane and just try to take the
They're
fight.
too late. I think they're going to be too late. They can't contest.
I mean, they have a song.
By the time the Naga illusion gets here, I don't think they're going to be in time. They're not moving towards the Rose Pit.
Oh, they don't know?
It's just going down. Well, now they know, but look, they're scrambling. They have no idea what to do. They're running away, Winter. They want nothing to do with this. Execration will take the Roche for free.
I'm baffled. I felt like it was quite obvious that Raven is doing Roche. Like, what else could they be doing? Even if they're not doing Roche, you need to at least be ready in the area, you know, like get ready, wait for the illusion to check before you run away and push out try to push out the other lanes, you know. I felt like that was the normal thing that you should be doing. So right now, unfortunately for them, they're gonna give up the Aegis and Cheese towards Execration, and this is bad news, you know. It's totally bad news for them. And now it means that the next couple of minutes is going to be again another dodging game for Blacklist. Shuffle out the creep waves with your Ember Spirit, your Naga, your Doom. Just wait for KP to finish his BKB, and then you want to get the refresher next.
Yeah, no. I feel like Carl's really, even with his BKB, Yule Scepter, he's really having a tough time finding any utility now. With how, now with especially with that Abyssal Blade, with how farm Palos is.
I mean, I didn't really feel like we had an Ember this game. You know? Like he's been just pretty quiet the whole game.
Right. Things looking, feeling difficult now for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. It's the damage now, the Aegis as well now to back up Bob. Palos being incredibly strong. Now 8K with decent items, but still constantly being out-farmed. Butterfly as well, not really making too big of a difference. The control also doesn't really feel like it's been there all game for Blacklist to be able to really enable Raven to get on top of these enemy heroes and to really, you know, rip through them with the Riptide.
Well, at this point, it's more about like planning your team fights already. I feel like that point of the game has already passed. Like, you need to really figure out how you're supposed to take a team fight if you're Blacklist. How are you going to use this song? Do you use it offensively to set up a fight for a team? Or you just wait. Send Doom up, send Ember up, they're going to go in, create some chaos. Storm is going to ball in and out. And the moment you see a good time to use the song, you break the fight.
Palos is just in. He's done with these towers.
I'm done with this game, and I just want to do everything quickly right now. Just try to end the game.
Yeah. That was weird. They fortified before the tower went down because it was, well, they fortified clearly, I guess, after the tower went down. But because it's the first tree of the tower that went down, they still got it refreshed.
Yep. So right now the Marcy has the Aghanims, so it gives him a Dispel.
Yep, she's had that for a while actually.
So it's good against like I guess it's good against like
the ensnare.
The ensnare, the chains. Very useful if you get disarmed by the techies too.
Wow, she does so much damage. That's gonna make things pretty scary for Blacklist to try and fight into here. I've got no choice really. There they go, bullying the illusions. He's now got Nago illusions of his own that are a bit better. Bob as well. There he comes back to the gas station, back to top up. So holding onto that Aegis. Carl doing what he can, Winter, but it's starting to feel, I mean, it's been oppressive. We're at 40 minutes. Last time, 50 minutes was where Execration were able to drag this one out and get their late game carry online.
Have you not forgotten that we have the longest games in SEA?
That's true. I mean, and for good reason, Winter. That's why, you know, we got this game,
here
right?
To remind you,
just in case we forgot.
the struggle that we had in DPC.
That reminds me of watching Tour 2 Blacklist and Execration. But Execration now, maybe proving that they're in a bit better form. Need to move on in. Ready for another blink initiation here.
1 minute.
Paulo.
1 minute on the Aegis, Richie.
Paulo's going to be scouted out by those mines now. Second now going off with Bob. Looking for anyone a bit too close. Has set off 2 mines himself. Not to worry, of course. Still has Carlo with plenty of mana. Searing Chain.
Okay, he's going in.
5 more mines as KP hit on the Doom. The Aegis on the Storm Spirit. They need to burst. Be able to burst through the Marcy. The life drain's not enough. Carlo cannot be top up the Paulos. Marcy fast enough. And now Blacklist Rivalry unleashing the pain onto Execration. 3 heroes down as Carlo able to TP away. And Bob able to zip and TP out of the fight as well. But once again, it's KP who makes the difference here. Every time the teams needed him, Winter, it felt like he's been the hero.
Quite rather surprising that they're actually standing in a way where it made it so easy for KP to just jump in, get the stun, get the initiation.
Yeah, BKB pretty much.
Yeah, I mean that's probably because also their lineup. You know, Marcy is not the best hero to switch high ground with. You're really good at killing heroes, but you're not good at killing buildings, you know. And you don't have the Aegis. The Storm has the Aegis. So then it makes it very weird for them to like, who is going to go up the high ground and siege the towers, you know. Like you have to be able to kill them first, I think. If you don't kill the heroes, it's quite hard for them to hit the buildings with their heroes.
If not, honestly, just about impossible. This rivalry now for the first time with momentum. Aegis expiring as well here from the side of Execration. Blacklist immediately onto the opposite side of the map. Seizing the moment here, neutralizing that 8K net worth lead. Finally playing with a purpose for the first time in this game. I mean, it makes sense now that the Nagazyron feels strong and unleashed. Here they go. We'll see if they can really, you know, pull this game back into control. If you're Execration, are you worried or are you still confident this Marcy
should be worried, man. You're in a 50-minute game against Doom Naga.
Bosku ends up getting caught there by Bob. Logos to Carlo.
He might be able to figure out that there's an observer what they're dying like this.
Maybe.
There's a chance.
There's a chance. For Bosku, I mean, it is, you know, his first tour back to support for a while, so give him a little bit of credit.
How much would you wager he would D-ward?
I think he's going to put the ward in the middle of the river, though.
And then miss the D-ward.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually true.
That's a pretty sneaky lane ward there. It's a good one. Here goes KP. Speaking of being sneaky, he's got himself this ninja gear to be able to move around the map a bit easier. Hunting basically with Raven.
I mean, if he gets a pick off on the Storm or the Marcy, that would be really ideal. I think the Storm would be the best target because Storm is the one like shuffling the waves out and setting up for kills. I think Storm is like kind of the best pick-off kill that he can get right now.
This Nagazyron, I mean, she can't really get much bigger. Certainly we're reaching the time where she just becomes too problematic for Execration. Then again, Execration, you know, when they're at their best, when they look their most brilliant, it's always against these other C teams in fights where they have no right to win. You know these games I'm talking about. Think about their very first game in the Winter DPC Tour against SSG.
You never count that up. That's what I learned.
You can't count them out.
Because somehow, some way, they will find a way, or their opponents find a way.
Yeah, sometimes it's definitely their opponents. But I'd say they're playing a pretty excellent game here so far. This time, X up and now on Bob. He's got that budget black hole on the AoE Vortex. See what we can find there. Might end up being proven to be quite a difference maker. Carl as well has done well to at least find enough experience for himself around the map.
I mean, this game has been like pretty close in terms of net worth for the whole time. You know, like both teams are just.
We had an 8K lead, which against the Doom is pretty significant, I would say.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right, but in general,
but the last 15-20 minutes, everything has been quite.
To me, that does speak volumes about how well Blacklist. You know, I commended Execration last time on how they were able to avoid fights and push around the map. How well Blacklist Rivalry was able to do the same. I mean, they were just on the receiving end of this, after all. Can they actually finish it off though?
They need a good ward, good lane ward. Get a pickoff. It's all about the pickoffs right now. Like if you get a key pickoff on a key target, like on a core hero on either team, without buyback, so you need to do it twice.
Yeah, that's true.
Or maybe force the Rosh out.
Yeah, maybe you do it once, and then you start Rosh. But right now, Rosh is down bottom. He'll be moving top for 40 seconds, but I don't think he'll last that long, actually. It's going to be the Rosh shot going away of Blacklist Rivalry. They've got this one in the bag. It's super weird. I remember last Rosh when we were like, Blacklist, you need to contest this, and they didn't. And now Execration, you should contest this, and they are completely on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're not doing anything. I feel like they could have just forgotten. Oh, they have an arcane rune.
Oh, there you go. You see how
rune.
Bob just zipped across the map in order to pick that one up. He wasted absolutely no time, and now he's like,
Timeless Relic.
Excuse me, my top up, please. I need mana. Where's my mana, boy? There you go, Carla. Thank you very much.
Damn, I'm so glad you are playing Witch Doctor and you're not the Storm player. Imagine if I'm playing partner with you in a game and my Storm player is like tapping his hands, telling me to come give him.
I would absolutely do that if I could teach you how to play Storm Spirit. Unfortunately, I cannot. That's Refresher, by the way, for KP. I don't believe there are any Lincolns online for the side of Execration, so that's effectively 2 Dooms now. Oh, there is a Lincoln. I saw it just now. And a Lotus, so there is some caution to be advised here. But that's the Raven just chilling here. He's gonna get aggressive. He does have Aegis on himself. Now careful though, the counter initiation. The Doom, number 1, is gonna be onto the Storm.
You are Doom!
Get that, the damage as well. It's too high. Tibbs is gonna be taken down. And Paulo's even beaten into Raven. Raven holding on to the Song of the Siren as he still has the Aegis. But there's gonna be now the damage onto KP. There's the Abyssal Black now onto Paulos as he is still winning this fight. KP blinking back on in.
Oh, here comes
does
Bob.
Not have the second Doom. Bob on the initiation, but doesn't have the BKB, and the Song of the Siren prevents the follow-up damage. What can Blacklist now do on the counter initiation? As there is going to be the ensnare reflected and dispelled back. A big 3-man vacuum that's going to be able to get that on Bosku as Bob jumps back on it. It's KP who's falling quite low. It gets the hook stop on Tim's with a crucial stun on it. That's going to allow Raven to win the fight versus Carlos, but Bob still fighting to do this one. KP too tanky. Can't be taken down. The Techies might going off. KP running out of the fight as well. With the haste rune, the war stop uphill distance. He got 2 in a row. Winter. He's still alive, and with the haste rune, is going to be able to turn with the cheese chasing after Bob. Raven still leading the fight in the rest of the river as Bob is going to end up getting caught now. KP whip stop the spells, but it's not going to matter much as Bosku, after buying back, will be able to chase him down. Carl with the steering chains. There's going to be the damage, and finally the kill, Winter. And where's the tip, boys? Where's the tip?
There you go. There is the tip.
Bosku! That, oh boy, what a fight from Blacklist, Winter.
If there's no tipping, it's not an SDA game, man. No. I mean, this is the opening. They already used buyback on the Storm Spirit, so he's gonna be away for 90 seconds. 2 lanes of Rex, at least I guess for them. Or are they gonna go for the Jugular? They're gonna try to force the throne.
Let's see what they want to do here. They do have another Doom ready to go. 727 last hits winner. That's the highest amount of last hits we had thus far in the game. Normal punch. Careful here though. Able to make it out alive for now. Raven taking a good amount of damage. It still conserves the Aegis, Winter. 2 cores now left without the side of Execration as Carl can't quite find the damage.
10 seconds for the Marcy.
You need another 15 seconds for the Marcy, unable to really make it work as the Mystic Flare being thrown down, trying to buy as much time as they can. Fortify out as Execration doing whatever they can to try and make sure that they get another fight here versus Blacklist. That's a TP away from Carl, but he's left the Remnant. He'll be back, Winter. Ooh, and Tino with the normal punch, trying to really displace as much as they can. Paulo's ready to go on in on the Unleash, but there's now KP on the Doom. No, he's doomed the Naga illusion. Winter, he's messed it up. He couldn't even eat it to hide his shame. And now Paulo's, he's got to kill him just to avoid the embarrassment
Oh, Raven, he might not be out of this one either. Tino punching into him, doing as much damage as he can as Carl ready to hold him back with at least the Searing Chain. BKB it immediately is going to be Palos, and now Carlos. They actually still want to fight this one. They're feeling confident, Winter, at least for now, but Raven pulled back on in. He could have ran with the Song Duration, gets the 4-step on back, still has the Aegis, but there's now going to be Palos jumping back on in and finding the kill here on the second life. He's 25, by the way, does have that bout of match immunity, as they are going to be able to connect the stuns, the lockdown onto Raven. He looks back now for one of the supports, but completely left behind. Winter, Execration, strike back.
Raven is dead. Is that even worth it for just one melee Rex? At this point of time, I don't think so. Doom is dead as well, no buyback. I mean, this is huge. Raven has to buy back to try to deep push the base.
He's not even waiting a second there, Winter.
I mean, this is bad news for them, you know. They have to try to maybe shove the waves out and wait for his next buyback cooldown. This is going to be a long-ass game.
This is tough. This is tough. As for buybacks on the side of Execration, Paulo still retains his, as does Tino. So this push has some gas now coming from Execration. There's a real win condition here, Winter, but Execration not seeming like they're going to want to push their luck here. They're going to take it easy.
There is
they're
only
take a
one
deep breath.
hero with a buyback right now, which is the Marcy. Everyone else has no buyback.
This is the C experience we were looking. Yeah. If only Execration had barreled right back down mid, Winter, it would have been the payoff we were looking for. Another 50-minute game.
Don't you worry, Richie. The game is not over. That could happen still.
That can still happen. There's still plenty of time for that. There's that positive, the PMA Winter attitude that you're quite famous for.
I gotta admit, I'm not the most PMA.
Oh, really? I haven't noticed. I haven't noticed.
I've been really good at concealing that fact.
Yes, indeed. I don't think anyone has ever picked up that on you. For now, though, Blacklist Rivalry, and Winter, really back in this game. That's an Arcane, though. Carlo, loyal as ever, the gas station. Hey, boss. Oh, you forgot to pick it up, Bob. There you go. I mean, it's fine.
It's okay, I have a gas station.
Don't worry about it. He's just really making sure that Carlo earns his keep. Yeah, there you go. That's better.
I have special rates on my gas. You know, everybody has to pay $20 per liter, but I only pay $0.
That's right. He gets it for free. He's friends with the gas station owner. You know, he's good there. That's unbelievable here. KP in that last fight as well, dooming the normal punch illusion has got to sting. What could have been had that actually not been the case?
Game might have ended actually.
Instead, another chance for Execration. They forced the buybacks back on. And I have to say, KP, you know, the Blacklist have overall, as a team, been having some rough games this season, this tournament, this major, right? But he's generally been their rock, you know?
I mean, at this point, if you want to avoid that, just put a Doom on yourself. Just run it.
Doom on yourself? That might end up doing the trick. That's true. That's what I end up seeing most Dooms do when they get the eye.
But the thing is, like, sometimes it's just better to Doom the hero because it's not reliable that you can follow the target all the time.
My goodness. I mean,
like for the Storm, especially, you just Doom him, I don't care.
Yeah. We might end up seeing him for a bit of a longer series here, or game.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Can we get to be as long as the Quest game?
No, absolutely. I don't think there's a snowball's chance of hell, honestly. That game, third longest game, 116 minutes, I believe. 2 hours, 60 minutes, I mean. 136, off the top of my head. Ridiculous.
1 million rapiers in a game?
Probably like 6 or 7 rapiers. I mean, that was a game, certainly for the books. I don't think we're going to be able to get to that one. And I say that, Winter, with the full intent, trying to channel all of my power to make sure that we have a 3-hour game.
You should never say that. You're jinxing it. It's the SEA game.
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit the hour mark. I might not even be too surprised, Winter, if we go, say, 70 minutes. But I just don't see Dota games going that long. What happened in that game was just...
Kalos is out alone on the map. He triggered mines.
Ooh, wait, he was going in aggressively. He thought there was someone up there. Palos fighting his inner demons up there on the ward spot. And here come the real ones. Blacklist
Oh,
Find-
KP!
Oh, they managed to find one on the high ground. KP finds the Doom as well. They force up the dodge to the whole ground with the double Doom now onto the two most mobile cores. And
Bob
they
is
can
dead.
do
No
nothing.
buyback.
Bob is dead. Raven chasing after the Darkseer, and they're going to get the puck number 3 as well. That's 2 dead with no buyback, and they're on to Palos. Palos, he's being surrounded by Raven. He's going to be able to get the rebound out, but Carlo giving chase. Tim's as well, going after him with the mines. Carlo now right on his prey. Ooh, Palos, can he get back into the base? They're actually going to self-Lotus, or rather, use the Lotus aggressively. The stun does connect, but Palos receives another 4-step out. Shanks saves the life of his ally. He gives Execration one more real chance to track this one to another 2-hour game.
Bob needs 20 seconds before he has buyback. 15 seconds right now.
They're not going to have a bot lane of Barracks for that much longer. But Winter, I don't think it's worth the risk. I don't think they should go in on this. They still have a tier 2 top lane. This is not Megas. It doesn't need to go down like this as Raven. The punch, not going to connect onto him. And he has dealt a lethal blow to your bottom Barracks. Blacklist Rivalry firmly in control of this game now, Winter. But don't count out Execration.
That was such a weird initiation. You know, I get it, you know, the initial jump, he assumed that there's somebody standing on the twin gate. And that's the normal thing to do, right? You're holding a position, you're standing on the twin gate with 1 or 2 heroes. You have an observer ward and sentry placed down there. So he jumps up, he assumes there's someone there, but he doesn't find anybody. Then he backs off, and then his team just goes in again, you know, with the Storm Spirit, without having like a proper observer ward. Like I felt like if you get the observer off on the cliff, sure, you can decide whether you want to go in or not. But he just went in blind, you know, he doesn't see anything. He just runs in, initiates, and then they get doomed. And then the fight's over.
And the fight's over. I mean, he didn't get doomed. Oh, now he's doomed. Okay. How does this happen, KP? Suspect he might have had something to do with this. Rooted up. There's going to be now the unleashed. No chance. I mean, just a dead pulse. He doesn't have buyback. What
the hell is this game, right?
What did he do?
No buyback.
Bought an NKB, I assume.
It's a 100 gold shot. Somebody has to pick up some bounty runes.
They did. Shanks just picked up a bounty rune, but he's still short. He's still just short, Winter.
No.
The greed. We talked about Blacklist playing greedy. How about that?
When we were having dinner, when we counted our vouchers and coupon shots, I thought it would never happen to anyone but us. Apparently,
us. Here we
it's
go.
happening to Execration.
And now Execration.
100 short.
They find themselves just 100 short in a game like this.
Is there any more bounty runes on
Not
that?
that much.
Oh, there's one more bounty rune.
There's one top. There's one top. We need that bounty for Execration, but who can go and pick it up? Because only Bob has buyback.
I think Bob should go and pick it up.
Might not be that big of a risk. Roche is up though. And if they just don't make any moves, Blacklist Rivalry, they're pushing up tier high. I mean, it's too late now. This is their Roche. You'll have 3 buybacks, but
a refresher shot on
what
Doom,
can you do? What can you do for Execration?
Wait in base and hope for the best because it's a SCA game.
It's the right spot. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can
Never
happen.
give up hope. Just keep trying, you know. Continue, keep tipping the enemies. They might get tilted. They might dive in the fountain.
There it is.
You never know.
KP sees Bob, says hello, the shortest Blink Dagger of all time, just to flex on him. He might even drop both Dooms on him. The War Stomp as well. There is no way out of this one for Bob. Lifted away from his team. The Doom still lasting a couple more seconds. The Surge trying to get him out of trouble, but no. Bob will die. They can't even deny him. Tino now, stolen vacuum here is going to be put into some trouble, but it's really the Naga song. Oh, and Tim's on the setup, catching both supports. Raven trying to do his best. The force that's being a little bit difficult.
Oh, Bob is Doom again!
He's doing it again! It's tight! There's no way out for him! KP! He started it right back on them! And now, blinking back up to the high ground. Carl joining. Paulo's doing what he can here. He's not doomed up, but he also cannot fight into this one. Bob, doomed, Bob back, doomed again! And with him, down goes Execration in game number 2. Blacklist Rivalry will be able to equalize 1 apiece. As always, Laurent Poulin ends in the draw.
I mean, that's part of the plan all this while, you know. Nobody loses. Everybody takes a share of the pie. Everybody's happy. We go home, we share 1-1. And hopefully it actually helps either one of them. Actually, no.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't help them. Oh, wait, I take that back. It doesn't help them at all.
It really doesn't help either of them. I think they're now both 3-7. Which is just, you know, frankly not where you really want to be at this stage of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I take that back. You know, somebody
should have
won.
But it is the most to see thing to take each other down
together.
See, in that way is the most united region, isn't it?
Either we win together or we lose together. We're best friends, you know.
Stay together, stay home
Either
together.
we go
from
dinner together, lunch together.
That's right.
Go out for a movie together.
Same airport flight together. Back to the vanilla.
Everyone just goes back on the same flight too, you know. 1-1 draw takes the same. 10 players takes the same flight. Hey, good to see
Good
you
to
in
see
the
you
airport.
guys. Hey, KP, nice job, brother.
Well, unfortunately, they have to try to find more points in their next. They need to win all the remaining games, right? Maybe they can lose one more game. I'm not entirely sure about the maths here.
I'd say, yeah, it depends how it plays out. I mean, things are looking really, really difficult for them here. A long game, winter, a long series that we've had now on the mainstream. We'll see how we actually got there as we do look at some of our highlights from the series, because, you know, most of it happened there within the last 15 minutes. This is one of those games where if you joined in the last 15, you didn't really miss that much. I think the draft speaks for itself. It went about as how you would imagine, where Execration just failed. I mean, this time it's their turn to execute on a more timing-based lineup, and Blacklist just outlast and end up taking the game.
Yeah, the early game was rather disappointing for Execration. They won their lanes, they were able to get a really fat Darks here against the Naga in the lane, and they just couldn't really find pickoffs with the partner Storm, you know, to just continue the snowball. Like Blacklist, they kind of did a okay dodging, you know, with the Naga shuffling the waves, the Doom, and Ember as well. Like they're all just pushing waves, creep skipping and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I just felt like Execration kind of allowed that to happen too, you know, by not really distributing the heroes correctly across the map to deal with the split push. I felt like they were using too many heroes in the smoke, like bringing Tino along a couple of times where I felt like he should have been shuffling out the waves with Iron Shell at the very
This
least.
fight's great. I can't believe they turned this here. KP slots in the cheese, right? Manages to consume it and just immediately starts chasing back after Bob. That's the most Scooby-Doo chase I've ever seen in a team
Should
fight.
have just tipped him after he popped the cheese.
Well, they did after they killed them. That's the thing. With KP, he always made sure, except in this fight where he does do a Naga illusion, I believe. So it's not his best performance immediately after, but there's highs and lows in this series as there is.
Yeah, this was a crazy
and
initiation.
this is where Execration just absolutely lose the plot.
Yeah, this being way too reckless. I mean, I guess that's SEA Dota for you, ladies and gentlemen. The recklessness of the region. It kind of makes the games entertaining in a way, but it's kind of hard to be their fan. Sometimes, you know, supporting the teams, and then you feel like you're just on a roller coaster ride that never ends. Every moment you feel like, oh, we might actually have a chance, and then something just happens, a disaster, and it takes all your hopes away. But then you continue. The next day you sleep, you wake up, you see the sun shine up again, rise, and you feel like, I'm gonna put hope again, you know. It's a new day. And then you see the same story again. And then you wonder, why am I doing this to myself?
That's a Witcher. Are you crying? What's wrong? No, he's not, ladies and gentlemen. That is a man who has seen this story, written a couple of his own, and in the region itself. I think you got a chapter or two in there in the early part.
No, please. My book has already ended. Don't get me into that story.
Your cup is full, huh?
My cup is more than full. I'm out of cups.
He's out of cups. Out of cups, and Group A may just be out of SEA teams, honestly. I mean, things now look
they have to win all their games. If the math checks out. If they can win their remaining series, there might be a chance still. And there's definitely a chance, depending on how well the other opponents do. But if they win their remaining games, they might still have a chance for tiebreaks. Maybe. Yes.
Well, you know, the last thing you lose is hope, right? First you draw to your C comrades, and then you lose your hope.
Yeah, have you not heard about it's important to always look at the bright side even though it's wrong. You know, even the bright side is bad, but you should always look at the bright side so that there is always the motivation to move forward, to carry you on that climb towards the top of the mountain.
There it is. A tough year here for C and a tough series for C to swallow, as well as it's a dark future. Even if the sun will rise tomorrow, there may be some more clouds and rain with it here for the SEA region as the draw for Blacklist, Rivalry, and Execration here for the third series of the day. Do stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up we are going to have another series here, our fourth and final series, as we go back into Group B to round out the day. Number 3 here for the Bali Major. Seek and Strike and Winter on the call here. Thank you guys for joining us, and we'll catch you next time. But until then, make sure you stay tuned.
¿Ese pelo es tuyo? ¿No es sacre?
No, no es mío, yo tengo pelo así. Mira, pareciera que el tuyo es de acá. Ay, pero la vista es un peruano. No puede ser un...
Eres tú, ¿no?
No puedo, no.
¿No eres tú?
O sea, puede ser Beastcoast y de Wiz, pero yo pienso... No, digo, es de Beastcoast y de que pareciera.
¿Qué opina de la foto? Parece niño, así, niñito, mira. 12 años. Dar charla se llamaría. Bueno, no se olviden de seguir a Beastcoast y sigan apoyándonos en el torneo de la Bali Major. Gracias.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Ini oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Super Oven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi? Lagi. Terus aja lagi. Super Oven seru on the oven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Welcome back to the Bali Major. We're here with Betboom versus 9 Pandas. We just got to be able to see the Southeast Asia interregional matchup, and now we get to see the Eastern European matchup. And both these teams are pretty good, though I actually don't know what the 9 Pandas record is right now.
5-3.
5-3. Okay. So both these teams are cooking pretty good.
Yeah.
6-2 and 5-3.
I think Betboom has played a little higher strength of team so far.
Okay.
I think 9 Pandas played, what was it, Nouns and
yeah, we can go ahead and take a look at the group standing.
So EG is like
matchup.
basically a dead team at this point. And maybe not to their own fault. They had issues with Matthew health-wise, and this is a super bad route for SA teams to go to SEA. I always talk about it, but like the flight paths for them are usually the worst.
It's literally like one of the worst flight paths in the world.
So this is a tough tournament for them. I think they definitely underperformed expectations that we always have of this roster, but at this point they are 1-9 on EG, so the 2 wins from them for 9 Pandas, you know, in theory everybody's going to get something out of EG at this point, and the other 2 are from Azure. But I think both these teams are looking pretty solid. I'm not trying to take away from 9 Pandas. I just think the 6-2 from Betboom is definitely more impressive to me right now, as they are continuing to stay on form here and pick up where they left off in Dream League.
Yeah, fair enough. We can take a look at 9 Pandas, who have done pretty well for themselves, I would say, in this year. But yeah, definitely fallen a bit short of what Betboom has accomplished, given Betboom is an Eastern European all-star team, and those just don't seem to end well throughout the year. But I would say this team has actually done better than any of the iterations in the past. And I kind of wonder if
all-star iterations or
Tokyo.
This save Nightfall.
Yeah, the save Nightfall. Yeah, obviously we're not like Virtus Pro is still the most successful Eastern European.
I was about to say you're selling Ramsey's a little short there,
yeah,
my friend.
Yeah, and Ramses and Solo together on 9 Pandas. So you know, it's a little bit of some of the old guard of Eastern Europe versus the new kids on the block, who are supposed to be the best of the best. We're supposed to be very mechanically gifted. Whether or not they've been able to come together as a team has always been the question, but so far it looks good. I mean, they lost their finals against Gaming Gladiators. I would say that was a bit of a letdown, considering how dominant they were, especially in that playoff match against PSG LGD, but they still went to Game 5, and they can still have a very successful tournament here.
Both these teams looking solid. Definitely more experience on the 9 Panda side, but like you said, the mechanical ability at Betboom is basically behind nobody at this point. Like, nobody doubts that aspect of this team, and that's a scary thing to go up against. I particularly look at the 2 side lane cores. For me, I mean, Save might be one of the most underrated supports in the world for a long time now, but I feel like the core of this Betboom team is the Nightfall pure. Like, once they swap those roles back around, I think Nightfall was the most explosive carry of the last 2 years, outside of maybe Bakaz, and I think Pure was maybe like in 3 or 4 of that as well. Okay. So if you're looking at players that have come up in the last 2 or 3 years from a core position that I'm going to be like, this guy just intuitively understands what is going on in these games and knows how to win them, I feel like they got 2 out of the top 4 or 5 on the same roster. So as long as Pure can fill into that offlane role comfortably, and it seems like he is.
Yeah, it seems like he's done a pretty good job transitioning.
Yeah, then this team it's going to be really hard to beat this team, because they just know what's going on. That's how I can put it. Like, and that is a valuable trait to have. I go to what made that Liquid roster get top 3 at TI.
Yeah.
I think it was Matama Man. Not to take away from anybody else on the team, but I think they would say it was Matama Man in terms of he brought that aspect to that team, which was like, he is a win condition player. He's going to tell you how we're going to win this game. He's going to build towards, he's going to understand it, and he's going to end it. Yeah. And those types of players on your team are insanely valuable if you believe in them and you get behind them. I think Betboom have potentially 2.5 to 3 of them between Nightfall, Pure, and Save, and maybe even Toronto, Tokyo. Honestly, I might be selling him short, because, I mean, he did get it done, and we don't know how much of that shot calling on that Team Spirit team was him, but it was probably a lot. So they might have 3.5 to 4. That might be too many, actually. I'm kind of talking myself out of this point.
So I'll go back to that Matu point. Matu frequently said, and he would tell his team that, you know, like, where we fall at TI, that's my responsibility, right? If we don't get there, that's because I didn't get us there at the end, right? And in the end, he got them all the way from almost being eliminated in the last, whatever that thing was called, all the way up to 3rd place, right? Last chance qualifier.
I mean, that's just good leadership, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I would.
But why don't you tell the audience the second half of that quote?
Yeah, what's the second half?
That's why I get paid 3 times what everybody else does. So, you know, I mean, this
well,
double,
it was 4 times.
It goes both ways. Oh, 4x. I had 3x. But
yeah, he also got 50% of the TI prize cut.
50. I heard he got 70.
Damn, these numbers just keep on inflating.
Yeah, I heard he bought the whole military base.
So for me, I would point to Toronto, Tokyo. If this Betboom roster has longevity, if this roster does well here at Bali, does well at TI, I think that the leadership of Toronto, Tokyo, I think having a TI winner is something that you have to rally around, right? This guy got it done. He has proven results. You have to believe in what he's saying.
It is a vote of confidence. You just know someone's been in there before and they've done it before, and it goes a decent way. Sometimes they can create some pressure, but if you're a team that can't rise to that pressure, then I always looked at it as like you're not going to rise to the pressure at TI.
Sure.
So get the hell out anyway, you know? Either way, we have a draft and we're halfway through, so people are probably complaining we're not talking about it. So we may as well talk about it a little bit. We have another Morphling exchange in the first phase. You know, I was down in that coach's ballroom, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
And every coach in that room was complaining about how they had the draft around Morphling.
Yeah.
But nobody's banning it. So I don't know really what that says. Maybe that's just coaches being their grumpy selves. But it will be another Morphling Anti-Mage ban. And I feel like the Morphling wins this exchange more often than not. I was talking to Resolution, and he had absolutely no confidence in Anti-Mage to win this Morphling matchup. And it seems like the confidence in the offlane AM is also falling off a bit. But 9 Pandas, it probably is something that they're very comfortable with, particularly if the Anti-Mage ends up in Ramsey's hands. And it looks like a solid Anti-Mage game. I don't think Doom is that good versus Hero for a long time until you get to the Ags later. Then it's like a very difficult matchup for Anti-Mage. But this is a very fast support duo from 9 Pandas as well with the Enchantress and the Skyroth Mage. This just feels like a game 9 Pandas want to run over and not let Betboom get to the late game, which is where this Doom pick might backfire on them, because that is an issue we saw Doom have at Dream League in the previous LAN a lot. That 25 to 30 minute push before the Octarine, Midas, Bots, Blink turn into real items. Sometimes this hero just gets crunched before you can get there. And I mean, I feel like we've seen, I go back to that Game 5 in that Grand Finals for Betboom versus Gaming Gladiators where, say, Pure went probably the greediest Doom build I've ever seen in my life in a game where it really did not need that greedy a Doom build.
Yeah.
There's room to punish Betboom here, and the Beastmaster is just going to amp that up even more. I kind of like what 9 Pandas have going. I think they have a decent shot to really punish the slow pace here from this Betboom lineup.
So I'm going to play you against the stats here a little bit, because Anti-Mage and Beastmaster are 2 of the least successful heroes at the Bali Major right now.
I was looking at the Anti-Mage win rate. I knew it was not too great.
Yeah, he 14 games, 35% win rate. Beastmaster, 12 games, 33% win rate. Doom, very successful so far. I think he's one of the ones that are closer to 100%. Yeah, 14 games, 78% win rate. So I definitely like what Betboom has a lot more. I also agree with Rezo. I don't believe in AM. I definitely don't believe in offlane AM unless you're matched up against the Dusa. That's literally the only time I think it's viable. And I really don't think that AM is a first phase hero. I know it's supposed to be a counter to Morphling, but I think you actually need it to be more than just a counter to one core. I think this hero is not good enough.
I think strategically the AM first phase is okay, but it requires a very high level of execution. I think that's where it's falling short.
Okay.
Like a lot of the teams that are picking this first phase are just not able to execute the idea.
So people just suck, is what you're saying.
No,
the losers, the people who keep losing with AM, they just suck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get good.
I'm gonna go ahead and look up all the teams who have played AM.
I mean, this is probably a carry AM because their bans are very targeted for the safe lane Anti-Mage. I think this 9 Pandas team would much rather have it on Ramses here than Miro, and I mean Axe, Legion, Tidehunter bans.
Oh, look at that. The first team I found, PSG LGD, lost with AM.
Yeah, they suck.
Oh, damn.
For now.
You just oh, okay. So, it's the Zhao 8.
Yeah, Zhao 8 powers up as the land goes on. So he's doing some experimenting.
I see.
I mean, to be fair, some of the LGD games have been really bad.
Yeah, they've been a bit rough.
Like, they seem to either be in form and doing really well versus certain teams, and other teams, they just get raffle stomped into oblivion. And it's like, I'm not sure I understand where that dynamic is coming from with that team just yet. we'll have to see as the tournament pans on. I still expect them to be very good overall at this event, but they have had some very, very weak showings, particularly in the laning setup, and that is where the anti-mage needs a good start. Like, I go back to AM, Enchantress, Skywrath Mage, you better execute these lanes well or you're in big trouble, and that's where these anti-mage drafts sometimes just falter. Like, if you don't get through lanes here as 9 Pandas, you're absolutely screwed in this game. But if you can execute those lanes, you are in a very solid position to just win every skirmish. And especially if you can steal the Wisdom Runes with this aggressive support duo. Even if you lack the stun, sometimes you can just get the kills that transition into it. It'll be a last Pango band setting up for Spirits here as well. Mid pool is shrinking a bit. There's not a lot left.
Yeah, actually, I'm going through the teams, you might be right. Looking at who's played the AM, it's not inspiring
And
a lot
that's
of confidence.
one of the things you have to look at with these win rates is who is actually playing them. They'll end up with a Templar Assassin here. Pretty nice TA game outside of the fact that one of these Morphling TAs is going to go mid and there's gank potential. So that is something Betboom are going to have to decide on here is which they want to put mid with the potential of the Enchantress and Skywrath both roaming there. And
Is there one mid laner, though, that counters them both?
I mean, you have the roam. I think Lina is an option here for 9 Pandas. There is the Kiyotaka Tinker.
Yeah, the Tinker was the first thing that came to mind.
That doesn't sound too bad either. Those are the two that ring a bell for me. I mean, you can Huskar as well, but you don't really have the save. I don't know how much they believe in it without some sort of sustain behind it. And that Morphling matchup can be weird.
Sure, yeah.
Timber still in the pool. Sniper.
Sniper.
You know, I was
That
thinking,
actually beats both.
I was thinking Sniper, but I'm not sure if Sniper actually beats the TA mid. As weird as that sounds. Unless
Wait,
you're,
what? Really?
When I've seen this matchup lately, like, it's not that decisive.
Huh, okay. But that surprised me. I thought you were going to say the Morphling. I thought you were going to say, yeah, the Morphling
I think
might actually be fine in that. But I was certain that the TA would
I honestly
be
think the Morphling might do okay either. I don't know if this is a hard enough lane win. I think you go Shrapnel here, though. And I think when you go the Shrapnel build, you should win the lane a little harder, and you have the roam potential on top of the Shrapnel with the Skywrath and the Eng. So that's why the Sniper pick is, like, pretty much guaranteed. It's not just about the one-on-one in a vacuum. It is 9 Pandas are going to crash on GPK, ruin his day, and shrapnel him back into Mango Bay. See you later, son. That is what I expect in full force.
Now, there is some significant gap close. Like, the laning phase is super important. We've seen that because so many teams have been stomped in the first 20 minutes. You got to be able to cover your lanes first. But after that, there is a fair amount of gap close. Spirit Breaker, you're going to get a Blink Dagger on Doom. You're going to get a Blink Dagger on TA. Techies has at least Blast Off, and you've got Waveform. Like, every single one of these heroes is going to get a mobility item or has innate mobility.
If they pick the Sniper because they're trying to outscale Betboom, I hate the pick. If they pick the Sniper because they want to tempo the game and use the Sniper as like a skirmishing sniper,
okay,
a la Thompson Sniper, I heckin' love to whatever.
Did somebody say Thompson?
Then I think the pick could be very cool and it could work out really, really well here. Because this Sniper can join a lot of fights around mid and like push the tower off a lane win and help these two really aggressive supports play fast in the jungle areas and get a lot of work done. I don't know what the exact item build is. Like, you used to be able to go like a casual drum on this hero, but even just some Wraith Band treads, Dragonlance, early Lothars could be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that type of build and just like play as a space creator for Ramses and Miro to get really fat. Because this AM and Beast are going to take a lot of farm in this game. That's something else to consider. So you want to hit a really good like 30-minute timing here, which can be awkward with the anti-mage, but I think it's doable. So I think the onus of execution is definitely on 9 Pandas in this game. I think Betboom are very happy to just farm, go even, have a 0-0 kill score, and go into that late game with the pure Doom who gets way too fat for anybody to deal with. But maybe 9 Pandas can upset the equilibrium of this CIS matchup.
Yeah, I think it is very possible. I think the way I see it, you win mid lane, the Enchantress roams with the creep, you take that mid tower. Taking away that mid tower is a really good way of taking control over Ancients, right? And when you have a greedy lineup that has TA, Doom, Morphling, you really want control of Ancients. That's how the TA is actually going to be keeping in this game in the first place, especially if she loses her lane.
Which is why I think this TA pick is susceptible. Like, because they knew what they were picking it into here. It was a counter pick mid with double roam. I mean, That is a ballsy TA pick. I hope GPK plays these early waves well, because it might be the only waves he sees. And that is fully what I expect to come out here. It's also put some pressure on Betboom to execute the side lanes pretty damn well, to maybe keep the 9 Panda supports on the waves for most of the early game. If that happens, they're going to be really happy, because then GPK gets a one-on-one, and I don't see Sniper bullying him that hard in the one-on-one. Like, Sniper probably wins this lane, but I think you can get out of it, and if your tower's still up and you can go jungle, then you don't care. Because you were going to get counterpicked by something as Templar Assassin anyway. Like, the way I see it is, would you rather play versus Snipers tier, or would you rather play like versus Viper or Husker or something? Probably Sniper.
Gonna run down solo here. Either way, they did get the boundary runes, so no harm, no foul. Got a 2-2 split.
But Ramsey's in the offlane, so they're going to mana burn Toronto Tokyo down here a little bit to start off this wave as the Betboom cores swap the lanes because they do not want the Morph lane versus the AM. Almost killed him. Damn. Jeez.
They got him. Wow. Ataris gets the first blood.
Okay. That was a very surprising kill, but
yeah. Wait, so why is the Morphling AM lane matchup that bad? Particularly in the safe lane. I thought it would have been okay.
I don't know if it's actually that bad. Maybe they rather just have the Morph versus the Beast. Like, they don't want this Doom versus the Beast. That sounds like the Beast is going to Omega free farm. I don't know. I guess Morphling can just get his mana burn and then your trade is pretty bad, but I think you can also just sit there and CS. Either way, Betboom wanted these core matchups because they forced the trade.
Yeah.
And maybe Pure just wants to play safe. Huh?
Yeah. Give me back my old lane.
It's like, I'm the carry, bro.
Feeling a little nostalgic.
Either way, this lane has done a lot of work for 9 Pandas early, as they have basically won every trade, and they're versus a double melee lane with AM. I think AM wins almost any melee to melee matchup if it's not a passive-based hero. That's how I feel about him, at least, which I think is only like Legion Axe, Slardar. No one's playing Slardar. So I think Graham should have a really good time down here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That
with the level 2, this is a lot of resources committed for Betboom that they're not getting anything out.
Yeah, if they pull this creep wave back and hold it there, then this is going to feel real bad rotating like this.
They're trying to free up this 2-minute small camp, which they will get. But this is 3 heroes sapping XP from a Doom while you're Morphling solo in the offlane. Very awkward early laning phase for Betboom, not what they were looking for. And Kiyotaka is winning mid. At least a little bit in the regen department, but it is bottled for GPK, and Sniper does really not buy one, I think. So he will get resource back up. Another reason why I think the Sniper TA matchup is it's kind of funky nowadays. If you don't start roaming on him and getting the kills, he kind of just takes water runes with the extra bottle. Like, Shrapnel is not that good. Kiyotaka hasn't even skilled it.
Yeah, yeah. 0-2-1.
This build, I think you definitely do not beat TA.
Okay. Man, curious. I really thought, especially with what you were talking about, a more skirmishing style sniper, I kind of agreed with that aspect. I mean, you want something that actually plays the game at 20 minutes.
I think you definitely want something that just made GPK's life hell. But I just see him free farming here. And the side lane's getting weird. Maybe that's good for Betboom in a way, but 3-man gate coming down towards bottom, and
oh my god, he got him with the lightning.
Sometimes you just get a instant Harpy spawn off the single small camp.
Well, this lane just became a whole lot different.
Got the stun connection too.
Yeah, Antares almost dies to lightning once again, but now it's going to be Pure who's slowed down by the boars.
And this creep is so disgusting.
It really is.
Why is this in the game? I mean, I know why it's in the game.
Why is it in the game?
Actually, I don't. Why is this in the game? Why is it 1-4?
Wait a minute. How often do you say that? How often do you say, well, I know what it is, but you don't actually know what it is?
I mean, it's literally in the game for Doom and Chen. Mainly Chen, right? Because Chen's laning is pretty bad if he doesn't have some early small creeps to really skew, or like force you to have to deal with the small camp.
Yeah.
Because you need that as a pressure point to play the lane. It's not necessarily about getting the creep. But it does pay off in very weird ways for these heroes that can just have higher mana regen and lane capability like Doom. It's definitely a little over too. As the tri-lane for Betboom continues, they're going to send the Doom back top. This is a very awkward laning stage. I don't really know who it benefits. Normally I'd say whoever's winning mid, but mid's going pretty even as well.
Blast off lands and gets the kill. Save will likely die for it, but a worthy trade-off. Support for core. Betboom gonna be quite happy with that. It's the game of musical portals continues.
And Pure already has arcane boots up.
Oh no.
This is some harpy chain spam coming to you soon. At least the Anti-Mage can burn his mana, I guess. And they're gonna TP save back top again. So the musical chairs continue here as the dual roam for Betboom. We'll find another kill. I mean, this is paying off for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ramses tries to get involved, but he can't really save his support. He can't stand toe-to-toe against 3 heroes.
And he eats the will to kill. That's just BM.
He didn't replace his lightning, though, did he?
No.
Surely not.
Are you serious, bro?
I just had
Are
to
you
ask.
serious? You think a player as good as Pure is going to replace Chain Lightning with Hurricane at 5 minutes in the game?
I mean,
That's why you don't replace it, okay? Learn your damn lessons.
You sounded very distraught. That's why. But I guess you just really care about those neutral creeps.
I do. Someone has to fight for them. Who stands for the neutral creeps in the Yoda world? Nobody.
Enchantress, maybe?
Actually, yeah, actually she does, yeah. And Solo puts his Centaur to use.
Oh, Arcane Rune, that's going to be denied by save as GPK actually went for it.
This is a weird chase down there.
He is out of refraction. They've got a lot of damage over time deals between Shrapnel plus the Blood Grenade.
No assassinate, as you don't take it too early here, but it might have paid off.
Radiant's bottom tower
Single
is
point
under
shrapnel,
attack.
also not enough slow to really just stick on the kill. And this was kind of your first pseudo roam to mid by 9 pandas that didn't yield a lot. They're going to stick around here with the 3 heroes. They have Catapult Wave up. This is your early pressure point. You really need to make the most of this. This should be a tier 1 for 9 pandas if you execute it well, because I don't think Betboom can respond easily unless they're willing
Sorry,
to
this is trying way too hard to make this a thing.
this is way too deep, and this is throwing your trialing mid away. Like, this was your window.
Yeah, now you just bring the supports in when you're fighting behind the tier 1 tower, and you might just be able to collect 2 support kills for it as Solo going to be body blocked by save time and time again, and that'll net them another kill. GPK, he's feeling very good about his lane, I think.
Yes, that is an absolute disaster for 9 pandas. I think that is the one point in this game that is super important for you to hit. You're still going to get a Wisdom Rune trade, but that just feels really bad. You did not get the punish on this TA you were looking for with that last pick of the roam. You got decent tower damage, but I think that was going to happen no matter what. And you just sacrificed 2 supports. I mean, the levels on Betboom right now, they're feeling really good about it. This dual roam through the 2 side lanes really worked out for their supports, as they're both decently rich and decently high level. And once again, Save, this guy just makes the early games work.
And there are 1v1s on the side lanes that are left over when the supports are gone. Probably feel pretty good, because Pure is just using his arcane boots and then zapping him. And then when he's out of mana, you can just right-click him and outwin that fight too. Nice blast off land. Save on a killing spree.
Yeah, this is the issue with AM in this meta. Like, there's so much gate action, there's so many heroes that can just get on top of you in the early game that it's very rare you see the Anti-Mage ahead of everybody else, which is kind of where the hero needs to be. He doesn't function that well from behind in almost any of these carry matchups. 9 pandas in trouble here. There's no way around it. This early game needed to go better for them. They're going to go Diffusal on the Kiyotaka Sniper and try and scale into some early skirmish damage, but got to get something going. I mean, he's 0-0-0. How often do we say that at almost 10 minutes?
Yeah, and what is this gank going to be exactly? Their supports do not have the best initiating stuns.
Another reason they needed to be ahead, because when you're ahead on these slow-based supports, you can evade the enemy areas aggressively and be in better position to land the slow. Whereas from like these random smoke. Good luck. Good luck, my friend. They're gonna roar Nightfall bottom a little early though.
Yeah. Silence him now. They might have just caught him a little bit off guard. The Mana Void finished him off. Wow.
That worked a lot easier than I thought it would, but it did. I guess that is the Anti-Mage Morphling matchup with the top. Betboom gonna try and return the favor to mid, and Solo still having a rough one as the Juke takes out. Yeah, Kiyotaka. You're just finding that Solo. God damn, that harp
Dire's
creep
middle tower is under attack.
done some work.
It really has. Bottom lane, still going for the time. Toronto Tokyo will fall. They're bringing resources, though, to try and hold their tower. This is a dangerous move. If they fail to do this, this is a pretty heavy rotation that leaves them with no ground to farm. But it does look like they're going to be able to hold the tower for now.
It's just such a slow game for this last pick sniper. Really slow. He did not get any of the tempo that I think he wanted to. That Doom solo kills. That's just going to get pure Midas off of that. It's pretty much done here. By the way, he got 5 chain lightnings off for that sniper kill. Just for the record. He got 5 for a total of 400
that damage or that cooldown. One
yeah,
of the
4-second cooldown. He's dead again?
They do have gap close on Sniper.
This matchup has not worked out at all.
No.
And the problem with the last pick sniper here is if the early game doesn't work out, yeah, the gap closes there. Like, what are you doing in this game? Versus TA traps, the charge, the techies jump, the Morphling waveforming in.
I actually think the flashbang, whatever it's called, concussive grenade.
Flashbang.
I don't know why they didn't call it, but honestly.
This isn't Counter-Strike 2.
Yeah. The concussive grenade, I think, is super important for the sniper, right? Stops the charge, can help against the TA when he blinks on you. But you're not going to be in a point, like, unless you're going to use, when you're behind buying your shard, feels terrible.
I just think at this point, this lineup, the greed is going to really punish them. Because, yeah, I think so too. They need farm on the AM and the Beast. And now you need it on all 3 cores. It's just going to be a feeding frenzy on the map for Betboom. This Midas from Pure is going to go untouched. At some point, Nightfall and GPK are going to start doing some neutrals, doing some ancients. They're already pretty high level. And you lost your tier 1 mid on 9 Panda side before you took Betboom's. That is not an outcome I was expecting in this game. And it'll be fast blink for GPK. So he's not even going that greedy of a TA build here. He can get involved in these early fights. It's a good TA game from a skirmish standpoint.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know, once more trying to defend their safe lane tower, at least look for the deny and all fine.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Are they going to get punished for it? Primal Roar doesn't go off. Gets the waveform away. Toronto Tokyo charges back in on them, and all the heroes from Betboom are here.
Gotta be careful of these chain lightnings.
Looks like the call has been made. GPK wants to farm mid, so they'll give way to 9 Pandas, and 9 Pandas with their full 5 will take this area.
They're still lurking around. I mean, they're gonna be happy to recommit on this observer. They get the charge off before the smoke, so their smoke is just gone off this 2-man attempted gameplay, I guess, but they don't even find their own.
Oh no, they can't even finish him off. Did the Dale just save him?
I don't know about that, but it was close.
It was very close. And Taris is going to get hit by Blast Off, so that's probably going to be another kill. He's a little fast, but boy, he loses a lot of HP on any hit when he gets this Solar Crested Medallion. And you already have no armor as Skywrath Mage.
Another chain lightning, by the way, just just for the chain lightning counter, as I know that's what we're all looking for here.
You can look at the damage dealt. What was that, 20 HP?
I just don't think Virtuous Dale like heals you that fast. 10 health regen? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that was 2 seconds of Mystic Flare, right?
All right, we'll give it to him.
Yeah.
We'll give it to him. Nice Virtuous Dale there. I mean,
clap for Toronto.
Seeds of Serenity saved him because it's bonus HP.
True. That's also true.
That's
Which,
what was
being
like.
ahead, usually means you get your neutral items for everybody.
That's very true. This item's not too bad. I think it kind of gets forgotten about.
Yeah, it was definitely... I think it's underrated now, after they buffed.
You know what neutral item's underrated for sure is Shovel.
Radiant
because of the Kobold?
Shovel is actually... It's like Philosopher's Stone level GM.
Solo. He's going to get bursted here. Maybe? No, the mines aren't quite enough damage. It's Toronto Tokyo who dies instead. Betboom trying a little bit too hard to get into that Wisdom Rune territory.
Anyway, back to the Shovel Ran.
Yeah, very important.
It's not as good as Philosopher's Stone, but it ends up being almost comparable in terms of the effective net worth you dig out of it.
Because you can get both Bounty Rune and the Kobold.
You get the Bounty Rune, the Kobold. Salve is effective net worth, right? And then what is the last one? Mango, also effective net worth.
Yeah.
And it's every 40 seconds. There were some games I was watching where Gaming Gladiators had 2 shovels on both their supports, and they were just digging for like the first 15 minutes. And I feel like if you just keep digging up extra Bounty Runes, it's a lot of extra gold for the team, right?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
I actually think that item is pretty underrated, and it gives you some HP. So
yeah, it gives you 100 health, right? Something.
What is it exactly?
I think it used to be more. I think it used to be like 150.
75.
75, yeah.
But 40
they
second
cut it down.
cooldown. 40 second cooldown is pretty damn good on that.
Just not fair.
The Chain Lightning will claim another victim here.
All right, you're definitely going to have to look at the Chain Lightning damage dealt at the end of the game.
I am 100% looking at it. It's already like 2K or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's like I'm watching Star Wars.
Does that make Pure the Emperor?
That's right. Unlimited power. That is the Harpy
That's
creep,
what he
actually.
said when he found the Harpy.
That is literally the Harpy Creep's manifesto, or whatever you want to call it. Eat me. I will give you unlimited power.
The Kobold's just give in to your hate.
I mean, Pure. He seems like a good, hateful player, you know?
You think so? I don't know. Every single time I see him around, he looks kind of wholesome.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, there's like a glint in his eye, you know?
Oh, yeah, the glint. Of course, everybody knows about the glint.
I think every Eastern European player has a little spike. It's like a little chip on the shoulder. I gotta like prove the world.
Yeah,
I'm like the best, you know. It's like those interviews we had with Nightfall where he's just. There was an interview where PSJ was asking him, you know, oh, how do you know which fight to go to? He's like, because I know which is right, basically. Like, that was his answer. He's like, well, I don't go if it's the wrong decision to make. It's like, yeah, but how do you know which is the right one? Well, because I make it, and therefore it's right. That is like a European Dota player mindset, you know?
Yeah.
Which is, I think, historically why a lot of the teams have tended to disband, because when those types of personalities clash, I mean, only one person can be right.
Sure.
So maybe that's a sign of growth for the region, you know? So these guys are just putting their egos aside through the wins and the losses.
Yeah.
And they're willing to say, you know what? I still think you're wrong, but I'm willing to play on a team with you. That's emotional growth.
That is emotional growth.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Might
attack.
help that we just have a fresh new round of
Dire's
players
bottom tower is
from
under
Eastern
attack.
Europe, where we
aren't scarred by.
We were kind of we were recycling the same old crusty, just real crusty Dota players.
You talking about North America? Or are you talking?
Well, that is the problem. North America has no new Dota players, so we're just kind of stuck.
I don't know. North America has Dota players.
Yeah, that's true. Not anymore. Not in the DPC anyway.
Scan will hit on Ramses. Can they find him off of it? Do they want to find him off of it? Of course they want to find him off it. And man, Breaker is just so good this day.
Yeah, Breaker feels really good right now, I think, just in general, but against AM, great matchup. Solo does get the tower kill.
I was surprised this hero was not first phased at Dream League too much. He's getting back to first phase priority hero a little bit.
Yeah.
I still think this hero just, he looks great in every game we watch him. I don't think I've ever watched the Spear Breaker game where I'm like, wow, this team is really suffering because they have Spear Breaker.
Yeah, I would mostly agree with that. I feel like I've maybe seen 1 or 2 games where I was like, oof, the Spirit Breaker is just feeding. There's nothing else he can do.
Till you take that back.
It always looks good when Toronto knows this point.
This is probably one of his best heroes right now, for sure.
Yeah.
He has condensed his hero pool. That is also for sure.
I think that's like the step that everybody goes when they adopt a new role. I feel like they start with like, I'm playing like 10 different heroes in this role. And then you find out like, no, 10 different heroes doesn't actually work for them. And then they condense it down to like 3 or 4, and then they slowly expand again.
I mean, hero pool just comes with time. You like your innate comfortability with having played this hero a bunch in pubs and understanding what you want to do with it and adjusting that feel on the fly in a tournament. That's why the most veteran players can bust out some of those random picks and make it work. But Like, I would not expect the same from Toronto if he was changed to 5 and probably doesn't even know that these heroes existed in Dota. He's like, what the hell is a shadow shot? Save is going to get the jump in.
Dude, this
hit
is
the ball.
massive. What the hell? They did nothing to defend themselves against it.
They just took it.
9 Pandas just all in, blind as a bat into the cave.
How does Save just keep jumping blind and it looks great every time?
How does 9 Pandas just do that?
To be honest,
I've never seen a team do that in the last, like, 2 or 3 years.
I mean, they were being sneaky.
Were they?
Yeah.
They're playing against a TA.
I mean, you're like, what's the worst that can happen, guys?
The worst that can happen is a rampage. Which I suppose didn't happen, just a triple kill.
Yeah, that was demolishing, and it doesn't get much better as a Doom lands off the hook stomp here, and the charge connects.
I love the sound of that guitar.
Good sound effect. And I like that Pure did not go the super good in this game. Because he's still mega farmed, but not only is he mega farmed, he's killing heroes on the map. 5-0 and 3 with Midas BKB Blink.
Yeah, BKB is nice.
This is like way more active, way more involved, and he has 2 greedy carries, so this makes more sense. 12K lead at 20 minutes for Betboom, and they are cruising through this game off of a very struggle of an early game for 9 Pandas that yielded nothing. Cannot outlane Betboom, it would appear, and 9 Pandas are paying the prices. They have to try and wrap this game with a sneaky roach that backfired, and Save is still looking for the jumps, looking for the rune. Oh, not good.
Or goes out, trying to blow up the techies. They do manage to get that kill. Nero having a hard time. The drums trying to keep them alive. Not quite good enough, but the AM is in good position to take over part of this fight. But unfortunately, the TA with the Spirit Breaker just too much. The control is there, and the physical damage is there. Kiyotaka will be here to force Betboom back, but
he's got pretty good positioning in this fight. He's doing a lot.
Yeah, but is he doing enough to get a kill anywhere?
See you later.
All right. At least they got Toronto, Tokyo, but the cores do get away on the side of Betboom. And he did get the concussive grenade. He actually bought it for himself.
Yeah, he shot himself in. That's not too bad of a showing there. I mean,
I
really
saw him desperately trying to shoot himself out of the pit earlier.
I mean, when you get this type of fight from 9 Pandas, where the sniper's in the back and all the gap close is used preemptively instead of on him, you have to respect the damage here. Now at the point you're just overextended. Doom falls in the exchange. This is just a really nice position fight from 9 Pandas. A little bit of an overextension from Betboom, but they definitely were feeling themselves in this game and feeling strong, so you can't really blame them there.
Yeah.
I feel like that's also just a difficult fight for the TA to have high impact in, especially with Aegis, because you don't want to go in super deep with the Aegis die and then just instantly die seconds around to the sniper. This matchup is still pretty decent in-game for Sniper, even though the early game did not go Kiyotaka's way. If you find yourself with a proper gap setup, you're very happy. Oh! Not that time, son.
Yeah. Pure. Good thing he didn't let it go. He just would have doomed himself, but is closing in on Octarine. The sooner you get Octarine, Midas can help you get to 20, and then you're just going to have Doom every single fight.
Save has just been jumping on kids, man.
Yeah, his techies is popping off this game. Save techies, Toronto Tokyo Spear Breaker.
They're definitely finding the supports that are working for him.
Oh, damn, that wasn't the blink he wanted to go for. Burn him out of mana. Oh, he tried to use the mana void for the extra bit of stun time to burn out the rest of that mana and prevent the waveform, but it did not work.
And the charge coming through will cancel the time. And I think you are gone, hero. Yeah. That's that Axe Morphling being up. This is a pretty good timing for Betboom to continue to take the skirmishes in the fight, especially with this really aggressive build from GBK. Like Blink and Hurricane Pike with Crystals and this Orb of Destruction on top. Shard as well for some extra silence. Here, why didn't you Midas, man? Oh, that charge though.
Whew! The charges through 3 heroes and kills the 4th.
I don't know. Pure has Midas problems, man. Every time we cast this guy. Like, you gotta go down. Sometimes you gotta go down for your items. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think he would rather be alive and use his minus 30
dude, I 100% Midas before I TP out there. It not only sends a message and you get the gold, but it sends a message. You know what I'm saying? You're sending 2 messages to the price of 1.
You know, nowadays you don't have to pay by the text, Avery. It's unlimited.
Yeah, but sometimes a handwritten letter means a lot to somebody.
Yeah, you want to do another handwritten letter?
Dear 9 Pandas, I believe you are washed. Sincerely.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, that's the first message. What would the second message be?
Probably just that photocopy. Just send it again.
Just to make sure you really got it.
Because then that's a meta message, right? It's like, I didn't even think you were worth the time to write a second. So I'm just going to resend the first. Crimson up from Miro and closing in on that.
And Ramses was just about to go through the portal, decided against it, and
That's
unfortunately that decision will get him killed.
That is a lot of deaths for an AM. Toronto Tokyo just had his number, man. He has a full Shadow Blade on the Spear Breaker. I don't know how you play the map as AM.
You don't. Well, you die a lot. That's why. And you hope that Kiyotaka Sniper is going to carry you instead, I guess?
I just don't know if this is a game Sniper carries. I mean, you can play for high ground defense here. 6-slotted Sniper is pretty annoying for Betboom, but I don't know if it's the end-all be-all when you have some gap close. And, you know, if you ever get nags on him, you're removing a lot of his damage. Plus, there's Doom. Doom is Doom. Yeah, Doom is Doom. You just need Lincolns on this anti-mage. You needed it 10 minutes ago, but he's closing in on it now. He's 1,000 off.
I mean, the Lincolns will help, don't get me wrong, but even once he has the Lincolns, he still has to deal with TA traps that silence him. So.
Dire are scanning.
It's tough. It's a very tough anti-mage game. I mean, it's a first phase AM.
Yeah.
That's why these first phase AMs run into a lot of trouble. You don't execute the early game well, you end up in these positions where you reverse a lot of counter picks, reverse some catch, reverse some AoE Doom that's coming down the pipeline, and another charge on Ramses off a trap vision. That's the super annoying part. He's getting charged and stunned off traps. He can't even see them. He will live, though.
Now this man's get away. The Primal Roar, the illusion, hitting on the TA. That's actually really good. Now, it does mean the AM has committed his life for it, but well worth it. Getting 2 kills off of that one.
Might get pure, too. I think.
Yeah, they're going to chase him down, keep the vision on him, let the assassination save, thinking about whether or not he can do this. Oh, save.
Nightfall, you're in the wrong neighborhood, son.
I don't know why they tried to do this one. Nightfall is going to get bursted down. Triple kill from Miro. Why did they go back in like that?
I have no idea.
Save knew that was not a fight. He was standing around going, I don't think this is good. And Nightfall said, screw you, I'm going anyway.
I mean, what have I told you about Save?
He knew it was the wrong fight.
If Save thinks it's bad, he does not go in. He just leaves your ass and says, you should think about the decision you made.
Yeah.
This guy never goes in off a bad call. And that was definitely a bad call. Nice turnaround here from 9 Pandas. Finally in a position where they can help the AM off one of these charges and turn it around off that big mana void. Definitely doing some work, and then you can just run these heroes down. Pure cannot dodge the AoE drum. I don't even know what Nightfall was trying to do here. Like, maybe he thinks he can just get in and burst the Skywrath?
Yeah, but then what?
Yeah, then you're just versus a bunch of range heroes with a sniper pew-pewing you from the tree line. This sniper it's been a problem in the fights, honestly. It's looked a lot better than I expected. Betboom have not started the engagements on top of him, and it's giving Kiyotaka free reign. He's getting up there, man, and he is going some damage here. MKB, third item. That is going to deal with that butterfly that we saw come out third here for Nightfall. It's a big purchase. This is a big window for 9 Pandas to hit. They get the Lincolns on Ramses. Halberd done for Miro, and MKB going to be finished here. 3 big items coming in for 9 Pandas to help them deal with the double range cores from Betboom. You got to be thinking about this sniper now. I actually think 9 Pandas will win a fight where Kiyotaka has free reign. I don't think you're just going to roll this game over anymore, despite having an 11k gold lead. A lot of that is on your supports, too. So you need to take these fights in a way where the 2 supports from Betboom can actually help your cores win those man fights.
Well, one thing that might help, they got the shard for Toronto Tokyo, so we might see a place where
Ramses.
Oh, Ramses! He gets on the spell shield, but it's not going to last for long. Not against that Minotaur stun.
The confidence that they're going to chain it up.
Yeah. And now they're just mass retreating from the pit. Betboom, they're going to pursue. Especially with the Morphling being able to turn into the AM like that. Oh, never mind. Made the call to go back and just do Roshan. Why not? They are correct that Roshan is about to be back up. There it is.
Ramsey's read of this game, it's a little off. You can tell. I mean, some of that is like, it's a very hard game to read with them. And you kind of have to push it aggressively because if you stop pushing the waves, your map just collapses. But this is like 5 heroes off the map. Is this a wave you can take? Definitely not, as we saw. That'll be cheese and ages for Betboom here. Decent position to go high ground if they want to try and force it. They have Silver Edge on GPK. Some extra break potential, some extra gap close potential if you can Silver Edge in and jump the sniper. But he does have Hurricane Pike and that grenade and MKB finish, so the high ground defense is pretty damn strong here for 9 Pandas. This is a difficult sniper to jump unless you get the Doob on top of it, which would be really nice. There's a charge on top of it. That will not go through as they scout the high ground ward. So do you go high ground or do you farm the third Roshan? That is a big question Betboom have to answer right now.
I think you definitely go high ground because of the 6-slotted sniper potential for high ground. I don't think you want to risk letting this game go late and letting it get weird like that.
I just don't think you can siege the high ground without jumping the sniper, which is also pretty hard. If you don't know if he has buyback or not, like then you might be giving a really good fight to the Beast in the AM. By committing to the sniper, you definitely want to catch. It would be a lot nicer for Betboom to catch them on the map first. But now the rat is becoming a bit better for 9 Pandas as they killed off some of these traps, and Ramses has that Lincoln's. It's not getting caught as easily anymore, which is a good sign for him.
I really feel like you're jinxing him, but
I really do not believe that Ramses is going to die again.
I mean, it's been like literally 2 minutes since we saw Ramses get picked off. I feel like you definitely jinxed 9 Pandas somehow. Kiyotaka, force staff, TP out. They will not blindly go up the hill. Pure tries to chase after him, but unfortunately, the big kill that they wanted is already gone. They'll collect on solo. Something nice to have.
They're going to TP back in here from 9 Pandas. Maybe try and turn the fight off of a Roar Sky. Oh, that is not enough. It is enough.
Yeah, that final nuke does manage to get it.
He's going to buy back.
Look at that! Hurricane Pike pushes save away right as he was about to land on the blast off. A buyback charge onto Kiyotaka as Betboom back away to the high ground here.
He just got a gem off that from Toronto and the buyback.
They went back in. BKB goes off. They use the Doom. That's going to be Kiyotaka detonated. Then Toronto had that charge going the entire time. Now the BKB is wearing out though. GPK trying to keep this AM at bay. It looks like the physical damage is enough to scare him away. Trying too hard to run up into that high ground where Betboom had a full defense ready to go.
Ramses, have you overextended? He barely gets out.
Close call.
I mean, this buyback from Toronto Tokyo is definitely paying off. Nightfall is just
nice use of the spell shield. Got the silence back out onto Antares, and Dead actually got a buyback here. Ramsey's still trying to play it out though with the illusions. Nightfall chasing after him. Blinks forward, waveforms out. Where did the AM go? They've lost track of him now, but there's too many heroes. Charge on through for the war, bounce them away. They're focused on the TA with the TA dead. Maybe the AM can win this fight. Pure's gonna go for him though. Ramses forced to blink away. Meanwhile, the Morphling out of mana. Nightfall's a little bit struggling here, but so is Ramses. They're gonna connect together. Ramsey gonna go for him, and the Mana Void back up, pops the Morphling.
A save back in. He has something else to say.
Yeah, Pure goes back in for it too, but the Manta Dodge gets rid of the Centaur stun, which might have claimed the life of the anti-back. Now he has to TP away. The BKB does last long enough.
Do nothing. I'm sure Kiyotaka was very happy watching his team win that fight without him, though. They're going to clean up save again.
Yeah, that is a disarm on Ramses. Close, but fortunately, magic damage is his forte.
I mean, remember, that's a second death for save. He died at the start of that fight by the tier 2.
Did Toronto Tokyo do the same?
Yes, that was a dieback for Toronto Tokyo. So that's like, that's 6 for the price of not too much. I mean, you lost your Sniper and Enchantress, but it is a dieback for Skywrath Mage as well. Still 9 pandas. They get another decent position fight where you're going in. That Hurricane Pike was sick.
And then sick play. That was a 2-man stun.
Are you gap closing Kiyotaka at this point? No. And that is a good setup for 9 pandas, especially when Ramsey.
Well, you are at this point when they walk up the high ground.
Yeah, this is a bit of an overextension. If you have Roar, I think you can make this play, but when you don't know where the Doom is and you don't have buyback on Sniper, that is way too aggressive. Still, overall decent fight. It's not like you lost too much here.
Oh, back into the game. Kiyotaka dies again, picked off by Pure.
That's that Doom cooldown.
Yeah, that is going to be the as a refresher, too.
You need some survivability versus the Doom. This is the biggest problem for Kiyotaka. It's not the 2 other cores getting on top of him, because he has the grenade, he has the Hurricane Pike. It is the Doom. It is Pure with the big blade and the refresher. 2 Dooms on an 80-second cooldown, plus that shard for some extra stun. Centaur Stomp to chain it up. I mean, what does he even want next year? Strength Blink, I guess? Arcane Blink?
Man, he's going to have BK on Toronto Tokyo. That is a Spirit Breaker that is going to be extremely disruptive in the fights.
He has planar pocket too. He's jacked.
Oh yeah, if he redirects.
You can redirect Mana Void.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Roar. Both of them very important spells for 9 mana to get off of these fights.
Even the Silence could be good to grab.
I mean, that last fight, GPK just died to Roar Skyl. That was 99% of it. It was like 1 AM hit, but they've been syncing up these ults pretty well, and Betboom haven't been able to get the 4 stabs off to save from that ult combination here. They only have the Pike on GPK and single 4 staff on save, and save, his positioning is tough because the anti-mage can jump him and make it weird. And Diffusal for Ramses, a late Diffusal here on the AM. Just looking for even more mana burn and chase down. Pretty interesting. I mean,
yeah, it feels like you're gonna slot out of that
because he's going Yags. He wants to throw these shards in.
Oh, okay.
And just burn everybody's mana out and create a situation where the poke between his illusions and the sniper becomes way too much for Betboom to deal with. I kind of like it.
It also like help him keep away from the Morphling? Or actually, can the Morphling just morph on the illusion that he throws?
I think he can. I think he can morph off any of them. Yeah. But it'll still proc the Lincolns.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
So Ramses, in theory, doesn't care. You can also throw all of these at once onto like a roared target. It's a decent amount of burst without committing your own hero.
Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting item build here, honestly. Like very interesting. I think most AM players in this slot would probably go like something around the Butterfly, Scotty, Abyssal territory.
I mean, their poke is very strong, but I feel like their poke was already good.
Now it's even better. Okay, there's the poke.
My problem is that Betboom, the way they would win a fight before against this sniper is jumping in and committing in the first place. And I feel like, well, that's just now the same story. Now it's even more effective if this AM is going to go in Axe.
I do think the shard can help start the fight better for you on 9 pandas, though, by like throwing these shards on the Doom, for example, and then Kiyotaka knows he can't get Blink Doomed on. Sure. That's the best case scenario that I can see. However, as we saw there, I mean, Pure has just had Kiyotaka's number the last 4 or 5 kills. Just doomed him off cooldown, basically. Which is not a long cooldown, with Spell Prism now on top of everything else. He's going to look towards the Shivas. Interesting idea. I do think you want Ags at some point in this game. But Shivas is not too bad here either. I guess you can just get it all.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is curious he's not going Axe.
Fine. These AM right clicks hurt. Got a mana break on a Diffusal burn plus a Mind Breaker. This is like triple orb effect. He's gonna find Pure down here and cancel.
Stops him once. Pure will be forced to TP. Well, Primal Roar actually got here. Didn't see Nero coming up there.
Yeah, fresh blink. I mean, he's been getting quietly pretty farmed in this game too, honestly. He's kept up very well. And his utility is obnoxious. This is almost a 4,000 HP Beastmaster with Halberd, Crimson, Otis. Very good utility items for his team when you're looking at 2 ranged right clickers and a Doombreaker. That was a very important kill to get because you're trying to fight for this Roshan that hopefully will go better than it did last time, getting 3-man blind stunned in the pit.
Yeah, hopefully this time they're gonna buy back Pure. Vision out, gets Miro's out, Ramses, Lincoln's, and then the Spell Shield. Really hard to get the opening on this AM with a build like this.
This is where this itemization becomes ever so important. Does it win you this Roche fight? Does it not? Especially with Roche going down to the other side of the map. 9 Pandas have gate advantage. They're gonna use it here. Ramsey's gonna TP in. They're all gone. They got that Doom buyback for nothing. Luckily, his bot's TP cooldown is 25 seconds, so it is straight back to bottom. If you're an instant smoke, you just gotta get on top of Sniper. There's no way around it.
I feel like the pit is a pretty good area to do that, though.
Oh, look at this charge on the single trap down here.
He got 2. Kiyotaka is in the front line like that. He gets hit by the charge first. No buyback available there. 9 Pandas positioning around Roshan pit is a little suspect, Avery.
Radiant's courier
I
has
mean,
been killed.
I agree you should be dewarding this, but what are the chances that a single trap that exists on this Radiant pit spots a hero that Toronto can charge off of that isn't like a Lincoln Sphere hero, and then that charge ends up hitting 2 of your cores through the tree line?
I don't think it matters, honestly. No. Because of the positioning of Sniper, they would have smoked on top of him first in the first place. He was literally to the far left when they're playing against Radiant.
I mean, I do agree. The positioning was sus. The positioning was definitely a little sus.
Like, the charge just was, like, a little bit fortuitous, but, like, they would have run into him anyway. I cannot understand, like, being there to farm.
I agree. 9 Pandas, they should have been expecting this move. Maybe just feeling like Betboom wouldn't be able to get down there that fast, but...
I guess so.
I mean, that's just a game of chicken you did not win.
No, you did not. This is, honestly, you know, after that, Kiyotaka has super impressed me throughout this year. I think he's been a great addition to this team, but I do think that this is probably the worst game I've seen from him. He's having
been very clunky. I wouldn't say it's the worst. I definitely, he's had some rough ones, but I mean, not every game is going to be a free game. You expect from the man as Pure will jump in again, but pretty fast duels by
that Doom going in. Underneath the tier 4s, Pure, very decisive movements. Nice use of concussive grenade and a blink backwards. Kiyotaka playing the distance against Toronto Tokyo. Now Miro's going to try and strike as they back away through the tier 3. Mystic Flare, the assassination, it's coming through and it'll finish him off. That's a good pick off. Solo with the impetus damage. Boy, their high ground is obnoxious. Negative Scepter, AM, impetus damage, axes, sniper.
How do you end this game? You just gotta jump the Sniper, somehow find him. He's so hard to find. And that was with Ramsey's dead there, so didn't get anything off that AM death. Still have Cheese and Aegis up too, and you aren't comfortable pushing. At which point isn't gonna be comfortable pushing? Or you're just waiting for the slip up, and you're super happy with this game going ultra late. As the smoke comes out from 9 Pandas here, a lot of gold on Ramses. They're gonna look for it anyway, finding Arcane Room. That's a nice pickup. I mean, these aggressive smokes are probably the hardest part of the game for 9 Pandas because it exposes your sniper. I mean, they're super. If they backfire, you just lose the game. If Kiyotaka dies here, you might just lose the game straight up. He's showing mid. He does have Lincoln Sphere, so he knows he's not getting charged. It's an interesting play. They're trying to show mid, bait someone to bottom, but jungle's already been cleared due to the farm efficiency. And they are looking towards that Doomags, and that is going to create a very different scenario here where those Lincolns do not do anything for you anymore, and the second Fury is on top of Kiyotaka. He just needs help, and he needs it fast. She also mentioned that Toronto Tokyo finished an Ags and ate it.
Oh, really? It wasn't from, like, Roshan?
I don't think it was the Roshan Ags.
Because it was Radiant side Roche, I just don't remember.
I guess it should be. I feel like I saw it in his inventory for a bit, but maybe he was just like holding on. I mean, either way, I guess he was just holding it. Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to buy all that, but he is very farmed off of that Ags. And
That just means one less, like literally the entire team can play forward and Toronto Tokyo can just clean up the waves. Which also means he's going to get even more fun. So he's going to become like a fourth core in this game.
I mean, honestly, the reason I was surprised, I'm surprised they gave it to him, but...
Who do you think it would have been better on?
I mean, I think the Dumags is better here, but I guess they feel like Pure's going to get it no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, he's printing money with an Octarine Midas, so...
I think there is some value in the TA Axe. Either way, they will force the fight. They did not find
Trying to get on top of the sniper, four snap away. Kiyotaka gets the distance away from Pure, and the Lincolns managed to block one of the Dooms. So Pure, his initiation not working, and Nightfall in too deep. He's going to be able to blink away.
Difficult to gap close Kiyotaka right now.
Yeah.
If you don't find the Doom, like, he's gone. And the problem is, Pure has nothing to break that Lincolns. That's why he needs this Axe. You just can't jump him and remove the Hurricane Pike, remove that concussive grenade, the Blink Dagger as well. 3 versions to recreate the gap here from Kiyotaka, and use them all, and you just get nothing out of it. The high ground continues to be impenetrable. Though, are 9 Pandas getting anywhere, I guess, is another question. They got to Ramsey Scotty.
They did. Opted for that over the BKB.
I mean, he looks very scary. You know, if I look at this inventory, I'm like, oh my god, it's terrible.
Yeah, he just doesn't have an MKB to deal with the Butterfly on Morphling.
That, I mean, he kind of wants MKB in Abyssal here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to transition because what items does he give up, right?
Probably Battle Fury at some point. Battle Fury's not that good in the Ultra Late. Diffusal probably goes as well.
Pure smoke gonna break.
They're gonna roll him.
Yeah, they are. They see he's all alone. They had that high ground ward, so they're fairly confident that even if he wasn't alone, they would at least have the vision of the incoming heroes. And that is a dieback. 2 minutes.
Yeah, he has no buy, gold, or cooldown. He was buying out his Ags and did not get there. Already bought the recipe he needed as well. He needs the slot. This is a large window for 9 Pandas to maybe try and force it if they feel like he doesn't have that buy. That's a hard thing to know when it's a Doombringer, but you have buys on all of your heroes. So you may as well try and take the action outside of Kiyotaka, who still has to play a little careful as he bought out for Scotty, and he got pinged on mid.
Oh no.
You're in the wrong part of the map.
Yep, they're gonna give up their tier 3 and maybe a barracks in order to get this Kiyotaka sniper again. 1,300 damage crit.
That's well worth it. He does not buy, he's out for 90. Ramsey.
They're immediately gonna jump the heroes as they TP in. A bold move doesn't quite pay off though. BKB from Toronto Tokyo turns around, charge, gets Prime Reward, but easily gets rid of that with the status resistance. GPK trying to hold strong, but these illusions are annoying him.
Ramsey's becoming a problem. Not so straightforward to deal with him when you don't have the Doom.
Nightfall turns into the sniper, got some vision with the shrapnel. That's where the charge comes through. Gonna be able to catch Antari's next. The Toronto Tokyo does get bursted by the Mana Boy, but Ramsey taking so much damage. The physical damage is overwhelming from these two of Nightfall and GPK. They have stunned for Stamiro. Save almost catches Antari's too, which would have been the final blow. 9 Pandas almost get team wiped.
He died in 2 seconds. Like, I mean, that literally, Ramsey's died in 2 seconds here to 3,700 physical damage.
They all tipped Pure. I wonder if he's like, yeah, I got it, guys. I baited them to push
you're You're welcome for that team fight. It wouldn't happen without me.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about their high ground defense if they go high ground against you.
I mean, this is the problem with the itemization for Ramsey. In the actual man fight where he's sitting there trying to fight the Morphling and the TA, it's not close, right? Sure. He does not have the evasion advantage, he does not have the pierce advantage, and he gets broken, and then you're just getting critted down by Daedalus and Silver Edge here. That is a rough way to go. It'll force the anti-mage buyback pretty early here as he joins Kiyotaka for the base defense. How much do Betboom want to push this? That Ags is done up here, by the way. That is AoE Doom that also breaks. Very spooky. Double kill. That's right, save needs 2. Okay. One so he can see the enemy wards, and the other so he can see whether or not the fight is good. The GPK has bought a shadow
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
Dire's courier has been
I had to think about that one for a while.
There goes that courier, which was, what, for the butterfly?
It was indeed, yeah. That's going to be a hard butterfly to get. He's going to have to go and sell something somewhere.
Well, he's got a little bit of time. Not much, though. Roshan is going to spawn in 5 seconds. And Toronto Tokyo is closing in on 25.
He's had a very nice game here. Very fat, very high level. Very hard for 9Pandas to deal with him in the fight. They basically have to commit a roar on him. That's what it feels like here. And this is not the guy you want to be roaring. There is a Hex up on Miro. And he does have the roar cooldown talent. So if you can get a roar into a Hex into another roar, that's probably like the win condition in the fights for 9Pandas with both their cores hitting whoever Miro's controlling here. That has to all line up. And then you feel good.
Start breaking some minds with the boars. Clear out this area. Want to be on an even playing field for this Roshan.
That's another issue. You don't have gem or sentries on 9Panda's side right now, and those traps really messed up their team fights earlier, providing the vision for the charges. In fact, the entire game, that combo has just been devastating for Ramses as a whole.
Yeah.
And now it's this team that is paying the price as the Lincolns get up, and we'll have a quick pause for some headset trouble. Uh-oh.
Time to strategize. How do you want to take this Roshan fight?
Well.
Yes? Well?
No, you want to take it well.
Oh my god. You want to take
You actually got baited by that.
I thought you were saying well.
I thought you were in on the joke.
Elaborate. No.
Wow, that worked out way better than I thought. I got so much more value out of that stupid joke than I thought I would.
You're stupid. All right. Can you actually tell me how you want to take this team
Hey,
fight?
man, don't hate the player, hate the game. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make the rules. I didn't put myself here. Okay?
You
You're
did
the one,
put yourself
You're
here.
the one who begged me to cast with you.
That is not true.
That is very true for the audience at home. He was on his knees. Say, please, do not make me work with Kyle any longer. I'm going to end up in the asylum.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, I don't believe that one.
All right, one side is going to take the Tormentor. The other side is maybe going to take Roche.
That one's already gone.
Yeah, so 9Pandas, I kind of agree with this just because their high ground is so good. And I think going outside of their high ground is pretty rough.
That fight is very difficult to enter the inside when you have 5 acts, and your sniper is going to get exposed at some point in time, and then the game just is over. So I don't think there was another option here. That'll be Ags to GPK on the Templar Assassin, so now he can just jump around the map. He is an absolute beast at this point.
Yo, when are we going to see a Wheel of Cheese in these late games?
Never. Nobody cares about the Wheel of Cheese.
Okay, what if
But
Couriers...
they do care about Techie's level 25. Big right clicks coming in.
Is he building for it?
He is going MKB on save.
Nice.
So those are going to be some big 500 damage Techie's right clicks that pierce evasion. That's what I'm talking about. You know
That's
what
pretty
I'm saying?
sick.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bomb Man becomes the artillery man.
Is this talent actually better than their own? I like the booster.
I think it is always better to do the mine talent unless you actually have so much gold that you can start changing your build into a right click build.
Even then, I feel like I feel like it is very rare that you deal more damage through right clicks with Techies in a late game team fight than you would do by just instant proccing.
Yeah, because it means you're literally just not using blast. Yes. If you're right clicking, it means you're giving up a stun, which is really weird. Because if you use blast off, then you're using mines, and if you're using mines, you want to be using the other mines, the other talent.
I don't know. If I feel myself playing Techies in late game scenarios, I feel like I'm just taking the mine talent and playing over my utility and going in and stunning and reducing the magic resistance and all of this and tasering people, right? Like,
I agree.
I mean,
I still leave open the possibility of, like, if you're going to get a 6-slotted techies with right-click item stuff, like, okay, then that talent is worth it. But then I think that probably means you're probably not getting all of that until you're level 30. So what was the point?
Game got really weird too.
Smoke up across the other side of the map while Nightfall baits bottom. What are they doing here? Are they searching for a hero that's farming?
They're looking for the AMs winning the map.
Okay.
Ramses doesn't have buy, so he's just playing ultra conservative, and he's basically 6-slotted at this point. He did finish up that butterfly, sold the Battle Fury for it. His last item here will be that Disperser.
Betboom really don't want to go high ground without an advantage.
Numbers advantage. It is the sniper effect. He's almost level 25 as well. So he gets another extra attack range here. Plus wants 9 shrapnels, which
is pretty high.
Cover the whole battle. I don't think we turn down casting, but it's possible. 9 shrapnels is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Yotaka's a pretty cool dude.
Oh, maybe they'll find Ramses.
I mean, this is like a game ender if they find him.
He skirts away just in time.
Finally.
MKB.
Yep, Betboom have hit their late game time with it. Monkey King Bar on the techies here.
This was the plan all along.
Finally save, found some farm on the map to get there. Honestly, 190 CS for the techies pretty low. I would have expected him to have been in the 500 or 600 range here. But he has just been put very close to 4 CS from save. But whoa! Tokyo, he finds something else.
Yeah, he just wants to go straight for Kiyotaka when he spots him. Not good enough, though. They do manage to get the AoE Doom out. Onto a couple heroes. Doesn't stick on to Ramsey. Sticks onto the Enchantress. Blows up Hero next. They get 2. 2 heroes without buyback.
And the sniper carry this fight. Where's the damage?
I mean, they have all these links.
Is this all you have?
Yeah, it is. Because of the fact that they have to go Blink Dagger, they have to go Lincolns, you need a Hurricane Pike. Your sniper really doesn't do that much damage.
Incredibly underwhelming. They're going to go in again as Nightfall finally overextended. Apparently
yeah,
not.
He has an Aegis refresher. Shivas go for the Doom. Laying into Kiyotaka, staying in front of him, hits him with a Minotaur stun. They only have the stun from the blast off on Solo. The sniper kill is still possible though. They dive him right next to the fountain, they get him. But a buyback, now he's on the fountain, a Mana Void to be able to stop here from TPing away. They're gonna chase after him now with Nightfall. Running low on time, running low on mana and health, will lose his first life.
He has no BKB when he comes up. This is a guaranteed kill with the silence. Never mind, he has Manta and the charge.
Silence, Manta, charge back in. Hits the sniper, GPK pounces forward, goes for Antares, not quite enough damage. Toronto Tokyo swings, not good enough.
Oh, that connection.
The heal comes through. What a beautiful blast though with a waveform over the top. Finishes off one of those heroes, but they still have the high ground defense.
You are very deep. This is sniper territory.
The fountain is not yours to claim. Not yet, Betboom.
You're coming back. Did not get the blink off Ramses.
Ramses tried to kill the creep in time. Didn't make it. Throws the Mana Void out before he dies. That's a dieback for him.
He has buyback in 20 seconds. Is the base going to last that long? I mean, what a sacrifice, though. He died to try and stop Pure getting back on top of his sniper, either through the creep kill or the blink. He will have that buyback in 12, so 9 Pandas are going to get one more fight here.
They are, but it's going to be Megas.
A very tough position, and especially with your base getting ripped apart here. You don't have lift.
Here comes that charge. Custom grenade. They're going to go for the Enchantress instead, while the Doom is stunned.
Back.
Ramses goes for the BKB already used, and now he's going to be doomed up.
It's over. There's too many Dooms. I don't even know how many Dooms came out.
I think that was 3 Dooms.
There were so many Dooms, he was killing the couriers. They were outside the fountain. He was just melting into the AoE. He got like 3 courier kills in that fight.
I didn't know Doom killed couriers.
And that pushed the lead up to 75,000 at the end of that game.
Yeah. It's impressive.
Well, I mean, that is why Betboom loved this Doom break. Because if these games go late, they feel like Pierre is always going to be able to carry the late game team fights. And he did some work here. 10-5 and 21, 17-3 for Nightfall. But still, I feel like Toronto Tokyo controlled a lot of that game along with Save, especially in the early game. The support duo here for Betboom did work on the lanes, work into that early mid game, shutting down Ramses on the split push with the charges on the traps. That is what really set themselves up. And I go back to that 9 Pandas early game. You have to play through this mid-rotation and off the Sniper TA matchup and ganking and taking a tower. The fact you lose your tier 1 in this game to a TA instead of the Sniper and Sky taking the TA's tower that just feels like a death sentence. Like you are on the back for the entirety of the rest of this game, and good luck.
All right, well, it's been us casters covering the games for a little while, but we haven't heard from a special group of people. We haven't heard from the panel in a while. Let's see what they've been up to.
What's up? Did you miss us? We're back.
We're back.
And in a slightly more colorful location and a slightly less damp location. Being in a tropical environment, it seems that being outside is not always an ideal situation. It's been quite rainy in Bali over these past few days, but it's okay. We're here now in a very dry environment so that I can put all of my energy into focusing on analyzing the Dota. It's Betboom versus 9Pandas, post game 1. I've got Aurora, I've got Resolution, I've got Winter here, which we watched a good 80% of that game. Friends, game 1, what'd you think?
How many right clicks do you want to have? Yes.
That's what it seemed like. What was up with that draft?
Even the supports are right clickers, like Techies, SB, Enchantress. Well, not Skyraf, obviously, but consider a right click because you can keep spamming your Q. But I just think I'm very impressed with how Betboom played. You look at their draft, it's not the usual. I have at least one teamfight hero, one proper right clicker, and then like the rest are like, you know, the clowns that you need to make a puzzle complete. But they have like, what, Morphling, TA, Doom, that looks like very illegal to me to have as your tri-core. But they make it so like indestructible. Like I just think it's very impressive for them to pull out this feat where they are not the ones getting stomped because their heroes kind of need items to execute. And Toronto Tokyo basically having the only hero that could dive in this game really threw 9Pandas off. And I think he also did super well considering that it's not easy to charge in a lineup where your lineup cannot really follow up. But he just did it anyway. He's just trying to create chaos for his cores to farm up. Like, even if they don't kill people, I would say it's enough for his team because that's all they need to proceed the game.
I don't know if is that a reliable strategy though, Rezo? If you saw this draft again, would you have preferred it over 9Pandas if we were in fact doing the draft?
I mean, I think overall, like, you gotta understand the way that these teams are feeling inside, like, of their rooms right now, because for them, like, there's a lot on the line. Because for CIS teams, it's always, like, about who is the #1 in the region. And their games, like, I think I've been from the inside in the, you know, on the Bali Major inside of Betboom's environment, and you know, they're so stressed out about these games.
Yeah.
They're making a lot of mistakes and a lot of pressure on them. They're putting themselves, and you can clearly see that in this game, because like there's like these fights are like so chaotic, and they're like trying to win so hard that they're like overextending a lot in these fights, and this is why 9Pandas has actually like long, like, you know, they stayed for this long in this game. And I mean, especially like on top of the sniper and, you know, anti-mage with getting to the high ground defense.
The excess pressure was definitely felt, and the lack of the pressure in Berlin, because I interviewed Ramses and they had Roger standing in during the Berlin Major, and he was like, yeah, I feel like if Solo was here, we'd actually be doing worse because we'd be more nervous because there's more expectations. And so we see that these teams under high pressure situations, the Dota almost looks different because they're not playing as free as they could be. And this was like a nerve-wracking game for both teams.
Yes, as free and as natural. And I mean, Betboom lineup only worked because like I think they won 3 lanes this game, right? And this is because, like, you know, because of that, they can pull off this greedy lineup with 3 greedy cores that can't really make any moves. And there's a lot of on the Toronto Tokyo shoulders with the Spirit Breaker to make all these moves. And he did like amazing job here in this game, like catching up this anti-mage a lot. I think Ramses has like, you know, 12 or 13 deaths this game. Is like, you know, it's a lot if you're anti-mage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were telling me, oh, you guys are always just talking about the laning phase, you know. Like, what is the real analysis? But it's true, you know, like, especially for Betboom. Like, a lot of the drafts, like, I don't really like a lot, but they can only get away with it because of the early game. They played a really good laning phase, get a lead. The greedy draft can just pull through.
Yeah, Ramses has 13-13 score, which is amazing. Yeah, I love how in certain circumstances he was just like minning up, and like even though he was, you know, he knew he was gonna die, he still went in and like created space for the team to come by and like finish up the fight for him.
So in a late game situation, when your 2 cores are sniper and anti-mage, is it always guaranteed that the anti-mage needs to be the one going goblin mode and diving in first? Or is it this specific game that was like, Sniper is going to be able to win the team fights, I just need to go in first?
I mean, I feel like the Sniper would have been fine if there's no SB in the game, because no one can really reach him, right? And as a Doom, you don't really want to Doom the Sniper, you want to Doom everyone else. But I think SB alone is enough to make Sniper feel very hard to position in the game, no matter what stage of the, as in no matter what phase of the game. Because he just needs to charge you, and you feel like if you don't get out of the combat mode, his team is going to collapse on you and you just die instantly, and now your team is having to 4v5. It doesn't matter if the SB dies after you, because you're a core and the SB is a support, and they have double Doom. The Doom won his lane, and like, you know you're going to shit because all of your heroes are really afraid of Doom, and you don't have the necessary spells to kill him off fast enough. You're like Sniper and Teammate, two of these heroes where Doom really don't care. Like, you literally can't do damage on him, and then your only best bet is Skywrath, who is also struggling in the laning phase because he has to harass this Morphling, but he's against an SB and he can't really harass Morphling to the point where this Morphling feels very bad about the game. Because this SB is always there, you know, he's always there to charge you if you go too far up, and your Beastmaster can't really defend you from that. So I just feel like this SB is a really, really big problem for the Sniper.
Well, if they are going to opt for a Sniper again, I would be surprised in general, because that hero's not popular. But who knows? Whenever we get to these intra-regional matchups, drafts get kind of weird. So I won't take any more of your time as we prepare for draft number 2, game number 2, after the break.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Semua bisa jadi nyata dengan upgrade wifi rumahmu pakai BeastNet Home.
Nah, ini baru internet rumah buat orang-orang terdepan. Mimpi kecil bisa jadi besar. Dan kamu juga bisa mendunia. Jadi, siap wujudkan semua jadi nyata?
Panas. Di oven nih. Hai. Ya kelar. Wih. Nah ini Sukroven si paling seru. Mau gini seru. Mau gitu seru woy. Mau lagi, terus aja lagi. Sukroven.
The world is your stage. Take the first step to change. Lead with vision and innovation. Perfect your strategy and make your goals reality.
Así que vaya.
Get in the game. Make it count.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 of Betboom team versus 9 Pandas, where I'm eagerly anticipating more weird picks, like Sniper. Sniper is not a viable hero. Why did they pick Sniper, Rosso?
I mean, I think it's just to counterpick the TA. I think they thought they was good, and I think if they played towards the Sniper and I mean, the commentators did a good job of explaining that, you know, how I went wrong. And I think if they went for the, you know, mid collapse on the TA, they could have had such a, you know, better time in this game overall. And I mean, I was expecting something like Tinker from Kiyotaka because it was not banned, and it could have been a good one. But I think because like they lost to Gaming Gladiators within like 15 minutes or something, it's kind of like shattered their confidence a little bit in that hero. And you know, I don't know what's gonna happen now, but the drafts were definitely weird and not, you know, usual.
Especially as we see this game too, a first phase Legion commander. We're quite a ways through this draft, so I'll catch you up. Timbersaw, Doom, Techies, Skywrath banned out by Betboom. 9 Pandas take out the Morphling, the Dusa, the Tidehunter, the Monkey King, the Axe, and they first picked Pugna, responded by Coddle, Storm, and an 8th pick Legion commander.
I mean, I love this approach from the Betboom because they decided to take Storm anyway, since along like with the Coddle is another good partner for him for the mana, you know, replenish. But I'm not really a big fan of a Legion blind like this because the hero is not as robust as, you know, the others, and it can get countered on the lane. And it doesn't really, you know, counter any of these here because he's not as good against the Coddle because of the miss chance, and its Storm is hard to catch him. And it doesn't have really a great synergy with Pugna because you can't really use the creep on the target that he's dueling, so I'm not sure where it's gonna lead.
Yeah, they don't even flex it, because if it was Evil Geniuses, then I'm like, oh, maybe Chris Luck might take it mid, but Miro, it is his most played hero throughout these group stage, but it's such a weird pick to do it first phase.
Yeah, nothing.
It tells me, like, if you want to pick your off lane, maybe they consider LC like a hero that you pick in blind and you don't really care about the matchup, like a Doom. I'm not entirely sure, but LZ usually when you pick her, you need to really win your lane. Like the hero just doesn't function well from behind. And if you pick in early, you're gonna run into a lot of counters like Lich.
Like Lich, yeah, for example. This is a great hero against the Legion Commander because of the shield, it's very strong lane, harassment. I mean, yeah, they banned Morphling and Duza from the 9 panel. That's why it makes sense to pick Legion a little bit more, because those are two like the great counter picks for the Legion because of the their range. Then they can right click him a lot.
I mean, all for the LC, but I would accept it if he has a good partner in the first phase. But what is this partner for? Like generally when you play LC, you want burst like Skyra.
I mean, do you think they're building the draft like to buff some hero? Because there's partner in LC, right? So there has to be something that they are buffing for the front line, like some kind of lone druid kind of hero for you to abuse those two heroes that's gonna save you in the team fights.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm thinking about Puck for the Kiyotaka, just because it already has a great game against these three heroes, but I'm not sure if you can pick him right here. I think you can, because it's already a decent match against the Storm, and it's very good against supports. There's no catch. And if they get a catch from the last two heroes, it's not gonna be as scary anyways.
Yeah, if you go like Puck, then maybe you can go Lycan with this kind of draft. I think Lycan is good against especially the Kotl, like Lich with your creeps. And you can kind of abuse the fact that you have a LC and partner in the game. Like, I feel like they need that kind of carry. Like, otherwise it doesn't make sense that you open a draft 5 and 8 with LC and partner, and there's no picks later that actually go well with these two heroes.
Ramses did pick Alchemist twice.
Elk is actually fine too. Yeah, Elk goes well with this kind of supports. You just need somebody that can absorb a lot of damage, stand in the front line, and keep hitting the towers.
And as for your point, Aurora, they have been giving solo the Pugna a lot, so we may not know Legion's lane partner quite yet.
But I just feel bad because if... Oh, what is this?
It's Enigma position 4. They already played. Oh my god.
No.
Now what is it, Rezo?
Now what is it? I mean, it might be Pugna against Storm and Enigma 4 and Spirit Breaker 5.
And
or it might
Legion
be
Commander.
It might be mid Spirit Breaker as well for the Kiyotaka, but I don't know if they're gonna go for it. Like, I don't see the Kiyotaka hero from these 4 already, which makes me wonder what the hell is it gonna be,
Yeah, but I don't see a carry. I don't see a Ramses hero either.
I mean, Ramses is gonna be last pick. It's gonna be something like Alchemist that you mentioned already. Could be good, but it's gonna be good.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like the way they picked the draft, because LCs, it leads me to think that because they picked Pugna, then they saw Storm Kotl. So maybe the LC is going to the Storm thing. They might have some idea for LC against Storm. And right now they have their off lane.
Yeah, but is it good in lane against Storm?
I don't know.
Storm's gonna just
him but I don't know what they're gonna do with this lineup though.
I don't think the Storm can pressure the LC that much, but I feel like it's stalemate for both of the heroes, and it definitely benefits the Storm more because as a Storm you just want to get to your 6, right? And there's no way LC can compare to Storm's rotation once Storm's is 6.
Yeah. I mean, the other hero I'm worried about, if I was 9 Pandas, is giving the Nightfall PL, because this is his, like, #1 hero, I think, of all time. So the guy lost his PL, and yeah, sure, they have, like, LC, but he doesn't really think that LC is a big counter to him anyways. They ban Naga, but still PL in the pool. And these 4 heroes, like, only LC can do a little bit stuff to illusions, but not so much. They already banned Alk, so we might see the PL pick on the last from Betboom. And Ramses needs to be thinking about that too right now, so he needs to pick a hero that's already good against the illusions. And I'm still not sure what his lane partner is going to be. Is it Spirit Breaker? Is it Pugna?
I think it was probably Pugna. I don't know, it makes more sense to me if the LC,
5.
yeah, Pugna is 5 and LC is mid. Like, just looking at the draft.
I mean, their damage can be insane in the lane, not gonna lie. The overwhelming odds are...
I think PL is great against Juggernaut too. The ward is always dead in the fights.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a fan of Juggernaut in this patch.
Can you get Radiance against PL as Juggernaut?
Yeah.
Is it still a good idea now?
But
You have the time.
people usually play for level 20 talent on Juggernaut nowadays, and usually with that talent you want a physical build so you can heal out from your crits a lot.
I feel like he don't get to abuse his Omni Slash so much though, because this Storm is not gonna take the hits the two supports are gonna stay behind. Or if you can slash a Lich, whatever, he doesn't care as long as he throws all his spells. And then Underlord, you kind of don't want to be slashing the Underlord, so I'm not very sure about this pick.
Yeah, but then again, you have an Enigma in your draft. I feel like the Enigma can eventually win the game for you. So the Jug has to kind of play for the early mid game, hold the game together, make some rotations. How about your team? Get your team to the stage where the Enigma can actually just win the game on his own.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good game for Enigma. Core. There's only Storm Spirit that is a problem, and he's gonna jump on you in fights. Other than that, it's a free BKB Black Hole for him yet. If they don't find a counter pick to that.
Now I can see it. All the buffs are for Enigma. If this Storm dives Enigma and they're all there to pass all their spells on Enigma, then they turn the fight.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how it's gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm no expert.
Not sure about that one.
So what carry can actually stop the Enigma here?
Faces
Void.
Yeah.
And starting to stop the Black Hole.
What is going on? I think there's
Broodmother.
Shiro,
Good
because
carry.
LGD did run carry Broodmother quite a bit. I guess now it's Nightfall's turn. And Kiyotaka is indeed running the mid Legion commander.
Kiyotaka. Yeah, I mean, Broodmother historically has been really good against Enigma. It's just you can get on top of her very easily. You have high MS. Enigma doesn't really deal with the spiders at all. I mean, I like that pick for the, laning. It's gonna be a really good lane for Broodmother, but I'm not sure about the game, how it's gonna look like for them. They don't have like a clear win condition in this lineup.
I feel like the SB is looking so good here because he can charge anyone and make them feel fear. I mean, obviously, again, there's the same problem like last game where Betboom has this SB, but then all their heroes are like very slow. They can't really connect without items, But now it's 9 Panda's turn. I don't know how they're gonna connect to the SB's charge, but definitely when I see 1-to-1 Caudle, Leech, and Brood, I don't like to see SB on the other team,
Yeah, but I'm a simple man, I just look at the lanes, and I feel like I would rather be Betboom's lineup, like just playing the lanes. I mean, like the mid, the mid and the carry.
This guy
yeah.
lanes.
Dota is simple if you win your lanes. Everything is natural after that.
It's true.
It's true.
The only lane that would be probably a bit iffy is like the Caudle and Underlord against the Jug Pugna. But even then, I still feel like I should get more farm on the Underlord because Pugna and Juggler doesn't seem like there's a lot of kill threat on me in the lane. I can always TP out, and I'm gonna push out the wave with Caudle, and I feel like as an Underlord, I'm gonna be able to CS better, and eventually I'll be fine. Sure, I can't kill the Juggernaut in the lane, but as long as I can farm as Underlord, I'm happy.
I can't wait to see what's going to win, either the carry Broodmother or the mid lane Legion Commander. Let's find out in game number 2 with Cap and SVG.
I'm really not sure what's going on with this draft. Hopefully Avery has a better idea. First phase Legion Commander? Where did this come from?
I have no idea. I mean, it is like a mid-spirit counter. I feel more confident when it's up against the Ember than the Storm.
Sure, that would make tons of sense
Guess
if I saw Ember.
Same principle applies. I mean,
does it?
Yeah, it's like the same hero lore-wise.
So, I think they're a little bit different.
Very true.
One's fire and one's
They are
lightning.
very different. But, I mean, it's got
One is a
much of
ranged
the same.
hero.
I don't know why they wanted Legion. They also end up in a Legion where it's versus Caudle and Lich, who are two supports who can both disrupt the duel at different points in the game. Caudle in the early stages of the game with the Blinding Light that pretty much debilitates you. He also has heals to pour into that duel. Then you have a Lich Frost Armor on top of it, which makes it hard in the late game until you have the Nullifier commitment. Then you have an Underlord Atrophior, which is going to reduce your damage even more. It's a hard Legion game. But what did they get out of the first phase Legion?
No, let me add more to that. And they have 0 burst damage to actually go off of the duel.
Yes.
Because they first phased it, so they didn't get Skywrath Mage.
Pugna can be okay. We saw this combo a couple times, but it's a 5 Pugna out of 4, so that hurts it a bit too. Yeah, there's not much.
The Enigma has very slow damage in that
But
regard.
what did they get out of the first phase?
Okay, what did they get out of it?
They got an Enigma and a Juggernaut.
Okay. Is that good?
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you like those heroes, it's pretty good. They're going to scale real nicely in this game. The question is, will they get there? I don't know. This Brood might just run them over. do 9 Pandas have a lot to stop the 25-minute Brood high ground that we saw in a lot of these carry Brood games just get out of control? In fact, we've seen 9 Pandas do this with Ramsey, right? So they're familiar with the idea. Betboom turning it against them. It's going to be a strong timing push with the Underlord bringing the auras, Coddle bringing some extra sustain, and then Lich armor on top of a Brood who's out trading your Jug and your Legion at that point in the time. Like, if you get there for Betboom, I think you just win. So it's on 9 Pandas to kind of get over that hurdle, push it towards the later stages where the free black holes come into play, and then you're going to be really happy.
You're going to stand his ground, fight the spin, and will die. Ramses picks up the first blood and doesn't even die for it because Save is focusing on Solo. Might be able to get this kill. Cuts down the tree. Solo going to try and go for the neutral creeps, but Save draws the aggro onto himself and uses the blinding light to secure the last hit.
Well, he tried. You know, that's what counts.
He did.
Either way, still happy with that first blood exchange, especially for Ramses. I feel like we've seen him win a lot of these Juggernaut lanes really hard with Solo. It just seems to be a hero they're very comfortable pairing with. I guess it goes back to those VP days, you know?
Yeah, it does.
The Juggernaut Lifestealer duel lanes that he played with Solo for 10 years of his life is finally paying off. It's here.
Ever since he was 6 years old.
He grew up on this. He was born into the Juggernaut dueling with Solo.
Mid lane's not going so hot. Bottom, Toronto Tokyo is going to die here. Now, Miro might die for it too. The blood grenade was used last second there to try and help Nightfall secure the kill, but a TP out gets Miro to safety.
Smart TP.
Yeah, very smart.
Keep him on lane, he'll regen back up. This Brood's not going to be able to threaten him while he's low, and didn't even lose a single CS. So they fight this way through the early phase of this Lich lane. Get to level 2 and 3 Eidolons, I think you're decently happy in these exchanges if you don't feed a kill in between. But I think the Brood will eventually run the Enigma over with like the level 6. That's the kind of the clock you're fighting up against here. I don't see Enigma combating this fight. Maka manning up, looking for some moments of courage. Perhaps too brave, but he'll walk it off. I don't know if this Legion pick is winning the Storm Spirit matchup.
No, it's definitely not. Another spin. Pure is not going to fight it this time, and he will survive as it's.
I mean, the nice thing about Legion in this game is there's only one real stun on Betboom. It is the Vortex from GPK.
Yeah.
If you jump in with the Storm, you can't really go with Orchid, I think. This is too rough of an Orchid game. You pull somebody and that hero gets, you know, press the attack. Then what happens? Like, you have no stuns. You're out of stuns. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, there's other disables, but you're right, no stun.
And Charge coming through, trying to punish GPK on mid.
They're gonna bump him.
They should get this.
Yeah, it's looking real good, especially with the creep wave coming in, amping up the damage of overwhelming odds.
So that's where this Legion versus Spirits matchup is also very nice. You can throw the ganks into it because both heroes usually trade and get very low. It's the same with the Ember Legion. The Ember is almost always going to be super low in this matchup because you just spam the right clicks and the overwhelming odds. These melee Spirits have to get in close range, even Storm. So that is a very nice punish from 9 Pandas here, and will push a level advantage up to Kiyotaka. So now they have that level 6 duel that's going to come online before GPK hits his. You're going to look for one more kill with that, and then you've built yourself a decent advantage. Maybe you can start running around and getting some more dual kills and slow down the eventual push that's going to come out from Betboom. Because again, lack of stuns and catch isn't great for the Storm Coddle lineup, but their push is pretty good at that 20 to 30 minute mark. That's what you're trying to slow down. And you did get the level 2 Eidolons here with Lotus on Miro. Honestly, lane's going pretty decent here for 9 Pandas.
So yeah, not too bad. Especially with that roam to mid. That was the one lane that was maybe suffering a bit.
And Ramsey's he's just doing super well up here. This is not the easiest of lanes for him with the Coddle spam, and then you're fighting into Atrophy Aura, but First Blood definitely helped, and even CS-wise, he's one ahead of Pure. That is damn impressive. Battling up against plus 20 damage defense.
These charges, they're doing a lot of damage to Nightfall. He just cannot turn around to use the lifesteal. He's just dead.
That is the new Malefice right there.
Yeah, it is.
210 damage, level 2. Frost Shield for what?
Yeah, both those abilities got buffed up quite a bit, right? Or not the Eidolons, but the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice.
They're slowly turning Enigma into a right-clicking spellcaster, which Amar should be very happy about.
That is true.
Soon every hero that used to be micro will just be a carry, and Amar will win TI, I guess.
Yeah, he's already expanded into Broodmother, so...
Yeah, that's why, because the hero just click now. He don't need Spider micro, he just need
click
mouse button.
6-minute power runes are coming up, but GPK is not level 6, so he's definitely not getting it.
Oh, he got it. He won't get the rune, but he got the level 6. So at least he doesn't die again to this dual timing, and now they're going to try and rotate Kiyotaka bottom. So look for it on Nightfall. I mean, you will take a dual kill on a Lich, but I don't know if it feels great. Well, they find the rune in open territory.
Oh, this is perfect.
They didn't get the duel.
Did that not work?
What?
They buffed the dual cast range too, so I was certain it was going to land.
I mean, you can also cast overwhelming odds during you, so it's not like you need to cast it first. I don't know about that one,
Can you
but
still do that? I thought there was a bug at some point in time where you couldn't actually do it.
Well, you probably wish you had bait for that. I guess it scared Nightfall a little bit, though. You know, there's some value in the fear being generated down here. It'll create space for Miro. Pretty hard.
Fear factor, would you say?
Exactly. Without a knock on that show. Political issue. Imagine people had that type of transition that Joe Rogan's had. Am I allowed to say that name? I don't know. Whatever. Screw it. Imagine people had that type of transition from Jordan. Yeah. You know? Like, where are you going to be in 10 years? You could be in prison, for all we know.
That's the transition you decide to make?
It just seemed, I mean,
a life-changing
I don't know.
Transition?
I just went to what is the most likely. That's the first thing that popped
I
in my
thought
head.
it was like an improvement, you know? Why did you go a downgrade? Actually, Dota is kind of a prison of sorts.
Maybe you escape from prison. Is that better? Looking for the duel. Now he has the phase boots.
Yeah, he's going to follow Antares. Oh, push down to low ground. That's a little rough. Ramses will collect the kill on save, I think. His Omni Slash cannot be stopped.
And the only thing he's doing is a courier. Kiyotaka still looking for his first damage here.
Maybe Antares will save Toronto Tokyo.
They can. He has no TP here. So he's a walking bag of meat. He's going to try and die to the tower before he gets the duel damage, so.
Get to the tower quick.
Take me. Take me.
He doesn't get it with the double black hole.
That's sick.
That's a great kill on the Broodmother.
Still alive.
Die for it, but Miro. Yeah, he'll finally get it. I mean, it's an Arcane Rune Stormshare. If it was an Arcane Rune Stormshare, I think he lived.
I think he gets them both. That is a very good rune for GPK to have here, or Miro would have just cleaned them all up, especially with the charge coming through. He would have had to commit all the mana. I guess you have level 3 Chakra already out for save. That's going to boost up the Storm's impact. But man, you got to feel for Kiyotaka here. He's just not getting these early duels online despite having rotated twice for them. That just feels a little bad.
Yeah.
But I don't think 9 Pandas are feeling bad in this game, as this early game has definitely gone their way, and they shut down the Brood pretty damn hard. 2 deaths for Nightfall. He's still looking for an ult.
Yeah, a carry Broodmother that loses lane. That is, it just feels bad to say. Alright, he's going to be caught outside of the tower range here. Tries to charge back, pushes back Nightfall, but he'll still lose his life now. TP coming in from Solo. Is he going to do anything?
You got to start thinking about this Chakra magic on GPK. It is very impactful. Maybe Vortexes are one stun, but it's batteried up. So they can just keep on trucking.
Yeah, was it a first pick Pugna and then a counter pick Coddle Storm?
Yeah.
So they said, you're not going to get the Pugna Storm combo. In fact, we're going to get our own gas station for Storm Spirit.
I mean, this combo can be good in its own way, for sure. Like, if you get the ball going, Coddle can be super impactful. Not just with the resources, but the extra heals and getting faster items up, because this hero generally farms more.
Yeah.
That's where I would see the impact from the Coddle versus the Pugna, but Pugna's probably stronger spells-wise for sure. It'll be a shield the rune top. Will GPK jump for it? He will. Ooh, big rune. He was looking for that duel, but I don't know if this is a duel you want to take, son.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the Pugna life drain back him up, but they're certainly not getting through that shield rune easily.
Ain't gonna go on
around the hook for the Coddle, really. Kiyotaka, maybe with the bashes? No, once again, the blinding light pushes him away.
Can't do anything, man.
Cannot get a duel.
Somebody help this guy.
Betboom is doing everything they can to keep away from him.
I mean, it matters a lot.
Assigned to towers, all these kinds of
That's like the 4th kill he's been around that he didn't get the duel. He could have like plus 40 damage right now.
Yeah.
The mid duel, the mid Legion also really wants the early duels a lot more than the side lane ones. If you're playing to scale, Pure on the TP.
No bash, no bash, no bash, no bash, no bash. Ooh.
Wow. This guy's good.
Yeah, he played that RNG like a fiddle.
This guy's good. God damn, I wish I was this good.
You never got
He's
that
back
in your whole life.
And then he's out again. Oh my god, dude!
That would have been so funny if he actually got out with that GG.
It's almost funnier in a way than he didn't though. Like, what are you gonna do about it? I'm gonna Omni Slash you. Oh yeah? Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Omni Slash me?
Well, I guess
Man,
not.
got Omni Slash.
I mean, he's not that good, I guess. He's good enough for 1, but not 2.
Radiant's top tower.
All right, APK playing with Solo a little bit. Gives him the high 5, and there's Chain Frost. But the
Yeah,
Idle
that's
on.
gonna catch him. The Spear Breaker is
Okay,
coming back
I
in, but
mean-
the Chain Frost didn't go to the Eidolon.
Okay.
It went to the Pugna.
And the duel! Finally! My
He finally
chance to
gets through, but
shine!
Is he gonna win it? He's not. He's gonna die, in fact. Oh, no.
It's a disaster for 9 Pandas in the river. And that's time for Nightfall to just slurp up the farm, slurp up a tower. The Brood is starting to escalate. You cannot be feeding these skirmishers away when you are the one with a Midas Enigma. I mean, can we talk about that Chain Frost for a second? Like,
Yeah.
I know Solo, he's been through a lot of rough teams, you know. He's been through the grinder. He's a veteran. He's been through a lot of different stuff in his career.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But come on. Certainly he hasn't accrued that much bad karma. Did he deserve that bounce? Did he deserve that Chain Frost bounce?
Kinda.
Does anybody deserve that Chain Frost bounce?
Yeah, there's definitely people out there.
Name somebody. Name a player right now who deserves that Chain Frost bounce. Since you said
I mean,
yes.
you said name anybody. The evilest
No,
people in history.
name
can
a player. Oh yeah, for
Name
you
a
I
player.
guess that's a little. All right, we'll not go there. As Solo gonna stack up another Ancient Camp, and already has Bovis up, so he's still having an okay game here. But man, if 9 Pandas could have won like some of those reverse skirmishes or something, because they already have Battle Fury Juggernaut up. Rames is just out of control, man. He's got to be one of the fastest farming Juggernauts on average at these last 2 events.
Yeah, this hero has not had a huge success rate, but in the hands of Betboom, I definitely feel a lot more confident about
You
it.
mean at 9 Pandas?
Hey, excuse me, 9 Pandas, yeah.
Don't get your Eastern European teams confused here.
My bad.
Double damage for GPK.
Is under attack.
Time to slay some kids. Or some trolls. I'll take the trolls. Worthy adversary, but now he wants to slay some kids.
They're coming up the high ground. Surely they're going to come up. Eidolons are going to come up there, scouting first. Well, he may not get duel.
Look at the Ancients, though.
But he will get Ancients.
Middle tower is under
I mean,
attack.
Kiyotaka definitely won the duel versus Ancient stack.
Yeah, he did. If only he got bonus damage.
The question is Ramsey's happy about that? Imagine Ramsey's got the Ancient stack.
I'm imagining.
Dire's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
He's smiling.
attack.
He's very happy.
The happiest we've ever seen him.
I think he's content where he's at.
Radiant are scanning.
He's been
Yeah, he's
sitting in
having
the
a
same
pretty
safe lane. That's the thing. Whenever 9 Pandas have this Juggernaut, they keep their safe lane
Radiant's
tower
middle
alive
tower is
forever
under
because the
attack.
Juggernaut wins its lane, and then it is a very hard hero to gank.
It's like the old school Jug Lifestealer philosophy coming out from this team. It shows. They really want to keep the safe lane pressure up and distribute the farm better, and Juggernaut and Lifesteal are really good at it, and especially when you win your lane. I mean, he took the that off lane tower, by the way. Like, something worth noting.
Yeah.
And now he's just invading enemy Ancients. This is omega efficient if you get away with it. And Jug is one of the best heroes if you don't have a spin cancel, which they don't. This is just a feeding frenzy on the map for the Ancient camps for 9 Pandas right now. I mean, they're getting 3 out of the 4. They are really catching up in this game, especially for Kiyotaka, who gets the full benefit of Ramsey's being able to play more aggressive on the map after that lane win. Yeah. It's really paid off here. Set themselves up decently as the Yasha flies in at 15. This is normally where we see Battle Fury done.
Yeah, Betboom needs to shake things up, right? What should they do?
They need to accelerate this game. They need to start connecting heroes either for the tier 1 mid, for a Roshan, for an aggressive smoke to find Kiyotaka or Miero somewhere, because, yeah, right now I don't think you're happy just trading farm into Midas, Enigma, and a Juggernaut who is well ahead. I don't know if Betboom know how far ahead this Juggernaut is, but he is very far ahead, and Juggernaut carries this game. Like, I know Brood is strong on a one-on-one basis, but 5 slots, I'm taking your Neru here.
Yeah, I mean, against the Unero.
Testing.
Yes. I mean, especially since a hero, Broodmother is kind of like Lifestealers, reliant on being able to stick on somebody for her sustain. Omni Slash just totally ruins that concept.
I guess you can tank it with Brood, Linzo.
Yeah, but he's got Battle Free, so he's going to kill those spiders in one hit.
Yeah. Normally, I do like this Brood Jug matchup for Brood, but at the pace we're seeing, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough Juggernaut to crack.
I mean, I think I like it as an offlane Broodmother.
Yeah, that probably feels better. I would agree there. I don't know if this Underlord is doing much to skew the Brood Jug matchup here. I mean, Underlord always does skew these agi carry matchups, but Jug can also just slay Underlord. He's one of the agi carries that doesn't necessarily care too much.
Well, they're finally going to take this tower. This is actually one of the things I love about the Broodmother carry, is the ability to use the webs to go through the portal super efficiently, and then you can just take the enemy safe lane tower while guarding your own.
It is a very nice move. Reminds me of the Terrorblade being able to do it too.
Yeah.
Still, 9 Pan is getting a lot of farm on this map. I mean, this lead has gone up from 1K to 3K in the time Betboom are taking these early objectives. That is just how much they're taking off the sides of this map. They'll find a Jules onto Kiyotaka. Interesting itemization from Zave.
Boy, that was a lot. They were fully prepared for a full fight out. Oh, that is a nice black hole. That's going to be able to kill the Storm Spirit. The spin on his save. Looking
you're just out of there. See you later, boys. Good luck.
Yeah, I guess so. The Omni Slash gets used to finish it off. Didn't bounce to the hero, sadly.
I mean, you can't have every RNG in this game.
That's true. And away they go. 9 Pandas off to the races, getting those hero kills. Now taking a tower.
That's a nice Blink Black Hole from Hero. Betboom were not expecting that. They almost all got caught in. Save mid tower here off the charge as well. Nightfall trying to make a little action happen on the backside.
Yeah, remember what happened last time you committed to try and kill solo.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They just want to kick Ramsey out of here. He doesn't have teleport, by the way. So in theory, he's kind of stuck here.
Yeah, his team is around to try and back him up.
Orchid is done.
Yeah, GPK gonna go to work here.
Oh, Ramsey's perfect game.
Decrepify, Ramsey's not gonna live, and Solo's gonna be pushed back into his doom as well. And Tari's and Miro, I'm surprised that they're not running for the hills.
Yeah, this is not a
Get out.
Maybe you got the Legion there to turn that Orchid.
I mean, Kiyotaka was around, but he's like, guys, I don't have any dual damage.
He indeed has 0 dual damage here as he's looking for his first win. And man, that was a big Juggernaut kill to get, not just because you're taking him off the map as he was accelerating, but it was literally like a 1200 gold kill into the TPK's pocket off the 4x streak with the Orchid reveal. He just got an ulti orb out of that.
I mean, that is a game changer team fight, right? Like, that picks up the pace a lot for Betboom.
Yeah, you get a tier 1 mid off it, you get to invade jungle areas, you're going to get some decision out.
Dire's middle tower.
Probably start thinking about Roach soon.
Very important kill. Especially since this Miro Enigma is just going blink BKB, and that is going to be uncounterable for Betboom. Maybe another reason we saw this Yules from Save, like it helps them with the stun problem in the early game, but it can also pay off later with Wind Waker if it's ultra late. And it's nice versus the Breaker and the Omni Slash and the Pugna Interrupt and the dual Blade Mail.
That is a lot.
It's actually just an amazing Yules game. This is not an item I would have thought of for the Keeper of the Light. Makes total sense, especially with the pass rate.
I think Sade played a game earlier where he went Yules as techies because it was really good. It was like against Spirit Breaker and something else. And Tari's, is he actually going to die here? Solo, stop the drain. So Antari's a little bit of a heal to Crepify. Yule Scepter goes off though, he comes back fully vulnerable, but the Chain Frost is finally enough.
I also like that Betboom have multiple backline interrupts for the Pugna. Like they have the Orchid they can throw on them, the Yules, maybe a Sinister Gaze if you can land it. All these little things add up.
Sure.
And Pipe Crimson already done for Pure. Like, this is where the ball is going to come alive. In this 10-minute period, very difficult for 9Pandas to contest the 5-on-5 unless you land a massive black hole, which is still one component of that BKB away here from Nero, and 14 seconds off cooldown. This is Betboom's window in this game to extract as much as they can in terms of Roshan's map presence, especially with Lincoln's on Nightfall, an itemization that's a bit more defensive, but one that will help him push these lanes out versus the breaker charge.
Nero spotted, Nero killed. Another big kill to stall up that BKB even more.
Yeah, this is not going to be a super high kill number game, but every kill that Betboom gets is going to be very valuable.
They're going to keep it going with a vision onto Solo, trying to get to D-Ward. Does kill the ward, but he gets self-killed in the process.
And Mutant is dominating.
Mutant. Why is that his thing?
I was told it's like a
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
like a drink, like an energy drink or something.
Oh, okay. For those who are wondering, we're talking about GPK's sponsor tag after his name.
That was what I was told, but I also could have been controlled.
I was about to say, because does anybody else have a sponsor? I don't know what Pari is, but
This will do nicely.
Toronto Tokyo definitely does not have a sponsor on his thing.
No,
that's just
Dire are scanning.
the bait he made when Team Spirit kicked him.
Screw you guys.
Radiant's
Going home.
Probably. Fine, I'll make my own team and win my own TI. How do you like that? I said, okay.
But look at him now. Win my own TI.
You know, like, everybody's, oh, you poor, oh god, oh, collapse, Magnus, bat chest. But nobody's talking about Toronto Tokyo.
Well, everybody talks about Toronto Tokyo because he said give them the Magnus or whatever it was.
That's true.
Whatever.
Wow. What a analyst you are.
I'm not an analyst. I'm a play-by-play caster. That's for you to remember.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. So?
So what was it?
I don't remember.
Well, some animal.
It's because you made me blank on it. It was the tiny lichen, right?
Tiny.
So give him the tiny.
Give him the tiny.
We have answers in the Wyvern,
Radiant's middle tower is under
the-
attack.
Magnus, and the Bane. And they did, and they won. And look at that. Look at where he is now. Still answering. You know, give 9Pandas the Legion Commander.
I
give him.
would bet my career that was
Give him
not
the
in
Enigma.
conversation.
I'll have my Lich ready.
Remember when Lich was a counter to Enigma? Because it did a mini stun?
That's true. Those were days. Those were good days. And Fine Kiyotaka still does not have BKB finished. He is 100 gold away, but that'll be all the mana out from GPK. He'll have to get the refill.
All right.
Back off.
When do you think?
Right, the push is coming.
Yeah, it is.
They're smoking Enigma though. Miro has BKB. This is a good time to hit it outside of the Aegis being on Nightfall. That is the obnoxious factor here.
I mean, it is kind of awkward because Rams has already used his spin.
I think Kiyotaka's just going to go in and bait the clump though.
Okay, he's going to be Orchided. They wanted to prevent the duel.
Little
Went for the harpoon, but he blinked away.
deep leg action going on. They're going to find nothing. Butterfly is done for Ramses, by the way, so his damage spike is hitting the ceiling right now. This is a very good time for 9Pandas to find the fight. You just can't hit a dual target because Lincoln's Nightfall is sitting there and he sees nothing else. There's also Lincoln's on GPK. That charge is there.
Right through all these heroes. That is in deep. The ward is going to be killed. And Antares is also going to die here. And his team is chasing after him, but they can't get there in time. Denied by the pit. Stalled up. And now more heroes are going to get caught as they try and make their way back to the base. Solo's going to be surrounded by spiders. Ramses fights it out because he knows he's strong, just not strong enough to 1v5.
And the spacing and positioning from Betboom is just on point there. They did not give any opening for this black hole. That is why the charge is there. It's trying to force some reaction out of them when they clump and set up the fight for the duel in the black hole. But Betboom are just not fighting these baits. They're just setting Nightfall in front. There isn't a direct answer to him right now. This is when the Brood is terrifying. Building up the plus 300 And more damage here with that shard.
Yeah, that shard goes hard when it comes to pushing high ground.
It goes hard in the paint for sure, as Juggernaut, he probably still needs 2 more items here to combat it. As good a game as Ramses has had, Nightfall is right up there with him. And Aegis, still up for 2 minutes, is just blocking this all-in black hole.
Well, they took a tier 3, but I don't think you can keep going. Gonna need another fight outside of the base. We'll see whether or not 9 Pandas obliges.
That is a rune.
Ooh, that is a rune. It's a blue rune.
Betboom do not know what this rune is. They pinged that it was bottom, but it is unknown. We'll get bottled, so you have a longer interval here. And you're gonna wear this Aegis out. 1 minute left. Once the Aegis is out, the team fight becomes more straightforward, because I think there's a world where you can just BKB Black, hold Nightfall, and all in. And there isn't a save. This is a dangerous jump to try and
Yeah,
force.
it's a hard go. Half health, Decrepify and healed. He's fine. Kiyotaka gonna be able to undo that. Nightfall does still take the tier 3 tower, though. They are building up some serious building damage on that Broodmother. 10,000 almost.
I just don't think you want to get caught here with this Aegis running out. You have to watch the timer here if you're Nightfall.
All the more reason to commit hard right now, then.
A little poke. Not get the healing ward out of it. This is getting sketchy, man.
It is. It's getting real hard. I do not feel confident if I'm Betboom on taking that fight.
And also Juggernaut hitting level 20 for the Blade Dance talent.
Oh man, now you
That
can
helps.
really man fight the Broodmother. It doesn't require you to hit every hit, you know, just 1 in every 3. You get that lifesteal out.
You're gonna have sustain first. I still wonder if Ramses has the damage to get the Brood. Like,
yeah.
This Brood lifesteals for a lot. That's the obnoxious part. It's like built-in satanic on steroids.
Yeah.
So I don't think Ramses is actually killing him yet, but he's probably not dying.
They're not killing each other. They can have
Yeah,
an infinite duel.
I actually think they probably could just sit there and infinitely hit each other, as long as the lifesteal's up.
Speaking of,
yeah.
Are we going to see a successful duel, and when will we see one?
I was about to say that.
I'll ask you first.
Cap, how much dual damage do you think Kiyotaka has? 0. Pretty good guess. He indeed has 0 here.
Yes, I know. That's why I was asking, do you think we'll get any a successful?
Okay, but what if he wins this game with 0 dual damage? Isn't
that
that like...
would be incredibly impressive.
That is damn impressive, right?
Yeah.
I do not think that's happened a lot of times in Dota.
I would say that's probably never happened in professional Dota.
It probably happened once. There was probably like... There's probably one of those like 5 Legion games with No-Tail, TI.
Yeah, okay, but...
11 or whatever.
I would say winning with no dual damage is different than having no dual victories at all. What I mean is, in that five position Legion commander probably gave dual damage to somebody else. There was a dual victory somewhere in the game, just not for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. I don't know if that counteracted my point there, but sure, we'll give it to you.
Anyway, are you going to give me a number or not?
What, how much dual damage I think he's going to end up with?
No, when is he going to win his first duel?
Oh, the timer. I'm going to go with 34-28.
Damn, I was going to go 34. When's Roshan?
Yeah,
this is all about Roshan.
This
All
is
right,
an instinct call.
31,
This is a Storm Spirit jump in the pit.
31-58.
31-58, that's... No.
No?
Why would you choose that?
Fine, 30...
No, you stuck with it now. 32-2? What is 32-2? You just said 3-2-2.
Yes.
That's all you said.
It is exactly. Memes. 1 minute until potential Roshan spawn time, which will determine when we're going to have a big clash and if we get a successful duel, because both teams are likely just to chill out and wait for a Roshan, if you will.
You remember when I said I felt like Shovel was underrated?
Yeah. Who's got a shovel?
Save's got a 30-minute shovel here.
Radiant are scanning.
And Save is a damn good itemization player. So that tells you all you need to know. I'm saying, get some shovels, guys, and start digging. You don't know what you'll find. You might just find a best friend.
What? Is Cobalt your best friend?
It was a metaphor, Cap.
I mean, he does give gold, I guess.
He's a pretty good friend.
Why don't you give me gold?
Something broke.
First time basher. God damn. Save new meta right now.
Okay, what in God's green earth is this? I mean, you're praying for some RNG on a black hole cancel. I guess this is the way to do it. He's going to go in there and start right-clicking.
I mean, if he gets to Abyssal Blade, he does have extreme cast range to be able to use it.
But anyone can also buy Lincolns. But I guess he's not going to be thinking about this at all.
No. Well, he'll think about it once he sees the basher.
This guy is one of the most interesting itemization players of all time. This
big offense inventories.
This is one of those inventories you try and guess the player and hero and you'll never get it.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is this?
Somebody's already putting it up on Reddit.
Man, this is Chad, though. This is a Chad itemization.
That is pretty Chad.
Also, Hex for GPK, they can just start the fight on a core as well and go in. And Hex for Pure. Double Hex.
He got a basher faster than the Juggernaut.
Really did. That is maybe a first in Dota history.
I'm just surprised that he has it at all because I feel like it would be better for the surprise factor of just never showing that basher.
Well, this is the surprise factor. This is the fight they want to win to get this Aegis and close the game out.
Yeah, you think he's going to right-click basher?
Hero in the corner of the map. You cannot get
Nine Pandas, not again. Please, not again.
He got two, the bash.
Okay.
He got the bash.
Oh, no way. What the hell? Stave prepped it, first hit bash, and as a result, Nightfall lands. Barely gets life steal up, and Kiyotaka's never going to win that duel. Or maybe he will. He gets it on the lich, and he wins the duel. He wins the duel at 31:58, just like I predicted. Avery.
That was actually immaculate. What the hell is going on?
Harpoon back in. Ramsey's got to be careful of that Roshan bash.
The bash.
Oh, God, he did get a bash. Now he's going to be nullified. Wait, Chain Frost bouncing around between Roshan and Ramses. Roshan and Ramses. It's going to kill both of them almost.
The life steal.
Kiyotaka trying to keep you away, but there's a pull back in from GPK. Who said they didn't have any stuns?
Mother comes for all. You cannot run. You cannot hide. The life steal is too much.
10% chance.
There's no way that should happen, dude. There's no way you just run up and bash. I mean, Miro must have been... Dude, I wish we had a player camp for that. Miro must be like, what the hell?
Pure instantly well played.
I think Nine Pandas win this fight.
I think so too.
Nightfall got really low off
this. Nightfall, he got a kill, life stealed up, was able to fight Ramses afterwards, all because he doesn't die in that black hole.
I mean, I've seen some crazy shit in my day, but...
Okay, do you think he prepped that at all?
Like, what do you even do?
I don't know, man.
No, I was watching him. I don't
like, he didn't right-click any neutrals.
No, I did not see him pseudo RNG it, man. He just asked the Dota gods to deliver, and they did.
He
really did, man. He really did. What an absolute G. As Stave is the ultimate gangster in this game. He says, what's up, bro? That's a nice black hole you have.
I mean, how do you even win against that?
It'd be a shame if you got bashed by a Keeper of the Light.
Harpoon back in. Solo in trouble. Fortunately, Decrepify, Glimmer Cape, a lot of saves.
This is Aegis Brood.
Still going for the Brood Mother, still trying to deal with that Aegis and not overcommit.
Duel in the back.
You managed to get it, and they have an Omni-Slash ready to go. They might be able to kill the Brood Mother twice here. Meanwhile, GPK's trying to deal with Kiyotaka. There goes that Omni-Slash, bouncing around, sticking onto him. Nightfall! Oh, he stays alive with the Glimmer Cape, but now they see him. Now they're going to run him down with a Blade Fury to get him in the end.
Kiyotaka made the space.
He did. He just ran in there and suicided to create space to kill the
That
Brood
is
Mother.
a very good trade for Nine Pandas. That is that Brood Aegis timing that Betboom are trying to end the game with. Because now, this game is going to get stalled out for another Roshan. You're going to have Black Hole back up. And, I mean, are you going to bash him again? You know?
Well, at this
I don't know if you can do it.
Abyssal.
If it happens twice, I'm leaving the lobby. In a protest, a walkout protest for Miro's career.
Just left the game.
Like, what are you so... Okay, he has a refresher. So if he gets bashed once, he can refresh Black Hole again. He won't get bashed a second time, right?
No.
Right.
That is, he's going to get Abyssal Bladed, refresh, Black Hole, and then he's going to get bashed.
That's true. Abyssal is done here, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he won the fight when he first hit bashed as a Keeper of the Light. Yeah. So if we ever get the chance, to our lovely observer, if we can see Spirit Form and the Abyssal Blade range, I'm very curious. Because, like, it's what, 375 bonus range or something like that he has? And then Abyssal Blade is pretty small.
Abyss range is incredibly tiny.
So even in, like, if he's on the opposite...
Over 500, though, total.
Yeah, it's true. He does have IFC here.
That helps a lot as well.
I was just thinking about the fact if he's on the opposite side of the black hole, can he actually reach him?
He should be able to reach him, yeah.
Yeah.
It should be pretty guaranteed here. Unless the angle is just perfect. But, I mean, he's going to go 8 to line blink, too. This is just... Chat, this is what peak old man horse gameplay looks like. You may not like it, but this is what it looks like.
Everybody else has been playing Keeper of the Light wrong.
This is absolutely amazing. I'm loving this game. This horse is about to blink in and slap you with a blade. This old man on a horse just yells magic be damned. Stuns your ass. See you later.
Who would win, an old man on a horse or the embodiment of a black hole?
Apparently all you need to stop space and time is one good swing. Abyssal's done for Ramses as well. So, I mean, he has Nullifier and Abyssal. Those are those 4th and 5th slots coming out for the Jug Bed. He is starting to win the Brood man fight here. Especially if you get to level 25 or he ever gets one of these Rosans. Black Hole is straight in with a tool.
Oh, and they managed to get the duel on the Keeper of the Light, so no Abyssal Blade for you. It is going to be not enough to be able to stop the Storm Spirit. He zips away, and this was just not good. They have no damage. Where was Ramses?
No bash. He gets out. Ramses wasn't even close to that black hole.
Yeah, what happened?
He was jungling here. That was just... I honestly don't necessarily put that on Ramses. I mean, you could argue in a theoretical perfect world he should be there with that push, right?
Not out.
Because that opening existed for a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
So it is on him, but at the same time, like, you got to be on the same page if you're 9 Pandas. That is just 3 cores in 3 different places. He's not close to this fight.
Yeah, he was jungling.
It's just way too preemptive for Miro. Again, it's one of those things like you can each blame each other, but at the end of the day, that is a team.
Yeah.
You're only as good as how well you play together, and it does not sync up here. He did refresh before he died, which I think is good here.
Okay, so yeah, that'll help the refresher.
Yeah, I think you'd rather have the refresher cooldown ticking right now than the ult, because Betboom are not going higher on it. So that was at least pretty nice for him, and he was running Quickening Charm plus switching into this Philly. So he's getting some max efficiency out of the death, but that is another duel that did not get won. Did not get lost either, I suppose. Oh man, that could have been like a game-winning play. If you find the Omni Slasher in that black hole, GPK's dead, he has no buy. It's those little small things that come back to haunt you here.
Yeah, because it's just going to get harder and harder in some ways, because now an Abyssal Blade is being built by the Broodmother. So it's not just save anymore. They're going to have to worry about. Now they're going to have to catch the Broodmother.
That one is far more difficult to pull off, though, in terms of the cast range, and Brood is likely a black hole target.
That's true, yeah.
But this Abyssal helps him fight the Juggernaut for sure. It's another spin TP cancel. It's more lockdown. You might just be able to chain, stun this Juggernaut, do a kill almost. You have enough physical single target burst. It's close. They have double hex though. You got to remember that. That's why these saves for 9 Pandas are becoming increasingly important here, and the initiations as well. If you find the Juggernaut before spin, before an Omni Slash, it might just win you the fight, or it could backfire. That save comes through, and Ramses, he really wants Swift Slash here. Being able to throw the Swift Slash on a black hole target feels a lot better, because then you still have the ult. If he lives, you can still ult him. If he dies, then you still have Omni Slash for the main fight. You have to be prepared to maybe take a fight into buybacks as well. I mean, that's the tough part. If Betboom are in a position where they can take fights with buybacks, I feel like their lineup is better without the ults on 9 Panda side.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, what is an Enigma without Black Omni Slash?
Not getting out of that one.
No, too many bashers. That is some serious range.
He's had a rough series and a rough game, man. Like, we're used to Kiyotaka being the KDA god.
Yeah, seriously. He has carried 9 Pandas through a lot of games.
Yeah, this series has just been on team. You'll find an Omni Slash. Nightfall went into it.
Went for the full-out Omni Slash and Nightfall followed through?
What?
I mean, that is a play. Just tried to, you know, right-click, spin down the Lich, but... I mean, they were on the wrong side of the map. I don't know if they
Wait, he gated, right?
Yeah, he gated through.
He just... That was literally saving Private Toronto Tokyo here, but... Not how you wanted it to go.
No, not at all.
And that is just a beautiful ultimate for Ramses right there. As we're going to see Nightfall pop into hell. He's like, wait a minute. What have you done to me? Also, the timing on that?
I mean, he like, if that list dies a half a second sooner, then you don't get the back.
Dude, there are so many things in this game that are absolutely ridiculous if you think about them in terms of the RNG. I go back to the chain frost bounce. It's like the 10-minute mark. This game has just been a game of absolute divine intervention on both sides. It feels like the gods are in full force. Yutaka, this is a religious Dota game right here. You take out the incense, you take out the shrines, the sacrifices, you put it all on the line, because that is what is deciding his game 2 right now.
Who has greater faith in their divine right to win this game?
You better start chanting to Gabe.
What does a Gabe chant sound like?
I don't know.
They better figure it out. Roshan is up. They're going to start doing it.
Something. Big G bless me. Big G bless me. Oh, the gate. To get decent position on the road. In GPK, you just got a blind jump.
Zip in. Gets a mission. Oh, they found the back line. They found Solo in the corner. They handed it up. They took it out of one place. Oh, the big through. I mean, oh, Nightfall's American Ramsey. He's going to have almost to cut out with one slash. Ramsey, or is he going to go back or get inside? And it goes pump. There it goes.
I back though.
Not through Bunker.
I back. Then hold. It's so much for we get hit in our mistake.
Slash, they're gonna try and try on the other one. He died. He immediately caught. You're still on. I can the corner. Oh, you're the good way long was being by GK. The black hole. He's gonna be Nightfall coming from behind. That black hole was just it's Nightfall turning that back. He's still being targeted and targeted. It's 30 it's fight. Another Lord while everybody else is dead.
Ultra for Nightfall.
Good capitalization be a rampage.
Maybe takes this drop brother and he'll get it all 5 Nightfall. Big belly, he slopes up their bones. That Ash was just the icing on the cake. Hero has this game, man. He just ruined every black hole. And that's the Jug and the Enigma on any single target. And buyback on Tari's lanes out. But this gameplay, I feel like it actually started decent if you get GP and it doesn't get countered. But of course, Save is always waiting.
Yeah.
And now your Enigma's gone once. He has to come back. The second black hole's not going to do anything for you. Pure had his own battle with Roshan this entire time. I mean, Almi Slash keys up GPK, but this is the big problem in this game for 9Pandas. You're fighting Radiant Roche into Radiant buybacks with an ult-based lineup.
Yeah.
At this point, it's the same old story, man. The Broodmother does not need her ult to man fight you. Did not need it there and will not need it for the rest of the game. Nightfall is just absolutely out of control. 16-4. He hits level 25 here. He has the BAT talent cap.
Oh god, this is where Broodmother starts getting crazy scary.
Mercy, the damage is just bonkers.
If you put like
let's fight all in him.
Yeah, they're gonna try with the duel, the Midnight Pulse. It's not looking good though.
Oh yeah,
they're not winning that duel. Abyssal Blade bounce back, closed door. Ramsey stuns himself. Now he turns back in with that line steal, but he does have the Omni Slash. Can he still? Oh, Swiss Slash. That's only one.
Oh, that was real Omni.
Wait, that was real Omni? How did it stop? Was he really out of range?
It cursed him again.
Broodmother, and he just stopped?
I don't understand anything about this game. I don't know what we witnessed, but apparently the Divines favor Betboom in this game too. Wait, hard. Toronto Tokyo said GG hard.
GG hard.
I don't know what that really means either. I guess hard game. Hard fought. Yeah. That was a hard game for Betboom. I think maybe they should have lost it, but they pull it through in the clutch, and damn, this Brood looks absolutely terrifying late game. I thought the Jug man fight was going to be a bit better. The Ags was just a little too late. He couldn't find the Swish Lashes, and
the synchronization from 9Pandas in these later fights with the Black Hole and the Omni Slash. We go back to that kill on bottom. That was the Black Hole on GPK. That window exists for maybe 2 seconds in the game. That is why you need to be there with everybody. They weren't. It cost them big because GPK did not have buyback at that point. That maybe gets you a Rax or Roche. This game's easier for Miro. That is just a tough way to go, but props to Betboom here. A sick Brood pick. It ends up paying off. And the most duel damage in the game goes to Nightfall with 38, as Kiyotaka only found 28. He gave more than he took.
Yeah.
A rough story for the Legion commander here.
Very rough, and rough all around for 9Pandas. I hope there's a highlight. There's got to be more highlights. Check out that clip of the Basher play. That is one of the most insane plays I've ever seen in Dota before.
You're a gangster, man. You're an absolute gangster. What can I say?
That's right. And I'm sure our panel is going to be singing saves and many more praises. Go back to that.
Don't let anyone tell you that as a support, you can't cancel a BKB Black Hole. You're just not thinking outside of the box enough to be able to build a Basher on Coddle. And then the first hit part, well, that's maybe just luck. But the rest of it, that was skill. That was skill out of all of Betboom team. What a result for them to get that 2-0 victory over 9Pandas. And what a very fun game to watch.
It was an absolute blast. It was an amazing game, and the genius of the save, like you get to see in these games, it's absolutely amazing. But I do think that 9Pandas has a really, really big window to win this game, and they had like a really good win condition in in the eyes of Enigma. We were just like not on the same page in the certain engagements, because like there's multiple times where Enigma would initiate the fight, and Juggernaut was just not quite there to give the damage into that black hole.
And I think there was this one fight where they got GBK in the black hole and then they continued chasing. It was the right time for the Juggernaut to join, but then he used the Omni Slash too early. I feel like he can still bring like maybe one wave and that's it. He should just take it as a win, because now you don't have black hole and you don't have Omni Slash. The Omni Slash is supposed to be your license to go further, to somewhat give some space to your teammates in terms of like taking the map. But he kind of overstepped there, because when I look at Betboom's lineup, right, you need to understand that they are really, really strong together and they are always going to be 5-man because of Underlord and because the fact that they are just going to connect to the Brood, all the time. And this Storm will never run out of mana. If he is ever running out of mana, that means the Coddle is dead. But there's no way the Coddle is dying because, like I said, they have the SB on 9Pandas, but they don't have anyone to follow up. So even if you can charge a Coddle, there's no way this Coddle is going to die, I just think 9Pandas didn't really respect that Betboom has this lineup where after 20 minutes, if you make any mistake before that, you're just going to lose the game.
It may come down to the nerves that we spoke about. This is 9Pandas feels like they're on the edge because we are getting past the halfway point of our group stage. And so every single game, you feel that much closer to perhaps being eliminated, and maybe that reflected in 9Pandas' not only gameplay, but also the draft. Mid lane Legion Commander Winter, you convinced that this thing is viable or no?
No, definitely not. But I do feel like Brood Mother is a hero that has seen like a mix of success. Like I personally feel like the more I see the hero, the more I feel like the hero is more suited as a carry, or maybe the people playing him off lane has to build him on like a more of like a utility build. Like in the game I saw Zai, he actually went for a pipe as his first item, and just play it from there, and decide after the mid game whether you want to continue as a utility hero or a carry hero. Because the games that I see like Brood, you play offlane Brood but you just build carry items. I feel like the whole game just feels like you have two carry, and sometimes the draft feels really wonky and nobody can initiate, and it becomes really, really hard to play, especially in the Aster game where they had I think Brood offlane and they had I can't remember what was the other hero that was a carry, and it just felt like they didn't have stuns and they had a Timber Saw in the game.
I feel like now you have an alternative. This Coddle should be, like showing you don't have to be an actual stunner to stun someone. You don't have to be an actual BKB cancel to BKB cancel someone.
He's like right now my favorite position 4 player.
Safe? Yeah. He's crazy.
I feel like in the games that mostly I watch like him play, he does a lot of really, really good stuff that changes the game. He's really good in the laning phase, and he's very smart about his itemizations. Like not every player will think of doing that in the game.
Yeah, he's thinking outside of the box, definitely. But I don't agree on the Legion Commander mid being not, good, but this game specifically, they didn't have a really good reason to pick it, and definitely, like, you can see that Kiyotaka is not a big, LC enjoyer, I'd say. He got his first duel around, like, 35-minute mark or something, which is rough already, and on top of that, their lineup doesn't really suit to, for LC to have a good game either, because there's no really, like, follow-up for the duel. Like, only one damage that can help his duel is Juggernaut, but you're not really like in the position where your melee carry hero Juggernaut can help you duel people and usually making space for him. And they didn't have that option in this game that much.
And as a result, they go 0-2, but don't worry, they are still doing quite well in the groups overall as we take a look at the standings as we wrap up our third day here on the main stream, though I believe our secondary streams are still going. But these are where the standings are right now. Team Liquid have returned to form after a shaky Western European Tour 3 and a colossally poor Dream League Season 20. They're back. 10 wins, 2 losses. They are far ahead of the pack, but not yet locked for upper bracket. A lot of games still left to be played. Meanwhile, Beastcoast, Tundra, and Aster following them up, and Spirit as well. And on the bottom half of Group A, it's Invictus Gaming, Shopify Rebellion, actually not doing too great, Execration and Blacklist as the SEA teams. Group A thoughts, Aurora, as we get ready to wrap up our day 3?
I'm happy that Liquid has bounced back, but also very sad that Blacklist Rivalry didn't do well at all this tournament. I just think they showed a lot more back in the DPC season, but maybe they are not so used to the international teams, I would say. I'm just very sad, like they really did so well in DPC, and I was expecting more from them. Execration, well, kind of hit or miss actually. Well, they like to draft wherever they want to play, and it has kind of shown that they can take their games in the DPC, but not in the international tournament, because I feel like the other teams, they are not gonna give you so many windows to kind of take the game back from them, and
Man, it's been a lot of misses, I feel.
Yeah.
But for Group B, we've got Quest Esports, a surprise Western European introduction. They are taking their first opportunity to play on LAN in stride. 9 wins, 1 loss currently, followed up by Betboom team, Game and Gladiators, 9 Pandas. And Nouns doing well for themselves. I think everyone was by default assuming that Nouns would be the free win team. No, it turns out that's Evil Geniuses, actually, which, for what it's worth, Matthew has not been feeling great on Evil Geniuses, and that has probably had a pretty strong impact on their performance, but still, Evil Geniuses being 1-11 is unfortunate, even though they're already qualified for TI. But anything stick out to you, Winter, as you look at Group B?
Not really though. When I was like putting on my predictions for the tournament, I felt like Quest, Betboom, and Gaming Gladiators, I think these 3 teams are going to be the strongest teams here, based on like what I see from their laning phase, because I'm all about the laning phase.
Yes, you are.
I'm all about the laning phase, and I feel like these 3 teams, they are the teams that do all the small little things in the lanes really well. You abuse the twin gate, and I'm not even surprised that they are in the top 3 here. I feel like Group B is like definitely the stronger group here, in my opinion.
That was most people's predictions before the event started, and it looks like that's the case as we watch all these games play out. And we've got one more day of a full day of games to play out as we get ready for day number 4, because day 5 will be a bit of a half day and a tiebreaker day. But as we prepare for day 4, this is what our schedule will be. It's nothing but Beastcoast. Back-to-back Beastcoast games. Brace yourselves.
Against the Beastcoast.
It's because they always split every series. No, actually, it's going to be, I'll read it off to you. Our mainstream is going to have Beastcoast versus IG as the first series. After that, second series will be Shopify Rebellion versus, our second series will be Quest versus Betboom, which is actually a pretty intense series.
That's a very good one.
Yeah. After that, it'll be Shopify Rebellion versus IG, and our last series on the mainstream will be PSG LGD versus Azure Array. So I definitely have my eyes on Quest versus Betboom, Rezo.
Yeah, me too, man, me too. Like, those 2 teams have been, playing insane, quality Dota games, and I'm really looking forward to the series to see, like, who's gonna be the, the king of the Group B, because this is the, the 2 teams that are contending for it right now. And I mean, I can't really say my predictions because I think it's gonna be like around 1-1, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think that there's gonna be one team that's gonna be 2-0s the others. Yep.
I have just been very surprised by Quest overall because even though they did well in Western Europe, I feel like you put new players on LAN because I think Amar is the only player out of those who have been on LAN before. The other 4 are probably newcomers, or at least to a major for sure.
But if you've been following them closely, I always felt like the team had a lot of potential. Even when they were playing as OT in Div 2, I felt like when I watched their games, like this is not a Div 2 team.
Yeah.
They look like a really, really strong team that has a lot of potential, and Amar kind of made the team even better with the experience that he brings in, obviously, to the team, because the rest of them are just very, very new players, so they need somebody to guide them, and Amar is the perfect guy for them.
Yep, it's been quite impressive. Any closing thoughts, Aurora, as we wrap up day number 3 of our group stage and revel in the fact that we're not in the rain right now?
Not in the rain means nothing would stop people from winning their lanes, I would say, but I think laning is definitely important. It's just on and on, I feel like a lot of teams, they kind of get carried away because they win their lanes, but only Betboom today really showed that if you win your lanes and you play carefully with your advantage, you can actually just take the game. Because it's not the case with C teams, definitely 100%. And yeah, I just hope there's gonna be more than laning things, from the other teams. But if that is the way you roll, go with it.
I want to see more things come out, sir. In the group stage, you can be all about laning, but I want these team fights to come out. I want Morphling to stop waveforming on us in Bali whenever we get out of this group stage. We'll see what happens, but that's it for us on day number 3. I hope you've been enjoying the stream, and join us again tomorrow for more of the Bali Major.